Chapter 81 Yin Yu's Decision. A message appeared in front of Yifeng, who had not been seen for several days, and was finally online. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Your hatred has become a bit too strong. Yifeng said, I can't help it. It's a personal feud with Ding Tian. After a little investigation, I found out that I am an employee abandoned by Ding Tian. Ying said, I have learned about this on the forum. But you have completely confronted Ding Tian today. So you will be fine. It's okay. The soldiers will come to cover up the water and earth. By the way, what have you been doing in the past 2 days? Ying said with some embarrassment, I sold the golden axe you gave me for 120,000. I went to see a doctor for my brother. So I didn't have time to go online. Is your brother sick? It doesn't matter. Ying said helplessly, the same thing can only be maintained. So I have to make more money to maintain his life. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, Do you need help? Although I can't give you much. It's my intention. Forget it. With the 120,000, we can still use a lot of time. Okay. Tell me when you need something. Friends should help each other. Yeah. I will. At this time. In reality. In Ding Tian's guild building. Wang Xiaoyan gathered all the game executives together for a meeting with an angry look on his face. Although it was night, Wang Xiaoyan didn't feel sleepy at all. And he was very energetic. He could not fall asleep with a look of anger on his face. They spent a lot of time finding today's boss, gathering manpower and arranging work. These all require manpower and material resources. Now the boss was robbed. And the equipment was robbed. The whole Ding Tian was in. One sure I lost all my face and spent a lot of money. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with this Yifeng? A man said, President, this is not easy to handle. Find some connections. Find Yifeng himself. And just cripple him. That's enough. If you can't beat him in the game, you can PK him in real life. Wang Xiaoyan glared at the man and said, Aren't you embarrassed? Our guild, the Ding Tian guild, can't beat a person who I kicked out. Do you feel comfortable? Others did not dare to speak. They had seen or heard of Yifeng more or less before. After all, not everyone knew Yifeng. Yifeng was just an ordinary member. And most of the people who knew him were ordinary members. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the people below who were afraid to speak. So he called them by name and said, You, express your opinion. President, I personally think that Yifeng is just one person. Even if he has good equipment and great skills. Can he kill hundreds or even thousands of us by himself? Today's boss. If Yifeng hadn't played dirty tricks, how can we lose? We have more people, and he is just as timid. But I think we need to introduce a strong person to stand up to Ding Tian. This person's words are very pertinent. But who is this person who is promoting the appearance? Many people are looking at Wang Xiaoyan. The reason why Wang Xiaoyan is the president is because he has played his top level in a certain game before. Propped up Ding Tian's facade. And that's how Wang Xiaoyan is now. Wang Xiaoyan said, This person may not be me. But this person must have enough endurance and skills. Who do you think can do it? In Ding Tian. Besides Wang Xiaoyan, there is of course another person. The goddess Yin Yu in the online gaming world. Not only is she good looking, but her skills are also very perfect. Everyone pointed at Yin Yu. And Yin Yu, who had never spoken before, frowned. He said in a calm voice, I'm sorry. I don't plan to renew the contract. As he smoked, he dropped the workbook in his hand and left the conference room. Yin Yu's sudden departure made the conference room quiet for an instant. No one expected that Ding Tian's person in charge of appearance was leaving. It was too sudden. Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. He thought that Yin Yu's refusal to sign the contract was really a matter of mood. But now it seems that it is not. Wang Xiaoyan chased after him and said anxiously, Yin Yu, what's going on? Why are you leaving suddenly if you're not doing well in Ding Tian? I'm tired. Can't you see? We have been working together for so long. And in every new game, my level is not higher than any of you. And you can see my level this time. Mediocre. Wang Xiaoyan took Yin Yu's hand and said, Yin Yu, as long as you sign the contract, it doesn't matter whether you play games or not. As long as you stay in Ding Tian, you can be a trainer. The salary will still be the maximum salary. Yin Yu pushed Wang Xiaoyan's hand away and said, Thank you for taking care of me all the way. There is no need to keep me here. Yin Yu turned and left. And Wang Xiaoyan shouted loudly, If other guilds give you better treatment, I, Ding Tian, can do it too. Yin Yu shook his head and said, Don't think about it. It's not as complicated as you think. That's because of Yifeng. Did Yifeng say something to you? Yin Yu stopped, looked back at Huang Xiaoyan and said, "Thank you Ding Tian for taking care of you over the years. I, Yin Yu, am very grateful. I will not sign any more contracts." Yin Yu didn't even leave without saying anything. And in the conference room, the senior executives of Ding Tian whispered that everyone knew that Huang Xiaoyan was pursuing Yin Yu. And who couldn't see that Yin Yu didn't like Huang Xiaoyan at all? Huang Xiaoyan was so angry that he left directly, leaving a room full of people who didn't know what to do. One person said, "If you ask me, it must be Yin Yu who couldn't stand Huang Xiaoyan's pursuit. So she simply stopped signing the contract and went to another guild." Well, I think so too. Huang Xiaoyan is indeed a bit too much. Just because he is the president, he shouts at other members. This kind of temper. If I were Yin Yu, I would also hate him. Don't tell me. Is it really because of Yifeng? I heard that they had a good relationship before. I heard from my subordinates that Huang Xiaoyan insulted Yifeng many times in front of Yin Yu. If you ask me, Yifeng is targeting Huang Xiaoyan like this because he brought it on himself. He doesn't think about how he treated Yifeng in the first place. But I just said a few words, and even scolded me bloody. Yin Yu left well. It's a pity that I'm under contract and can't leave. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. Shh! Stop saying this! Huang Xiaoyan is gone. So let's break up. Early the next morning, Yin Yu stood in front of Ding Tian's gate holding a trolley suitcase. All the things that needed to be explained last night had been explained. And all the equipment on his body had been returned. Ding Tian's staff. Yin Yu is now debt-free. In the hall, many people only found out this morning that Yin Yu was leaving Ding Tian Guild. Many people joined Ding Tian because of Yin Yu. Now that Yin Yu is leaving, some people's hearts have begun to waver. The people they followed its smoke. Not Ding Tian. Sister Yin Yu, do you really want to leave? Aren't you considering staying? Asked a younger member of the team. Yin Yu smiled and said, I have thought clearly that it is time to leave. Sister Yin Yu, you are leaving. And I am leaving too. Yin Yu patted the young team member on the shoulder and said, Silly boy. What are you talking about? Work hard. Chapter 82 Yin Yu settles in. Last night, Yifeng received a call from Yin Yu, saying that he would not sign the contract and asked him to come to Ding Tian to pick him up this morning. Yifeng didn't know what to say. But now Yifeng has appeared in front of Ding Tian's gate. When they saw that it was Yifeng who came to pick up Yin Yu, many Ding Tian members secretly thought their relationship is really unusual. Are they going to Launchy Valley? Yifeng trotted to Yin Yu's side, took Yin Yu's suitcase and said, Let's go! Yin Yu said softly, Yeah. After walking a few steps, a voice came from behind. Wait a moment. One person ran out and directly blocked Yifeng and Yin Yu. Yifeng said, President Huang, what are you doing? The person who came was none other than Huang Xiaoyan. He couldn't figure out why Yin Yu wanted to leave Ding Tian. He could say that he was satisfied with everything for Yin Yu. Isn't that enough? But until he saw Yifeng, Huang Xiaoyan couldn't help it anymore. Yifeng, it turns out it's you who kidnapped Yin Yu. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, I told you that you don't believe me. I was also shocked by Yin Yu's resignation. But it has already happened. President Huang, please respect yourself. After all, we are not from Ding Tian. Huang Xiaoyan shouted, If it weren't for you, how could Yin Yu have left Ding Tian? If it weren't for you, our boss in Ding Tian wouldn't have been snatched away yesterday. It's all because of you. When Yifeng was about to continue speaking, Yin Yu said, All this is because of you. Because of Huang Xiaoyan. Not him. Yifeng. Let's go. Good. Yifeng put Yin Yu into the taxi and put his suitcase in the trunk. Huang Xiaoyan on the side yelled, Yifeng. You are forcing me. You forced me. I will make you regret it. Yifeng stood in front of the car door, looked at Huang Xiaoyan and said, I don't regret it at all. I also want to thank you for bringing me into this industry. Thank you. Master. Drive and go back. Yifeng. Don't be proud. You will regret it. The taxi started slowly, and slowly disappeared in front of everyone in Ding Tian. Just after this moment, Ding Tian's official website also wrote the news of Yin Yu's resignation. Soon the news appeared directly on the Wancher official website. Yin Yu resigned from Ding Tian. This was big news. Yin Yu, known as the goddess of war in the online game industry, has left Ding Tian and her current whereabouts are unknown. The discussion posts on the forum have already hit the headlines. After all, Yin Yu's fans exceed those of most male players. And the discussion has been endless for a while. In Zisu's house, Zissou, Xiaobai and Cici were sitting on the sofa, frowning. Zissou, are you stupid? Do you really agree to Yin Yu living with you? That's right. You are the great god's girlfriend. Right? You are trying to lure a wolf into the house. That Yin Yu is obviously having an affair with the great god. Zissou covered her face and said with a look of displeasure, what can I do? Yifeng said she had no place to live. I didn't know why. So I agreed all at once. You don't even look at who Yin Yu is. He is a big shot as famous as our president. He won't leave Ding to find Yifeng. I think your status is already within reach. Zissou said with a depressed look, whatever. I'll tell you when she gets here. If she's easy to get along with, she'll be fine. If she's not, I'll drive her away. Well, that's the attitude, Cici said. Not long after, Yifeng and Yin Yu finally returned to the community. Yifeng took off the trolley case and walked toward Zissou's house with Yin Yu. When getting on the elevator, Yin Yu said, well, will it bother you? Yifeng said, it's okay. Zissou is quite generous. You can sleep with her from now on. Well, let's take a look first. As soon as he entered the door, Yifeng said, Zissou, I'm back. Zissou said with a straight face, well, there is more. Yifeng said, Yin Yu, come in. It's cold outside. Yin Yu walked in slowly and said to Zissou very politely, hello Zissou. I am Yin Yu. I will trouble you later. Zissou hugged Yifeng's arm and said, okay, you can sleep with me from now on. Yifeng is my boyfriend. Yifeng said, well, Zissou is my girlfriend. And those two are Zissou's friends. Cici and Xiaobai. Yin Yu said softly, Cici. Hello. Xiaobai. Hello. Yin Yu? Yifeng said, Zissou. Take Yin Yu to the room and I'll make breakfast. Oh. Come with me. Yin Yu followed Zissou to Zissou's room. Zissou closed the door directly and began to look at Yin Yu. No matter if you look at it from top to bottom, or from bottom to top, this Yin Yu is better than me. She needs to have a good figure, good breasts, and good butt. Zissou said, well, you can sleep with me tonight. Yin Yu looked at Zissou's expression and said, you like Yifeng? Right? Zissou said, of course. We have confirmed the relationship between man and woman. Then are you afraid that I will steal Yifeng from you? Although she didn't want to admit it, Zissou still nodded and said, well, you are so beautiful. I will definitely not be able to steal you. Yin Yu smiled and said, don't worry. Yifeng is so good, and it's normal for me to like him. Do you hope that Yifeng is a mediocre person? Of course I don't hope. But I can't steal it from you. Okay. We will be sisters from now on. And you will gradually know the benefits of being a sister. Really? Zissou didn't believe it. At this time, Yifeng shouted, what are you doing in the room? You came out to have breakfast. Yin Yu said, does he make breakfast for you every day? Of course. There are also lunches and dinners made by him. They are delicious. Really? Then I want to try it. At the dinner table, Zissou had to sit with Yifeng in order to show her sovereignty. Yifeng could not do anything with Zissou and said, I'm making you laugh. Zissou has a childish temper. How about you stay in my room, and I'll sleep in the living room? Don't. Two voices sounded at the same time. It was Zissou and Yin Yu. Yifeng, Cici and Xiaobai were completely confused about the situation. Which one was this? After the two of them finished speaking, they continued to lower their heads and drink porridge. Yifeng said awkwardly, then you can sleep together, and I can stay in my own room. That's all right. The two women nodded and continued to eat breakfast in silence. But Yifeng always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't tell. By the way, Yin Yu, what are you going to do after you go online? Yin Yu finally raised his head and said, I don't have any equipment on me. I probably can't go anywhere. How about you level up with Zissou and the others? You just have a companion. Yeah, that's okay. But I don't know if Sister Zissou is willing to take me. Yifeng looked at Zissou and said, Zissou, speak. Chapter 83 Encirclement and Suppression of Yifeng. As soon as Yifeng came online, Xiaohei talked to Yifeng anxiously. Yifeng said, what's going on? I just got online. Boss, we didn't do anything else except grab the boss yesterday. Yifeng thought for a while and said, it's really not. What's wrong? Damn it. People from Dingtian are chasing me like crazy today. I'm hiding in the safe zone now. Yifeng was speechless. This was obviously because he took away Yin Yu. And Huang Xiaoyan took this grudge on himself. Xiaohei, please stay calm now, and don't jump around. People from Dingtian will probably look for you and me all over the world. So be careful. Xiao Hei said with a crying face. Boss, what can I do? Do I still need to upgrade? Just wait. I understand. Then I will collect materials for you and go to the stall market. Yi Feng opened the friend bar. The names of Zisu and Yen Yu were both gray, and they were not online yet. Logically speaking, they should be online now. I don't know what the two of them were talking about in the room. They originally planned to go to the magic house today. The clan camp is equipping Yin Yu with equipment. And those lunatics from Dingtian are the only ones. So I think it's better to forget it. Half an hour later, Zisu and Yin Yu finally came online. And they quickly gathered in Suzaku City. Seeing them online, Yi Feng said, "Where are we going? Leveling up or buying equipment? Who said Dingtian is crazy and wants to kill me?" Zisu said angrily, "You deserve it. Yesterday you robbed someone's boss. And today they abducted someone else's beautiful beauty. Who is to blame?" Yi Feng said with an innocent look, "I'm wrong. I admit robbing the boss. But I refuse to admit robbing people. I have principles." TCH. What bullshit principles are there? You can do whatever you like. Sister Yin Yu, and I want to have fun. After hearing Zisu talk about having fun, a nose-bleeding scene suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's mind. Two beauties were on the bed, and Yi Feng's mouth was drooling for a while. Hey, what are you thinking about? Yi Feng quickly shook his head to clear his head and said, "What can I think about? Besides, you are not next to me." As a result, a hand patted Yi Feng's shoulder. Yi Feng looked back and was shocked. When did the two of them appear behind him? "I'm going. How do you know I'm here? Don't you know that friends can see each other's location?" Forehead. Zisu looked at Yi Feng with contempt and said, "Huh? I didn't expect you to be such a person and bring money." "Money? What do you need money for? Sister Yin Yu doesn't have any equipment on her. You need money to buy equipment. I know you have gold coins. So just give me a few dozen." Yi Feng looked at his backpack and saw that there were only more than 20 gold coins in total. This guy was really talking about it. Yi Feng traded 10 gold coins to Zisu and said, "Half of the family property is given to you. You can buy whatever you like." Zisu had less than 2 gold coins in total in her backpack. But Yi Feng gave her 10 gold coins all at once, making stars appear in his eyes. "Sister Yin Yu, with this much money, we can buy whatever we want." Yin Yu shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't need so much. I will just buy excessive equipment." Zisu took Yin Yu's hand and said, "Huh? He has a lot of money anyway. Let's go. It's been a long time since I visited the stalls so casually." Yi Feng's face was dark, and he could tell at a glance that he didn't know what Zisu would buy. In other words, these two women stayed in the room for more than half an hour. But they changed as soon as they went online. Yi Feng shook his head. This a woman's heart is really deep at the bottom of the sea. After saying goodbye to Zisu and Yin Yu, Yi Feng was looking for a place to practice leveling. As soon as he walked around, he found someone following him. And it was very obvious. Yi Feng covered his head. It would be a bit difficult if Dingtian didn't work all day and couldn't guard himself every day. Yi Feng thought for a while and walked directly to the teleportation array. "Since you want to follow, let's do it." Yi Feng teleported directly to Xuanwu City to find the Lord of Xuanwu City to see if there was anything he could gain. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. Yi Feng is preparing to teleport out of Qinglong City. All teleportation points will be monitored closely. Clear. However, Yi Feng was not worried about the tracking problem at all. Instead, the moment he stepped into the teleportation, Yi Feng directly removed his disguise and turned back into the village chief. Because there is a 3-second waiting process for teleportation, and Yi Feng's disguise is a matter of seconds, all of which are seamless camouflage techniques. As soon as he arrived at Xuanwu City, Yi Feng saw Dingtian members looking around at the teleportation point. While Yi Feng swaggered past them, Yi Feng has teleported away. Reporting location: Xuanwu City. Nothing found. Suzaku City. Nothing found. White Tiger City. Nothing found. No one in the city found Yi Feng. Yi Feng seemed to have disappeared from the world, avoiding everyone's sight. When Huang Xiaotian received the news, he said angrily, "You are a bunch of trash. I, Dingtian, spend money to support you, but I can't even find a single person. What's the use of you? President, we have sent a group of people to guard each teleportation array. It is impossible for everyone to miss it. The only possibility is that Yi Feng has the art of camouflage, which is a relatively rare item in fantasy world. I don't care what props or not. Search for me and find Yi Feng for me. Yes. And Yi Feng walked slowly towards the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. A member of Dingtian beside him said resentfully, "This Wang Xiaoyan. His woman was robbed by Yi Feng. Why are you so angry with us? What kind of bullshit? Hey, don't talk about it. After all, we are eating from Dingtian. If we have any grievances, we will leave Dingtian. After all, Dingtian is still a behemoth now. Although Yin Yu, a well-known figure, is missing, it does not hinder Dingtian's powerful." Yi Feng nodded. He had seen how powerful Dingtian was. Just a few kicks from Shenhe were just drizzle for Dingtian. Although Yin Yu's departure had a great impact on Dingtian, it could not damage his foundation. At worst, spend some money and hire a star professional player. As for the forum, the whereabouts of Yin Yu after leaving has become a topic of concern. Many guilds directly make public bids on the forum. After all, star players like Yin Yu who have their own fans can go to any guild and get the price. Let the guild's reputation increase. And then it's time for the guild to make money and count the money. Yi Feng remembered that when Dingtian signed an advertising agreement with the company, Yi Feng happened to be present at the time. The endorsement fee of 5 million a year was considered average. If it were some big companies, the endorsement fee would be much more. Of course, all the money goes to the boss of Dingtian, not to the members below. The big head always belongs to the boss. At most, the star members will get some red envelopes. But the other ordinary members have nothing to do with you. Chapter 84 Promotion. As soon as he reached the door of the city lord's mansion, the housekeeper came up to him and said, "The city lord told me that as soon as you come, I will invite you into the mansion." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, steward. But I haven't found the medicinal materials that the steward asked me to look for before." "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just look for it slowly. You are now the city lord's friend. As long as you care about my affairs, you will be the greatest honor to me." Yi Feng smiled. It was good to have a relationship. But he didn't expect the housekeeper to be so flattering to him. Just to see if he could find some words to talk about. "Butler, is the city lord here? Don't make me wait for a day." "Yes, I will definitely be here this time." "Okay, take me there. Let's talk while we walk." Yi Feng learned something about the city lord from the housekeeper. It turned out that the former city lord of Xuanwu City was the father of the current city lord. After the old city lord passed away, he came back to inherit the city lord's position. However, the city lord is a temperamental person and has some problems with the law enforcement hall. He couldn't let go, but he still went to the law enforcement hall frequently. But later, he gradually stopped going, and he didn't know why. Came again to the place where Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu met for the first time. This time the Lord of Xuanwu was practicing his sword. The housekeeper whispered, "I'll go down first. You can wait here." Yi Feng saw that the swordsmanship of the Lord of Xuanwu City was quite light. Not only was it extremely flexible, but it also had a strong touch, giving people the feeling that tenderness is like water. But it can kill you. Not long after, the Lord of Xuanwu City put away his sword, then looked at Yi Feng and said, "I didn't expect you to do the thing I asked you to do so well last time. It was beyond my expectation." Yi Feng cupped his hands and said, "I don't dare to worry about it. It was just a coincidence. And the demons were also careless that time. So I succeeded." "Uh-huh. You are really humble. Tell me, what do you want?" "I didn't expect the Lord of Xuanwu City to be so generous. So how could I be so embarrassed?" "I want a weapon spirit." The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled helplessly and said, You, I heard that you have received a bottle of divine blessing water. And now you want a weapon spirit. Do you want to build your own divine weapon?" Yi Feng said awkwardly, "You have discovered this. Why do you have it?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Of course not. You need to find the weapon spirit yourself. You have to go to the Hidden Sword Mountains to look for it." Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, "If I could go, I would have gone a long time ago. Look at my thin arms and legs. I have already died on the way before reaching the Hidden Sword Mountain range." "Uh-huh. That's true. Let's do this. I think the title of village chief is no longer suitable for you. I'll give you another official position." Yi Feng asked curiously, "What to change?" The Lord of Xuanwu City thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. I will appoint you as the guard commander of Xuanwu City. You can dispatch 10 Xuanwu City soldiers at will." "Oh, What's the benefit? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, the advantage is that you can go to the city lord's mansion to receive 100 gold coins as salary every month. Of course, you are just a name and have no real rights. Yifeng pouted and said, I will treat the last sentence as if I heard it. But I like being able to dispatch 10 soldiers. Sure. Then it's settled. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on your successful promotion to Xuanwu City Guard Commander. Your current glory points are 100. Glory points? I only have 100 points for them so far. I got them from killing the demon general last time. How can I get this thing? Now I'm going to call you Commander Yi. Are you interested in having a drink with me? Yifeng said, it's necessary. The city lord's invitation. How could I give up? Do you have good wine? Haha. You are underestimating me as the city lord. The most important thing I don't lack here is good wine. Someone come and serve wine. After a while, several maids brought some wine and food. When Yifeng saw the wine, he almost jumped up. Kainji the best are rare and good wine. After being used, it can permanently increase the physical fitness by 100 points. All attribute attack points by 20 points. And the experience of killing monsters will be increased by an additional 30%. Damn it. Such a good thing. And these NPCs are really powerful. Drinking this thing every day will make you envious of the players outside. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, Commander Yi, try it, and see if it tastes better than the wine you drink in the countryside. Yifeng couldn't wait to drink it. It was absolutely sweet in the mouth. And a strong aroma of wine flowed out of his nostrils. It was hard to describe. It had the heat that wine should have. And also had the lingering fragrance of flowers. It was incredible. Ding! System prompt. Use the jade liquid to obtain the following permanent attributes. Physical fitness plus 100. All attribute attack plus 20. And experience in killing monsters will be increased by an additional 30%. Cannot be repeated. Seeing the irreversible part, Yifeng was a little disappointed. But he still couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Good wine. Indeed good wine. City Lord. I respect you. Haha. Come on. Suddenly, in the back garden, two grown men started drinking in broad daylight. And they drank a lot. Now Yifeng was staggering when he walked, holding the Xuanwu City Lord's sword and gesticulating in the air. Brother, was this how you practiced your sword just now? It was soft yet strong. Please teach me. The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head, tried his best to make his eyes clear, pulled Yifeng and said, Brother, are you drunk too much? Talking nonsense. You are nothing but your sword practice. Yifeng said in a daze, aren't you my brother? You can teach me how simple it is. The Lord of Xuanwu City pointed at Yifeng and said, don't shake. It will make me dizzy. Yifeng said, I'm not dangling. Why are you dangling here and there? My eyes are dazzled. Please teach me quickly. Okay. I'll teach you. I'll teach you. Why are we brothers? Let's go one by one. Yifeng picked up the wine glass and said, take one. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully changing your job to a law enforcer. You have forgotten all your warrior skills and acquired new skills. Sword of Law Enforcement. Holy Light Slash. And Xing Tian. Not long after, Yifeng and the Lord of Xuanwu City were lying in the garden and fell asleep. The maid quickly called the housekeeper. When the housekeeper saw this scene, not only was he not angry, but he laughed. Lord City Lord, I haven't been this happy for a long time. This guy is really capable. In the end, Yifeng didn't know how he came out of the City Lord's mansion. He only knew that he was leaning in front of the City Lord's mansion in confusion, holding a jar of wine. As for Zisu, she was woken up by Zisu in the end, because it was already noon. Yifeng didn't come out to cook. She thought Yifeng was busy, but it turned out that Yifeng stayed in Xuanwu City and never went out. This made Zisu particularly special. Big fire. So he kept talking to Yifeng and kept talking on the phone. Unexpectedly, this guy ignored him. As you can imagine, Zisu almost broke Yifeng's call, but finally got through. Hey, what on earth are you doing, and why do you keep getting confused on the phone? Yifeng said in a daze, where is this? What am I doing? Oh, my bad temper. Yifeng, what on earth are you doing? I went to your room to take off the quilt. Chapter 85. The reality of the game is so stupid and unclear. Yifeng looked at the jade liquid in his hand and had an unreal feeling. Was he really drunk? It was just a game. But it was incredible that it could make me drunk. What happened to me when I was drunk? Yifeng couldn't recall anything at all. Just when he was about to stand up, Yifeng felt his head was heavy. Isn't this a symptom of being drunk? Hey. You were talking. Why are you silent again? Yifeng said, I'll tell you offline. Yifeng went offline directly and quit the game. Just as he was about to start playing, he suddenly felt dizzy, and everything in front of him was blurry. Yifeng reluctantly stood up, shook his head, supported the wall, walked to the door of the room, and opened the door. Zisu, who was eavesdropping at the door of the room, was startled by Yifeng and said, Why haven't you come out yet? Hey, why is your face so red? Also, you smell like alcohol. Have you been drinking? Yifeng subconsciously smelled himself, and it was indeed the smell of alcohol. This really made Yifeng a little confused. Even if he was drinking with the Lord of Xuanwu City, it was still in the game. But this is reality. Who's drinking? A voice came from the kitchen. Yifeng wanted to walk to the living room, but as soon as he left the wall, his feet went weak, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Zisu was in front of him, so Yifeng jumped on him. Hey, what are you doing? You're drinking alone in your room, and you're still drunk like this. Get up. You're killing me. Zisu was holding Yifeng, and could hardly drag him any longer. Yin Yu hurried over and helped Yifeng to the sofa together. Soon Yin Yu made a cup of sobering tea for Yifeng. Yifeng finally came to his senses and leaned on the sofa motionless. Bob bang bang. Zisu slapped Yifeng on the face and said, What's wrong with you today? You're still drinking. Yifeng said, I didn't drink. Why did I drink? I haven't been playing games. Yeah. That's right. Then why are you so drunk? Yifeng looked at Zisu, pulled Zisu to the kitchen door, looked at Yin Yu who was cooking in the kitchen, and said, Do you believe me? Zisu said, It depends on what you say. Yin Yu said, Believe me, I still know your character. I was just drinking with the city lord of Xuanwu City in the game, and then I got drunk, and I didn't know about it afterwards. Yin Yu stopped what he was doing and said, Really? If you get drunk in the game, it shouldn't be possible in reality. But the way I saw you just now, you're drinking a lot. That's right. The smell of wine almost killed me. Zisu Li Jifeng said from a distance. Then you don't believe it? But I am really drinking with the Lord of Xuanwu City. By the way, I still have the wine with me, and I will drink it for you online. Zisu nodded Yifeng's head and said, Are you stupid after drinking? How can we girls drink? Yeah. Just treat us to a drink. Don't think of any bad ideas. Yin Yu said with a smile. Zisu pulled Yin Yu's clothes and said, Sister Yin Yu, you still have the nerve to laugh. I think that's what he thinks. Yifeng couldn't explain why this was right, so he simply stopped saying it, and would understand it when he went online to deliver the wine to them. During the meal, Yifeng was pushed to the living room, and was not allowed to eat at the table, because the smell of alcohol was really not pleasing to girls. There was no way for Yifeng to finish the meal, and occupy the bathroom directly. It might be better to take a shower. When Yifeng came out, they were all online. Yifeng shook his head. It finally didn't hurt that much. As soon as he went online, Zissa sent a message saying, Where are you? We will come find you. Yifeng said, in front of the city lord's mansion. Yifeng got into the alley, disguised himself as a mage, and returned to the city lord's mansion. It didn't take long for Yin Yu and Zisu to come over. Zisu said, You drank here this morning? Can you go in? Yifeng was embarrassed. He had become a mage, so he might not be able to get in. Seeing Yifeng's embarrassed look, Zisu said, I knew you were making it up. And Yin Yu said, Where's the wine? Yifeng quickly took out the wine to clear his name. You'll understand after one sip. Yin Yu took a big sip without saying anything, and suddenly said in surprise, What is this? It's actually mixed with permanent wine. When Zissa heard this, she excitedly grabbed it and took a sip. She drank too fast and choked herself. Ahem. It's making me choke. This wine is so delicious. And it makes me feel better. It's so good. I have to take a few more sips. Yifeng immediately snatched the wine and said, No. I just got drunk after drinking this stuff. That's it for now. Since it's to increase the status. Of course, I have to drink it for my own people. Zisu, please share some Cici and Xiaobai. Okay. What about the rest? Zisu said, staring at Yifeng's wine jar. Yifeng threw it directly into his backpack and said, The rest can only be enjoyed by our senior members in the future. TCH. You stingy guy. Drink cold water. After drinking the cold water, you will turn into a devil. Yin Yu said, Are you really planning to form a gang? Yi Feng nodded and said, well, otherwise we will be beaten by Dingtian until we can't hold our heads up. They have many people, and we have few. So we must all work together. Zissou jumped up happily and said, great. I want to be the vice president. Yi Feng touched Zissou's head and said, you are the president. Your boss. Zissou proudly raised her head and said, humph. It's good to know. By the way, I won't take you with me today. You can upgrade on your own. I was looked down upon by the people in Dingtian today. I'm afraid it will be endless fights when I go out. So forget it. Well, then be careful. We're leaving first. After saying goodbye to Zissou and Yin Yu, Yi Feng contacted Xiaohe and called Xiaohe and his brother over. This was the first time Yi Feng met Xiaohe's brother. After getting the jade liquid from Yi Feng, Xiaohe almost kissed Yi Feng to express the joy in his heart. However, Xiaohe also gave Yi Feng some forging materials. Xiaohe's brother is much more stable than Xiaohe. Thank you. I am right to follow you. Murderous Knight said. Yi Feng said, I'll call you Shuya from now on. It's really hard to say it on a murderous night. Okay. If it's okay. Xiaohe and I will leave first. If you need anything, we'll be there if you need us. Later, Yi Feng found Ying and asked her to take a sip. Only then did she realize that Yi Feng had not lied to him. You bribed me like this? Are you afraid that I will leave? Yi Feng said, I'm not afraid at all. I just hope that my future teammates will be strong enough. No problem. I guarantee your satisfaction. The news that Yi Feng appeared in Xuanwu City again reached Huang Xiaotian's ears. Huang Xiaotian sneered and said, keep following me. As long as you leave the safe zone, I will kill him. Chapter 86 Massacre. Yi Feng ignored those Dingtian guys, but was looking at his own attributes and character interface. Because when he was drinking in the morning, although he was confused and didn't know what was going on, he could still hear something. Except for the effect of the nectar and jade liquid. It seems that my attributes and character interface have not changed. Is it really not the case? It seems that I asked the bishop of Xuanwu City to use his sword skills. Did he forget it after drinking? Yi Feng shook his head. Maybe he remembered it wrong. Anyway, it was good to get the jade liquid and the guard commander. Yi Feng walked to the city lord's mansion. And the two guard soldiers lowered their heads and said, I've seen the guard commander. Yeah, Yi Feng responded. And the guard also raised his head. What are you going to do in the afternoon? Do you want to be stared at by Dingtian's people? However, Yi Feng rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of a very cool way. If he took these 10 NPC soldiers out, would there be any unexpected effects? Yi Feng asked, what level are you at now? An NPC soldier said, Commander, we are now level 6 soldiers. Level 6 soldiers are level 60. It turns out that the level of NPC soldiers is so high, so those Dingtian players cannot defeat these NPCs. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt a little sad for the people of Dingtian. You guys, come with me. I have something to do. Yes, Commander. Yi Feng swaggered out of the military camp, followed by 10 NPC soldiers behind him. And Yi Feng walked towards the outside of Xuanwu City. But Yi Feng was about to leave the city, and Huang Xiaotian couldn't help it any longer. With an order, hundreds of people all teleported to Xuanwu City and went straight to the direction of Yi Feng. Yi Feng walked out of the safe zone and did not go far. He stood up 100 meters away from the safe zone. Yi Feng said, Stop. If someone attacks me later, will you help? Report to the commander. Your orders are military orders, and the general will obey your orders. Yi Feng nodded and said, Well, that's good. Stand behind me. Yi Feng stood majestically outside the safe zone, waiting for Dingtian's people to arrive. Within 5 minutes, a large group of people from Dingtian came. Huang Xiaotian took the lead and rushed to the front. Many individual players had already noticed that the momentum was wrong and quickly left the battlefield. This person from Dingtian brought so many people to Xuanwu City. And all at once, it's definitely not a good thing if you have murderous intent. Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Huang Xiaotian and others who were approaching him quickly, with a look of sadness on his face. Huang Xiaotian stood 10 meters away from Yi Feng. Huang Xiaotian shouted, Yi Feng. Huang Xiaotian said that you will regret it. You have been hiding all morning. Why don't you plan to hide again? Yi Feng said, Hide? I don't have that free time. Seeing you staring at me so hard, I was wondering if I should give you a good time. Haha. Yi Feng has already come to this point, and you still give me a tough talk. Do you really think you are great? Yi Feng said, that's not true. I can't beat the guy ranked first. So I'm not as good as you said. But it's enough to beat you. You? Okay. Yi Feng. I will give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. After asking me to kill you a few times, I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I, Ding Tian, will pursue you indefinitely. Kill until you reach level 0. Yi Feng held up his staff, stood up from the ground, looked at Huang Xiaotian with contempt, and said, I will also give you a chance to kneel down and kowtow to confess your guilt. Otherwise, I will destroy your Ding Tian guild in the future. Huang Xiaotian laughed and said, haha. Is it just you? Yi Feng? You really think that fantasy world is yours? Yi Feng shouted, Huanshe is not run by my family. But Xuanwu City is my Yi Feng's territory. If you act wild in my territory, you will have to pay the price. Huang Xiaotian smiled even more wildly, pointed at Yi Feng and said, Xuanwu City is your Yi Feng's territory. If you really dare to speak, then show me how majestic the boss of Xuanwu City is and kill him. Yi Feng shouted, Generals, listen to the order. Kill all the rebels in front of you, and maintain the stability of our Xuanwu City. Yes. Protect the commander. As soon as the 10 NPC soldiers came out, they blocked all the skills attacking Yi Feng and stood in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng shouted, Kill me. Kill. NPC soldiers. Facing those players who are less than level 20. It is not called tigers among sheep, but a kind of cruel killing. Yi Feng stood motionless, watching 10 soldiers, facing hundreds of people, showing no weakness. As long as a gun hits a random player, he will die. The onlookers were simply dumbfounded. When they heard Yi Feng say that Xuanwu City was his territory, they were still a little unconvinced. Now it seems that if you are not convinced, you will die. Several hundred people in Dingtian, including Huang Xiaotian, were almost wiped out in less than 2 minutes. They could not avoid the attacks of NPC soldiers, and would die at the first touch. Report to the commander. 421 enemy people have been annihilated, and we have no casualties. Yi Feng said, well done. Return to the team. Yes. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the whole scene was beyond shocking. Yi Feng shouted, Yi Feng, have said that Xuanwu City is my Yi Feng's territory. Whoever is dissatisfied can challenge me. As the guard commander of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng, accept all challenges. 1v1. Yi Feng, will accompany you. 1v more. The soldiers of Xuanwu City will accompany you. Who else is dissatisfied? The scene was quiet, and the onlookers even retreated further, and the bodies on the ground began to disappear. Huang Xiaotian, who looked angry, almost wanted to kill Yi Feng. More than 400 people were killed on the spot, and Ding Tian's face was completely humiliated. Huang Xiaotian shouted on the world channel, Yi Feng, you are despicable. How dare you not use NPC soldiers? Yi Feng said, am I despicable? Isn't it despicable for you to have more than 400 people kill just one of me? I advise you to leave our Xuanwu City immediately. Otherwise NPC soldiers will arrive soon and massacre you all. You are cruel enough. I will remember you. It's a pity. I can't remember you. Get out of here. Many people who wanted to kill Yi Feng were actually killed by Yi Feng, although Yi Feng was not the one to do it. This did not hinder Yi Feng's strength, because Yi Feng had already taken the position of the commander of the Xuanwu City guards. As long as he was in Xuanwu City, at this stage, they are invincible. The video of Dingtian's massacre has been posted on the forum. Dingtian's senior officials were furious. In anger, they directly suspended Huang Xiaotian's position as president and let someone else temporarily take over. This video is less than 10 minutes long and has been played tens of millions of times. It can be said that Dingtian's reputation and power have suddenly dropped. It is estimated that no one will want to join the guild of Dingtian. In addition to Dingtian, other guilds also watched this video. They were not watching how Huang Xiaotian was slaughtered, but they were thinking about how Yi Feng became the commander of the Xuanwu City guards. This is huge. What an advantage. The NPCs in the early stage are definitely invincible bugs. Who doesn't want them? But they still haven't figured out how Yi Feng got this position. Chapter 87 One-Eyed Old Man. As expected, Demo was the first to send a message. Brother, how did you get this official position? Yi Feng said, I came here to drink with the Lord of Xuanwu City. So simple? Demo didn't believe it. Of course. The premise is that you can meet the city lord. Demo nodded. It seemed that it was not as simple as Yi Feng said. First of all, you have to know the city lord to have a chance. Furthermore, the desert is located in the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, you have to get close to the Emperor. This is even more troublesome. So they can't use Yifeng's method at all. Of course, Zissou and Yin Yu knew that Yifeng had one. So they comforted them a little, and went to level up happily together. Yifeng took the NPC back to Xuanwu City, and directly dismissed the soldiers behind him. After what happened today, Wang Xiaotian may be quiet for a while. Yifeng could finally go out and upgrade without worrying about being followed by Dingtian's people. At this time, an article appeared on the forum. And the appearance of this article made many people excited. If Yifeng from Xuanwu City establishes a guild, will he directly enter the top 10 in the guild rankings and replace Ding Tian? As soon as this article came out, the discussion below was extremely heated. Some people said that Yifeng was just a solo player, and his ability was okay. But he definitely couldn't do it without people and financial resources. Some people say that Yifeng is in the limelight now, and with just a wave of his hand, I believe many people will come to work for him. And someone said that the reason why Yin Yu left Dingtian was because of Yifeng. And Yin Yu had already joined Yifeng's team. For a person like Yin Yu who has his own fans, as long as he stands up and says something, he will probably have a lot of followers. There is no doubt about this. Anyway, no matter how the discussion is conducted, those who are not optimistic will be in the majority, and those who are optimistic will be in the minority. After all, Yifeng is a newcomer who has just emerged, without time experience. Who knows what will happen in the future? Yifeng glanced at the post. For this kind of post, Yifeng in the past would really comment on it. But now when it comes to himself, Yifeng himself doesn't have much confidence. If it really comes to that step, let's talk about it first. Let's talk about it at level 30. Currently, Yifeng is level 18. And it has been more than a day. Because he has not upgraded, Yifeng has been pulled out of the top 10 again. This time, he is ranked outside almost 100. It seems that everyone is working hard to upgrade. Chao Ci, who is first on the level list, is currently at level 20. And the second is at level 19, which is still one level higher than the second. I don't know how this guy practices. As the number 1 guild, it is natural for the domineering person to dominate the rankings. But just before the domineering guild leader Ao Tian had a call with Chao Ci. I heard that you and Yifeng sparred. But he couldn't beat you. Chao Ci shook his head and said, the competition was a competition. But there was no winner. So this guy ran away. Oh, how about that guy? I didn't see any real strength. It felt relatively ordinary. But it was too calm and gave me a dangerous feeling. Aching said in a low voice. So he hides most of his strength? Should be. Okay, you continue to upgrade and reach level 30 as soon as possible. We are going to start the guild mode. Okay. Yifeng came outside Xuanwu City again. This time no one was following him. Yifeng estimated that his strength should be able to go to areas above level 20. After all, he could easily kill the one-horned demon wolf last time. This time, Yifeng took a different route and took a short walk. Not long after, Yifeng found a village in front of him. There was still smoke coming out of the village. It seemed like an ordinary village. Yifeng happened to pass by and took a look at the village. The appearance inside. The village is not big. Probably smaller than the novice village where he is. There are some old people in it, all doing their own things. But one old man caught Yifeng's attention. This old man was different from other farmers. He was blind in one eye, and he was sharpening a sword in his hand, making a clicking sound. Yifeng walked over and asked, "Old man, this knife is so worn out. Why don't you go to Xuanwu City to buy one and still sharpen it here?" The old man sharpened the knife and said, "Young man, you don't understand this. This sword has been with me since I joined the army. Now that I have retired for many years, I carry it with me at all times. Now that I am an old man, the knife is also old." "Old man, are you a soldier from Xuanwu City?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes. I have almost never left the village since the old city lord left." Yifeng looked up at the entire village and said, "Why are there no young people in the village? Where are they? They were captured by monsters. And now we old people are the only ones left." Yifeng showed an incredible expression. Was he captured by a monster? And this? Yifeng said, "Didn't you ask for help from Xuanwu City?" "Of course there is. But this monster is so cunning. The lord of Xuanwu City didn't even catch him. Young men from several nearby villages were taken away. But the whereabouts of the monster could not be found. In the end, nothing happened. Without the young people, the monsters will not come. Yi Feng asked, then why are you sharpening the knife? I am the only warrior in the village. After several months of research, I have found the location where the monsters are to be killed. I am ready to take action tonight. Yi Feng heard what he meant. This old man wanted to duel with a monster. If Yi Feng guessed correctly, this should be a boss. As for the level, Yi Feng was not sure yet. Yi Feng said, Old man, I am also a soldier. I will go with you so that I can have a guarantee. The old man looked at Yi Feng and said, This monster specializes in catching young people. Don't you be afraid? Don't cry for father and mother when the time comes. Yi Feng patted his chest and said, Don't worry, old man. I am a warrior with a brave heart. Okay. Then I'll tell you about this monster's habits, so you can be prepared. Okay. Yi Feng never thought that he was just preparing to level up. But he accidentally bumped into a boss. It seemed that there were quite a lot of things like pie in the sky. There is a huge difference between the night in fantasy world and reality. The night here is similar to the day. But the sky is gray. But it is not clear. But dark. Because we want to give players an excellent gaming experience. All it can't be the same as it really is at night. And those office workers will be in dire straits. During this period, Yi Feng upgraded some places. And waited until Yi Feng returned to the village in the evening. But now, the sky has gradually darkened. And Yi Feng has appeared at the entrance of the village. The one-eyed old man was packing things at the door of his house. Yi Feng walked up and said, Old man, I'm here. The old man said with a smile, You are really brave. I thought you didn't dare to come. Yi Feng said, I'll come as soon as I tell you. What's there to be afraid of? I'll be in trouble once. Why hang up once? Oh, I mean another hero after 18 years. Uh-huh. Come on. Come with me. Chapter 88 Mysterious Woman. Yi Feng followed the one-eyed old man as he shuttled through the woods. To be honest, the old man in front of him was really powerful. A level 20 monster was slashed twice in front of him. He didn't even blink and continued to lead Yi Feng forward. Yi Feng said, Old man, how far is it? Hurry. Follow me. There is fog ahead. Ding. System prompt, enter special scene. Hey. A special scene. That is to say, this is the main mission. But who would have thought that this main mission would be on this old man? And Yi Feng just asked casually, Could something go wrong? Yi Feng accidentally started the main mission. How well the mission is completed will directly affect the next direction of the game. In a huge laboratory at the bottom of the distant Pacific Ocean, people of all skin types shuttled inside. One of the yellow-skinned people hurriedly rushed into an office. Boss, something went wrong. Yi Feng, who you asked to pay attention to before, has now started the main mission and is completing it. In front of the man, there was a big boss sitting, drinking tea leisurely. Hearing the news, he just paused for a moment and said, Isn't this a good thing? It inspires the main mission. The man said, Boss, this main character needs to be at level 30 to activate. This guy is not even at level 20. So why is it triggered? The big boss showed a confused smile and said, What's the rush? All operations in Fantasy World are controlled by the Lord God. Tell me this. What can I do? We can give him a verbal warning to give up the mission. It's not necessary. He is playing the game very well. It's a bit unreasonable for you to suddenly ask him not to play. Besides, he didn't take advantage of the bug. No, that's not true. Go back to work. Whatever the Lord God wants to do is his business and has nothing to do with us. We don't have to worry about it. Understood. Yi Feng followed the old man into a period of fog. Yi Feng could vaguely see the old man in front of him and could only follow cautiously. But soon Yi Feng discovered that he had lost track of him, because the fog in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Yi Feng tried to use his ears to judge the direction, but it didn't work at all, and the surroundings were quiet. Yi Feng quickly opened the map to see where he was, but the information the map gave was pitch black, and Yi Feng had no idea where he was. Hiss! A voice came into Yi Feng's ears, and Yi Feng's expression immediately became nervous. It was obvious that there was something strange nearby, but Yi Feng couldn't see it. Hiss! Another sound came. Yi Feng had already determined the direction, and threw a dark fireball directly in that direction. But the fireball seemed to sink into the sea, and made no sound at all. This made Yi Feng's expression tense again, facing that unknown thing. People are always so scared in their hearts, and Yi Feng is no exception. Come out! Come out quickly! Yi Feng shouted loudly. But nothing came out. The sound just now no longer appeared. When Yifeng tried to move forward, he almost fell because there was a cliff in front of him. For a moment, the surrounding thick fog disappeared, and Yifeng realized that he was standing on the top of a cliff. Opposite Yifeng, on the other side of the cliff, a woman looked at Yifeng indifferently, and her heart felt goosebumps when she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng said carefully, "Who are you?" I heard the woman say, "Who are you and why do you appear here?" Yifeng frowned and said, "I followed the old man here." "Have you seen him?" "Seen it?" Yifeng asked eagerly. "Where are the others?" "Killed by me." Yifeng subconsciously took a few steps back and said to the woman with the staff in his hand, "Why did you kill him?" The woman said coldly, "Because outsiders who come here have no other possibility except death." Yifeng looked at the woman in horror. Although she was an NPC, her words were too cruel. Didn't she mean that she would die here? Just when Yifeng thought that the other party was going to kill him, and when Yifeng was about to crush the teleportation scroll in his hand, the NPC woman stood there motionless. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and decided to go back. This guy could obviously crush himself to death with one hand. Yifeng then crushed the scroll to return to the city. Just like Yifeng thought, he could really return to the city. After all, the place he was in was not a sealed space. But at the very moment, Yifeng opened his eyes and found that he was next to an NPC woman. Yifeng backed away in horror. Didn't he return to the city? Why was he next to this woman? Or did she run to him? But looking to the opposite side, Yifeng realized that he was wrong. He had already teleported here from the other side of the cliff. "Do you think it's possible to use this low-level magic scroll in front of me?" Yifeng said. "What do you want? Kill me like that old man?" The woman said coldly, "Of course not. We can't use him because he is old and frail. But you are young and energetic and can work for us. Of course, you will die after you finish your work." Yifeng put away his staff and said with a rogue expression, "Then kill me. I won't do my job." The woman looked at Yifeng coldly, and her eyes were filled with cold frost. She looked at Yifeng as if winter was coming, and Yifeng shivered with the cold. Yifeng was shivering from the cold and his teeth were chattering. Yifeng slapped himself to calm down. "What on earth do you want to do? Just follow me. You will understand when you get there." As the woman walked in front of Yifeng, Yifeng frowned. This woman was so scary. She just glared at him, and he felt like he was in an ice cellar, shivering from the cold. Even Yifeng clearly felt that his hair was covered with frost. Yifeng thought for a moment and decided to follow him. At worst, the other party would kill him, and he could return to the city and resurrect. Yifeng followed the woman down the cliff. Woods began to appear on the originally bare mountain land, and they began to become very dense. And various animals and wild monsters began to appear. Those wild monsters Yifeng can't tell the level at all. They are completely beyond the range that Yifeng can bear. This is too scary. Where is this place? Why is there no sign on the map at all? After following the woman for about 10 minutes, Yifeng came to a construction site that was under construction. There were many young men building a palace. Judging from the situation, it had only been built for a few months, and the foundation had just been completed. Yifeng finally learned that the adult men from the nearby village were missing and were captured by monsters. It turned out that they were brought here to be young men. But Yifeng did not see any harm on those young men. Chapter 89 Dragon Valley. Your destination has arrived. From now on, just like them, you will build a palace here until the construction is completed. Yifeng said, "So you brought those young men here to help you build a palace. Who are you? You don't need to know this. What you need to know is that your task is to build the palace with them." Yifeng said, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't need to know. I am the guard commander of Xuanwu City. If you are the one who keeps going out to arrest people, you should have fought against our city lord." The woman said coldly, "Are you sent by the lord of Xuanwu City?" "That's not true. I just passed by accidentally and came to explore the road with my old man. But you caught me. Then just work here honestly and don't use your city lord to scare me. It's useless." After saying that, the woman turned and left, ignoring Yifeng. And Yifeng's brows were squeezed into the character Chuan. What on earth is this place? Yifeng walked up to the hard workers, and someone said, "Since you're here, just work here with peace of mind. Anyway, you can eat and drink well. We'll talk about it after we get out." Yifeng took the shovel from one person's hand and said, "Where is this place?" "Here. According to my observations over the past few months, this should be the legendary Dragon Valley." Yifeng was shocked. This is the Dragon Valley. Then the woman just now was not a dragon, but an ice dragon. No wonder he used a simple magic circle in front of him. The dragon's magic is unpredictable, and the most powerful. Magic. I didn't expect that I would end up on the dragon clan's territory. This is fun. Yifeng said. Did you see the real dragon? No more. I can only hear the dragon's roar occasionally. I haven't seen the real dragon yet. Oh my god. What are you doing? I'm just working. I don't know if there will be any fire fish to eat tonight. Yifeng nodded. From this point of view, this place is really the territory of the dragon clan. So how can he escape? However, judging from the current construction situation, it will take at least half a year to complete the construction here. Yifeng does not want to stay here and wants to find a way to get out. Yifeng is not one of those dull NPCs. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the NPCs on the construction site were already asleep, and Yifeng started to take action. This is a wasteland, so it is suitable for building a palace. But not far away is the road Yifeng came from before. Yifeng will not walk randomly along this way, but will go to the other side, which is the direction the woman left before. Yifeng moved forward sneakily, using the surrounding bushes to quickly shuttle through the woods. After a while, Yifeng came to an exit. Below was a huge canyon. Yifeng looked up and was almost shocked. There was really a dragon here, and it was a giant dragon. Based on Yifeng's visual inspection, there should be almost 100 dragons here, including some wandering dragons. But Yifeng didn't see the previous woman. She must have turned into a giant dragon. Yifeng was planning to go to the Dragon Valley to see if he could pick up any dragon eggs. It would be perfect as a pet or something, even if you die. But at this moment, the trees behind Yifeng swayed, and Yifeng was so frightened that he did not dare to move, thinking that something had discovered him. As a result, a petite little dragon jumped to his side and looked at Yifeng curiously. Yifeng greeted the little dragon awkwardly, but the little dragon hid back in fear. Yifeng said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Xiaolong seemed to understand and circled around Yifeng a few times. The guy in front of him was really strange. He seemed to have never seen him in Dragon Valley. Slowly, Xiaolong began to become bolder. Yifeng picked up a CPAC Takraw ball at his feet and said, "Do you want to play with this?" This CPAC Takraw ball was kicked by Xiaolong himself, and it finally appeared in front of Yifeng. Xiaolong nodded, and Yifeng threw the CPAC Takraw ball directly to Xiaolong. Xiaolong happily threw it to Yifeng. Yifeng knew that this guy wanted to play with him. "Okay. It's okay anyway. Let's just play with you." After a while, Xiaolong laid down next to Yifeng and closed his eyes. Maybe because he was tired from playing, or maybe because he was sleepy. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This guy could really trust people. He just fell asleep next to him, and he wasn't afraid that he was a bad person. However, Yifeng did not kidnap the little dragon just because he fell asleep. Even if Yifeng wanted to kidnap the little dragon, he had no way to kidnap him without turning on the pet system. Yifeng found some licorice and leaves and covered Xiaolong's body directly. Looking at this cute guy, he really liked it. Yifeng looked at the direction of Longgu and decided to think about how to get out tomorrow. Yifeng answered directly at the construction site. What Yifeng didn't know was that while Yifeng was playing with Xiaolong, a woman kept staring at Yifeng. If Yifeng did anything outrageous, she would kill Yifeng mercilessly. But Yifeng and Xiaolong had a lot of fun. In the end, the woman thought that Yifeng was going to do something to the sleeping dragon. Unexpectedly, the guy actually covered the little dragon with leaves. For a moment, the woman felt that humans are not necessarily bad guys. After Yifeng went offline, he told Yin Yu and Zisu about his experience. The two women said with stars in their eyes, "I want a dragon pet." Yifeng said with a dark face, "Have you considered my feelings? If I had a dragon pet, it would be so cool. Don't you think so, Sister Yin Yu? Well, the dragon pet is a mythical beast level pet. If you can get it, your combat power will definitely increase." The two women completely ignored Yifeng. Yifeng leaned on the sofa. Who knew the chill in his heart? Yifeng said, "Two beauties. The pet system has not been opened yet. You are overthinking it." Zisu stared at Yifeng, as if she had lost her temper, and complained, "Can't you just let me have fun for a while? Don't I know that the pet system hasn't been opened yet?" Yifeng hid in the corner of the sofa and listened to Zisu's complaints without saying a word, not daring to make a sound. "Okay, Zisu. Yifeng can't come out now. We have to comfort him," Yin Yu said softly. Zisu said angrily, "He deserves it. If you always care about him, go sleep in the same room with me." As Zisu pulled Yin Yu into the room. In Yin Yu's world, Yin Yu and Yifeng would never be allowed to be alone together. and they were all pulled away directly to avoid accidents. Yifeng watched Zisu and Yin Yu leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Yifeng walked to the balcony and looked at the starry sky and night view outside the window. Huh. It's really better in real life. Come on. Yifeng returned to the room and lay on the bed to sleep. When he woke up the next day, Yifeng found that Cece's neck was crooked in the living room. Because the study room is small, 2 girls have to sleep together. Chapter 90 Fighting for the Young Dragon. There was something wrong with Cece's neck. Zisu and the others sent her to the hospital immediately, while Yifeng stayed at home and cleaned up his room. I feel sorry for a grown man sleeping in such a big room and letting 2 girls sleep in such a small room. Yifeng told them in the morning that from now on, Yifeng would sleep in the study room and they would move to Yifeng's room. Only Yifeng stayed to clean up the room. After packing everything, Yifeng finally went online. Yifeng was already working. He had no choice but to let Yifeng still be an NPC. Not long after Yifeng went online, the cold beauty came to the palace construction site again yesterday. This time she came here to distribute food to the workers. Each person has a piece of meat, but he doesn't know what kind of meat it is. Yifeng said, "What kind of meat is this?" The woman still looked cold and said, "Lizard meat." Yifeng knew that there were a lot of viruses in lizards. If he really ate the real stuff, would he be able to bear it? Can it be eaten? Yifeng asked. Of course. They eat it every day without any problems. Yifeng groaned and took a bite of the lizard meat. He found that it was quite fragrant. It was similar to beef, but it didn't have the firmness and strength of beef. But compared to pork, this thing was more delicious. The woman turned and left. And Yifeng said, "What's your name?" "My name is Yifeng." "I'm not interested in knowing your name." After saying that, he left an embarrassed Yifeng. Yifeng was so embarrassed that he could only keep chewing the meat in his hands. This woman was really cold. Yifeng didn't want to work here all day long, but he couldn't find any breakthrough. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the little dragon from last night came running. When he saw Yifeng, he jumped up happily, biting Yifeng's clothes, and wanted Yifeng to play with him. But this time Yifeng found the woman. The woman stared at him, and Yifeng said, "Aren't you going to kill me?" The woman didn't say anything, and Yifeng stroked Xiaolong's head. It seemed that the guy wasn't so ruthless. Just when Yifeng wanted to take Xiaolong around, a figure fell from the sky and went straight to Xiaolong beside Yifeng. Yifeng secretly thought, "No, someone wants to catch Xiaolong." He pulled Xiaolong and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. If he was really attacked, Xiaolong would definitely be caught. Humph. Little devil. Don't run away. The woman chased after him with an angry look on her face. There was someone in front of her who wanted to take advantage of Xiaolong. This person must die. Yifeng glanced at it and saw that it turned out to be someone from the demon clan who wanted to capture the little dragon, probably to take him back and raise him as a mount. The woman and the demon were fighting together, and the whole scene was simply terrifying. Dragon roars came from the woman's mouth, and she was obviously extremely angry. Ice Phoenix Fairy. I just want to see if the little dragon is growing well, so I won't lose such a big temper. It turns out that this woman's name is Bing Feng Xian. No wonder she is so cold. It turns out that her name is so cold. Ice Phoenix Fairy shouted, "Everyone who wants to kidnap my dragon nest baby dragon must die. And you are no exception. TSK. 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 Your temper is still so bad. Isn't it just a jump of a young dragon? As for you, look at your dragon valley. Aren't there still so many young dragons? I'm no match for that old guy. Dragon King. But I don't care about you." As the old man from the demon race suddenly strengthened his attack, Ice Phoenix Fairy was instantly suppressed, and the strong aura just now was actually suppressed by the opponent. Ice Phoenix Fairy is not a fool. There is so much movement here. Why hasn't the Dragon King appeared yet? This guy must have done something wrong. Knowing what the Ice Phoenix Fairy was thinking, the demon old man said, "Don't think about it. The Dragon King can't hear it. As long as you obediently hand over the baby dragon, I'll make sure you're fine." Humph. You demons are just like humans. And your words sound like farts. You have a rest today, and take the baby dragon from my hands. Yifeng held the baby dragon in his arms, and did not dare to approach the battlefield. If he wanted to save the Ice Phoenix Fairy, Yifeng had to find the Dragon King they were talking about. And that Dragon King must be in the Dragon Valley. Yifeng hugged the baby dragon and started running towards the Dragon Valley. But he was only halfway there. Boom! Yifeng collided with the air in front of him. The first thought in Yifeng's mind was the barrier. He didn't expect that the demon clan man would actually set up the barrier for the sake of the young dragon. And this scene was also seen by Bing Fengxian. Hiding her face, someone actually set up a barrier in front of her. And she didn't even know it. This was completely her dereliction of duty. The angry Ice Phoenix Fairy launched a ferocious counterattack. On the other hand, the demon old man's look of leisure showed that the other party was not afraid of the Ice Phoenix Fairy at all. Yifeng is now very anxious. If the demon clan really defeats the Ice Phoenix Fairy, then the young dragon in his hands may be taken away. Yifeng is always ready to fight. As long as the demon old man wants to snatch the young dragon, Yifeng will fight to the death. Not long after, Yifeng could clearly see that Ice Phoenix Fairy was beginning to struggle. Yifeng shouted, "Open the barrier quickly. I'll go find the Dragon King." Considering how she is now, she still wants to open the barrier. She is really talking in her sleep. The demon old man shouted. Yifeng picked up the staff in his hand and struck the barrier in front of him. But unfortunately it had no effect at all. Disguise. Warrior. A ray of holy light flashed. And Yifeng became a law enforcer for the first time. This golden holy light flowed on the sword god in his hand. Yifeng was suddenly confused. What is this? Didn't I transform into a warrior? Yifeng quickly looked at the introduction of his attributes. And his jaw was almost stunned. Hidden professional law enforcement officer. When did I become a law enforcement officer? It couldn't have been when I was drunk that day. Thinking about what happened that day, Yifeng still couldn't remember it. But it was clear that Yifeng was already a hidden professional law enforcer. Yifeng's sword struck the barrier, but it still had no special effect. At this time, the Ice Phoenix Fairy transformed directly into its true form and turned into a huge ice dragon, making a terrifying dragon roar. Humph! You are no match for me when you return to your true form. On the contrary, you are even weaker. The demon old man used the huge body of the Ice Phoenix Fairy and directly used his own speed to injure the Ice Phoenix Fairy. Boom! The Ice Phoenix Fairy landed not far from Yifeng's feet, turned into a human form again, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon old man landed not far from Yifeng, shook his head and said, "Why do you need to do this? It's just a baby dragon jump. Send it to me." Yifeng slowly put down the shivering baby dragon and touched its little head comfortingly. The sword in his hand pointed at the old man and said, "The old immortal of the demon clan. If you want the little dragon, get over my body first." I didn't expect to be a junior law enforcer. It's a pity. If you were a senior law enforcer, I would have to make calculations. As for you, I can rub you to death with just one finger. The old demon man laughed wildly. Yifeng showed a row of white teeth and said, "You have to try it. Die." A finger rubbed directly at Yifeng like a drop from the sky. And Yifeng in front of him let out a loud shout. Chapter 91 Ice Sword Death. If I had to use any language to describe the current scene, it would be like a mayfly shaking a tree. Seeing that Yifeng was about to be crushed to death by the demon old man, Yifeng shouted, "Xingtian, it's a pity that Yifeng is Yifeng after all. And the gap in levels is really too big." In an instant, Yifeng Xingtian was destroyed. And Yifeng's whole person was also destroyed. "Demon, you really went too far." The demon old man chuckled and said, "Haha. Don't you dragons always hate us demons and humans? Why do you? Ice Phoenix Fairy. Pity a human law enforcer today?" The Ice Phoenix Fairy endured the injury and transformed into its true form again, letting out a soaring dragon roar and exhaling dense white air from both nostrils. The ultimate secret of the Dragon Clan. Sword of Ice, Death. Bing Fengxian's physical ability exploded sharply. This was her strongest blow. But the old man in front of her already showed a scared look. The old man of the demon clan shouted, "Although it is very strong, what can you do to me?" The ultimate secret of the demon clan. The devil is coming. One ice and one black. The ultimate collision. The surrounding barrier has begun to become unstable and begins to shake. There is no violent explosion as people imagined, but a silent collision and disappearance. In the air, the Ice Phoenix Fairy transformed into a human form and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The whole person fell down meaninglessly. The winner was decided. Although the old demon was severely injured, he still stood firm. "Humph. I'm really looking for death. I'm risking my life for a baby dragon. It's so boring." The old demon man slowly walked towards the trembling young dragon. But after taking only 2 steps, the old demon man was stunned. It could even be said that he was frightened. A figure descended from the sky, holding the unconscious Ice Phoenix Fairy in his hand, and holding a golden giant sword in one hand. which was extra eye-catching. Who are you? The demon old man was a little frightened. Who am I? I seem to have said before that I want to capture the baby dragon and step over my body. The old demon man backed away in horror and said, Impossible. Aren't you dead? Yifeng said, I may have disappointed you, but I am still alive. I will teach you a lesson for her by the way. After all, the demon old man was a strong man. He quickly calmed down and shouted coldly, It's just you. Uh-huh. Just me. The demon old man showed a cruel smile and shouted, Then go to H.L. Yifeng held the Ice Phoenix Fairy in one hand and inserted the golden holy sword into the ground with the other hand. A golden light appeared in his eyes and shouted, God's punishment. A destructive force went straight towards the demon old man, directly shattering the opponent's power and killing him directly. The golden light dissipated, and a black shadow was sucked into Yifeng's ring, and Yifeng's appearance also changed back to its original appearance. With a pop, Yifeng fainted to the ground, fainting together with the Ice Phoenix Fairy. A sigh appeared at this time, thinking that a middle-aged man appeared next to Yifeng and Ice Phoenix Fairy. When the young dragon saw the man, he screamed happily, Go back quickly. The young dragon then ran towards the direction of Dragon Valley, while the middle-aged man picked up Yifeng and Ice Phoenix Fairy on the ground, and disappeared in the next moment. I don't know how much time passed, but Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, covered his head, and struggled to get up. As soon as he moved, a tearing pain all over his body made Yifeng cry out. Boy! You woke up. Your body suddenly suffered such a huge force. If you were an ordinary person, your body would have exploded and died. Yifeng looked for the direction of the sound, and saw a middle-aged man looking at him. This place seemed to be a cave. A pile of open fires made the cave a little gentle. Yifeng asked, Who are you? Me? Everyone here calls me King. Yifeng was shocked and subconsciously stepped back and said, Are you the Dragon King? The middle-aged man nodded and said, Yes. Are you okay? Yifeng stretched out his body and said, It's okay. Why did I appear here? And how is the Ice Phoenix Fairy? The Dragon King did not answer Yifeng's words, but stared at the ring in Yifeng's hand and said, Your ring is not bad. Yifeng subconsciously stroked his ring and said, It's nothing. It's just an ordinary thing. Uh-huh. You don't have to pretend in front of me. There are 2 souls of demons sealed in it. One was from before, and the other was just sucked in by your ring. This ring of yours is very magical. Yifeng was shocked. What? That demon old man is dead? Yes. And he was killed by you. No way. I've already fainted, and I can't beat that guy. The Dragon King pointed at Yifeng's ring and said, To be precise, your ring helped you. What about Ice Phoenix Fairy? Where is she? The Dragon King shook his head and said, If he hadn't used the Dragon Clan's ultimate secret, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed what happened there. When I arrived, I saw you killing the Demon Clan. And then now. And Binger, I have already treated her injuries, and she will be fine soon. You don't have to worry about this. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was all his fault. If he had known Xiaolong would not have come to find him, and a situation like before would not have happened. Can I see her? The Dragon King shook his head and said, No, I can't disturb her, as she is recovering from her injuries. Oh, okay then. Can you take me back to Xuanwu City? The Dragon King said with a smile, Of course. But you saved my people. Don't you want to get something in return? Yifeng shook his head and said, This is my fault. It would be best if you could send me back. I don't ask for anything in return. Good boy. You are indeed a sweetheart. I didn't expect that there are people like you in human beings. But our dragon clan is not a lonely dragon. I give this to you as if you saved their lives. I hope you will take good care of them. Protect him. Yifeng looked at the thing in his hand. It was a huge egg. If Yifeng guessed correctly, it should be a dragon egg. Yifeng hesitated and said, Dragon King, I'm not here for the dragon eggs. I saw a magic circle appearing at Yifeng's feet, wrapping Yifeng's whole body. No need to say more. Treat the little guy in your hands well. Maybe we can meet again. Before Yifeng could reply, a ray of light flashed, and Yifeng had already appeared in Xuanwu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City and the Lord of the City Lord's Mansion looked at Yifeng's location with golden eyes and whispered, Dragon Clan magic. Who made the Dragon Clan use their magic to teleport here? It's just that the magic just flashed by, and he couldn't locate it at all. The opponent was very strong. Very strong. Yifeng stood stupidly on the street. A player passed by Yifeng and said, Is this man a fool? He is wearing rags and holding a big stone. Whatever. I feel like I'm going to do the mission. Everyone is working hard to level up to level 20. I heard there will be suits there, which are worth a lot of money. Yifeng looked at the dragon egg in his hand, stroked it gently, and put it in his backpack. Because the pet system was not yet open, Yifeng could not use it even if he had the dragon egg. Chapter 92, Meeting the Parents. Yifeng went to the store and bought some white equipment. He couldn't help but need equipment all the time. So let's make do with the white equipment first. After leaving the store, Yifeng walked on the streets of Xuanwu City. He recalled what the Dragon King said. He killed the demon old man, but he didn't remember it at all. Why? Isn't this a game? Why did I really faint when I played the game? But this is not a game. Now Yifeng is a little confused. Is this a game or reality? Why do I feel so real? Hey, Yifeng, I finally contacted you. Are you back from the Dragon Valley? Seeing that it was Zisu's message, Yifeng said. Well, it just came out. Did you steal any good treasures? All my equipment is broken, and now I'm using the white equipment from the store. No. What did you do? Steal something and get trampled to death by a dragon? Yifeng shook his head speechlessly. Only Zisu could have a wide range of imagination. No. What do you want from me? Zisu said, that's it. Do you want to come home with me tomorrow? My mother has urged me several times. Still pretending to be your boyfriend? Huh? What do you mean by pretending? Now it's real. Are you going? Zisu said angrily. Yifeng said, as long as you are happy. Well, that's settled. It was almost noon when he came back from Dragon Valley. Today, Yifeng directly soaked in the Demon Camp dungeon. Because he had no equipment, he could only play a new set. Fortunately, the inner armor of Tiankin was not broken, and the weapons were not broken. Of course, the artifact it must not be broken. Everything else is broken. All Yifeng must be beaten from beginning to end. Even so, the equipment explosion rate in today's Demon Camp has dropped very low. Yifeng has not acquired a set of equipment after 10 times. And most of them are green equipment, blue equipment, etc. There are less colors. The dungeon setting of Fantasy World is definitely a good thing for the first time. As the number increases, the explosion rate becomes lower and lower, until the last fixed explosion rate. It is impossible for players to think that the dungeon equipment is so explosive. Then who wants to fight the wild boss? However, Yifeng now has a problem. He now has 2 hidden professions. One is a dark mage, and the other is a law enforcer warrior. Trouble arises when choosing equipment. Yifeng does not need to consider the weapons, but the equipment. It is a bit difficult to be both a mage and a warrior. Yifeng has to find the equipment he wants from Dwijiakur, but it is too difficult to create equipment. After all, the materials are too difficult to collect, and the level has gone up. The equipment created cannot be used anymore, unless it is a growth type equipment or an artifact. But artifacts like artifacts are so easy to obtain. Yifeng still lacks artifact spirits and black water. Finally, Yifeng prepared 2 sets of equipment, one for warriors and one for mage. Yifeng began to practice the speed of changing equipment. As long as he was fast enough, he could change the equipment in a few seconds. The effect that Yifeng wanted was to change in seconds. This is not impossible. This will test Yifeng's hand speed. So Yifeng started to practice non-stop. The next morning, Zisu got up early and woke up Yifeng together. Yifeng looked at the time. It was only around 6 o'clock in the morning. His genius was slightly bright. How could this guy be so positive? Yifeng lay on the bed and said, "You're not going to sleep so early?" Zisu knocked on the door and said, "It's still early. We still have to have breakfast and buy things. There isn't enough time." Yifeng stretched and said, "Okay. Who told you to be my landlord?" "Humph. Hurry up." At Zisu's urging, Yifeng started to get dressed, wash his face, brush his teeth, and even go to the toilet. Yifeng glared at Zisu and said, "Can you stop looking? I'm going to the bathroom." As a result, Zisu glanced at Yifeng's crotch and said with a look of disgust, "TSK. What's there to see?" Yifeng slammed the bathroom door and stayed away from the devil. By the way, she had seen him? Not long after, Yifeng and Zisu were ready to go out. It was almost 7 o'clock at this time. And Yin Yu also walked out of the room. "You too. Be careful on the road and come back soon." "I know, Sister Yin Yu. We will leave first." Saying that, He did not let Yifeng talk to Yin Yu and directly pulled Yifeng away. First they went to the supermarket to buy something for Zisu's parents. And then, they spent some time here and there. Until they finally got off the bus at noon. This is a small city. Close to the city where Yifeng and the others are located. And it only takes more than an hour to get there by car. Knowing that Yifeng and Zisu were coming. Zisu's mother had been waiting at the station for a long time. As soon as they got off the bus, Zisu's mother warmly entertained them. Xia, you are finally here. Her father has long wanted to meet someone. I will cook some good dishes today, and you and her father will have a good chat. Yifeng said, okay. Thank you for your hard work. Auntie. It's not hard. It's not hard. With my daughter's temper. I don't know who will be lucky. Come with me quickly. Yifeng followed Zisu's mother and whispered to Zisu. It seems I have to get to know you again. Zisu raised her fist, glared at Yifeng and said, it's too late now. You've already taken the bait. Yifeng shrugged helplessly. It seemed that he had boarded a pirate ship. As soon as he entered the house, Yifeng saw Zisu's father. He looked at Yifeng seriously and said seriously, boy, which school did you graduate from, and what are you doing now? As a result, Zisu's mother pulled Zisu's father and said, you old man, people have just entered the house. Why don't you show your face to show me? Xia. Ignore him. Put down the things. Let's wash our hands and eat. Yifeng held up the gift and said, hello, uncle. I bought you some gifts. Please accept them. Zisu's father pushed away Yifeng's gift and said, don't be ridiculous. If I ask you, you haven't answered me yet. Bachelor's degree from a university in City S. Now I'm playing Fantasy World with Zisu. I guess I'm a professional player. Zisu's father said with a face, young man. It's not a good idea to play games. If you don't even have money for food by then, I won't leave our Susu to you. Zisu helped Yifeng and said, Dad, if he is willing, he can earn hundreds of thousands a month. He is a professional player. Much better than ordinary players like me. Zisu's father said, that's not stable. When will you find a stable job? Yifeng shook his head and said, the current plan is to make money first, and then consider other things later. After all, gaming is the most profitable industry now. So I will just follow this trend and make a fortune. And I will have funds in about the same time, making other plans. At this time, Zisu's mother came out with the dishes and said, old man, it's time to eat. Don't ask questions here. It's useless. TCH, it's useless for me. I want to know my future son-in-law. Ask Xia if I'm right. Yifeng said, uncle is right. Look, you don't have a child who is sensible. Zisu's mother said, okay, please stop eating while you continue talking. Okay, I'll talk after dinner. Chapter 93 Yin Yu asks for help. Although it was in Zisu's hometown, as long as he had the Fantasy World ring, he could connect to the game. So Zisu planned to stay here for a few more days. And Yifeng agreed. In the next few days, Zisu's father put Yifeng through various tests. And even Zisu couldn't stand it anymore. As a result, Yifeng's assessment results reassured Zisu's father. Of course, in the game, Yifeng has less time. After all, he is always dragged around by Zisu's father. 5 days passed in a flash. And Yifeng quickly reached level 20. Now most people are already at level 20. Chao Ci, who is ranked first, is now at level 25. And there are 5 people at level 25 in the top 10. Obviously later, the upgrade began to become more difficult. And Chao Ci's upgrade speed also slowed down. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to use the number of lottery draws? Yes. The pointer on the turntable kept turning. And Yifeng really wanted him to stop on equipment or skills. As the pointer slowly came down, Yifeng said in his mouth, skills, equipment, skills. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining a Dragon Song token. Dragon Roan token. After using this token, the person being attacked will be forcibly stunned for 5 seconds, with a cooling time of 1 hour. This thing should be regarded as a PK artifact. It is forced to stun for 5 seconds. I am afraid that few people can avoid my attack in these 5 seconds. Not bad. This thing will definitely be useful in the future. After all, the game has only been open for more than a month. And the most anticipated guild battle and glory battle have not yet started. If they do, I'm afraid Fantasy World will become popular again. Ding! System prompt. You have reached level 20 and need to complete the upgrade mission. Please complete it in time. Otherwise you will not be given experience when defeating monsters. Let me go! There are such operations, as well as level-up tasks. Yifeng has been busy outside recently, and has no idea what is happening in the game. What the L is this level-up task? Ding! System prompt. You are currently a hidden professional dark mage, and need to find a dark mage mentor to complete the upgrade task. Yifeng had the urge to die. My mentor has died. Who should have gone earlier? Yifeng disguised himself as a law enforcer. And the system prompt appeared again. Ding! System prompt. You are currently a hidden professional law enforcer, and need to go to the law enforcement hall to complete the law enforcement upgrade task. Then, there is the archer. This is simple. Just complete the task directly from the archer instructor in any city. Yifeng asked Yin Yu directly. After all, Yin Yu was already level 23, which was 3 levels higher than him. He had already done the level up task. Just ask her to know if this was easy to do. Yin Yu, is this promotion task easy to complete? After a while, Yin Yu sent a message and said, Can you come back? I have something I want to ask you for help with. Listening to Yin Yu's tone, it seemed that something was wrong. Yifeng said, Okay, I'll go back today. After going offline, Yifeng found Zissou and said, Zissou, it's time for us to go back. Now? Zissou asked. Yes. Yin Yu seems to be in trouble. We must go back. Okay. I'll tell my parents right now. Fortunately, Zissou didn't make a fuss like others. Otherwise she might not be able to come back. In the evening, Yifeng and Zissou finally came back. As soon as she entered the door, Yin Yu threw herself into Yifeng's arms and started crying. This sudden situation made Yifeng and Zissou a little confused and didn't know what to do. Yifeng comforted Yin Yu and tried his best to stop Yin Yu from crying. What's wrong with you? Yin Yu said while sobbing. Huang Xiaotian took my dad to the casino. The gambling addiction that I finally borrowed came back. I lost more than 1 million in one go. What do you think I should do? Seeing Yin Yu's face full of grievances, Yifeng finally understood why she didn't dare to help him too much when she was under contract. She had long heard that Yin Yu's father owed a huge sum of money due to gambling in his early years. Yin Yu was forced to become a professional player. A girl worked hard outside and used most of her money to pay off debts. She finally thought she was liberated. But now she has more than 1 million. How could Yin Yu bear it? Zissou on the side said angrily, This Huang Xiaotian is so bad. I think he obviously did this on purpose. Yin Yu nodded and said, Well, he said that as long as I go back to Dingtian and be his girlfriend, he won't ask my dad to pay back the more than 1 million. If I don't agree, my dad will go to jail in a week. It's Huang Xiaotian again. Where is he? I'll take care of him. Yin Yu pulled Yifeng and said, Don't go. His purpose is to let you go there and die. If you want to blame my dad for not being able to withstand the temptation. I asked you to come back because I wanted you to help me come up with ideas. It was me who helped me. If my father pays his debt, he should still go to jail. Zissou on the side didn't know what to say, and Yifeng looked at Yin Yu. In her eyes, Yifeng looked at her and neither wanted to accompany him in, nor did he want his father to go to jail. Do you believe me? Yifeng looked at Yin Yu and said. Yin Yu was a little confused. If she didn't believe him, would she still come here? But now it was obviously not this belief, but another level of consciousness. Yin Yu grabbed Yifeng's clothes and said, What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Yifeng shook his head and said, Where is your father? I will rescue him. Don't go. You won't be able to come back. Yin Yu shook her head desperately and said, Zissou, on the other hand, hugged Yifeng more directly, with no intention of letting go. Yifeng hugged Zissou, took Yin Yu into his arms, and comforted him. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Zissou, do you still remember how I saved you? Zissou leaned in Yifeng's arms. Although half of it was taken up by Yin Yu, she still said happily, Of course I know. I will remember it forever. Do you think anyone could hurt me? Zissou shook her head and said uncertainly, It probably won't happen. But I'm still worried. Yin Yu frowned and said, What are you talking about? Zissou told Yin Yu what happened that night. And Yin Yu said with some jealousy, So he is so kind to you. And he dares to risk his life to save you. Hee hee. Of course, it's because he is attracted by my beauty and intelligence. Yifeng scratched Zissou's little nose and said, You're so pretty. Yin Yu, tell me where your dad is. Huang Xiaotian said that if I trick you into singing at a KTV, I will let my father go. After saying that, Yifeng stood up and said, Zissou, stay at home. Yin Yu, Come with me. I don't know your father. As a result, Zissa quit. How could she be left out of such a fun thing? But in the end, Yifeng directly put Zissou down with a palm knife, which saved this guy from the trouble. It would be dangerous to bring Zissou with him. If he was carrying Zissou, if something went wrong, how could Yifeng talk to Zissou's father? Mom told me. After all, her parents are pretty good people. After placing Zissou, Yifeng left the community with Yin Yu. Chapter 94 Rescue. Wang Xiaotian didn't play the game today because today was the day he agreed with Yin Yu. If he didn't come, then I'd be sorry, and he'd go to jail if he didn't have money. If he came, everything would be easy. In a certain room of the KTV, Wang Xiaotian and a group of gangsters were having fun. And in one corner, a middle-aged man over 50 was tied to a hand and watching them. He is Yin Yu's father. Wang Xiaotian walked to Yin Yu's father and said, "Uncle, I'm embarrassing you. When Yin Yu comes, I will let you go. If she doesn't come, then I'll be sorry." Yin Yu's father said angrily, "Wang Xiaotian, it's unreasonable for me to trust you so much. But you framed me like this. You will not die well." Wang Xiaotian drank the beer in his hand and touched the KTV lady next to him, completely ignoring Yin Yu's father's eyes. "Uncle, then you are stupid. What can I do? Brothers, what do you think?" That's definitely true. Mr. Huang just hooked his fingers. You old guy fell for it yourself. Who's to blame? If you go against our Mr. Huang, I don't even dare to think about the consequences. Come on. Come on. Drink. Yin Yu's father said angrily. "Bah. I saw you and Yin Yu coming to see me before. I thought you looked talented and thought you were a good person. Now it seems that Yin Yu is right to shoot you. You are the best. Send me to jail. Yin Yu has no money. I will never let her live with someone like you. Although I gambled a little, I have changed my mind. This time I was deceived by you. You said it was fake. I was just playing around." Uncle, I have been chasing your daughter for a long time, but I haven't even been able to hold her hand. Do you know how sad I feel? Do you know the pain?" Wang Xiaotian pointed at his chest and said. Yin Yu's father laughed and said, "You deserve it. Yin Yu has seen through you a long time ago." Wang Xiaotian smiled and said, "So what? After today, Yin Yu won't be with me. I can play whatever I want." I'm so excited just thinking about it now. Brute. Boom! A wine bottle hit Yin Yu's father on the head. It was Wang Xiaotian who did it. He looked at the broken beer bottle in his hand. He said with an apologetic look, "Uncle, I'm sorry. My hand slipped." A stream of blood started flowing down from Yin Yu's father's head, passed through his face, and fell to the ground. "Beast!" Yin Yu's father yelled. But no one paid him any attention. Wang Xiaotian was already having fun again with the others. Outside the singing KTV, Yifeng and Zissou finally arrived. Yifeng took Yin Yu's nervous hand and comforted him. "Don't be nervous. I'm here." Yin Yu looked at Yifeng, feeling uneasy. This must have been a fatal blow to Yifeng. No one knew what would happen next. As soon as they entered, the door outside was locked from the outside. Apparently they were waiting for Yifeng's arrival today. And Wang Xiaotian had also received the news of Yifeng's arrival. Uncle, your daughter and her boyfriend are here to save you. Let you see how I killed her boyfriend. Wang Xiaotian showed a terrifying smile. Yin Yu's father shook his head desperately and said, No, you are breaking the law. What you are doing is breaking the law." It's just a death. What's the big deal? You are such an ignorant old guy. Brothers, cheer up. At this moment, Yin Yu's father was in extreme self-blame. If it was because he killed a young man, then he would probably live in full self-blame for the rest of his life. Walking into the second floor of the KTV, there was an empty front desk and empty rooms. Only one room was noisy, which was where Wang Xiaotian was. Yifeng took Yin Yu's hand, came to the door of the room, and kicked them away. The people inside instantly became quiet. The dim lights made it difficult for people to see clearly what was going on inside. Wang Xiaotian said, "The rightful owner is here. Turn off the song." The music stopped. The world was finally quiet, and the lights were turned on. Yin Yu saw his father for the first time, his face covered with blood, and Yin Yu ran over desperately. He said nervously, "Dad, are you okay?" Yifeng pushed everyone aside, came to Yin Yu's side, and helped Yin Yu untie the rope from his father's body. A group of people just looked at it. No one said anything. Yin Yu's father yelled, "Who asked you to come? Didn't I tell you not to come? Don't come. Can you deserve him like this?" Yifeng said, "Uncle, I'm here to save you. Not to die. There are so many of them. Let alone saving me. Can you get out?" At this time, Huang Xiaotian said, "Uncle said well. Can you walk out?" Yifeng looked at Huang Xiaotian. They used to be roommates in the same dormitory and classmates in the same class. He helped him shout at school. He helped him pay for food. And he helped him write papers. The friendship they once had was completely gone at this moment. "Exists?" Xiaotian. "When did our relationship start to change?" Yifeng asked. Huang Xiaotian pointed at Yin Yu and said, "Since you got involved with my woman, don't you know that Yin Yu is mine? You fart. When will I be yours?" Yin Yu said in anger. Huang Xiaotian said, "Sooner or later it has to be." Yifeng said, "Since she is not your woman and she is just close to me, you started to punish me. Don't you understand until today?" "What don't I understand? All I know is that she is my Huang Xiaotian's woman." Yifeng shook his head and said, "She doesn't like you. And she will never like you. Not now and not in the future. Because she is mine now." Huang Xiaotian laughed and said, "Ha ha. You're laughing so hard at me. Then let me beat you to death, and let me see if she is still yours." Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and said, "You can try it. Copy guy." Huang Xiaotian gave an order. And more than a dozen people pulled out the machetes that had been prepared under the table. The purpose today was to kill Yifeng. Yin Yu was about to cry when she saw the scene. Huang Xiaotian was desperate for his life and wanted to kill Yifeng. Then wouldn't he have killed Yifeng? Yin Yu grabbed Yifeng's hand and said, "You go." I agreed to Huang Xiaotian's request and beat his woman. Huang Xiaotian laughed wildly and said, "Yifeng. Look. Look. She is mine now." Uh-huh. Just as Yifeng was about to say something, Yin Yu slapped Yifeng directly in the face, instantly making Yifeng's cheeks turn red. "Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't like you. And I don't need your protection." No matter how hard Yin Yu pushed Yifeng remained motionless. He grabbed Yin Yu's hand and said, "Uncle, take Yin Yu to the bathroom. It's dangerous here." Chapter 95 Blood Splattered KTV. Huang Xiaotian showed a ferocious expression and shouted, "Then let Yin Yu see how Yifeng turned into a pulp and chop him." A group of people crossed Huang Xiaotian and pounced on Yifeng with fierce faces. The machete slashed at Yifeng's head without hesitation. If it hit Yifeng would be dead in a few minutes. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Huang Xiaotian on the side had already burst out laughing wildly, because he had already seen Yifeng's torn appearance, and his heart was extremely happy. Yifeng looked at the overwhelming machetes in front of him and shouted coldly, "Virtual reality conversion. Law enforcer. Sword. Come!" Yifeng shouted, and a long sword appeared in his hand without any warning. At this moment, in Yifeng's eyes, the gangsters in front of him were just a group of bandits. Only level 10. The sword of law enforcement. Yifeng waved the long sword in his hand, and in a moment, he repelled the gangsters in front of him one by one. Yifeng pointed his sword at Huang Xiaotian coldly and said in a low voice, "I'll give you a chance. Get out of here right away. If you're disturbing Yin Yu and the others, I won't be polite to you." Although he didn't know where Yifeng took out the sword, Huang Xiaotian wasn't too scared. After all, he had many people here. Huang Xiaotian said angrily, "Let me chop him down. Whoever chops him to death will be rewarded 1 million. The eyes of the gangsters suddenly lit up, and one person rushed forward. When the others saw how they could let others get the 1 million, they desperately wanted to hack Yifeng to death. Yifeng looked at the gangsters in front of him coldly. After sighing, Yifeng moved. In his eyes, the movements of these gangsters were too slow. Too slow. Uh-huh. A scream rang out, and a gangster's arm was cut off by Yifeng. However, this was not enough to scare away the others, who still rushed forward without fear of death. For a while, screams could be heard in the KTV box, and blood was splattered everywhere. Yin Yu in the bathroom fainted when he heard the screams outside. His father kept hitting him in the face. It was all his own fault. A splash of blood sprayed directly on Huang Xiaotian's face. At this moment, Huang Xiaotian looked at Yifeng with a look of horror. Yifeng was like a god of death, constantly approaching him. Huang Xiaotian raised his trembling hand and shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Here! Come quickly! In less than 30 seconds, Another group of gangsters appeared at the door. The brothers who were lying on the ground screaming. They didn't need Huang Xiaotian's orders anymore and slashed directly at Yifeng. It's a pity that what they are facing is Yifeng, the guy who has already made all the changes in fantasy world. Now in reality, the original Yifeng who had to endure his anger is gone. And there is only the Yifeng in fantasy world. A stream of blood sprayed on Yifeng's face. Yifeng didn't even blink, and he walked towards Huang Xiaotian's position step by step, looking at the gangsters who kept falling down. Huang Xiaotian no longer had the arrogance he had before. Now his face was full of fear and fright. There were injured people lying on the ground. Either their arms were chopped off, or their legs were chopped off. A real fatal injury. Yifeng can't kill yet. At this moment, between Yifeng and Huang Xiaotian, apart from the air, there was only the little gangster lying on the ground screaming, "Don't come here! Don't come here!" At this moment, Huang Xiaotian was frightened to death, because Yifeng's face was covered with blood, and the smile on his face looked too scary to Huang Xiaotian. This was the god of death waving to him. With a plop, Huang Xiaotian fell to the ground and began to lie down. Call out! Puff! A sword was nailed directly in front of Huang Xiaotian. Looking at the sword in front of him, Huang Xiaotai found it difficult to look back at Yifeng, who was slowly approaching. He climbed up shivering and tried to pull out the sword on the ground, but couldn't, so he dropped the sword and ran away. Just when Huang Xiaotian thought he was about to run downstairs, an arrow hit Huang Xiaotian's thigh without mercy. With a plop, Huang Xiaotian fell down, holding his leg that was shot by an arrow. He yelled, "Yifeng! Yifeng! If we have something to say, aren't we friends?" "Yes, we are friends." At this moment, Yifeng walked up to Huang Xiaotian, squatted down, and said, "Are we friends?" "Yes, we have always been friends. Best friends." Yifeng sneered, holding the arrow on Huang Xiaotian's thigh with one hand, and pulled it out suddenly, and a stream of blood shot out like a fountain, spraying directly on Yifeng's face. At this moment, Huang Xiaotian let out a fierce roar. "Ah!" Yifeng sneered. "Does it hurt?" Huang Xiaotian nodded desperately and said, "It hurts. It hurts." Yifeng unceremoniously inserted the arrow into Huang Xiaotian's thigh again and pulled it out again. Huang Xiaotian once again let out a pig-killing scream. "Yifeng, you devil. Devil. If you don't kill me today, you will regret it." Yifeng sneered and kept stabbing arrow holes in Huang Xiaotian's thigh until Huang Xiaotian fainted. Yifeng kicked the unconscious Huang Xiaotian, dropped the arrow in his hand, and walked back to the box. Seeing that many gangsters had fainted, Yifeng sighed and shook his head and said, "If you go out to hang out, you will pay back sooner or later. So hurry up and get out." The punks who were still conscious ran away despite the pain, and some even climbed out directly, leaving blood on the ground. Yifeng came to the toilet door, took a deep breath and said, "Uncle, the door is open." I originally thought that Yifeng was dead. When I heard Yifeng's voice, I thought I heard it wrong. I quickly opened the door and saw Yifeng standing in front of him. However, at this moment, Yifeng had several stab wounds on his body and his face was more. "It's full of blood. Thank God you didn't die. I thought I was going to become a sinner." Yin Yu's father fell to the ground and said. Yifeng said, "It's okay. I'm doing well. What's wrong with Yin Yu? She thought you were dead and fainted just like me." Yifeng shook his head with a smile. Among those holding Yin Yu finally woke up slowly. When he saw Yifeng hugging him, Yin Yu thought he was dreaming and hugged Yifeng tightly. Yifeng patted Yin Yu's back and said, "Okay, don't cry. I'm doing a good job. Wu, I thought you were really dead. And I wasn't alive either." Yifeng patted Yin Yu's head and said, "Fool, wouldn't the earth stop spinning without me? You still have to live even without me." Nestled in Yifeng's arms, Yin Yu cried, "Without you, my earth won't spin. If it doesn't spin, what's the point of living for me? I don't care. Don't do such dangerous things in the future." Yifeng smiled and said, "Okay, I promise you. Let's go home." Chapter 96, Recuperate Well. When they walked out of the toilet, Yin Yu saw the gangsters fainting in a pool of blood and hugged Yifeng's arm tightly in fear. With a hug, the wound on Yifeng's arm was torn open. Blood flowed out, and Yifeng grinned hoarsely in pain. "Ah, you're hurt." At this time, Yin Yu discovered that Yifeng was injured, and it was not only a wound on his arm, but also 2 knives on his back. He only discovered it now. Yin Yu hurriedly tried to stop Yifeng's bleeding, but found that she couldn't do anything. Yifeng hugged Yin Yu. I'm fine. Let's go back and treat the wound when we get home. But, Yin Yu's father on the side said, you killed someone. What should I do? Yifeng said, no. I just injured them and made them faint. 120 and 110 will be here soon. Let's leave quickly. When passing Huang Xiaotian's position, looking at Huang Xiaotian lying in a pool of blood, Yifeng sighed and left in a hurry. Hey, this kid keeps causing trouble for me, and I have to wipe your ass. Forget it. It's just a small thing anyway. I hope you can grow up well. A voice sounded in the KTV, but no one was seen. And just after Yifeng left, the police and 120 personnel came soon, and the injured were carried away one by one. Soon what happened here made the news. But the strange thing was that all the KTV surveillance videos were gone. The police only said that they were investigating, but there were no clues at all. When asking those who were injured, no one dared to say anything more. After all, speaking out might not do any good. As for Huang Xiaotian, because the muscles and bones of his legs were pierced by the destruction line, he had lost the ability to walk and could only spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After Ding Tian lost Yin Yu, he lost Huang Xiaotian again, because Huang Xiaotian was depressed due to losing his ability to move, and he was not in the mood to play games at all. Without 2 trump cards, Ding Tian's ranking suddenly fell out of the top 10 big gang rankings. After all, without a star on the outside, there will definitely be no advantage in the rankings. Today, Ding Tian has become a mess. Huang Xiaotian is on an indefinite truce. Ding Tian must spend high prices to invite other star players. But at this time, it's really difficult. Today is already the 3rd day that Yifeng has returned home. In front of him, 2 stunning beauties have taken on the role of personal nurses. They are fed when eating, scouting when making clothes, and even watching when going to the toilet. Yifeng said, my leg is not injured. Yin Yu glared at Yifeng and said, shut up and just rest in peace and recover. While eating, Yifeng said, my other one doesn't seem to be injured. Zhisu pointed at Yifeng's other intact arm and said, look, is it still hurt here? Be good. Open your mouth. Yifeng looked at the nail-sized wound and felt as if he had lost his ability to take care of himself. Ah. Well, be good now. Take a bite and open your mouth. Yin Yu from the side came over with a few pieces of gauze and medicine bottles, and said, after eating, it's time to change the medicine. Yifeng said reluctantly, don't you change the medicine once a day? Didn't I just change it in the morning? Yin Yu glared at Yifeng and said, there's so much nonsense. I'll change it as soon as I say. Yifeng felt like he was about to cry. Why did he end up with 2 people like her? Isn't this a good thing? In their eyes, the old man seemed to be about to die. It was so frustrating and the most hateful thing. The thing is, you can't lose your temper yet. You really can't lose your temper. Be good. Open your mouth. Ah! Yifeng bit the spoon directly and stared at Zhisu and Yin Yu. He could only do this kind of silent confrontation. No more. TSK. 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 My God. Your life is really comfortable. You have 2 beauties serving you. One of them is the famous smoke goddess in the online game industry. Yifeng rolled his eyes at Cece standing at the door and said, how about I serve you like this? Cece was so frightened that she ran away quickly and said, no. I still want to live a little longer. Just as Yifeng was talking proudly, he only saw 2 pairs of murderous eyes looking at him. Yifeng slowly retracted into the quilt, not daring to look at the 2 women in front of him. This look was too scary. After not hearing any sound for a long time, Yifeng secretly glanced at the scene outside the quilt and saw the 2 women with their backs to him, whispering something. Yifeng pricked up his ears to listen and see what they wanted to do to him. As a result, the 2 women looked at Yifeng with smiles, which made Yifeng feel extremely frightened. Come on, master. Let us give you some medicine. You have to be good. Zhisu showed a harmless expression, and Yin Yu beside her also showed a maid-like smile. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Why is everything okay? Are you really okay? But the next moment, a sound like a killing pig came from Yifeng's room. Not long after, Zhisu and Yin Yu walked out of Yifeng's room with smiles, leaving Yifeng with a crying face. These 2 girls actually I bandaged my wound vigorously, but the gentleness before was completely gone, and it hurt me to death. Yifeng finally started playing games. In the past few days, Yifeng had not played games at all, especially on the first day. He went to the hospital for medicine and injections for a stab wound. Yifeng was not allowed to play games at all. The same happened the next day. It was not easy today. After a while, I was called down as soon as I started playing the game. I was either eating or watching. Now I can finally play the game. As soon as he entered the game, Xiaohei found Yifeng. Boss, what have you been doing these days? Why are you still at level 20? What happened? I'm already at level 25. Yifeng was speechless. He didn't expect Xiaohei to be at level 25. So wouldn't he be at the top of the rankings? Sure enough, Yifeng clicked on the ranking list, and the first place was already level 29. However, who was this guy? He pushed Xiao Xi to the second place. Hey, Xiaohei, who is this arrogant brother? Xiaohei complained, Boss, you haven't appeared in the game for so long. Many people think you don't play anymore. And this arrogant brother is from Xuanwu City. He said that from now on, Xuanwu City will be his arrogant brother's territory. Seeing Xiaohei's somewhat unhappy expression, Yifeng asked, What's wrong? Did that guy bully you? Bah, he's the only one who can bully me. I didn't like him, so I challenged him to a duel, and ended up losing several times. Moreover, this guy has started to form a clique. The most important thing is that this guy didn't know he was leaving. What a piece of shit. It's a hidden profession. What occupation? The blood-crazed warrior is characterized by thick blood, strong attacks, and most importantly, extremely fast speed. He has been attracted by various guilds to compete with what you had originally. Yifeng nodded. This guy is still a bit interesting. Yifeng said, Okay, I understand. It's okay. I have to level up quickly. I'm a little behind. Xiaohei said, Boss, isn't it a bit much? You are 9 levels behind the first level. Unless others don't upgrade, you won't be able to catch up. Okay, don't worry. I'm going to do the task. Okay, boss, I'll wait for you to come back. Chapter 97 Upgrade Mission. Nowadays, Yifeng has been forgotten by people. After all, Yifeng has disappeared for a long time, and the level is too far apart. People pay attention to the top few people. When Demo saw Yifeng online, he wanted to say hello, but remembered what the president said and stopped. Demo, that Yifeng is of no use anymore. Try to see if you can win over this arrogant brother. I think that guy has more potential than Yifeng. But Demo still couldn't hold it back. After all, he knew Yifeng not only because Yifeng was great, but also because Yifeng was a good character. As for the arrogant brother, Demo didn't like him a bit. That guy had the same name as him, and was very arrogant. Yifeng, aren't you going to play anymore? As soon as the message appeared in front of Yifeng, Yifeng saw that it was Demo. So he replied, There have been a lot of things recently, and I have been delayed. I didn't expect to be so far behind. Let's see if we can make up for it. Demo said, It's okay. Your skills and career will definitely come back. Play slowly. Thanks. I'm going to do my mission. Yifeng checked the friend list by the way, and found that Ying was not online. And her level was only level 24. Logically speaking, her level was less than level 27 or 8, which would be called abnormal. It seemed that she was the same as herself. In reality, there are some things. Yifeng closed the friend list, directly clicked on the teleporter, and headed to the Holy City. The law enforcement hall here is where Yifeng completed the upgrade task. Yifeng has completed the upgrade task for the archer. It is too simple. Just hit the target specified by the instructor. That is can complete upgrade tasks. Yifeng walked into the law enforcement hall, wondering if the task of upgrading the law enforcement officer was difficult. Yifeng came to Lisa and said, Teacher Lisa, I'm here. When Lisa saw it was Yifeng, she immediately smiled and said, What do you want from me? Yifeng said, I'm here to complete the upgrade task. Advanced mission? Are you a junior law enforcer? Yifeng nodded and said, Yes. It was taught to me by the Lord of Xuanwu City. Lisa looked at Yifeng and thought of the Lord of Xuanwu City. Unexpectedly, he had already accepted his disciples. Time passed so quickly. Since you are his disciple, come on. This is your promotion mission. Letter? It's so easy to send a letter? Yifeng couldn't believe it. It was too simple. Lisa said, if it were someone else, it wouldn't be that simple. But you are his disciple. And he is different. So I want you to hand over the letter to him. And your promotion task will be completed. Yi Feng finally understood that he had taken the back door. He didn't expect it to be so simple. Yi Feng said, "Thank you, Teacher Lisa." Lisa smiled and said, "Go." Yi Feng returned to Xuanwu City and walked into the city lord's mansion. Of course, he was still taken in by the housekeeper. This time Yi Feng was taken to the study by the housekeeper. When the lord of Xuanwu City saw Yi Feng, he said, "We said goodbye last time, so I didn't see you anymore." After hearing what happened last time, Yi Feng said, "Brother, you have the nerve to say that I don't even know what I did one day. Here, this is the letter Lisa asked me to give to you." The lord of Xuanwu City wiped the letter open in front of Yi Feng. Looking at the words on the letter, the lord of Xuanwu City showed a slight smile. Seeing this, Yi Feng said, "What's wrong? Did you confess to me?" The lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yi Feng and suddenly became happy. He laughed and said, "In this Xuanwu City, you are the only one who dares to talk to me like this. You don't have to think about what to say. It's just a correspondence between old friends. Don't think too much about it." Yi Feng stood up from the chair and said, "Okay, my mission is completed. I'm leaving first. What are you going to do?" "Let's drink." Yi Feng ran away quickly and said as he ran, "Come back next time. I have something else to do." Seeing Yi Feng escape, Xuanwu City Lord shook his head helplessly and continued to look at the slips in his book. But his expression was completely different from before. As for why, only Xuanwu City Lord himself understood. Yi Feng left the City Lord's mansion and suddenly didn't know where he should go. Where was the Dark Mage's mentor? Yi Feng didn't know at all. If he was allowed to go to the Demon Clan's lair, wouldn't he be completely killed? Where should he go? Yi Feng looked at the ring in his hand and suddenly realized that the ring actually had a name. When did this ring have a name? How could it have a name? This is too strange. The Lord's Ring, a mysterious ring that seals two souls from the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan Elder Doge and the Demon Clan Elder One-Eyed Dragon. Hey, is this guy called One-Eyed Dragon? Thinking of this, Yi Feng was immediately shocked. This guy couldn't be the one-eyed old man. What a coincidence. Or maybe the guy was hiding too deeply and just wanted to attract the Ice Phoenix Fairy. It's a pity that he was killed by himself in the end. This was a bit incredible. He didn't even know how to kill the other party. It was strange. Yi Feng shouted to the ring, "Hey, the two old guys inside. Can you hear me?" As a result, there was no response for a long time. It seemed that it was really sealed. But how did Doug get out in the first place? Yi Feng had no idea at all. Anyway, Yi Feng couldn't wake the two of them up now. Yi Feng began to search every corner of Xuanwu City to see if there were any hidden demons. But unfortunately, he couldn't find a suitable person for a long time. Yi Feng ran to other main cities and searched one by one. However, he spent more than an hour and found nothing. Looking at the last name on the teleportation array, it was the Holy City. But Yi Feng thought, if the demons dared to appear in the Holy City, they would be really bold. They are really brave. Even if Yi Feng thinks so, Yi Feng still has to go to the Holy City in case he really finds it. Otherwise, how will he upgrade? I searched a wide circle and searched carefully, but still found nothing. At this moment, Yi Feng stood at the door of the law enforcement hall with a frown on his face. What should I do? I have searched everywhere and found nothing. Do I really want to go to the Demon Clan? Forget about the base camp. Just think about Yi Feng. It is estimated that Yi Feng would have died halfway before reaching the base camp. Old beggar. Hurry up and get out of here. If you don't, I won't be polite to you. A voice came from beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a law enforcement hall guard driving away an old beggar. Isn't this the same old beggar he had seen before? He lost his legs and could only crawl. Yi Feng came to the old beggar again. This time Yi Feng did not speak, but followed him. Wherever he climbed, Yi Feng followed him. When he went to the hotel and was kicked out by the hotel waiter, Yi Feng bought it for the old beggar. Had a chicken drumstick. The old beggar was beaten back and continued to crawl. This time, the old beggar crawled towards a ruined temple in the city. After entering the ruined temple, the old beggar suddenly fell asleep. Yi Feng looked around. This should be the place where the old beggar usually lives. There are other beggars in the ruined temple, but they are not as miserable as the old beggar. Yi Feng just sat next to the old beggar. Could it be that he was really wrong and there was really nothing he could do? Chapter 98 Old Beggar. Just when Yi Feng thought that he might have gone in the wrong direction, the beggar next to him opened his eyes and looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was startled by the sudden look in the old beggar's eyes and said, "Old man, are you still hungry?" The old beggar shook his head and said, I'm not hungry. You've been following me for so long. What do you want to do? Yifeng didn't want to delay, and directly revealed his intention. Old man, I am a dark magician, and I am looking for an upgrade mentor. The old beggar looked at Yifeng in disbelief, as if telling Yifeng, how could you be a dark mage? Yifeng said, Old man, look. Yifeng directly gathered the dark fire into his words. At this time, the old beggar finally believed it. The old beggar looked at Yifeng and said, Why did you come to me? Because I think you should be the person I'm looking for. The old beggar shook his head and said, No, I don't know dark magic. Yifeng frowned and said, You don't know how? Did I really make a mistake? But you found the right one. The more Yifeng listened, the less he understood. You don't know dark magic. And you said you found the right one. What's going on? The old beggar continued, a long time ago. In addition to the law enforcement hall, there was another famous place in the holy city. Where? Yifeng asked. Magician's Guild. Yifeng said, Isn't it available now? Yifeng is right. There are now 4 common guilds. The Magician's Guild, the Warrior's Guild, the Assassin's Guild, and the Archer's Guild, found in every major city. However, the old beggar shook his head and said, I am not talking about the current Magician's Guild, but the former guild that could be named after the Law Enforcement Hall. The current Magician's Guild is under the control of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yifeng doesn't understand. In Fantasy World, the Law Enforcement Palace can be said to be the guarantee for maintaining the safety of players. His importance and status are unquestionable. Wasn't it true before this? The Magician's Guild I'm talking about. The president at that time, as the most powerful magician in the mainland. Even the Dragon Clan, the darling of magic, couldn't match our president. You should know how powerful the president was at that time. Yifeng nodded. It is conceivable that even the Dragon Clan is not a match for that person. It is self-evident how powerful he is. The Magician's Guild is too powerful, and the mainland is at peace. The president decided to seal himself. If there is trouble in the future, he can be awakened to ensure the safety of the Magician's Guild. Yifeng asked in confusion, Then why did the Magician's Guild disappear? Because of the Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall. He stole the president's sealed sarcophagus, and then began to suppress the Magician Guild. As the only 2 disciples of the president, one of the disciples began to resist. But unfortunately, he was unable to defeat the Pope, and was defeated. Escape and become the Demon King now. Yifeng was shocked. No, that's okay. The strongest villain today is actually a member of the Magician's Guild. What about the other guy? The old beggar looked secretly inside. The other person is me. Yifeng looked at the old beggar in disbelief. As the president's 2 disciples, they must have extraordinary talents. One became the Demon King, and the other must be good. Why did he become like this? The old beggar said, Hey, at that time, senior brother was fighting with the Pope, and I went to steal the president's sarcophagus. In the end, I muttered about the Pope's ability. The news of my failure reached the ears of senior brother. Senior brother knew that defeat was a foregone conclusion, so he led me. The man escaped. Then why don't I come and pick you up? I have been sealed by the Pope. I have become a useless person. I can't help my senior brother, and I can't harm the Pope. So just let me pray in this holy city. Yifeng sighed a little. I am afraid that the old man in front of him was a powerful figure before, but now he has fallen into such a state, which is really sad. Yifeng said, Do you hate the Pope? Hate? Of course I hate it. But what can I do? My senior brother is now known as the Demon Emperor, so he is still no match for the Pope, unless the president is resurrected. Yifeng shook his head. It is impossible for the Pope to resurrect the president. Now the Pope is the strongest person in the entire continent. Who doesn't want to be the person who is above 10,000 people? I'm afraid the president's sarcophagus is hidden somewhere. Old man, how can I advance to the next level? Dark magic is one type of magic. This kind of magic has a very strong corrosive ability. Your current strength is not enough, and your power cannot be shown yet. If you want to upgrade, it is very simple. Just drink a bowl of black water. Black water? This reminded Yifeng that he needed the weapon refining materials from black water. Black water literally means dark water. And I have it. So I said it was right to find me. Yifeng said happily, Old man, can you give it to me? I can give it to you. But you must swear at that time that as long as one day you can bring glory to our Magician's Guild, I will give it to you. Yifeng thought, this is not simple. Just make an oath and it will be fine. Yi Feng. Swear that I will restore the Magician's Guild. Ding. System prompt. Fantasy world, I swear to you that from today on, you will shoulder the important task of restoring the Magician Guild. When you reach level 100, please go to the Holy City and defeat the Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yi Feng almost vomited blood, because this was an unprecedented voice prompt. Like thunder. Which was obviously a serious warning to himself. And if you want to defeat the Pope at level 100, then this Pope should be a level 100 guy. Who knows if he can play until that time. But whether he can beat him is still unknown. The old beggar showed a happy smile and handed Yi Feng a ring directly. Said, there are 10 directions of black water here. Specially prepared for you. Prepared for me? Did you know I was coming? The old beggar said, whenever it's time to upgrade, you can complete the upgrade by drinking a sip of black water. I'm waiting for you to defeat the Pope in the Holy City. Go ahead, kid, and grow up. Oh, the old Pope must have a divine weapon. I don't. Do you have any there? Unfortunately, no matter how Yi Feng talked to the old beggar ignored Yi Feng and fell asleep in the corner. Yi Feng looked at the time and realized that he was about to log off. Zissou and Yin Yu had already called him many times in private messages. Yi Feng bowed to the old beggar before leaving the ruined temple. When Yi Feng left, the old beggar muttered, President, our light is coming. Yi Feng just got off the line and opened his eyes. Yi Feng was startled when he saw Zissou looking at him with wide eyes. I'll go. What do you want to do? Yi Feng immediately shrank on the bed and screamed. Chapter 99 Leading a Dungeon. The next morning, after being served to get up, Yi Feng finally returned to the game. In the game, Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At some time before, he was still thinking about the scene of being served by a girl. But when he was actually served by a woman, Yi Feng had a feeling that I was wrong. It turned out that there was such a big gap between imagination and reality. Back in the game, Yi Feng finally got rid of it and breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng took out the ring that the old beggar gave him before. Yi Feng opened the ring and found that there was indeed 10 directions of black water inside. Yi Feng took out a bottle from one of them and looked at the dark water. Is this thing really drinkable? Yi Feng closed his eyes and drank it in one gulp. The sweet and bitter taste in his mouth and the pungent smell almost made Yi Feng spit it out. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on completing the Dark Mage's upgrade task. Your current level is a 2nd level Dark Mage. Among Yi Feng's professional titles, he is no longer a Dark Mage, but a 2nd level Dark Mage. The same is true for the other 2 professions, namely the 2nd level Law Enforcer and the 2nd level Archer. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the Dark Mage's 4th skill, Fire Dragon Dance. I have finally completed the upgrade task, so I will go on to upgrade to level 20. The best place to upgrade is of course the level 20 copy, the Demon Ceiling Valley. Since most of the players were already over level 20, a large number of players gathered at the entrance to the level 20 Demon Ceiling Valley dungeon. Hard mode. Let's have a long-range fighter, the best archer, and all-professional team. Get your own equipment. Unlimited grinding. Hard mode. Let's fight against the Nani. Lead the team with powerful thugs, and become an efficient team. Hey buddy, we have a mage missing in our team. Can you come or not to ensure efficiency? A player pulled Yi Feng and said. Yi Feng looked at the man's equipment. Overall, it looked pretty good. Besides, he now knew how to play the dungeon. It didn't require Yi Feng to fumble around, which would save Yi Feng a lot of time. Yi Feng said, Group me. I am a newbie and have never been to the Demon Ceiling Valley dungeon. Good. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on joining the Little Swordsman team. As soon as Yi Feng joined, others looked at him sideways. Wow. It's Yi Feng. It's Yi Feng. No. It's really Yi Feng. Why are you surprised? An ordinary account that has just reached level 20 is 2 to 3 levels lower than us. It's nothing special. Are you stupid at work? He is a god-level figure, but he doesn't seem to have much fun recently. Really? There isn't even a piece of gold in the equipment. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Yi Feng said with some embarrassment, Hello everyone. Can you start the dungeon? It's my first time here. Please take care of me. The little swordsman who pulled Yi Feng into the team said. I'm not very lucky. Why did I bring you in? Master, why don't you play games anymore, and you're only level 20? Yi Feng said, there was something going on at home, which delayed me for a few days. As a result, you guys rushed to level up too quickly. The little swordsman said, This is the early stage. It is normal for the level to be faster. It is estimated that it will slow down after level 30. Oh. Okay then. Open the dungeon first. And you can lead me in front. I've never been here before. Okay. Great God. You have to be careful. The Demon Ceiling Valley is much more difficult than the Demon Clan camp. Okay. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Yifeng and the others appeared in a long canyon. It was worthy of being called the Demon Ceiling Valley. This canyon can be said to be very aptly named. Of course, there are demon soldiers in front of them. And they are an old team. Yifeng also holds back in fights. It may be due to equipment problems. They all use level 20 equipment. And Yifeng is still level 15. So Yifeng does not have much advantage. Hey. Black magic. He is a hidden profession. The little swordsman on the side said, they say you are stupid at work. It is true that Yifeng has a hidden profession. I guess many people know it. Anyway, the mob is fine. You can go to the forum to read about Yifeng. You will be surprised. Oh. Then I'll go take a look. Not long after, Yifeng and the others came to the first boss. The name of the boss was very simple. The first demon general. As long as you fight the melee boss from the front and deal damage from the back, you can pass it steadily in a short time. Nothing special about it. Damn it. Yifeng. You are my idol. You are so awesome. Why are you like this? Yifeng said with a black line on his face. The reality is that if you are delayed, why don't you continue to play? So awesome. I'm really stupid at work. Uh-huh. You still didn't believe it after I told you. Now you believe it, said the little swordsman. The first boss only exploded one piece of green equipment. And it wasn't Yifeng's. Yifeng didn't invest any of it. The second boss is the Demon Clan Captain. A mage-type boss. This boss is easier to fight. The defense is relatively low, but the damage is enough to explode. But except for Yifeng, they are all veterans here. They use a stone tablet in front of them to fight, block the position, and directly block the boss. And the last boss, to Yifeng's expectation, was not Pastor, but a guy named Demon Tribe Commander. This guy is different from the previous two guys. This guy can do both long range and melee combat, which is a bit tricky. Master, be careful. His long-range attack will create a hole in the ground. A pair of claws will grab your feet deep in the air, making you unable to move. Then an explosion will occur. The attack damage is extremely high. I understand. How to avoid it? The little swordsman said, when there is a hole under your feet, there will be a circular warning in advance. Just avoid it. Understood. What else? The little swordsman said, this boss is blocked. So we have to run. As long as we don't get caught. Clear. When fighting the boss, as the little swordsman said, you need to keep moving. If you make a mistake, you may be killed by the boss. This depends on the ability of the team's priest. However, there was a near miss. The boss died, and a piece of blue equipment exploded. Unfortunately, it was not Yifeng. Nothing good came out in the first trip. Even the last blue equipment was a 3-star one with not very good attributes. All the little swordsmen decided to continue grinding. And Yifeng also nodded. He wanted to get familiar with it once more, and then go to the king mode. However, in the second set, Yifeng's style of play began to show up. At first, the little swordsmen thought they were going to destroy the team, but they found that Yifeng's attack power was completely beyond their expectations. In the first round, Yifeng did not try his best. In this set, Yifeng just head on and kill. In less than 10 minutes, the hard mode ended. But nothing good was still available. Damn it. A master is a master. Even if the level is low. Don't underestimate it. Our game usually takes 20 minutes. And a master leads the team for 10 minutes. It's a scary day. Oh my god. In the first game, I thought the master was only good at it. It turned out that he was getting familiar with the dungeon. I was wrong. Master. Yifeng smiled and said, are you still fighting? The little swordsman immediately said, fight. Of course we have to fight. With such efficiency led by a great god. No one here dares to compare with us. It's too scary. Yifeng said, okay. Then let's go to the king mode. The little swordsman widened his eyes and said, king mode. Master. Are you sure? Sure. Oh my god. The king mode is so scary. I've been there once, and I couldn't get past the first boss. Are you sure? Are you leaving? Yifeng said. The little swordsman said, you must. Get up. Chapter 100. the king of the demonic copy. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the little swordsman and others hid behind Yifeng. They had all been to king mode and knew how difficult it was. Although Yifeng was there, they still felt a little scared. But it was more exciting. Yifeng looked at the person behind him and said, "What are you hiding from? Is it just a king mode? Come on. The first wave of monsters are demon soldiers. Plus a captain, which is much harder to fight than in hard mode. Except for Yifeng, whose attack damage is still considerable. The damage of others has been relatively weakened. Calming lantern. Get up." Yifeng used the calming lantern, and everyone's damage was instantly restored. Holy shit. This state is so cool. As long as I stand next to the master and increase my attack by 10%, my damage will come back. Yifeng said, "Be careful. Although the damage is returned, the mob's health is much higher than before." Clear. With Yifeng's control, and the fact that no one else dared to use too much force, the first wave of monsters passed through safely, which was relatively not difficult. It can only be said that the monster's HP has increased, and their attacks must have also increased. However, Yifeng took away the hatred and kept chasing Yifeng. Others did not have to worry about being attacked. 5 minutes later, they came to the first boss, the first demon general. And there are 2 captain mobs beside the first demon general, which is a bit troublesome. "Who has beaten the first boss before?" one person said. I have fought with other guilds before. They killed the 2 younger ones first, and then killed the older one. During this period, others should pay attention to the boss's attacks. The important thing is that the 3 of them will designate attacks. For one of them, the hatred value is useless. All movements are important. And I died here 3 times. "I'll go and die 3 times. I'm afraid," said the little swordsman. Yifeng said, "I understand. You should pay attention to yourselves." Yifeng directly attacked the monsters. Of course, Yifeng used group attack skills to attack all 3 monsters. Hatred came to Yifeng first. "Pay attention. Don't fight the boss. I'll evade him." Clear. Yifeng started to move, killing the 2 monster captains while moving. And just about 30 seconds later, when the mob still had half of their health, the boss spoke. "If you dare to invade my territory, you guys will attack the little swordsman." For a moment, the 2 mobs and the boss gave up on Yifeng and rushed towards the little swordsman, because he knew that he would be attacked. The little swordsman ran away. "Captain, be careful. Don't pull away." When the boss and the mobs are chasing the little swordsman, they will not attack other people, but just chase the little swordsman. After being attacked several times, the boss made a sound again. "If you dare to intrude on my territory, you little ones will attack the milk bottle." The milk bottle happened to be right behind them, and the boss counterattacked and knocked out 2/3 of the milk bottle's health. As an assassin, the milk bottle would die if a mob came over. Darkness entwines. "The milk bottle is running away," Yifeng shouted. Seeing that the boss was slow, the bottle ran away. But luckily, he wasn't caught up. With this lesson learned, milk bottle will never dare to get close to the boss again. At most, when the boss chases other people, he can chop him a few times and then run away, so as not to be killed instantly by the boss. The first boss is only troublesome in this regard. Everything else is easy to say. If you don't control it well, the team may be easily wiped out. The first boss exploded 2 pieces of equipment for them, 1 blue and 1 green, and there happened to be a mage's equipment among them. The little swordsman said, "Master, take this 4-star blue mage equipment." Yifeng is not polite. This is exactly what he needs. It is a belt. The belt he wears is a level 15 belt. After putting on the equipment, Yifeng's defense has improved a lot again, and his health and attack have also increased a bit. Let's go. Next, the second boss is the demon clan captain, who has a certain status in the military camp. It is a little higher than the first boss, but fortunately it is remote and direct, so the little swordsman can directly go up to it. And this boss has a special feature. It can directly push away the human shields around it to attack the long-range profession behind it. If it weren't for Yifeng's quick reaction, the team's priest would have been killed instantly. Huh? It was so dangerous. I was almost killed instantly. My god. Your reaction speed is really fast. Yifeng said, "Observe more. You can do it too. Don't always stand still and increase blood. You will easily be locked by the boss." Clear. This second boss is relatively weak and can only explode 1 piece of green equipment. Hey, I thought the king mode would at least produce blue equipment. But why would it produce green equipment? This is much more difficult than the hard mode. Come on. Even though it's at the king level. But what time of year it is now? The explosion rate will definitely be at its lowest. It's good to have it. We made a lot of money today. Yifeng listened to them talking and couldn't help but ask, "You all know each other in real life?" The little swordsman said, "Yes. We are all young. But unfortunately, there are only 4 of us. Each time we have to form an outsider. It feels like we have to say nothing." Yifeng said, "It's weird if others don't think so. There are 4 of you and he alone. Who would be willing?" "Yes. It takes a long time to form a group every time. It's troublesome. Fortunately, you helped us today. Great master. Otherwise, let alone the king mode, I'm afraid we may not be able to form a group in the hard mode," the little swordsman said aggrievedly. Yifeng thought for a while and said, "I think you guys are pretty good. Have you not joined the gang? It's hard to say now. After all, the gang system hasn't been opened yet. I guess I'll join a small gang in the future. Play and sell equipment. Live a small life. Etc. This is what we did in other games before." Yifeng said, "Okay. If I plan to hold a gang meeting in the future, I hope you can come." The little swordsman and the others were flattered and said, "Master, are you telling the truth?" Yifeng said, "Of course. The premise is that I can create a gang." "Okay. As long as you ask." "Great God. We promise to go. But I'm afraid you won't want us by then." Yifeng said, "I keep my word. But for now, let's kill the last boss. Do you have any news?" The little swordsman said, "I saw someone on the forum saying that in this king mode, the last boss is very powerful. It's very sad if there is no master to lead the team." I didn't read the guide carefully. It probably means that the last boss will be deformed. Anyway, I didn't think I would come, so I didn't watch much. Others also nodded. There are many people who think like them. Because not everyone can pass the king mode. Otherwise, how would it be called the king mode? Yifeng nodded and said, "Then let's go and see what this last guy is capable of. Set off!" On the way to the last boss, a new species appeared. The magic winged bird. It is a very powerful bird. When it flaps its wings, Yifeng and the others will encounter forward resistance, which is a slowing down state. This state lasts for a long time. Soon, it was only 3 seconds, but it could bring a very big threat to Yifeng and the others. Chapter 101 Killing the Demon Leader. The little swordsman blocks the way and attacks from behind with the milk bottle. Okay. As long as there are no accidents. The mobs heading there are still easy to defeat. But it will take a little longer. By the time Yifeng and the others arrived at the final boss, more than half an hour had passed. And the fastest chance of clearing the Demon Ceiling Valley King mode was 25 minutes. Yifeng and the others couldn't even think about it. The big boss demon leader in front of him looked the same as the one in hard mode. He was also a boss, and there were no mobs to disturb him. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yifeng said, "You guys retreat first. I will try it out." "Okay. Let's retreat." Yifeng stepped forward, and the boss was activated. He let out a long roar, and a sword-like weapon, like a magic wand, appeared in the boss's hand. After a spell, a magic shield appeared on the boss. Don't underestimate this thing. Its defensive capabilities are extremely strong. With a magic shield, a mage can stand up like a warrior in a short period of time. Of course, this is when the equipment is well equipped. But the spells are still not very powerful. Dare. And Yifeng has wanted this magic shield for a long time. But unfortunately it seems that he needs to be at level 30 to have it. Otherwise, Yifeng wouldn't have to move as hard as he does now. If he is not careful, he may be scratched by the boss. And he will be half disabled even if he is not dead. Yifeng used a dark fireball to hit it directly on the magic shield. As a result, the boss did not lose any health. But the magic shield seemed a little thinner. Yifeng said, "Everyone, be careful. This guy's magic shield has strong defense. The assassin will find the right time and prepare to attack. The warrior will attack." Clear. After being attacked by Yifeng, the boss also hit Yifeng with a black fireball. Yifeng dodged it. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the boss jumped and hit Yifeng directly with the weapon in his hand. Yifeng stepped aside and shouted, "Darkness entangles." The boss was slowed down, and Yifeng retreated quickly, waving the staff in his hand. Fire Dragon Dance. A black flame fell from the sky and directly covered the boss. The black dragon jumped around the boss and disappeared. directly losing more than 300 blood points of the boss. Roar! The boss was furious and stomped on the ground. A wave of energy pushed Yifeng away, losing 1/3 of Yifeng's health. Ding! System prompt. You are attacked by the war trampling attack of the boss demon leader. The damage is reduced by 5% and lasts for 10 seconds. Let me go! This guy also has this skill. It turns out to be a skill that reduces attack. Yifeng shouted, all attacks. With Yifeng's restraint, it is not too difficult to defeat this boss. The difficulty lies in Yifeng. As a professional, Yifeng only needs to do well, and not lose his hatred. Of course, the damage of teammates must keep up. Otherwise he will be exhausted. I don't know. After all, it takes at least 5 minutes to defeat a boss. Just when Yifeng and the others hit the boss with half of its health remaining, the boss stopped and let out an angry roar. And Yifeng and the others can no longer attack the boss. What's going on? Why can't I attack? Said the little swordsman. Yifeng returned to the little swordsman and said, this is probably about to transform. Everyone, be careful. Sure enough, after 10 seconds, the boss changed drastically and turned directly into the magic winged bird that Yifeng and the others had seen before. But this guy's head was still the head of the boss just now. Not a real bird. Call out. The boss flapped his wings, and Yifeng and others were blown back a few steps. Ding! System prompt. After receiving the demonic attack from the boss demon leader, the speed is reduced by 30% and lasts for 5 seconds. Yifeng shouted, no. Run! However, Yifeng ran away. But the others did not react so quickly. The boss flew in the air, swooped down, and killed an archer instantly. After the deceleration time passed, Yifeng said, everyone gather together. Otherwise, they will be killed one by him. Also, when boss flaps his wings, everyone separates and cannot gather together. Do you understand? Clear. The dead archers came back quickly, because priests cannot have resurrection skills until they are level 30. So they cannot resurrect teammates for the time being. Master, this guy is so powerful, so hard to beat. The little swordsman struggled to support himself. Yifeng also knew that the boss in the air was indeed difficult to defeat. And this guy's dive attack was particularly strong. So Yifeng began to look for weaknesses. Yifeng said, try the archers attacking the boss's wings? The archer said, oh my god, I can't do it. I tried it, but it didn't work. Yifeng frowned. Such a difficult boss must have a weakness. Where is the weakness? The head is impossible. It cannot be attacked at all. And the wings are ineffective. This is impossible, unless the attack is in the wrong place. Yifeng planned to try it himself. But after attacking the wings, Yifeng felt that he was wrong. It was completely wrong. The wings were really not the weak point. Think about it. How do you beat this boss in this strategy? The little swordsman said, boss, I really can't remember. Now I want to read the guide? Yifeng shook his head and said, no. If you want to read the guide now, you will die immediately. I'd better look for it myself. If the wings are not good, the only viable option is the head. But such an important part of the head is always protected by the boss. As long as the attack is on, it cannot land on the boss's head. Yifeng must find an opportunity. Yifeng said, little swordsman, do you dare to bet once? The little swordsman said, what are you betting on? Stand where you are. Let the boss slow down, and then swoop down on you. The little swordsman said with some uncertainty, Master, are you sure? Yifeng asked, are you sure? The weakness should be found. Good. Yifeng said, priest, increase the blood of the little swordsman. Increase the blood of the mission. Clear. Just as Yifeng thought. After the little swordsman was slowed down, the boss began to swoop down. Yifeng on the side yelled, priest, please pay attention to increase your health. The moment the boss swooped down, Yifeng jumped and sat directly on his back, and the staff in his hand turned into a long sword. A sword penetrated the boss's head directly, and the boss began to shake wildly, directly throwing Yifeng off. Ding! System prompt. The boss demon leader received a fatal blow and is currently in a weak state, lasting 1 minute. Yifeng shouted, fight! All attributes are reduced by 50%. The intensity of this boss is even simpler than in hard mode. 1 minute is enough for them to kill less than 40% of their health. Just when boss was about to recover, a ball of black flame exploded from under boss's feet. The ground fire explodes. Roar! Boss let out an unwilling roar. His wings began to flap randomly, and after a while, He lay motionless on the ground. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the demon leader, the big boss in the demon ceiling valley. You will be rewarded with 50,000 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 21 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Ding! System prompt. Your 9-turn gourd has collected 100,000 experience points. Do you want to use it? Use? Ding! System prompt. You use the 9-turn gourd and gain 100,000 experience points. The current 9-turn gourd experience is 0. All of a sudden, Yifeng went from level 21 to level 21 with 10% experience. Damn! I have a lot of experience. After going to King mode, I gained 10% experience. It's really cool. Chapter 102 Falling into a ditch. Damn! I have a lot of experience. After going to King mode, I gained 10% experience. It's really cool. The little swordsman said excitedly. Everyone else looked at their experience and found that it had indeed increased a lot. Yifeng said, Little swordsman, go see what equipment exploded. Okay. As soon as he walked over, the little swordsman shouted happily. It's issued. It's issued. It's golden equipment. It's golden equipment. The expressions of the others immediately changed. And they immediately asked, what profession does it belong to? I haven't seen golden equipment before. The little swordsman posts the attributes of the equipment on the team channel. It is an assassin's shoe. The little swordsman looked at the bottle and said, Do you need it? The milk bottle said angrily, You are kidding me. I can't afford this thing. If I sell it for a penny, I finally don't have to eat instant noodles. TCH. It seems like you are the only one eating instant noodles. I am eating it too. But I can finally improve my life. Yifeng said with a smile. Okay. Then sell it and give me some dividends. The little swordsman said, How can that be done? Master, you are the main force. You are the big head. Let's divide the small heads. There are tens of thousands of them. Yifeng asked, How many tens of thousands can golden equipment still be sold for now? It's necessary. There weren't many rich people in the early days. But now there are more rich people. A golden piece of equipment is valuable. And the rich are rushing to get it. Yifeng secretly thought, So, wouldn't it mean that the equipment I sold to the MO was a loss? Yifeng shook his head and said, Okay. Continue? When Yifeng said to continue, the others cheered. Why didn't they continue? This is the way to get rich. It is necessary. With Yifeng's words, a group of people once again turned on the king of Demon Ceiling Valley mode. In front of them, there was no longer a boss, but money. 10 times of king mode. Yifeng and the others finished the whole day. As long as it was Yifeng's equipment, Yifeng put it on. But luckily, in the last trip, Yifeng finally came out with Yifeng's staff. And it was also 5-star blue. Yes, you can finally change weapons. Sage's staff, 5-star blue, attack 30 to 50. Intelligence plus 18. Constitution plus 25. Required character level, level 20. Equipment occupation, mages only passive magic. Critical hits have a 5% chance of critical hits. Overall, this staff is similar to a level 15 staff. But its attack is higher. It would be great if it were golden. Unfortunately, out of 10 copies of the king, only 1 golden piece of equipment was produced. Yifeng looked at the time and said, Okay. It's getting late. Everyone, please log off. The little swordsman and the others were not tired at all. The little swordsman said, Master, I will sell the equipment. I will give you the money when the time comes. You can add me as a friend. Yifeng nodded. Added the little swordsman as a friend. And then Yifeng went offline. After playing the dungeon for a day, Yifeng has reached level 22. But it is still far behind the first place. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. Yifeng said, Why are you so polite today, and know how to knock on the door when you come in? Opening the door, Zisu and Yin Yu walked in. Yifeng subconsciously moved back. And Zisu saw the scene. Zisu's face changed immediately. She put her hands on her hips and said, Will I eat you? Yifeng shook his head quickly and said, No. No. Of course not. Zisu pointed at Yifeng and said, Then what are you hiding from? Yifeng said seriously, My butt is numb. Please move it. Is there anything wrong? Humph. That's pretty much it. Sister Yin Yu wants to ask you something. Yifeng looked at Yin Yu and asked, What do you want to ask? Didn't we hurt a lot of people at the KTV before? Yifeng frowned and said, Didn't the news say that they are still investigating? We haven't been found. And Huang Xiaotian didn't tell us the reason. Yin Yu said, yes. Huang Xiaotian didn't say it. But Huang Xiaotian is already disabled. His parents found me and said that they wanted me to go and see him, which might make him feel better. So I'm here to ask you, if that's okay. Yifeng looked at Yin Yu without saying a word, while Yin Yu shyly hid behind Zisu. Yifeng said, why are you hiding? I won't eat you. Hey. I feel like I just heard this sentence. At this time, one hand directly pinched Yifeng's ear and said angrily, I just said that. What do you want? Yifeng grabbed Zisu's hand and said, Miss, please let go. It's very painful. Don't let go. You haven't answered Sister Yin Yu's words yet. Yifeng said, what are you looking at? Just look at me. I'm also a wounded person. Hey. I'm still holding gauze on my arm. Yin Yu nodded softly and said, well, that's what I replied to them. I said that my boyfriend was injured and was taking care of him. But they asked if it was you and Huang Xiaotian who were fighting. Yifeng covered his face and said, why are you so stupid? How did you reply? Yin Yu said sheepishly, I said, when you were riding your bicycle, you accidentally fell into a ditch. I go. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. How could I accidentally fall into the ditch? No. I accidentally fell into the ditch between you two. Thinking of this, Yifeng stared at the breasts of Zisu and Yin Yu. Zisu was a typical girl next door, while Yin Yu was a hot lady with a voluptuous breast. She was worthy of being a goddess in the online game industry. With Yifeng staring at his chest so blatantly, Zisu and Yin Yu subconsciously blushed. Zisu covered her chest and said, hey you pervert. Where are you looking? Yifeng said stupidly, didn't you say that I fell into the ditch? I just took a look and found that I really fell into the ditch. Yin Yu blushed and said, well, I'm going back first. You can rest early. After saying that, he pulled Zisu and left. Zisu said, you? Oh, don't walk so fast. The study room was not big. Yifeng sat on the bed and closed the door. Thinking about the appearance of the two women just now, Yifeng felt inexplicably happy. The next day, after Yifeng played the game again, he received 20,000 yuan from the little swordsman, saying that he was selling equipment. Someone had to go to work today, so they did not plan to go to the dungeon, but to level up. Yifeng continued to go to the demon ceiling dungeon. After all, his level was low, and he still had a lot of experience in the demon ceiling dungeon, unless Yifeng reached level 24. At that time, the experience advantage of the dungeon would no longer exist. The experience in the wild would still be higher. This is also fantasy world in order to prevent all players from going to the dungeon to upgrade. If it's hard mode, by level 23, there is no difference in experience. And Yifeng's monster spawning speed is also fast. And king mode is one level more than hard mode. In the next time, Yifeng was alone, or with Zisu and Yin Yu, completing the demon ceiling dungeon. But girls, most of them are impatient. After a few hours, they got bored and left Yifeng alone. People. Chapter 103 Instant Kill. In the past few days, the top 10 people have all reached level 30. But no one has reached level 31. I don't know why. Yifeng went to the forum and took a look. It turned out that it was because the main mission had not been triggered. So he could not upgrade for the time being. But he could gain experience. As long as the main mission was triggered, there would be many people who had reached level 31. On the forum, there has been a wave of posts about recruiting guild members. Because at level 30, guild mode will be enabled, which means that guild tokens will appear at that time. According to past information, the first token to open a zone will definitely be worth a sky-high price. And the first gang will definitely be in the limelight. Everyone among these big guilds wants to be the first gang. So what if they spend some money? Yifeng quit the forum. It seems that he needs to upgrade as soon as possible. Otherwise he will really be unable to keep up. The Demon Ceiling Valley dungeon is no longer suitable for him. And Yifeng no longer grinds the dungeon blindly. Moreover, since he returned to Xuanwu City, he must upgrade as soon as possible. Xuanwu City. The place suitable for your upgrade is outside the south gate, where there is a group of level 26 prairie wolves. Yifeng brought enough potions and prepared to fight here. But just when he was about to kill monsters, someone jumped out. Hey, brother. This is our arrogant brother's territory. If you want to level up here, you have to pay a venue fee, which is 1 gold coin per hour. Yifeng almost spurted blood. 1 gold coin an hour. Is this robbery or robbery? Why are you so awesome? Also, is this arrogant guy a bit too much? Wancher doesn't seem to be driven by this guy. Yifeng said, this is the jungle area of Xuanwu City. How come it belongs to Brother Arrogant? The man said, what are you talking about? If you can't pay the money, get out of here. Believe it or not, we will kill you. Yifeng was stunned. Are there any rules anymore? You want to say that this is a leveling place for a certain guild, and it is full of people from their guild. This is not bad. After all, you can't kill monsters when you go in, and you will feel self-conscious. He walked away. But there was no one to fight such a large group of wolves. But instead someone was charging here. What's wrong with you? In a public jungle, your boss and arrogant brother are nothing. A voice came from afar. It seemed that someone, like Yifeng, had been trafficked and charged a fee. Hey, if you want to level up, please pay the venue fee quickly. Otherwise you will go back to where you came from. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said, what if I say no? Uh-huh. No one in Xuanwu City dares to offend our boss. Brother Arrogant, are you provoking? I can tell you, you will die in an ugly way. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth, showing an evil smile, and said, go back and tell your boss. Xuanwu City, I still have the final say. Yifeng finally used a set of skills to instantly kill the player and send him back to the city. Ding! System prompt. Player A was killed by you and received PK value of 50 points. The man didn't know how he died. He didn't know how he died. When he recovered, he realized that he had been killed by Yifeng. That person directly contacted his boss. Brother Arrogant. Boss, I was killed. Arrogant Brother's level has long been reached, and he is looking for the main mission. He received a message from his younger brother, and saw that his younger brother was killed. This is not bad. Xuanwu City is his own territory. Whoever kills you will be killed by my people. I don't want to play anymore. Boss, it's Yifeng. Yifeng? Yifeng. Yifeng. Is that the person who said before that Xuanwu City is his territory? Well, it should be him. But he is only level 24. So his level is not high. He probably hasn't played for a long time. Brother Arrogant nodded, touched his chin and said, I don't have time now, since he came to the door on his own. Remember him? When I find the main mission, I will teach this has-been Yifeng a lesson. Okay. Thank you, boss. Yifeng, on the other hand, didn't care so much and started to attract monsters in large numbers, because he had group attack skills and control skills. Killing monsters in groups was the fastest way for Yifeng. Moreover, Yifeng's magic kills are extremely high, and he kills monsters very quickly. It's really comfortable to watch his experience increase. Yifeng originally thought that the guy was here to cause trouble for him, but after waiting for a long time, he found that no one came to mess with him at all. So he leveled up with peace of mind. This super leveling speed continued until night, when Yifeng upgraded again, reached level 25. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 25 and gaining the teleportation skill. Yifeng was shocked when he saw the name of the skill. Teleportation. This is awesome. Teleportation, displacement skill, which can instantly appear anywhere within 10 meters of yourself. The cooling time is 3 minutes. After seeing the cooling time, Yifeng sighed. If it were a 10-second cooling time, Yifeng would definitely be able to float. If teleportation was used in PK, it would probably drive the opponent crazy. Unfortunately, a PK is the best use a teleport. Fortunately, Yifeng has a lot of props. He also had a Dragon Roan token before. This thing is forced to stun for 5 seconds. It is a PK weapon. Unfortunately, the cooldown time of that thing is 1 hour. Yifeng will never use it except as a last resort. And Yifeng found that his law enforcement profession still had only 3 skills. Could it be that he couldn't learn from the law enforcement hall? It seemed that he had to go to Lisa. As soon as he logged off, Yifeng received a call from his mother in the countryside. Yifeng quickly answered the call and said, Mom, why did you remember calling me? I've been calling you for a long time. But no one answered. Are you at work? Yifeng's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yifeng said, well, it's work. What's up? What's the matter? Yifeng's mother said, you kid. The Chinese New Year is only a month away. What else do you think I have to do? You haven't been home for the Chinese New Year in 2 years. Your dad said you must go home for the Chinese New Year this year. Mom, Dad won't arrange a blind date for me again. I don't have to. I can find it myself. What are you looking for? I've been looking for you for several years. But I haven't seen you bring a girl home. Look at your cousin. He already has 3 children. What about you? Where is your girlfriend? Yifeng said, Mom, I have a girlfriend. But I have to ask her if she is willing to go back with me to celebrate the new year or something. The excited and happy voice of Yifeng's mother came from the other end of the phone. Look. Look. I think our son can do it. Isn't he found? If you insist on me calling, you will lose a piece of meat by calling yourself. Ah. A male voice came. If you find it, you'll find it. Bring it back, and I'll dig at it to see if the whole baby can come out. Yifeng said with a dark look on his face. Mom and Dad, I will definitely go back today. As for whether they can go back with me or not, I have to ask. That's all. I'm hanging up. Okay. I must bring it back. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. His parents were really worried all day long. Crash. With a sound, Yifeng's door was pushed open. Yin Yu and Zisu fell to the ground. Looking at Yifeng awkwardly, Yifeng looked at them, pointed at the phone and said, Did you hear it? The two of them nodded, then realized something was wrong and quickly shook their heads. Chapter 104 Triggering the main plot. Well, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you. I'm leaving first. Yin Yu was a bit more sophisticated and was ready to run away after speaking. Zisu hesitated and didn't know what to say, so she ran away too. Yifeng couldn't stand it anymore and said, That. The two women stopped and waited for Yifeng to speak. Well, I'm going home to celebrate the new year this year. Which of you is free? Do me a favor. In the smoke, Zisu said in unison, I'm free. Well, just one person. The two of them said in unison, Then I'll go. Yifeng covered his forehead and had a big head. It was obvious that both of them wanted to go. But it was impossible for Yifeng to take them both back. That was hard to explain. Yifeng said, My family is in a rural area. When I get to the county town, I have to drive for several hours to get to Daojia. And there is no heating. Of course, there is nothing here. Yifeng has already reached this point. And there must be some people who are unwilling to do so. As a result, Yifeng dug a hole for himself again. I don't care. My family is also from a rural area. I understand. Yin Yu said. Zisu said firmly, I can also endure hardships. When I was 18 years old, I lived by myself without spending a penny for my family. Yifeng looked at the two girls. His head was getting bigger, and he suddenly wanted to smoke to calm down his shock. What the hell is this? Someone in the countryside could rob it. Give you a cigarette? Give you a lighter? Yifeng looked at the cigarette in Yin Yu's hand, and the lighter in Zisu's hand in surprise, and suddenly felt that smoking still couldn't solve the problem. Yifeng directly covered himself with a quilt and suffocated himself in the quilt, saying, Leave me alone. I have a headache. All right. The two women exited Yifeng's room with regretful expressions. After they left, Yifeng sat up again. He couldn't offend anyone. This was too bad. He had to be careful when making phone calls in the future. In the next few days, Yifeng is still in the middle of leveling. Strangely, no one can complete the main mission. Many people are already level 30. And many people who came in late have also improved their levels. Unfortunately, there is still no one. People can break through level 30. The official website of Fantasy World also replied that the main mission is already being completed. But it is just not completed yet. So you need to wait patiently. However, players understand that Fantasy World wants everyone to reach level 30 so that they can start guild battles, which is actually more fun. Players' enthusiasm did not disappear because the level could only reach level 30. And collisions began to occur between those players who were at full level. Lanchi Valley and Xinhua are the first two guilds to trigger a team battle, because there are many max level people in the guild. They are looking for wild bosses everywhere. However, Xinhua and Lanchi Valley are both in the Imperial City. If one of the guilds finds the boss, then the other guild will know immediately. Things like grabbing the boss are about to happen. So team battles appear, and the anticipated guild battles break out in advance. I didn't expect that the team battle PK in Fantasy World would be so fun. It is not only hot, but also has a strong sense of impact. The most important thing is, this feeling of thousands of troops makes people's blood boil. The team battle between Lanchi Valley and Xinhua directly created a wave of free advertising for Fantasy World, and a large number of players wanted to join Fantasy World. And just today, 1 week after Yifeng reached level 25, Yifeng finally reached level 30. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 30 and obtaining the skill Dark Magic Shield. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. You have reached level 30. Do you want to start the main quest? Yifeng was a little confused and asked himself whether to start the main mission. How is this going? A guide pointed his shoulder directly at Yifeng's backpack. Yifeng opened the backpack and found a big arrow. He rubbed the dragon egg he got in Dragon Valley with mission. Yifeng now finally understands why others cannot trigger the main quest. It turns out that the main quest has always been owned by him. And he has already made the main character. No wonder no one can do the main quest and cannot be promoted to a higher level. Grade. Yifeng clicked on the dragon egg. Ding! System prompt. Your level has reached level 30, and you can hatch dragon eggs. The hatching time is 10 hours online time. Yifeng clicked hatch without hesitation. Ding! System prompts. The countdown to hatching of dragon eggs begins. Ding! System prompt. Player Yifeng triggers the main mission. And the system will be upgraded. The upgrade time is 3 hours. Please go to the official website or official forum to learn about the upgrade content. All players are asked to log off within 1 minute. The countdown is 59, 58, 57. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had completed the main mission. Otherwise his level would have been greatly increased. I'll go. After waiting for so long. It's finally time to upgrade. Why is it this Yifeng again? Master Yifeng. Why can't you trigger the main quest earlier? I lost a lot of experience in the fight yesterday. Damn it. Didn't this person disappear? Why did he appear again? Yifeng, who had disappeared for a while, reappeared in everyone's sight. Although it was not very shocking. It gave people the feeling that this guy was still pretty awesome. 1 minute passed quickly. Those who did not log out would be forced offline. Of course, those who were playing dungeons would be in trouble. The boss might die in another 2 minutes. And everyone would be forced offline. This is fun. Yifeng twisted his neck and walked out of the room and walked to the balcony. He had been focusing on leveling for the past few days and didn't even look at the sun. This sudden look was really unbearable. Yifeng came out. And the other girls also came out. And saw Yifeng standing in front of the balcony. Zissou walked up to Yifeng and said, How come you found the main mission that so many people haven't found? Yifeng said, Do you remember what I said about Dragon Nest? Zissou nodded and said, Of course I remember. You won't even bring me a dragon out. At this time, Yin Yu came over and said, You? How can anything be so easy? That's a mythical beast. Zissou stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Yifeng said, That's the main mission. I got an egg. But I have to wait until level 30 to open it. I'll upgrade as soon as I open the system. I'll go. Master, you are so majestic. Everyone in the server is waiting for you to upgrade? Yifeng said, I don't want to do this either. But I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yifeng and Zissou are at the lowest levels. Zissou is still at level 29, while Yifeng is only at level 30, while several others have already been at level 30. Yifeng said, knowing this, I didn't trigger it until Zissou was level 30. Unfortunately, I didn't know until I clicked on it. By then it was too late. Zissou hugged Yifeng's arm and said, Hee, you are so kind to me. Then go to the supermarket. Yifeng thought about the scene when Zissou went to the supermarket and felt an ominous premonition. Yin Yu also said at this time, We have almost everything at home, so we can go to the supermarket at this time. Yifeng nodded and ate the food cooked by Yin Yu every day. The items in the refrigerator were indeed almost gone. In the morning, Yifeng couldn't even get milk. Yifeng said, Then let's go together. Cici and Xiaobai said, Master, just go and do it. We don't want to be light bulbs. Zissou made faces at the two girls and said, Luck comes or not. Yifeng, let's go! Chapter 105 A Chance Encounter with Shadow. What Yifeng didn't expect was that this trip to the supermarket would be overcrowded because Fantasy World was closed for 3 hours and all players could not access the game. There were already hundreds of millions of players in Fantasy World. For a time, hundreds of millions of players walked out of their homes and went to the supermarket to buy the necessities they needed. I'm going to rob. When Yifeng saw the crowds at the supermarket, he felt like he didn't want to go there, even if he had to wait in line for a long time. Yifeng took Yin Yu and Zissou and exited the supermarket directly. Zissou said with an unhappy look, What are you doing? If you don't go in, I'm afraid even the scum will be gone. Yifeng said, You go in now. You have grabbed something. Will you line up when you check out? Zissou looked at so many people and said with an arrogant look, TCH. It's not me waiting in line. You must behave like a gentleman. Come on. Let's go to some small supermarkets and stalls to buy things. Zissou looked at Yifeng with a look of resentment, puffed up her mouth and said, "Stingy guy." Yin Yu on the side let Yifeng pull her. She went wherever Yifeng went, and she didn't come out for a long time. When I was in Dingtian, no matter what I did, the company's agent would do it. Even buying clothes would be accompanied by the company's agent. And I had to wear a mask. It was not free at all. After all, Yin Yu was quite a celebrity. Unlike now, even though he was wearing a mask, there was no one around him to watch him. And holding his hand, he felt that nothing else mattered. "Sister Yin Yu, why did you just let Yifeng do it? You didn't object to anything he said." Yin Yu said with a smile. "He has his reasons. Besides, it's good to go shopping. I haven't gone shopping for a long time. And it's time to change my clothes." When it came to clothes, Zissou immediately became excited and said, "Let's go to the mall and have a look." After saying that, he pulled Yin Yu and ran towards the mall, while Yifeng could only follow helplessly. "Where is the supermarket you promised? Why did it become a shopping mall? What's going on?" Fortunately, there were not many people in the mall. The two girls went to the clothing store to try on clothes, while Yifeng sat aside to rest and look around. After all, girls buy clothes, so even if they try them on, they may not buy them. "Miss, you have a great figure. This white windbreaker suits you very well." As soon as Yin Yu walked out of the fitting room, the clerk couldn't help but praise her. Yin Yu put on a mask and said, "Well, I think it's okay too. Zissou, are you okay?" Zissou's voice came from the fitting room, saying, "Now, my clothes seem a little too big." As Zissou walked out of the fitting room, she looked very eye-catching at first glance, but the sleeves were a little too long and the overall body was a little looser. Zissou looked in the mirror and said, "No, I have to change it." "Wow, Sister Yin Yu, you look really good here. Try it on me too." The clerk said, "Sorry, this is the only one in our store. But you are friends. You can try it." Yin Yu nodded and said, "Wait a minute. I'll let Yifeng take a look first." Talking about smoke, he walked to the door and patted Yifeng, who was looking elsewhere. Said, "Does this dress look good?" Yifeng looked back and was stunned. This was simply the legendary goddess. No, she was a goddess in the first place. Yifeng stretched out his hand and said, "Don't move." As he spoke, Yifeng removed the mask from Yin Yu's face and said with a satisfied look on his face, "Well, this is the most perfect." The clerk on the side covered his mouth and said in surprise, "You are that Yin Yu? A star. No wonder you have such a good figure." Yifeng realized that Yin Yu was still very famous, and quickly put Yin Yu's mask back on. Said, "Okay, just buy this one." Zissou on the side said, "No, I want to try too." Yin Yu pulled Zissou and said, "Let's go and try it on you. If you think it looks good, I'll give it to you." The clerk on the side had already taken out his mobile phone and was about to take a photo. Yifeng said, "It's okay to take a group photo, but forget it. Otherwise we'll leave." The clerk said excitedly, "Okay, great." In the end, this dress was given to Yin Yu. After all, Zissou's figure was not as good as Yin Yu's. With a look of displeasure, she took Zissou and went shopping in other stores again, insisting on buying a dress that was as good as Yin Yu's. Yifeng shook his head and followed the two of them around. Yifeng was the one who paid the money anyway. Zissou and Yin Yu had already browsed more than half of the huge shopping mall, and more than an hour had passed. Yifeng climbed on the railing in boredom, watching the crowds coming and going in the lower wind. But suddenly Yifeng saw a woman begging in the most crowded part of the mall. Yifeng felt that his face looked familiar and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. However, due to the position, Yifeng couldn't see clearly. Could it be someone I know? Regardless of whether he knew him or not, this person looked familiar anyway, and Yifeng planned to go and have a look. Looking at Yin Yu and Zissou who were trying on clothes in the store, Yifeng said, "You adjusted slowly. I'll go down for a while." "Well, go ahead." Yifeng walked down the mall quickly. At the entrance of the mall, the woman was still there. He looked at her plain clothes, which rivaled those of his previous self. Of course, it was because his living standards had improved now. Yifeng's previous months, she shouldn't be much different from the woman in front of her. Yifeng walked to the woman and looked at her kneeling on the ground. There were many hospital opening certificates in front of her, and a boy lying behind her. Yifeng probably understood that maybe this person's younger brother was sick and needed medical expenses. But there were many such scammers, and he was not sure if it was true. Yifeng knelt down and took out $100 bill and handed it to the woman, just to see clearly what she looked like. The woman took the money, kowed out to Yifeng and said, "Thank you." Looking up, Yifeng finally saw the woman's appearance clearly. She was really familiar. And she was the one he had seen recently. Seeing Yifeng looking at her, the woman frowned. And Yifeng suddenly said, "Are you Ying?" The woman never expected that someone would know her. And the only person she knew in the fantasy world was Yifeng. Could it be that the person in front of her was? Yifeng looked at the woman's expression with emotion. Then he found it and said, "It's really you. I thought it wasn't you. I'm Yifeng. I asked you why I haven't seen you playing games recently. It turns out something happened to your brother." And Yin showed a rare smile and said, "Thank you, Yifeng. But my brother's illness is getting worse and worse. And the money before was completely insufficient. I even sold a fantasy world virtual exchange ring. And I can't complete the relationship with you." Committed? Yifeng shook his head and sighed. "It's human nature. How much more medical expenses does your brother need?" Ying looked at his brother, shook his head and said, "It's a bottomless pit. I don't even know how much more I need. I don't know how much I can earn. I've tried my best." Chapter 106 Return from the Dead. For a moment, Yifeng didn't know what to say. "Thank you. I know you want to help. But it's useless. I'll take whatever I can do." Yifeng heard the despair in Ying's voice and asked, "What disease does your brother have? Why does he need so much money?" "The leukemia is now in the advanced stage. No matter how much blood or bone marrow has been exchanged, it is no longer enough. Every blood transfusion and bone marrow transplant costs a huge amount of money. Now, no matter how much I do, it is of no use," the doctor said. "He still has 1 month left at most. So I take him out to beg every day, earn money, go to the hospital at night, come out the next day, and go to the hospital again. I hope I can stay with him longer." Yifeng shook his head. Ying had sacrificed too much. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as he wished. In the end, there was still a day to say goodbye. At this time, 2 young men passed by, and Yifeng also heard their conversation. "Oh, what are you drinking?" "It's bloody red," the man said. "My mother said I am anemic and I drink this stuff to replenish my blood." "Come on. You believe this kind of superstition too?" The two of them walked further and further away. But Yifeng thought of a way. That is, his primary blood restoring potion. Wasn't it also red? Wasn't it just for replenishing blood? Although it hadn't been used yet. It might be useful to treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. "Woolen cloth?" Yifeng said. "I have a bottle of special medicine that may be able to save your brother. Do you dare to try it?" Ying shook his head and said, "No. Thank you for your kindness." Just as Yifeng was a little disappointed, a weak voice came and said, "I dare. Give it to me." Ying quickly walked to his brother and said, "You're awake. How do you feel now?" The boy said, as usual, "It's no big deal. Sister, just let me try. Anyway, the doctor said I won't live long." Ying was silent. It wasn't that she didn't dare, but that she didn't want that small hope. She gave herself hope. But in the end, she was still given despair. After too many experiences, she became numb. "Brother, give it to me. Leave my sister alone. She is a stubborn person and has no brains," said the boy. "It's already this time. And the boy is still teasing his sister." Ying sighs, "Okay. Then you give it a try. I'm already numb anyway." Yifeng pushed the ring directly and said secretly, "Virtual reality conversion." The next moment, the fantasy world interface appeared in front of Yifeng. He opened his backpack and took out a bottle of primary blood restoring potion. Of course, Yifeng was not that stupid to retrieve the object from the air, but pretended to take it out from his pocket. Yifeng handed it to Ying and said, "This is it. You should try it. It won't have any side effects." Ying nodded, took the small bottle of the primary blood restoring potion and looked at it. He frowned and said, "Why does it look so like the primary blood restoring potion of Fantasy World?" Yifeng said, "It looks almost the same. Look at the color inside." Ying looked at it and found that it was indeed the same. He held up his brother's head and slowly entered the boy's mouth. Yifeng clearly saw that the boy's body was emitting an aura, which seemed to be the aura of restoring life. It was the same as restoring blood volume in Fantasy World. Could it really be useful? Time passed by, and 10 seconds after the boy got down, his originally pale face turned rosy. Yifeng saw the opportunity and said, "I'm drinking a bottle." This time, the man himself reached out and snatched the primary blood-restoring potion from Yifeng's hand and drank it in a slurp. "Wow! What is this? It tastes so good. Hey, why am I making it? Sister, I can move. I can move." The miraculous scene has already made Ying burst into tears. "Well, it's really good. I didn't expect Yifeng to really do it." Seeing his sister crying, the man said, "Sister, I'm fine. You should be happy. Why are you crying?" Ying covered her mouth and said, "I'm happy. I'm happy." Ying really cried, and Yifeng also felt very relieved. He didn't expect that the things in fantasy world were so useful. It seems that there will be many places that can be used in the future. However, some people were not happy that Ying's brother had recovered, and said, "Look, I told you he was a liar. He was just dying. How could he be alive and kicking now?" Yes, it was indeed a lie. "Fortunately, I didn't give you any money." Yifeng said, "Okay. Take your brother to the hospital for a checkup. This is my mobile phone number. If you need anything, you can call me." After saying that, Yifeng left. He had been here for a long time. If he didn't leave, Zissou would probably lose his temper again. Looking at Yifeng's leaving figure, Ying didn't know what to say. But thinking of his brother, Ying decided to go to the hospital for a checkup first. This was the most important thing, and we would talk about the rest later. Returning to Yin Yu and Zissou, Zissou said with an unhappy face as expected, "Humph. It took us so long to go and pay quickly. Others will think we are going to get it for free." Yifeng lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to pay now." In a certain hospital, the chief physician whom Ying often saw looked at Ying and her brother standing in front of him and almost died of fright. He still looked like he was about to die in the morning. But now, he can stand up and walk in front of himself. This is a reflection of his past. "You, this. What's going on with you? Is your brother okay?" Ying nodded desperately and said, "Yes. So I took him for a checkup to see if he is really well." The host doctor shook his head desperately and said, "It's impossible. It's impossible. How could such a magical thing happen? Let's go for a checkup first to see if something is wrong." After a series of examinations, except for the muscle atrophy due to lying in bed for a long time, everything else was normal, and there was no disease at all. This frightened the chief physician even more. How could someone who was almost dead be cured in just one day? In the end, Ying told Yifeng that he had given the medicine, and the director could only shake his head and said, "The world is so big. There are all kinds of wonders. You should be lucky." After returning to his dilapidated residence, Ying's brother said, "Sister, what are you going to do now? You have sold all your rings." Ying said with a smile, "As long as you are well, everything will be fine. My sister will make money to support you, so you don't have to worry. But I think it's still very profitable for my sister to play games." "Who did you listen to?" "Dr. Chen. What he said was that if your sister wasn't so good at making money in games, most people would have given up treatment long ago." Ying said with a smile, "Don't worry. He saved you, and I will repay him. He said he would establish a guild in the game, so I will help him support the guild. How about it?" "Okay. I'm going too." Shadow poked his brother's head and said, "Come on. You don't know how to play games. Besides, the virtual ring exchange is too expensive. I have to find a way to get the money to buy the ring. When my sister makes money, I will buy it for you too." 1. Chapter 107 Registration. By the time Yifeng got home, not to mention 3 hours, a whole afternoon had passed, and the game had already been opened. The three of them hurried back to the room to play the game. The first thing Yifeng did was to see what was updated this time. Opening the forum, Yifeng saw the pinned post, which was the project for this update. Yifeng clicked on it and looked at it bit by bit. The following content is updated in this update. First, the gang system is activated, and you can find the city manager in each major city to activate it. Second, the pet system is enabled, and a pet store is opened in the game. Third, the mount system is enabled, and a mount store is open in the game. Fourth, registration for the Battle of Glory is open today. Registered players must be at least level 30. Specific activities will be announced in the future. Fifth, all maps are fully open and players need to experience them by themselves. Sixth, the level is temporarily online at level 60. The maximum level is 60. Which also makes many players breathe a sigh of relief, and don't have to worry about not being able to keep up. However, level 60 is definitely the most advantageous level. And at that time, the equipment and damage are all up. And that is when the excitement is highest. As for the gang system, this is something that all players in the server hope for. But I'm afraid it's not easy to get. Especially in the early stage. You need to kill a boss with level 50 gold or above in the wild to have a chance of getting a gang token. In addition to the gang token, in addition to the cards, there is another more important thing. The gang territory token. Without this thing, even if there is a gang, it will not be easy to use. And it will be more troublesome to gather the gang members. He is only level 30 now. It is no joke to kill a level 50 boss without people filling in. I am afraid no one can kill a level 50 golden boss. The human sea tactic is also the most common tactic. Yi Feng opened his backpack and found another backpack called a pet backpack. Yi Feng's dragon egg was moved into the pet backpack. Yi Feng took a look and found that it had just been hatched, and it would take 9 hours and 55 minutes. Because it requires 10 hours of online time. All Yi Feng must be online for 10 hours before the pet eggs can be hatched. Because Yi Feng entered the game relatively late. Some players in Xuanwu City have already been found with pets following them. Yi Feng asked in confusion, "Brother, you hatched a pet so soon?" The player looked at Yi Feng strangely and said, "You haven't read the official introduction. The worse the quality, the shorter the incubation time. A white pet egg like mine only takes 1 second. But the attributes of the pet are not good. I'm just playing with it. I can do it anyway." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Thank you. It turns out that there is another reason. I don't know what level of pet my 10 hours is. Forget it. I will know what level of pet it is when he comes out. We have seen many people selling pet eggs around the world. But almost all of them are white. This kind of thing is probably easy to come by. Otherwise, why would so many people have it? Since pets need 10 hours. Then sign up for the Battle of Glory. Yin Yu became famous for this in the first place. And Yi Feng also plans to give it a try. Didi! Yin Yu's private call was sent. And Yi Feng said, "What's the matter?" Yin Yu asked, "Well, aren't you going to sign up for the Battle of Glory?" Yi Feng said, "Of course I will go. I am going to sign up for an individual competition and a team competition." "Well, let's register for the individual competition first." "Okay, I'll go first." The NPC who signed up for the Battle of Glory was at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. Standing at the gate with the housekeeper of the City Lord's mansion. There were many players standing in front of the NPC in the Battle of Glory. But only a few chatting people were standing in front of the housekeeper. Yi Feng took a look at the Battle of Glory NPC, and finally decided to come to the housekeeper for a chat. "Old housekeeper, is the City Lord here?" When the housekeeper saw it was Yi Feng, he said with a smile, "It turns out to be Commander Yi. The Lord of the City has gone to the Imperial City for a meeting. Tell me if you have anything to say." Yi Feng explained his purpose of coming. This guy was in charge of the gang. So of course, he wanted to inquire about the gang. Yi Feng also knew that it was actually very simple to create a gang. First, a gang token, and then 500 gold coins. You could create a level 1 gang. In Fantasy World, a level 1 gang can accommodate 10,000 people, which is a very large number. But because Fantasy World is so popular, it is comparable to those big guilds. The total members of all their guilds are at least 100,000. Of course, there are only a few hundred direct members, and there are many other external members. That is, individual players. Think about it. There are hundreds of millions of people in China in Fantasy World, and a guild has hundreds of thousands of people. In front of hundreds of millions of people. That's really not much. Not much at all. Therefore, the guild does not accept everyone, because the positions are limited, and without any good equipment, it is really difficult to join the guild. "Commander Yi, do you want to create a guild?" the steward asked. Yi Feng nodded and said, "I do have this idea. But it's a pity that I don't have a gang token, let alone money. Commander Yi, you just looked down on my old butler. What is your relationship with our city lord? Talking about money hurts feelings. Give me the gang token, and I will do it for you immediately." Yi Feng said in surprise, "Really? Of course it's true. The city lord has told us to help as much as we can. However, the gang token must be handed over to the royal family. So this cannot be missing. If this player gives it to the city lord, he probably won't even know how to do it. If you want, I'll give it to you directly." Yi Feng smiled and said, "You are really loyal. I'll be looking for you when I get the gang token. Okay. Yifeng said goodbye to the butler and wanted to squeeze in front of the Battle of Glory NPC, but found that there were too many people. It might take some effort to squeeze in. Yifeng said in front of the housekeeper, "Butler, there are so many people over there. How can I get there? This is not easy. I'll call you over." The housekeeper shouted to the Glory Battle NPC, and the NPC ran over. When he saw Yifeng, the NPC nodded and bowed and said, "Hello, Commander Yi." Yifeng snorted coldly, because there were too many players watching him, and Yifeng couldn't appear too enthusiastic. "Butler, look for me," the steward said. "Commander Yi is looking for you." "You ask him." "Commander Yi, what do you want from me?" Yifeng said, "That's right. Can't you sign up to participate in the Battle of Glory?" "I want to participate," the NPC said with a smile. "Okay. Commander Yi will definitely be the dominant one if he joins, and he will aspire to the top. I'll register you right now." "Well, I also want to sign up for the team competition." "No problem. Just give me the list, and I'll sign it up for you right away." Yifeng thought for a while. There was one for Yifeng, one for Xiao He, one for Yin Yu, one for Zisu, and one for Ying. There were exactly 5 people, but I didn't know if Ying would come. "Let's start with these 5 people. If any of them don't come, I can replace them," the NPC said. "Look what you said. Your identity is different from theirs. They can't do it. But you can? Okay. It's settled." Yifeng said goodbye to the housekeeper and wanted to leave the crowd, but found that the surroundings were blocked by players. Chapter 108 Arrogant Brother. "What are you doing? Why don't you make way for Commander Yi? Do you not want to participate?" the NPC shouted, and the players next to him gave way one after another, and Yifeng was able to leave. The players below are going crazy. He can do things that others can't do. Others have to look at the NPC's face when they sign up. This is great. This NPC looks at Yifeng's face. This treatment is simply heaven and earth. Player A, "I'll go." This Yifeng is so arrogant. Even NPCs listen to him. Player B, "Isn't that right?" After disappearing for a while, he is making a strong comeback. Player C, "Oh my god. When will I have the ability like him?" Even NPCs have to look at his face to act. It's so cool. Player D, "Come on. Didn't I hear that Xuanwu City is now Brother Arrogant's territory? What do you think now?" Player B, "What are you looking at? Arrogant Brother must die." What the HL? When Yifeng was here, there was no venue fee. When this guy comes, there will be a lot of things. Player A, "This is called a mountain without tigers. And the monkey is the king." Ha ha. A group of players laughed mockingly. After signing up, Yifeng planned to go to a pet shop and a mount shop. He should be familiar with new things. In the real pet shop, there are various kinds of pet eggs, most of which are white, with a lot of green leaves, and less blue ones. The golden Yifeng did not see it, but Yifeng found an orange pet egg. This is good stuff. "Commander Yi, do you need to buy pet eggs?" The waiter from the first store stepped forward and said. Yifeng said, "How much does your orange pet egg cost?" "Orange? This is the best and most expensive pet egg in our Xuanwu City." "Commander Yi, are you sure you want it?" Yifeng said, "Just asking. I haven't seen that thing before." The waiter breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Commander Yi, to tell you the truth, this thing is prepared by our pet store to be presented to the Lord of Xuanwu City. If you want it, we can get one for you." "Is this thing so easy to get?" The waiter shook his head and said, "It's not easy to get. For an orange pet egg, you have to kill at least hundreds of epic level bosses before you can get one. You decide whether it's easy to get it or not." Yifeng was a little frightened. There were at least 100 epic level bosses. This was too scary. "Well, the price is terrible, and I really can't afford it." The waiter said, "Commander Yi, you can take a look at the pet skill books sold in our pet store, which are used to tame pets." "Oh, there is such a thing?" "Yes. Some pets are very naughty. Even if they become your pets, they still don't obey your commands. At this time, you need to use our pet taming skill book." Yifeng nodded and said, "How much?" The waiter smiled and said, "It's not expensive. Only 1,000 gold coins." Yifeng almost spit out blood. 1,000 gold coins. "You are robbing." "No. This is robbing money." Seeing Yifeng's surprised expression, the waiter said, "Commander Yi, if you want it, I'll give you a 20% discount." Yifeng said, "Others gave me 50% off, but you only gave me 20% off. You are going too far. The waiter said, we are a pet store and an independent force. So I will give you a maximum of 20% off. Yifeng shook his head. Regardless of whether this thing was useful or not, the price would scare all players to death. Yifeng walked out of the pet store directly. He originally planned to go to the mount store to have a look. Yifeng also gave up that idea. It was probably similar to the pet store. It was just about how fast this horse ran, and how fast that horse ran. Yifeng finally saw through it. It was so expensive. To whom it is sold. But just as Yifeng left, a player came out of the mount shop and laughed, haha. A golden BMW only costs 1,000 gold coins. It's such a bargain and worth it. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Being poor really limited his imagination. It turns out that the wealthy people are so rich. 1,000 gold coins, according to the current price ratio, is 300,000 yuan. 300,000 gold coins can buy a horse in the game. Although the golden attribute mount has a certain combat effectiveness, it is too expensive. This is because Yifeng allows the game to level 30 has been suspended for so long. Because the price of gold has dropped. Otherwise one gold coin costs at least 500 yuan. Of course, Yifeng couldn't understand the thoughts of the rich man. He was just trying to attract attention and pick up girls. This was really worth it for the rich man. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and walked directly out of the city. He had to keep up with the rhythm. Upgrading was the most important thing. As soon as he walked out of the city, trouble came to his door. It was none other than Brother Arrogant, the current overlord of Xuanwu City. Yifeng glanced at Brother Arrogant boredly and said, what do you want? Brother Arrogant didn't know why Yifeng knew him. He thought he was particularly famous. He said with an arrogant look, it seems that I am quite famous for being arrogant. Even our old master Yi knows about it. Ha ha. Yifeng looked at Brother Arrogant like an idiot. Because no matter who was in front of Yifeng, Yifeng could see the other person's ID. Because Yifeng was from an NPC perspective, and you couldn't hide it. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to waste time with you, Yifeng said. Oh, let me go. They all say that my arrogant brother is very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me. What do you think I should do? Arrogant brother's younger brother shouted. It goes without saying. Kill him. Arrogant brother laughed and said, did you hear that? Master Yi? You said you want me to kill you. Of course. As the former boss of Xuanwu City, I will give you a chance. If you kill my younger brother, you can kowtow to my younger brother and admit your mistake. Forget it. After all, you have glory. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, what if I say no? Brother Arrogant said with a cruel face, then you really can't survive in Xuanwu City. I will kill you until you leave Xuanwu City. Ha ha. Use your brain. Are you sure you can kill me? Brother Arrogant looked at Yifeng with contempt and said, TSK. I can directly kill you. Do you really think you are a great god? You can try. Yifeng calmly activated the magic shield and stared at Brother Arrogant. The news that Yifeng and Brother Arrogant were preparing for a PK outside the city spread instantly, attracting countless players to watch the battle. Arrogant brother whispered, in that case, just suffer death. Brother Arrogant took the lead and slashed directly at Yifeng with a leap. Yifeng stood motionless on the spot. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, does this guy really think he is a sick cat who can pinch persimmons casually? Dark entanglement. Yifeng directly pulled Brother Arrogant down from the air. Brother Arrogant's speed slowed down greatly. And Brother Arrogant also realized that he was being controlled. Yelled, bloodthirsty. In an instant, the damage effect on Arrogant Brother disappeared. And he was so fast that he wanted to kill Yifeng with one blow. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and shouted easily, Ice Grit. Brother Arrogant was directly frozen in place. Yifeng raised the staff in his hand and shouted, Earth Fire Explosion. Fire Dragon Dance. Dark Fireball Technique. In less than a second, Yifeng directly fired 3 magic spells, directly beating Brother Arrogant to the point of being drained of blood. Brother Arrogant panicked and quickly started to drink the blood-restoring potion. Anger was written on his face. Before he could reach Yifeng, he had already been beaten to a point of empty blood. This was so embarrassing. Chapter 109 Defeat the Arrogant Brother. Yifeng sneered, looked at Brother Arrogant with disdain, and said, You still want to fight? I'm afraid you will lose miserably. Being slapped in the face by Yifeng in public. Even ordinary people might not be able to hold their heads up, let alone the arrogant Brother Arrogant. Brother Arrogant glared at Yifeng and said, No. You just attacked me. Do it again. Haha. This arrogant brother is so shameless. If he does it again, I almost kill him instantly. Why is he so thick-skinned? That's right. That's right. I've never seen anyone so shameless. The players watching on the side couldn't stand it anymore and all said. Brother Arrogant glared at the players around him and shouted, "If you are not convinced, you can challenge me to a duel." It's a pity that no one wants to speak out. After all, everyone has seen how powerful Brother Arrogant is before. That's why no one came to suppress him. It's because he can't beat him that Brother Arrogant can become the king in Xuanwu City. Now that King Yifeng has returned, this is what the players in Xuanwu City are happy to see. Isn't your arrogant brother very arrogant? Now there is a guy who is even more arrogant than you. Let's see how you step down. Yifeng crossed his arms and said, I can accept your second challenge, but I have a condition. Say. The arrogant brother at this moment is willing to agree to even 100 conditions. He wants to earn back his face. Yifeng said, this is easy to handle. As long as you can kill me once, I will be your little brother, and I will be at your disposal. But if you lose, you will have to be my little brother, and I will be at my disposal. Do you dare? This. Brother Arrogant was a little hesitant, because just now Yifeng showed extremely strong fighting power, and he was not completely sure that he could win. If he won, it would be easy. But if he lost, if he were not Yifeng's younger brother, in Fantasy World, he would not be able to win. It's really impossible to survive. Seeing the arrogant brother hesitate, the younger brother beside him didn't dare to say anything. But the onlookers stopped and started making noises. Hey, Brother Arrogant, you claim to be the boss in Xuanwu City, but you are afraid of anyone challenging you. Besides, you, the boss of Xuanwu City, haven't competed with Master Yifeng yet. I think you are just a coward. That's right. If you really fall in love with a real master, you will be intimidated, and you will just abuse the food. Uh-huh. Arrogant brother. Aren't you the great Master Yifeng? You are a has-been. Please give me a sign. A group of people were talking to each other, and Brother Arrogance was extremely unhappy after hearing this. Who said I don't dare to do it anymore? Isn't it because I am someone else's younger brother? I am arrogant and afraid of no one. Brother Arrogant shouted. Yifeng held the staff with one hand, thrust it into the ground, and shouted coldly, Come on! Arrogant brother held the knife with both hands and shouted loudly, Watch the move. Violent storm. Yifeng looked up and saw that arrogant brother had jumped up, drew dozens of sword techniques in the air, and slashed directly towards Yifeng's position. Yifeng turned the staff in his hand, and the magic shield instantly protected Yifeng. He picked up the calming lantern with his left hand and shouted, Calming lantern. Wake up! At this moment, Yifeng was moving. Before the audience could react, a golden sword light flew out of the black magic shield. The arrogant brother, who was completely unprepared, was hit by the sudden sword light. He flipped several times in the air and fell to the ground this time. Just as Brother Arrogant was about to get up, a death-like sound appeared in Brother Arrogant's ears. Dark entanglement. The ground fire explodes. Boom! The scene in front of Brother Arrogant turned gray. Brother Arrogant, who only made one move, was killed by Yifeng again. And this time it was a real kill. Ding! System prompt. You have been killed by Yifeng, and you have 30 seconds to resurrect. As soon as Brother Arrogant died, the surrounding players applauded one after another. Someone shouted, Well done to Master Yifeng. Brother Arrogant will now know that there is someone outside the world. He thinks he is a hidden profession and is awesome. But he doesn't know that hidden profession there are also strengths and weaknesses. Ha ha. Relieve your anger. Really relieve your anger. Brother Arrogant, get up and keep fighting. Aren't you awesome? Some people are happy and some are worried. The happy ones are the ordinary players who are deceived by Brother Arrogant. But the worried ones are Brother Arrogant's subordinates, none of whom dare to look at Yifeng. Yifeng said, Everyone. Xuanwu City is still the Xuanwu City before. There is no need to keep it the same as who owes whom. As I said, I have the final say in Xuanwu City. What do you think? It's necessary. Lord Yifeng is the signature of our Xuanwu City. Whatever you say is what you say. The key is that you are a nice person. Unlike that arrogant brother. You really thought your name was Arrogant Brother. You are so arrogant. That's right. I can finally level up with peace of mind. I have to thank Master Yifeng for this. Yifeng responded to the players around him with a smile. After all, his base is Xuanwu City. No matter how it changes, this will be his territory in the future. He must let the people here know that there is only one boss here. And that is me. Yi Feng. Not Brother Arrogant. Yi Feng waved his hand and was about to leave. At this time, Arrogant Brother came to life and was pulled up by the priest brother next to him using his resurrection skills. Wait! Yi Feng stopped and said, "What? You still want to fight?" Arrogant Brother said, "I know I can't beat you. I have already lost." "Well, what else is going on?" "I'm not here to practice leveling." The Arrogant Brother said, "I just said that if I lose, I will be your younger brother. Now you are my boss." "Boss?" Yi Feng turned his back to Brother Arrogant, stretched out a hand and said, "Okay, take your little brother with you and do what you need to do. Stop making useless things and stop messing around in Xuanwu City for me. Clear." Brother Arrogant was finally convinced by Yi Feng. A mage could actually use skills similar to those of a warrior, and this skill was extremely powerful. He lost almost half of his blood just after being attacked. It was terrifying. Moreover, Yi Feng's attack was so fast that he didn't give Brother Arrogant any time to react. Brother Arrogant's defeat was unfair. Yi Feng and Arrogant Brother are separated, but they can be regarded as having a younger brother under their command and becoming Arrogant Brother's best friend. Not long after Yi Feng left, the people from Lanchi Valley came. Originally, they planned to subdue Brother Arrogance and let him be the boss in Xuanwu City, so that they could have an outside team. But now it seems that someone got there first. That person, it was Yi Feng, who Lanchi thought was unlikely to continue to be strong. Yi Feng disappeared for a while, and his level dropped a lot. As a businessman, Lanchi certainly couldn't work on Yi Feng. Now it seemed that he had really underestimated Yi Feng. "Demo, are you contacting Yi Feng?" Demo looked at Lanchi with an embarrassed look and said, "President, you are trying to make me feel shameless." "Right," Lanchi said with some embarrassment, "just work hard." "It seems that Yi Feng still can't let it go." Demo said angrily, "President, you told me not to come into contact with Yi Feng before. You asked me to come into contact with Brother Arrogant. And now you ask me to come into contact with Yi Feng. So what does Brother Arrogant think of me?" This, Lanchi indeed felt that she had gone too far. But in Lanchi Valley only Demo and Yi Feng were familiar with each other. Who else could he look for if not Demo? Chapter 110 Mediation. Yi Feng is walking in the level 31 wild monster area. There are a large number of players here who are leveling up. Of course, Yi Feng will not compete with them, and will go to a higher wild monster area. At this time, Demo sent a private message. Yi Feng took one look at it and accepted it. "Looking for me?" Demo sighed and said, "It's okay. I'm just feeling depressed and want to find someone to chat with." Yi Feng said, "You are a senior member of Lanchi Valley. Why are you depressed? Who would offend you?" Demo shook his head and said, "Hey, there are a lot of trivial matters. I haven't contacted you for a long time. Let's talk about it." "What are you doing?" Yi Feng said, "Let's find a place to practice leveling. Of course, it's an impact at this time. The first few hundred people are all level 31. I have to step up." "Okay. You can chat with me while you are leveling up. Please delay." Yi Feng said, "It's okay. You tell me. I'm bored anyway." Yi Feng found a group of level 32 wild monsters and chatted with the MO while killing them. This level 32 wild monster is just a group of fire snakes. If you bite it, you will suffer continuous damage. At least 3 to 4 fire snakes can be attracted at one time. If you are an ordinary person, you may be killed directly by the continuous killing. It's a pity that Yi Feng is not an ordinary person. While chatting and leveling up, time passed quickly. 2 hours had passed since the chat, and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. "Oh, if I didn't notice, it's already past 9 o'clock. I didn't bother you." Yi Feng said, "It's okay. After listening to you for so long, you are living a good life. Hey, isn't this for living? I am already 30 this year, and I have a wife and children. In a few years, my speed and consciousness will not keep up. I will either become a manager or find another job. So I will make more money now. Pay some money. More money is not a bad thing anyway." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I agree with this. Okay, I'll stop talking to you today. I won't interrupt you." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Tell your president that I will consider joining you in Lanchi Valley. But I'm not sure. I also know your purpose today, and I can't let you go in vain." Demo said gratefully, "Thank you. I know it is impossible for you to join any guild, But if there is anything I can do to help, you can come to me. I have been in the big guild for so long, so I still have some experience. Yi Feng laughed and said, Okay, I'll be in trouble for you then. Okay, let's not talk anymore. The president is looking for me, so I'll go first. Farewell to the desert. Yi Feng's heart was full of emotions. Not everyone was as lucky as Huang Xiaotian. Everyone grew up step by step from the most ordinary members to the present. They are rich and powerful. Those are only a few. And most of them are rich and powerful. Like Yi Feng. Start from scratch. Quick. Go to the front and take a look. Someone is starting a fight. Someone passed by Yi Feng. And Yi Feng looked at where those people were going. It seemed that someone was really fighting not far ahead. But fighting was very normal. And there would be more in the future. Yi Feng didn't pay much attention and continued to level up. But not long after, Yi Feng received a message from Zhisu. Yi Feng, where are you? Yi Feng said, the south gate of Xuanwu City. The level 32 wild monster area. What's going on? Our president was beaten up. He's in your position. Come over and help him. Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, It's none of my business. Don't get involved. As a result, Zhisu changed her previous violent temper and said gently, Brother Yi Feng, please help me. Our president has helped me a lot before, so it's a favor. Yi Feng said, That's not the time. Oh, you are the boss of Xuanwu City. I don't want you to take action. Let's solve it by the way. Bai Zhisu shouted in such a loud voice that Yi Feng got goosebumps. He quickly responded, Okay, I'll go over and have a look. Make sure it's normal. Zhisu made a laughing sound. And it ended with Zhisu's victory. Yi Feng walked helplessly towards the group of people fighting. Unexpectedly, it was the people from behind Chaosheng Pavilion who were fighting. And he didn't know who he was fighting with. When I walked over, the two sides were still fighting. At this time, a player discovered that Yi Feng was coming and shouted, Master Yi Feng is here. Yi Feng nodded and looked at the battlefield in front of him. There were still several corpses lying on the ground. Yi Feng shouted, That's enough. Stop. After Yi Feng drank this, both parties looked at Yi Feng in unison. Some people knew Yi Feng, and some did not. For example, at Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion, they were familiar with the name Yi Feng, but this was the first time they saw it. Master Yi Feng, these girls came to our Xuanwu city to cause trouble. A warrior named Xing Tian stood up and said. But the people in the Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion on the opposite side were not convinced. A female player named Qi Tian said, Making trouble? Don't just talk nonsense. If you don't accept it, let's continue. Xing Tian was not a person who was afraid of trouble. And shouted, Don't think that because you are from Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion, we are afraid of you. This is Xuanwu City, not your Suzaku City. Then come. The two sides were about to fight over a disagreement again. Yi Feng quickly walked between the two of them and said, Calm down. What's going on? Great God. They robbed our boss and even started killing people. Xing Tian said. Xing Tian shouted, What do you mean we are robbing your boss? The boss is refreshed between you and me. This is called robbing? Everyone depends on their ability. Humph. Even so, you are right to kill people. Right? You deserve it. The two sides quarreled again. And Yi Feng covered his head. This was too much of a quarrel. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and said, That's enough. That's enough. I almost know what's going on. Xing Tian said, Master Yi Feng, you are from our Xuanwu city. You can't help these girls. Qi Tian said, Yi Feng, Xiao Su is your girlfriend. Your girlfriend asked you to help us. It's up to you. When Xing Tian heard this, something was wrong. Yi Feng's woman turned out to be from behind Chaosheng Pavilion. This was not a good thing. Yi Feng nodded and said, First of all, I represent myself and not anyone else. If you want to listen to me, just listen to me. If you don't want to, just listen to me. Xing Tian said, Master, tell me. Qi Tian nodded. After all, he was a respectable person, so he still had some courtesy. Yi Feng said, First of all, I don't care who gets this boss in the end. After all, you guys discovered it at the same time. Whoever gets it is the rule. Both parties nodded. If the boss didn't grab it, it was because they were incompetent. But now it's a matter of fighting. Yi Feng continued, You, Bihai, were right to make the first move. Qi Tian said, Yes. But they cursed first. Okay. Xing Tian and the others were wrong. They scolded people first. But you made the first move. If I guess correctly, you took down the boss in the end? Qi Tian nodded and said, Humph. Of course. Come on. If you are willing, give me face and apologize to each other. And this matter will be over. Otherwise you will continue to fight. Chapter 111 Seizing Resources. When Yifeng said this, Qi Tian must be willing. After all, if the fight continues like this, both sides will suffer great losses. But Qi Tian is not happy about it. Why should a girl do something like apologizing? Shouldn't men be more gentlemanly? Also, the boss only produced 2 pieces of green equipment in total. So why should one be given to Xingtian and the others? Hey, are you Xiaosu's boyfriend? Are you sure you are here to help us? Yifeng said, this has nothing to do with her. I will not stand on any side. If you want to reconcile, just reconcile. If you don't, just keep doing it. Xingtian said, the great god has the final say. We listen to the great god Yifeng. Qi Tian frowned and said, we grabbed the boss. So we can apologize. But the equipment is irrelevant. And it's not worth much. Yifeng looked at Xingtian to see what he meant. Xingtian shook his head and said, although the equipment is not worth much, our losses must be compensated. I think what Master Yifeng said is very reasonable. The Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion was not happy. One person stood up and said, Humph, do you really think we are afraid of you? Is our Bihai comparable to you guys? Seeing this, Xingtian said unwillingly, I'm afraid you girls won't do it. If you want to beat me, just beat me. I'm afraid you won't do it. That's right. You Bihai. Don't bully others too much. Although we don't have a big gang in Xuanwu City, it's not something you can bully. For a moment, Bihai seemed to have caused public outrage. As Bihai's gang leader, Qi Tian must have put the overall situation first. It was impossible to really come to Xuanwu City to start a war because of this boss. And there was no need for them. After all, they were one of the top 10 gangs. The strength is very strong. To deal with these gangs, you don't need to use all your strength. Even a small elite team can kill a lot of people. Yifeng stared at Qi Tian and others and said, are you sure? Obviously. Yifeng's words have made it obvious. This is my territory. If you want to move people in my territory, try it. As soon as Yifeng stood up, he immediately received support from a lot of players. Hack. Master Yifeng is afraid of what these girls will do. Just do it if you don't accept it. Damn. I've long been unhappy with these big guilds. They dare to act arrogantly when they come to our Xuanwu City. I really don't know how to write death. Qi Tian and others took a step back inadvertently. Qi Tian looked at Yifeng and said, if I am touching them, are you really going to take action? Yifeng said, I said that Xuanwu City is my territory. What do you think? What about Brother Arrogant? Qi Tian asked. Little girls. You don't know, right? Master Yifeng took that arrogant boy as his younger brother as soon as he took action. Now Yifeng still has the final say in Xuanwu City. A player on the side said. And other players agreed. Qi Tian really didn't bother to ask about this news. After all, Xuanwu City is like a piece of loose sand. From the perspective of these big guilds, they can use Xuanwu City as their base at any time as long as they are willing. Previously, Brother Arrogant was unparalleled in Xuanwu City because he hid his profession. Who in the fantasy world didn't know who Brother Arrogant was? But they didn't expect that when Yifeng appeared in front of everyone again, he would be like this. An attitude. Xiaomi, give them the equipment and let's go, Qi Tian said. President, give it to them. There's no need for us to waste time here. Yes, President. After the equipment was handed over to Xingtian, Qi Tian and the others did not apologize or ask Xingtian to apologize. Instead, they turned around and left with the people in their guild. Seeing Qi Tian and the others leaving, it was time for Yifeng to leave. Although the solution was not smooth, it was still satisfactory. Master Yifeng, if you had said something harsh earlier, they would have handed over their equipment obediently. Why do you need to say so much to them? Xingtian said. Yifeng shook his head and said, okay. It's all about leveling up. It's time for me to go, so as not to cause any trouble. I understand. Thank you, Master Yifeng, Xingtian said. Farewell to Xingtian and the others. Yifeng originally planned to go leveling up, but found that it was getting late. And Zissou also asked Yifeng to go offline. As soon as he got off the line, Yifeng saw Zissou standing in front of him, glaring at him with a look of resentment. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, what's wrong? I asked you to help the president and the others. What did you do? Yifeng said, Is it possible that I help your president kill the people in Xuanwu City? Then why am I hanging around in Xuanwu City? Zissou said angrily, Then you can't ask the president and others to hand over their equipment. Can't you men be more gentlemen? Yifeng said with an indifferent attitude, It's a game. Not to mention the game, fantasy world. Unless you are one of your own. Who cares who you are? If you don't accept it, just do it. TCH. I really thought that Xuanwu City was your territory. But I heard that those big guilds started to attack Xuanwu City. Let me see how long you can be brave. Yifeng stood up, lightly scratched Zissou's nose, and said, As long as it doesn't bother me, I can't care less. Humph. I don't care. They all say you are not my boyfriend. You have to prove it to them. Yifeng shook his head and said, It's none of their business. The worst thing is that I'm not in their gang. I've decided to take you in. A homeless wanderer like you. Zissou couldn't defeat Yifeng. So she started asking Yin Yu for help. Sister Yin Yu. Yifeng is bullying me. Yin Yu was putting on a facial mask at the moment and said, I feel comfortable when I'm not in the guild. I can do whatever I want. If I were still fighting in the game at this time in the past. Yin Yu. I knew you would be like this. I'm going to bed. As Zissou ran back to the room, Yin Yu and Yifeng looked at each other and showed helpless smiles. Zissou was like this, looking like a little girl. Yifeng said, Then I'll go to bed too. Good night. Yin Yu took Yifeng's hand and said, Wait a minute. I heard from Dingtian people that they really plan to divide Xuanwu City's resources. Yifeng frowned and said, Xuanwu City's resources. What resources does Xuanwu City have? Are they individual people? Yin Yu shook his head and said, The golden boss outside Xuanwu City are the ones who can explode the gang tokens. Tell me, why are the people from behind coming back to Xuanwu City today to choose a location? Why are they so domineering? Yin Yu nodded and said, Yes. Not only the people from behind, but other guilds have also sent people to Xuanwu City today. So you should pay attention in the future, or I will come to you. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, It's okay. You can just stay in Suzaku City. By the way, help me find the golden boss in Suzaku City. Yin Yu said excitedly, Why do you really want to create a guild? I'll help you. Yifeng smiled and said, This is not as good as this. I want to cheat these big guys out of money. Yin Yu blinked her eyes, already understanding what Yifeng meant, and nodded with a smile. And she would do whatever Yifeng said. Chapter 112 Peach Blossom Mountain. The next day, as soon as Yifeng went online, he saw players from Xuanwu City complaining about why Xuanwu City suddenly had so many players from other main cities. And the number of people was still increasing. And there had even been several small-scale riots. Fighting. Yifeng frowned. This was not the way to go. The bosses of these guilds, who were guarding their own main city, came to Xuanwu City to grab resources. This was obviously a bit of a way to bully the individual people. However, even if they find the boss, they still can't defeat it. As long as they find it, they will record the location. As long as the time is right, they will definitely kill the boss in Xuanwu City as soon as possible, and then go to the boss in their own main city. In this way, Xuanwu City will not take the boss at all. Less than any boss. I looked at my level. I already had half of the experience of level 30. I have to upgrade to level 31 today. I can't control other things. And I can't control them now. Under Yifeng's instructions, Xiao He and Xiao Yi began to concentrate on upgrading. Not to mention Arrogant Brother, who was already ranked first. He had the same idea as Yifeng, to level up first and then make plans. Time was running out, and Yifeng had to find those wild monsters that were of the right level, but with enough experience. Another advantage was that they were all level 30 now, and not even a single copy had been triggered, which made the upgrade slower. Yifeng walked directly towards the city lord's mansion. Butler Yifeng came over and said, Commander Yi, what do you want to do today? Are you looking for the lord of the city? Yifeng shook his head and said, I'm not looking for the city lord. I just want to ask, where is the level 30 dungeon? The housekeeper frowned and said, Dungeon? Are you talking about a place similar to a demon camp? Yifeng nodded and said, Yes. That's right. But it must be a level 30 place. The housekeeper thought for a moment and said, I don't know if that's true. You can go to a place called Peach Blossom Mountain, outside the city. Peach Blossom Mountain? Yifeng opened the map and saw the location of Peach Blossom Mountain at a glance. This was the area with more than 30 level wild monsters. which meant that there was probably a copy here. So what are you waiting for? Yi Feng ran away. The housekeeper stretched out his hand and shouted, Commander Yi. The city lord asked you to, well, you are really impatient. Forget it. We will wait until you come back. Yi Feng only heard what the housekeeper said. But he didn't know what he said. Anyway, he must have spent more time with the city lord. We can talk about this kind of thing later. Yi Feng quickly ran towards Peach Blossom Mountain. Before entering Peach Blossom Mountain, Yi Feng could already smell the smell of peach blossoms. At a glance, the peach trees in the previous article are full of pink flowers. Sure enough, it is Peach Blossom Mountain. Almost all the trees here are peach trees. And they are all full of peach blossoms. As soon as he walked into Peach Blossom Mountain, Yi Feng noticed a pain in his shoulder, and he was bleeding. Looking closely, there was a peach tree demon beside him. It looked like a peach tree, but without leaves. Yi Feng thought it was a wooden stake, but it turned out to be a wild monster. This Peach Blossom Tree Demon is just an entry-level wild monster of the Peach Blossom Tree. The Peach Blossom Tree Demon is not high level. It only needs level 31. Yi Feng can kill it instantly with a set of skills. He doesn't have much experience, and only has over 500 points. Yi Feng continued to walk forward and unexpectedly found that there were players leveling up here. But having said that, there were level 31 monsters here. So of course, there were players leveling up. Of course, Fantasy World has millions of players. And not all of them know Yi Feng. There are a lot of people who know Yi Feng's name. But not many people have seen Yi Feng. Some people just nodded politely when they saw Yi Feng coming and continued to focus on leveling up. And Yi Feng is not here to level up, but to trigger a copy. After entering Peach Blossom Mountain, after walking for about 2 minutes, a fork in the road appeared in front of Yi Feng. There were 3 roads, one on the left and one on the left. No matter where you looked, there were Peach Blossom Tree Demons. So Yi Feng could go either way. Yi Feng stood at the 3-way intersection, raised his right hand and said, Let's go this way. I'm used to walking on the right. Yi Feng walked directly into the fork on the right. To be honest, this fork can directly see the road next door. The middle is just blocked by trees. There are not many peach tree demons on the road. Yi Feng can avoid them by not being coquettish enough. Attack without waking them up. After walking for about 2 minutes, Yi Feng came to a camp. There were several NPCs here, including pharmacists, blacksmiths, mission NPCs, and some unknown NPCs. Anyway, they were all gathered here. Yi Feng understood that this place would definitely be a gathering place for players in the future. So there must be a dungeon nearby. The butler really did not lie to himself. Yi Feng walked to the camp and took the lead in coming to the NPC named Ruolong. It turns out to be Commander Yi. What's the matter with you coming to our Taohua village? Yi Feng said. The city manager asked me to come and see if there is anything that needs my help. Ruolong NPC said, It turns out that I am from the city lord's mansion. Commander Yi. I'm really busy here and asked you to help me. Are you willing? Ding. System prompts. Do you accept Ruolong's request? Accept. Commander Yi. Our Taohua village is a paradise. We were invaded by demons not long ago. Now there are magic peach tree demons and some demon beasts everywhere outside Taohua village. We need to clean up them. Yi Feng said, No problem. I'll do it right away. When Yi Feng was about to leave, several players came to the camp. It seemed that they were here to hand in tasks, which meant that everyone here could accept the tasks. Yi Feng quickly came outside the camp and needed to kill 20 peach blossom tree demons and obtain 10 peach blossom branches from them. Yi Feng did not hesitate to start spawning monsters. But after fighting several peach tree demons, Yi Feng found that not every peach blossom tree demon exploded branches. Almost 1 in 3. Which meant that Yi Feng had to spawn at least 30 peach blossom tree demons. Fortunately, there are not many players here. Yi Feng can directly attract a group of peach tree demons and directly activate the group attack skills. This makes the fight faster. And Yi Feng feels very happy. Let me go! This guy is so powerful. He can attract so many peach tree demons by himself. Indeed. But let's do the task quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Feng had collected 10 branches and at least 40 peach blossom tree demons. If there were many people, this task would be difficult. After returning to the camp, Yi Feng said to Ruolong, This is the peach blossom branch you want. Great. Now I have a lot of materials for the peach tree mechanism I made. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing Ruolong's commission and gaining 12,000 experience points. Yi Feng nodded. The reward for this mission was really good. It gave him 32,000 points. However, Yifeng now needs 2 million experience points to level up, which is simply terrifying. Fortunately, there was a lot of mission experience here, and Yifeng's experience bar jumped a small square. Commander Yi, we still need some parts for our mechanism. Do you want to help me collect them? Ding! System prompts. Do you want to accept Ruolong's request too? Accept. Behind our Peach Blossom village, there used to be our mechanism room. Now it is filled with demonic mechanism beasts. You have to go inside and collect them. Chapter 113 Meeting Hou-Yi again. Behind the camp is a large machine shop. From the outside, you can see many worn-out machine parts, as well as the demon machine beasts hiding in the dark. Yifeng walked to the door of Guanfeng. Before he could see clearly, a fireball flew towards Yifeng. Call! Yifeng took a step back, and the fireball fell in front of Yifeng, burning on the ground for a moment before extinguishing. At this time, a demon machine beast came out of the machine shop, staring at Yifeng with a pair of blood-red eyes. The flames emanating from the air told Yifeng that it was this beast that had just attacked Yifeng. Demon Clan Beast, level 32 HP 3200. Defense 150. Attack 180. The cage beast created by the Demon Clan Master only obeys the Demon Clan. It is huge in number, and is a guard cage beast in the territory occupied by the Demon Clan. Fortunately, this machine beast is not very strong. So Yifeng throws out a skill, Dark Fireball. Boom! A yellow critical hit number appeared above the head of the demon machine beast. -500. The corner of Yifeng's mouth rose. It seemed that this thing was afraid of fire damage. After all, it was a machine beast made of wood and metal. It had a lot of fear of fire damage. After being hit by Yifeng, the demon machine beast roared and pounced directly on Yifeng. Yifeng waved the staff in his hand, and a black fire dragon descended from the sky. It circled directly on the body of the demon machine beast, making a clicking sound without burning the wood. This time it was another critical hit. -450. Dark Entanglement. As a control skill, this skill originally does not do much damage, but when faced with this demon machine beast, it can actually do 300 plus damage, which is unparalleled. In less than 10 seconds, a demonic machine beast was killed by Yifeng, and the entire machine beast was shattered on the ground. Yifeng walked to the machine beast that was broken to the ground and squatted down to see if there were any props for his mission. Unfortunately, except for the burned machine beast, there were no machine parts that Yifeng needed. Yifeng shook his head. It seems that this is the same as the Peach Blossom Tree Demon. Things are not so explosive. Yifeng walked into the machine shop, and a demon machine beast rushed towards him. Unexpectedly, there was a demon machine beast at the door. If Yifeng hadn't had a magic shield, it might have killed a lot of Yifeng's blood. Yifeng is currently level 30, and his health has reached 3,800. For a mage, his health is surprisingly high. This is because Yifeng is not a real mage, and his current health is about the same as that of some warriors who are not well equipped. And with the blessing of the magic shield, Yifeng estimated that his blood volume should reach 5,000, which is comparable to some top tank human shields. However, Yifeng's equipment is mage equipment, and its defense is not high. After being attacked, he still loses a lot of blood, but Yifeng only has more blood. After the magic shield was attacked by the demon machine beast, it shook a few times, and a black fireball flew out from the top of Yifeng's staff. Boom! Another demon machine beast was killed by Yifeng, but unfortunately he still didn't have the parts he needed. Yifeng shook his head and continued walking inside. Along the way, Yifeng saw many demon beasts, and they were killed by Yifeng one by one. This process lasted half an hour. Boom! A demon machine beast fell apart, and a delicate machine part exploded out. Yifeng bent down and picked it up. He finally let out a sigh of relief on his face. After half disappearing, he finally collected all the mission items. It was really difficult. Yifeng looked at the few magic recovery potions in his backpack, and it seemed that he had to ask Zissou. There were a lot of wild monsters to kill here, which would definitely consume mana. Yifeng walked out of the machine shop and was about to hand in the task when a voice came from behind Yifeng. "We meet again!" Yifeng looked back and saw a shirtless archer sitting cross-legged on a tree stump nearby. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence. You are here too. Well, I heard that you stopped playing, which disappointed me for a while. But you still didn't let me down. You still came. And you are still so strong. Are you interested in a game? Yi Feng shook his head and said, Forget it, Ho-E. I'm busy upgrading. The tasks here are difficult. It turns out that this man is Ho-E from Novice Village. He is now level 31. And judging from his clothes, he should not be an ordinary archer. Ho-E picked up the bow and arrow next to him and said, Okay, let's set a time, and let's have a fight. Now that I'm also hiding my profession. It's fair for us. Sure enough, this guy really has a hidden profession. No wonder he is dressed so strangely and is shirtless. Yi Feng said, Next time. I will fight you next time I meet you. Okay. I will wait for you. After saying this, Ho-E picked up his bow, turned around and left, looking at Ho-Ye's leaving figure. I really don't know what this guy wants to do. He wanted to fight with me in Novice Village. But now he's having sex here. And it's not what it used to be. He has a hidden profession. Yi Feng shook his head and handed over the task. Awesome. Commander Yi. You have helped us a lot. This is your reward. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing Roland's commission, 2, and receiving 32,000 experience rewards and 85 silver coins. Looking at the reward, Yi Feng was quite satisfied. He had a lot of experience. And this time, he was given 85 silver coins. But after handing Yi Feng the reward, Ruolong's expression did not become happy, but hesitant. Yi Feng said, Is there anything else I can help you with? Ruolong scratched his head in embarrassment and said, It's like this. Not far ahead. Our village chief is leading the villagers in the Peach Blossom Cave to resist the invasion of the demons. It's been several days now, and I'm afraid the supplies are no longer enough. Can you send it there for me? I can't leave here for now. Of course. Give me the supplies. Ding. System prompts. Do you want to accept Ruolong's commission 3? Yes. Ding. System prompt. Obtain the mission prop combat supplies. Opening his backpack, he saw a pack of supplies lying quietly in his backpack, according to the designated coordinates of the mission. Yi Feng said goodbye to Ruolong and went to find the village chief of Taohua Village. Yi Feng returned to the three-way intersection again, and the village chief's location was on the left side of the three-way intersection. Yi Feng walked over without hesitation. Less than 100 meters away, Yi Feng saw a mountain in front of him. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain. There were many NPCs standing at the entrance of the cave. An old man was walking around there with a frown on his face. Yi Feng quickly walked up and said, Village chief, these are the combat supplies Ruolong asked me to give to you. The head of Taohua Village was overjoyed. He took Yi Feng's hand and said, Great. We are finally saved. Ding. System prompt. Complete Ruolong's commission, 3, and gain 1,000 experience points. Chapter 114, The Polluted Peach Blossom Demon. Commander Yi, I want to ask you for a favor, said the head of Taohua Village. Yi Feng said, Village chief, you can rest assured. This time, I came to check on the orders of the Lord of Xuanwu City to see if there is anything I can do to help you. If you have any difficulties, just tell them, and the organization will help you. The person from Taohua Village excitedly held Yi Feng's hand and said, Great, Village Chief Yi. You have to do me a favor. Ordinary people really can't do that. Yi Feng thought there was something interesting and immediately said, Village Chief, don't worry. With the support of Xuanwu City, these demons are not trivial. The head of Taohua Village nodded and bowed and said, That's right. I won't let Commander Yi say goodbye. As the saying goes, capture the thief first before capturing the king. Did you see the trap man in the Taohua cave? Yi Feng looked towards the Peach Blossom Cave and found that several players were killing the machine man. This machine man was the same size as a human, but like the machine beast, it was made of wood and gold. However, the machine man's level was higher, level 33. Moreover, the attack speed is relatively frequent, making it difficult for ordinary players to fight. Yi Feng nodded and said, I see. It seems a little tricky. The head of Taohua Village said, It's indeed a bit tricky. The guards in our village have suffered a lot at their hands. They are machines. They don't feel pain, and they can recover themselves without killing them completely. It won't take long before they are killed. It's as good as ever. Yi Feng looked at the guards standing at the entrance of the cave. They all had wounds more or less on their bodies. They seemed to have suffered a lot. Village Chief, you said that to capture the thief first. Capture the king. Where is the head of this mechanism man? Yi Feng asked. The head of Taohua Village said, after many inquiries, We have found his location. It is near the former Taohua pond of our village. But he is guarded by 2 elite machine beasts. In Peach Blossom Pond, Yifeng opened the map and found the location at a glance. It was the third path that Yifeng had not yet taken. Ding! System prompts. Do you want to accept the commission from the head of Taohua Village and kill the leader of the agency? Golden Retriever? Yes. After taking over the task, Yifeng did not rush to find the Golden Retriever, but dialed Zisu's number. Oh, why did you suddenly think of me? Zisu's unhappy voice came from inside. Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, I'm almost out of magic rejuvenation potion. Give me some and send it to me via email. Huh? Is this why you came to me? I won't give it to you. Yifeng's face was dark. He didn't expect Zisu to be so vindictive. Yifeng said, Of course not. I miss you. Ding! System prompt, you have new emails. Please check them. Yifeng was speechless. This guy was so coaxable. Then Zisu said, Humph. I mailed it to you. Keep thinking about me. Yifeng said with a smile, Well, I will continue the mission. Yifeng clicked on the email, and there were two sets of potions lying quietly inside. One was a blood-restoring potion, and the other was a magic potion. This guy was serious. He just wanted the magic potion back. But now the basic potions are not enough for Yifeng. Those in the big guilds have begun to use advanced potions. After all, a bottle of advanced blood-recovering potions can restore 1,350 blood points in 15 seconds. For a blood cow, that's enough. Yifeng only had a few hundred points, which was indeed a bit low for Yifeng. It seemed that he had to brush up the potion formula. But the potion formula was in the king mode, and it should be the first kill. After making up his mind, Yifeng rushed directly to the Golden Retriever's location, Peach Blossom Pond. On the way, there were still a lot of Peach Blossom Tree demons, but Yifeng ignored them. But when Yifeng saw the Peach Blossom Pond, Yifeng found that he still underestimated this task, thinking that it was just a small boss. Between where Yifeng was standing and where Peach Blossom Pond was, Yifeng saw another brand new wild monster, level 33, named Polluted Peach Blossom Demon. This Polluted Peach Blossom Demon looks like an ordinary woman, but its right hand is not a hand, but a thick branch, which looks very weird. Yifeng cannot go to Peach Blossom Pond easily. He must first kill the Polluted Peach Blossom Demon in front of him. Yifeng took a deep breath. Although the level 33 wild monster was not a big problem for Yifeng, Yifeng did not dare to be careless. After all, it was a brand new monster. Dark Entanglement. -99. The damage was not high enough. But the contaminated Peach Blossom Demon was controlled. The Polluted Peach Blossom Demon screamed and ran towards Yifeng. But fortunately, it was slowed down by Yifeng's skills. The Peach Blossom Demon, with a ferocious look, stretched out his right hand and attacked Yifeng with a thin peach branch. Snapped. It hit Yifeng's magic shield directly, and Yifeng retreated subconsciously. Unexpectedly, this guy was still attacking from a distance, and was not affected by his own deceleration state at all. Fire Dragon Dance. Contrary to what Yifeng thought, although this guy also had wood, his defense against fire damage was normal, and not weakened. The Polluted Peach Blossom Demon that lost its control effect quickly pounced on Yifeng, and Yifeng shouted, Ice Grit. The Tainted Peach Blossom Demon was charged again. This time, the Tainted Peach Blossom Demon couldn't move. He stretched out his branch hand again, trying to hit Yifeng again. Teleport. Just when the branch was about to hit Yifeng, Yifeng used teleportation to avoid the skill. A black flame burst out from under the feet of the Pollution Peach Blossom Demon, directly burying the Pollution Peach Blossom Tree Demon in the black flames. The ground fire explodes. Dark Fireball Technique. The Polluted Peach Blossom Demon screamed, but it still didn't fall down, and still had almost 800 points of blood. Law Enforcer. Holy Light Slash. Yifeng directly disguised himself as a law enforcer, and slashed at the Polluted Peach Blossom Demon with one sword. For a moment, the Polluted Peach Blossom Demon let out a sharp scream, and a terrifying black aura emitted from his body. Yifeng jumped out of the range of the Polluted Peach Blossom Demon, after being hit by the Holy Light Slash. The contaminated Peach Blossom Demon began to corrode. After a while, the contaminated Peach Blossom Demon completely lay on the ground and stopped moving. Ding! System prompt. The Polluted Peach Blossom Demon is corroded by the Holy Light, and the Holy Light causes 150% missing damage to the polluted wild monsters. After reading this tip, Yifeng finally figured out that law enforcers had this kind of benefit. They had extra attack bonuses for such possessed things. which was a small surprise for Yi Feng. It's a pity that it can't have that effect for monsters who are demons themselves. If it can, then Yi Feng is considered to be developed. The contaminated peach blossom demon was killed, and an item exploded. Yi Feng picked it up easily. Peach blossom liquid, a specialty of Peach Blossom Village. A must-have item for aristocratic women in major cities. It has a unique fragrance and is very popular. Now that Peach Blossom Village has been invaded by demons, it is difficult to buy peach blossom liquid. Yi Feng threw it directly into his backpack. This thing was used to please women. Maybe he could use it in the future, such as when Zissou is jealous, or when he needs to meet a noble woman on a certain mission. Chapter 115 Wild Boss. After killing the polluted peach blossom demons, Yi Feng looked at the remaining polluted peach blossom demons. I'm sorry. I have to accept you. Yi Feng was not careless, and quickly killed all the contaminated peach blossom demons. He exploded a total of 5 bottles of peach blossom liquid, and they all lay quietly in Yi Feng's backpack. At this time, Yi Feng finally saw Peach Blossom Pond. Contrary to what Yi Feng imagined, Yi Feng thought that Peach Blossom Pond was a big lake. After all, it was the only water pool in Taohua Village, so it had to be big. As a result, Yi Feng discovered that the Peach Blossom Pond was really small, no more than 2 meters at most. But the magical thing is that in the Peach Blossom Pond, wisps of pink scent emerged, and Yi Feng smelled a floral fragrance from a distance, which turned out to be wafting from here. Near the Peach Blossom Pond, 2 elite machine beasts were prostrate, and behind the 2 elite machine beasts, a man in a mantle was lying on the ground and fast asleep, holding a wine jar in his hand, which seemed to be drinking. Drunk, Yi Feng slowly approached, hoping to attract an elite machine beast. Unexpectedly, when Yi Feng slowly approached, 2 elite machine beasts suddenly opened their eyes and stared at Yi Feng. However, the drunk man behind them was not sober, so Yi Feng was relieved. The 2 elite machine beasts climbed up and roared lowly at Yi Feng. They were indeed more advanced than those ordinary machine beasts. Yi Feng jumped back directly. If he wanted to fight, he definitely couldn't activate the golden retriever. Otherwise it would be difficult. Seeing that Yi Feng was trying to escape, the 2 elite mecha men immediately chased after him, spitting out a stream of flames from their mouths and hitting Yi Feng directly. Yi Feng shouted, "Teleport!" Appears directly on the other side of the elite machine beast. And here should be fighting the elite machine beast. Law Enforcer. Sword of Law Enforcement. Yi Feng directly attacked at close range, because the Sword of Law Enforcement is a set of sword techniques that can produce combo effects. Yi Feng directly knocked away 2 elite machine beasts, and after a combo, retreated quickly. Archer. Water Blast. After an elite machine beast was hit, its defense dropped, and Yi Feng rushed forward unceremoniously. Holy Light Slash. Minus 450. Yi Feng actually lost 450 points of blood. Yi Feng looked at the elite machine beast in front of him in disbelief, because the tail of an elite machine beast separated from its body and hit Yi Feng directly, because he was in the form of a law enforcer and without the protection of a magic shield. Yi Feng was hit directly, and the damage was so high that an ordinary mage would die in just 3 or 4 hits. Yi Feng backed away desperately, not expecting that the elite machine beast had such a hand. But Yi Feng discovered that the elite machine beast that whipped out its tail no longer had a tail. From this point of view, this attack should be a one-time attack. Call out. Another tail flew over, and Yi Feng hit it directly with his sword. Ding! The tail was knocked away, and the sword in Yi Feng's hand turned into a bow. Water Explosion. For a moment, a player faced 2 elite machine beasts and issued 3 different professional skills. If someone saw this, it would probably shock that person's jaw. The ground fire bursts. Go to H.L. The elite machine beast, which had been beaten to a pulp by Yi Feng, had a black flame coming out from under its feet. With a sound of bang, the elite machine beast fell apart. Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally killed these 2 elite machine beasts. It was really hard to fight. After all, they were at the elite level. They had thick health and high defense. Fortunately, Yi Feng's 3 professional skills were not good at all. There is a cooling time. Otherwise, it's really hard to say. After killing the elite machine beast, Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the spot and recovered. The sky lantern above his head was almost broken, and now it has become much dim. Yi Feng raised the calming lantern in his hand and said, "Calming lantern, get up." After the state was replenished, Yi Feng came to Golden Retriever. The guy who was killed by the elite machine beast had already woken up. But Yifeng was outside his attack range. So he didn't move Yifeng. When Yifeng approached Peach Blossom Pond, Golden Retriever's golden hair suddenly stood up. And a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Yifeng. He shouted, "What a good boy. How dare you come to your grandpa Jean to die? I will throw you into the Peach Blossom Pond to make wine." Liquor? No wonder. Let's just say there is something wrong with this Peach Blossom Pond. Sure enough, there is something wrong. This is not a water pond, but a wine jar, brewed with peach blossoms. Clang! The wine jar in his hand was smashed by Jean Mao. Jean Mao took out a 9-ring sword and rushed towards Yifeng with a roar. As the little boss here, he definitely has his own unique features. The unique feature of this guy is his high attack and strong strength. Teleport. Yifeng appeared on the other side. And where he had just stood, a deep hole had been cut by the 9-ring sword, which showed how powerful this guy was. Seeing this situation, Yifeng no longer knows how to use the enforcer. After all, his equipment is mage type. So don't be beaten to death by the opponent. Dark Magician. Dark Coil. After being entangled for 2 seconds, the Golden Retriever broke free from Yifeng's dark entanglement and pounced on Yifeng again. Yifeng shouted, "Ice Grit." This time, the Golden Retriever was frozen in place, and Yifeng appeared behind the Golden Retriever. The staff in his hand has turned into a bow, and Man Yu's bow is aimed at the Golden Retriever's head. Water explosion. Golden Retriever, who had no resistance, was hit steadily by Yifeng's bow and arrow. Unfortunately, he did not receive the weak point attack prompt, but instead angered Golden Retriever. "Ho! Human, you are dead. Transform into a beast." Golden Retriever roared, turned into a tiger, and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to be able to transform. This was going to be difficult. The ground fire explodes. He directly suppressed the Golden Retriever, but he couldn't control the other party at all. Roar! The Golden Retriever immediately started to counterattack, but Yifeng didn't pay attention. The cooling time of the teleportation had not yet expired, and something went wrong with Yifeng. Boom! Yifeng was slapped by the fierce tiger palm, which knocked Yifeng away. In the air, Yifeng's magic shield was shattered. -1000. Directly knock out 1000 points of damage from Yifeng. This is the effect after the magic shield blocks part of the damage. Otherwise Yifeng will lose more blood. Yifeng took out the blood restoring potion and put it in his mouth. He didn't expect the opponent's attack to be so fierce. This is something Yifeng did not expect, because in the past, this situation rarely happened when Yifeng was single playing. Moreover, Yifeng is originally crispy, but it only has the function of a warrior. Relatively speaking, Yifeng is slightly crispier than ordinary ones. More blood. If it was an ordinary crispy crust, it would probably have died by now. Yifeng started to move, but Golden Retriever is a combat-type wild boss, and his attack is extremely strong. Facing Yifeng's movement, his method is to hit. Hit hard, until you dare not get close. After teleporting in time, Yifeng opened it directly. Yifeng finally distanced himself from Jean Mao, and Yifeng did not dare to be careless anymore. The staff in his hand began to draw a wonderful arc in front of him. Chapter 116 Drunk to Death. Boom! This is the third time Yifeng has been hit to the ground, and this time it is very dangerous, and the bloodline has begun to alarm. Yifeng shouted, "Block!" The golden hair falling from the sky knocked Yifeng away again. Fortunately, Yifeng used the warrior's blocking skills to block the attack, but the powerful impact still knocked Yifeng to a low level. Ding! System prompts. The blood volume is lower than 5%, triggering the passive skill guard of the celestial silkworm's inner armor. Yifeng didn't dare to be careless and knocked the blood bottle quickly. If it weren't for the passivity of Tiansan's inner armor, he might have been beaten to death. At present, Golden Retriever has consumed half of his health, but he has lost his passive guarding skills. If he really continues to fight, he may really be killed by Golden Retriever. Yifeng quickly dodged the Golden Retriever's attack and landed in front of the Peach Blossom Pond. When fighting the Golden Retriever, Yifeng discovered a problem. That is, the Golden Retriever would avoid the Peach Blossom Pond intentionally or unintentionally. If he didn't have the confidence to observe, he would definitely not be able to detect it, because every time Yifeng was in front of the Peach Blossom Pond, the Golden Retriever would be extremely fast. But after leaving, the speed would become normal, because just now Yifeng was testing him, and he almost got himself killed. But fortunately Yifeng guessed it right. This guy seemed to be a little afraid of the peach blossom pond. Yifeng took a deep breath and jumped directly into the peach blossom pool. Upon seeing this, Golden Retriever began to roar in a low voice, because he was transforming into a tiger form. It was obvious that Golden Retriever's mood was changing. But Yifeng found himself jumping into the peach blossom pond. He didn't seem to feel anything special, except for the cold feeling below his knees. And there was no other reaction. Yifeng used his weapon to stir up the peach blossom pool a few times, but found that there was still no movement. But the golden hare did not continue to attack him. Ding! System prompt. Your weapon is blessed by peach blossom pond, and there is a 5% chance that the attack will be intoxicated, lasting 1 minute. Yifeng was shocked. This was completely unexpected. He didn't expect that this peach blossom pond would be in a continuous state. Unfortunately, it was only minutes. If it was permanent, Yifeng would definitely make a lot of money. Seeing the peach blossom-like marks flowing on his weapon, Yifeng knew that this was his best time to attack. Dark Entanglement. The Golden Retriever roared angrily, showing a painful expression, and his movements became obviously unnatural. I go! The first attack triggered the drunken state. This character is absolutely so good that it explodes. Yifeng is not polite. Since you are drunk, how can I make you feel better and let you taste the pain of being attacked? A drunken state only lasts for 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, the Golden Retriever wants to attack, but every time he misses it. If there are many people, they can still hit each other randomly. Yifeng is the only one in front of him. So the Golden Retriever keeps shaking his head, trying to wake yourself up. As soon as 5 seconds passed, the Golden Retriever was absolutely furious and wanted to tear Yifeng into pieces. Unfortunately, Yifeng was not stupid. As long as he was not drunk, Yifeng would keep hiding. Once he was drunk, he would attack with all his strength. It can be said that the last half of Golden Retriever's health was wiped out by the peach blossom pond. Ah! Just wait for me! The Golden Retriever screamed, with a voice of unwillingness, and finally died. Ding! System prompt. If you successfully kill the mini-boss Golden Retriever, please go to the head of Taohua Village to complete the task. Yifeng kicked Jimao's body away. Under him, Yifeng only saw 1 gold coin and nothing else. After spending half a day and nearly 10 bottles of potion, he only exploded 1 gold coin, which was a bit worthless. Yifeng put away the gold coins. It's better to have something than nothing. Hurry up and hand in the task. Yifeng ran like the wind towards the village chief's location. Ding! System prompt. Enter the fantasy world. Hey! What's going on? Why did you enter the illusion? When Yifeng came to Peach Blossom Cave, the Peach Blossom Village guards, who were supposed to be on defense, were now lying on the ground. And several agency workers were strangling the village chief and other NPCs. Without thinking, Yifeng directly used a group attack skill to attract the agency men next to the village chief. The ground fire explodes. Fire Dragon Dance. A series of skills flew out. Ordinary machine men were no match for Yifeng. Before they could get close to Yifeng, they were already killed by Yifeng. Village chief. Village chief. What's going on? Yifeng helped the injured village chief. And the village chief said with difficulty, for some reason, the agency people inside suddenly rioted. And we can't resist it. Cough cough. Yifeng took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion and poured it into the village chief's mouth. The village chief's expression slowly returned to normal. Ahem. Commander Yi. It's a good thing you're back. Otherwise, I would have been here today. I'm sorry to all the villagers in Taohua Village. Yifeng said, Village chief. Don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let you die. You have already killed Golden Retriever. The village chief's face suddenly showed joy, and he said, Great. Why did the agency people suddenly riot? It turned out that their leader was killed. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the village chief's commission. You have gained 50,000 experience points and 1 gold coin. Brush. Because of these 50,000 experience, Yifeng finally upgraded, finally reaching level 31. After upgrading, Yifeng's various states have been restored to full. Of course, Yifeng's physical strength has also recovered, and he no longer feels tired. When he was fighting the Golden Retriever just now, Yifeng was really tired. Village Chief Yi. There must be other leaders of the riot in the Peach Blossom Cave. Can you help me check it out? Ding! System prompts. Do you want to accept the help from the head of Taohua Village and explore the cause of the riot by the agents in Taohua Cave? Yes. Because Yifeng is in the illusion, There is no one else here but Yi Feng. And many of the machine men in the cave are close to going berserk. Seeing Yi Feng walking in, he immediately rushed towards Yi Feng with red eyes. Yi Feng threw an ice net in his hand, directly freezing the machine men. Coupled with Yi Feng's abnormal skill damage, Yi Feng soon had a bloody path. Perhaps because it is an illusion, the wild monsters here only have 1 point of experience. After cleaning up the agents in front of him, Yi Feng continued to walk deeper into the cave. A completely dark road made Yi Feng step back, because in front, Yi Feng could see the lights. But there was a dark road in the middle, and Yi Feng couldn't see anything in it. But his mission is obviously not completed, and he must go further. Yi Feng cautiously stretched out one foot and moved forward. However, there was no movement for a long time, and Yi Feng felt a little more at ease. But just when Yi Feng was submerged in darkness, an iron fist hit Yi Feng's head. Boom! Yi Feng quickly retreated to where he was. He vaguely saw a huge machine man put away its iron fist and continued to hide in the darkness. Chapter 117 Lubon Lock. How to do it? Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the group of giant robots. If he just walked past, he would definitely be attacked. And he didn't know how many such giant robots were waiting for him inside. Yi Feng looked around, picked up a fist-sized stone, threw it hard, and threw it directly into the darkness. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng heard the sound of a mechanism slapping the ground. From this point of view, there must be a lot of mechanism people. But Yi Feng was a little strange. Why didn't those giant mechanism people come out? Yi Feng picked up the stone again. And sure enough, they slapped the ground again. But still no one or the giant machine man came out. It seems that these giant robots cannot come out, or they are installed inside and cannot move, so they can only attack. Yi Feng sat cross-legged in front of the cave entrance, thinking about what he should do. Obviously, the giant machine man cannot come out, and Yi Feng can only enter to kill it. However, one problem is that Yi Feng does not know how many giant machine men there are inside, and whether there are other wild monsters besides the giant machine man. Yi Feng thought for a while, and finally retreated to the position where the head of Taohua village was. Village chief, can you tell me how to get to the underworld inside? There are many agency people inside. The head of Taohua village sighed, and shook his head and said, they were originally the organs that guarded important areas in our Taohua village. Now they have been infected by the demons, and have become their minions. If you want to crack them, you have to ask Ruolong. Yi Feng then remembered that Ruolong had previously said he wanted to make some kind of mechanism, and he had also collected a lot of things. It seemed that Ruolong was a breakthrough. Yi Feng quickly ran towards Ruolong's location. Fortunately, the camp was not destroyed. Ruolong was playing with the mechanism in front of him. Yi Feng asked, Ruolong, do you know how to get through the underworld in Peach Blossom Cave? Ruolong saw it was Yi Feng and said, Commander Yi, I originally designed the mechanism of this Peach Blossom Cave. Of course there is a way to break it, and I have prepared it for you. Saying that, Ruolong handed the mechanism in his hand to Yi Feng. Yi Feng held it in his hand and looked at it. It seemed to be an oversized Lubon lock. Could this be the key? Ruolong said, this is the Lubon lock made by Master Lubon. Because of time and material issues, I made it in a hurry. It doesn't look perfect, but there is no problem at all in solving the giant machine man in the underworld. Yi Feng nodded. In order to save time, he ran back to the Peach Blossom Cave without saying anything to Ruolong. When Yi Feng came to the underworld again, a big arrow appeared in front of Yi Feng, probably because of the Lubon lock in Yi Feng's hand. On the wall in front of Yi Feng, there was a sunken gap, signaling Yi Feng to put the Lubon lock into it. Yi Feng looked at that height, and knew it was definitely something he couldn't reach. Weighing the weight of the Lubon lock in his hand, he directly pretended to be a law enforcer, and flicked his right hand fiercely. Boom! The Lubon lock was firmly embedded in the groove. And then, there was a sound of the machine running. Kachakakaka. As the mechanism in front of him turned, the lights in the underworld in front of Yi Feng began to light up, illuminating the underworld in front of Yi Feng bit by bit, allowing Yi Feng to see the scene inside clearly. Yi Feng finally saw the scene inside clearly. The giant robots inside were indeed connected to the wall, but now these giant robots lowered their heads one by one, and no longer had their blood-red eyes. It seemed that they were manipulated by Ruolong's Luban. The lock is under control. Yi Feng moved forward cautiously. There was a gap between the giant machine men, but fortunately nothing rushed out. So Yi Feng was relieved. After finally walking through the underworld of the giant machine man, Yi Feng appeared in a hall. This seemed to be the place where Taohua village used to worship. There were stone pillars and high platforms, But now there were many machine men scattered here. On the high platform, an old man named Granny Yong was sitting majestically. It seemed that she was the second leader here, facing those trapped men. Yifeng was not afraid. They were no match for Yifeng. They were killed one by one in less than 10 minutes. Boom! When Yifeng killed the last organ man, the wooden stick in Granny Yang's hand slammed on the ground, and a shockwave forced Yifeng back. Minus 300. A shockwave directly caused Yifeng to lose 300 points of blood. It seemed that he was another tough guy. Humph. If you dare to act wild in front of my Yin Yang mother-in-law, there will be no return. After saying these harsh words, this guy actually launched a direct attack. It's the remote mage's mini-boss. This Yin Yang granny turned out to be a mage. And she was a dark mage just like Yifeng. And the attack is extremely domineering. Dark fireball technique. Ding. System prompt. The target is a dark magician. And the damage caused by dark spells is reduced by 50%. Yifeng's eyes widened when he heard this prompt. No way. His biggest method is the dark mage. The attack damage is very high. But he didn't expect that the opponent's damage is 50% immune. Yifeng had no choice but to disguise himself as a law enforcer. If the dark mage's damage was halved, then the law enforcer's damage should be increased. The sword of law enforcement. Boom! The magic shield in front of Granny Yin Yang broke instantly. In just one round, the opponent's magic shield shattered. Ding! System prompt. Law enforcer's killing of dark mages is increased by 50%. Sure enough, the law enforcer is the natural enemy of the dark mage. But there is another reminder that makes Yifeng collapse a little. Ding! System prompt. Dark mage's damage prompt is 50%. Sure enough, this corresponds to each other. The two professions are relative. It hurts if you hit him. And it hurts if he hits you. There was a trace of sweat on Yifeng's face. He was fighting in close quarters. And the equipment on his body was not that of a warrior at all. He was at a disadvantage. If the fight continued like this, both sides would suffer double damage. And he would be the one who died in the end. Because of the blood of Granny Yin Yang. The amount is 20,000. How much blood do you have? Boom! Minus 700. Minus 700 data appeared above both sides' heads. Yifeng's health dropped by a small amount. But Granny Yin Yang didn't care. Yifeng retreated quickly, unable to continue fighting like this. He was killed himself. While drinking blood, he dodged Granny Yin Yang's magic attack. Yifeng was thinking of a way. The professional damage of my own law enforcer is indeed very high for the Yin Yang granny. But the harm done to me by the other party is equally terrible. If it were the dark magician, his damage would be very low. And the damage done to him by the Yin Yang granny would also be low. But this would be even more unbearable for him. Because he was alone and couldn't escape for a long time. Yifeng, who was dodging and thinking of a way, suddenly received a message at this time. Chapter 118 Opening the Peach Blossom Mountain Dungeon. It's been a long time since I played the game. You are all over level 30. And you have also opened up pets and mounts. I can't keep up, Ying said. Yifeng responded, let's not talk about it for now. Don't you have no money? Where did you get the Fantasy World ring? I saved a sum of money for my brother's burial expenses. Now my brother is completely recovered and no longer needs it. So I used the money to buy a new ring. Yifeng frowned and said, isn't this good? You have to use this money to let your brother continue to go to school or learn a trade. Of course not. I owe someone a huge favor, and I have to pay it back. So I came back with the sincerity of me and my brother. Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, as long as your brother is fine. Why are you so polite? Ying said, you saved my brother. We should repay you. Don't you want to establish your own guild in Fantasy World? Let me help you. Yifeng said, okay. Then you can work hard to upgrade. Now the guild system and the glory battle system are enabled. Okay. I promise I won't let you down. By the way, what mission are you doing? I'll show you where you are on the map. You won't be in the secret realm on the right. No. I'm doing a dungeon triggering mission. And I'm having some trouble now. Ying asked, what's the trouble? Tell me. Maybe I can help you make some suggestions. Yifeng explained the situation in front of him. And Ying pondered for a moment and said, I know you are a person with multiple professions. I remember that you need to switch professions seamlessly. Yifeng nodded and said, yes. In this way, you use warriors to attack Granny Yin Yang. And then use your dark mage to withstand Granny Yin Yang's damage. But the premise is that your hands must be fast. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Yifeng hurriedly hung up Ying's call, and did as Ying said. Holy light slash. -1000. A big critical blow came out from the top of Granny Yin Yang's head. Granny Yin Yang was no longer a vegetarian, and looked at Yifeng with a ferocious face. A black wind blade slashed at Yifeng, and Yifeng became a dark mage in that moment. The black wind blade struck Yifeng's magic shield, tearing it to pieces. But Yifeng was unscathed. Very good. It seems to be true. It's just that Yifeng is not very familiar with it yet. Next, Yifeng seems to be practicing his skills with Granny Yin Yang, because Yifeng is a newcomer and has not learned many things yet. For example, if he is a master, he may adapt to this skill at once. But after Yifeng was hit more than a dozen times, slowly, Yifeng's reach became smoother and smoother, until finally, it was difficult for Granny Yin Yang to hit her as a law enforcer. At most, she hit Yifeng's dark magician's magic shield, and most of them were avoided by Yifeng. Now that he has matured, Yifeng no longer needs Granny Yin Yang's training. In less than 3 minutes, he was directly killed by Yifeng. The moment after killing Granny Yin Yang, the villagers and village chief of Taohua village suddenly appeared next to Yifeng. Ding! System prompt. Successfully kill the Yin Yang Granny. The illusion is shattered. That's great, Commander Yi. You saved our Peach Blossom village. This is the best peach blossom wine in our Peach Blossom village. I give this to you. Ding! System prompt. Successfully completed the commission from the head of Peach Blossom village. Gained 50,000 experience points. And obtained the best Peach Blossom brew *1. The best Peach Blossom brew, the top wine in Peach Blossom village, and also the top wine in Fantasy World. After being used, it can permanently increase the physical fitness by 500 points, all attribute attack points by 100 points, and increase the experience of killing monsters by an additional 50%. There is only one bottle of this bottle in the world. Holy shit! It was worth it to Yifeng's eyes. This was more precious than the jade liquid in his backpack. The jade liquid only added 100 points of constitution, which meant more than 200 points of blood. This top-quality peach blossom wine directly added more than 1,000 points of blood, making Yifeng the total blood volume went straight to 6,000. I'm afraid Yifeng's blood volume is the highest in the entire fantasy world. Unfortunately, there was only one bottle of this stuff, and it was gone after Yifeng drank it. But Yifeng still drank it without hesitation. Ding! System prompt. Drink the best peach blossom brew. Your physical fitness will be permanently increased by 500 points. All attribute attacks will be increased by 100 points. And your monster killing experience will be increased by an additional 50%. If Yifeng can gain an additional 80% experience from killing monsters, and with the experience stored in the 9-turn gourd, it will be difficult for Yifeng to level up quickly. Now the experience in the 9-turn gourd is about to reach 100,000. It seems that Yifeng is going to enter the level ranking list. But there is one more thing. That is, the head of the Taohua village in front of him has an exclamation mark on his head. And he can still receive task. Village chief. You still have something to do. The village chief of Peach Blossom village said, after you killed the Yin Yang Granny. Ruolong activated the mechanism, and the demons who came to support used the mechanism to control it. We call that place Peach Blossom Village Dungeon. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to enable the level 35 Peach Blossom Village copy? Yifeng was stunned. Before, he was wondering whether it was a level 30 or level 35 dungeon. Now it seems that this is a level 35 dungeon. This is too embarrassing for him. He is only level 31. He originally wanted to go to a dungeon, but he didn't. Thinking of it, I opened a level 35 copy. But you can't let others turn it on. Right? Yifeng nodded and said, turn it on. Ding! System prompt. All servers, congratulations to Yifeng for successfully opening the level 35 Peach Blossom Village copy. The reward is 100,000 experience points, 5,000 voice points, and 500 glory points. 3 server-wide system prompts made the whole world boil. After the level 15 and level 20 dungeons were opened, I never saw the dungeons open again. I thought there would be no more dungeons, but I didn't expect that I would still rely on Yifeng in the end. Damn it. I have to rely on Yifeng for this. He opened the level 35 dungeon without saying a word. What do those big guilds do? That's right. It's still a big guild. It seems to me that he doesn't have much ability. Oh my god. Is this the return of the king? He is a king. He is just pretending to be bronze. The world was boiling. But those who were doing the tasks in Peach Blossom Village were very angry. They had already realized that the tasks here were not easy. but they didn't expect that they were still ahead of him. Hey, this guy is really not simple. Although I knew that Peach Blossom Village was not simple, I didn't expect that someone would still turn it on. A shirtless archer muttered in a wild place. And Yi Feng's private chat exploded again. Every time Yi Feng remained silent, a big news would always break out in the end. However, those big guilds who were looking for the boss in Xuanwu City felt very strange. But they still did not break the trace of their search for the boss. That was a level 35 dungeon. And now the highest level is only 32. There is no need to be so anxious. The boss is not interested in him at this stage. That is the most important thing. Boss, you are so handsome, Xiao He and Xiao Yi said with admiration. Little Yi Zi, well done. I've made my sister proud, Zisu said proudly. You? You are still so unique. Can you take me with you next time? Yin Yu said. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are indeed a great god, Ying said. Chapter 119 Pressure from Myth. Yi Feng exhaled, finally completing the task. Looking at the private chat, he wanted to go offline and rub Zisu's little face. But he checked the time and forgot about it. The dungeon was opened, and on the high platform in front of him, there was an NPC standing there. It was Ruolong, who had taken the mission before. Unexpectedly, this NPC teleporter turned out to be Ruolong. But Yi Feng was not at level 35. Even if Yi Feng was familiar with him, he would not be able to enter the dungeon because it was a mechanical problem. The mission here came to an end, and Yi Feng was about to leave to upgrade. As soon as he turned around, Yi Feng found someone rushing over. Yi Feng frowned. Isn't this guy a mythical sword maker? What does it mean to stare at him? Just as Yi Feng was about to leave, Zhu Jian reached out to stop Yi Feng and said, You really want to leave? Yi Feng frowned and said, Is something wrong? Humph. Of course something happened. You beat my cousin into that state. Don't think I don't know it was you. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, Whatever you want. I don't have time to make trouble with you here. Zhu Jian pushed Yi Feng away and said, I'm warning you. Send Yin Yu to my cousin. Otherwise, I won't make it easy for you. Yi Feng looked at Zhu Jian, stared into Zhu Jian's eyes, and said in a playful tone, What do you want? Are you afraid? Then just do it obediently. Yi Feng raised the staff in his hand and said with contempt, You can try it. The swordsmith is also not an ordinary person. How could he, with his explosive fighting ability, be as afraid of Yi Feng as an ordinary person? The long sword in his hand was already unsheathed, waiting for Yi Feng to take action. The air between the two parties seemed to condense, and no one dared to make the first move. What? You don't dare anymore? Yi Feng sneered. I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. So why think about it? Ha ha. What a joke. I'm not one of those ordinary people. Zhu Jian laughed. Yi Feng put down the staff in his hand and said with an ominous look, I don't want to dirty my hands by killing people related to Huang Xiaoyan. You? The swordsmith held the hilt of the sword tightly, but did not attack Yi Feng, because he knew that he was not 100% sure about killing Yi Feng. After all, he came here alone this time. At this time, more and more players are coming here. After all, there are many level 30 players. They come here to familiarize themselves with the map and look for where the level 35 dungeon is. When they saw Yi Feng and Zhu Jian fighting against each other, they all hid far away. After all, the reputation of Zhu Jian did not come in a day or two. As the vice president of Xinhua, he gained it bit by bit based on his strength. Opposite him is Yi Feng, who is in the spotlight. This is big news. Yi Feng is going to go against Xinhua. I heard before that Yi Feng and Ding Tian had a feud. Now Ding Tian's president, Huang Xiaoyan, is hospitalized and resting. The position of president is temporarily occupied by someone else. Recently, it is rare to see people from Ding Tian taking action. But now that Yi Feng has provoked people from Xinhua again, there will be great drama. Looking at more and more players, Zhu Jian put away his long sword and said, I hope you can do as I say. Otherwise you will be devastated by the myth. Yi Feng said, I'll be with you anytime. Snort. Zhu Jian turned around and left, while Yi Feng directly used the scroll to return to the city and return to Xuanwu City. It seems that Xinhua is going to completely break up with itself. So I won't be polite. Yi Feng went to the forum and posted a post using Yi Feng's ID for the first time. Collect all the information about the myth. Soon Yi Feng's post was uploaded. Yi Feng was obviously going to fight with Xinhua and collect all the information about Xinhua. This was going to be a big event. Yi Feng ignored the post and went directly to the Imperial City. The Imperial City was the common base of Xinhua and Lanqi Valley. Of course, they didn't want to. The main reason was that they were all interested in this territory. So why not grab it? Soon Yifeng received a message and found a guy named Train in the Imperial City. It was said that he had a lot of information. Yifeng came to the Imperial City and found a very small restaurant called Baisheng Restaurant. Yifeng walked in and found many players drinking inside. Only then did Yifeng realize that he had gone crazy playing the game. In the game, he could experience all kinds of food and wine. But Yifeng had forgotten about it. However, when these diners saw Yifeng walking in, they didn't say anything. After all, Yifeng always walked alone, and very few people knew him. Yifeng walked to a corner, where a diner was drinking tea leisurely. Yifeng sat down quietly and said softly, "The King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth." I saw the person opposite said calmly, "Chicken stewed with mushrooms." Yifeng knew that he had found the right person and said, "Your password is so right." "Hello. I am Yifeng." The Train smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. I heard that you are looking for information about Xinhua. What information do you want?" Yifeng said, "When will Xinhua prepare to defeat the Golden Boss?" The Train put down the teacup in his hand and said, "I will give you this information for free. I will check it later." After a while, the Train said, "1 week from now, at 8 o'clock in the evening. The location is your territory. The level 50 Golden Boss. I will send you the specific location." Sure enough, the people from Xinhua really want to fight the boss of Xuanwu City. And it will be just 1 week later. It is estimated that the highest level at that time will only be level 35. Is there any chance of winning now? How many people are going to fight? Where are they gathering? The Train said, "This information is worth 1 gold coin." Yifeng threw out a gold coin and said, "Say it. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you?" Train said. Yifeng shook his head and said, "I believe you. Human see tactics. A lot of people have gathered so far. A conservative estimate of 2,000 people." Yifeng stood up and said, "Thank you very much. Wait a minute. I have a message for you. You have seen this boss, Golden Toad?" In Yifeng's mind, the Doja's mount from Novice Village appeared subconsciously. "Is it that big?" "Don't worry. It's not that big. But it's still very big." Yifeng nodded and said, "Thank you." Yifeng already knew what boss Xinhua wanted to fight, and where the people would gather. That was enough. "Since you want to threaten me, I won't be polite. Let's have some appetizers first." Yifeng returns and becomes an NPC. This time Yifeng is not here to do tasks, but to trick people. Currently, Yifeng is level 30 and can release level 30 tasks. And level 30 tasks are what all players need. It's a pity that Yifeng only found one punishment mission. The mission failed and his level dropped by 1 level. He no longer did whatever he wanted like in the Novice Village before. After all, Yifeng was just the village chief of the Novice Village. So his low level was natural. Yifeng came to the gathering place of Xinhua guild members and shouted, "Publish hidden tasks and obtain mysterious props. The time limit is 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, tasks will not be posted." Chapter 120 The Birth of Pig's Feet. When the Xinhua people heard that there was such a good thing, they all came to Yifeng to take over the mission. Not only were the rewards high in experience, but there were also mysterious prizes, which made them excited. But the mission requirement turned out to be a level 30 golden boss. The friends who took the mission wanted to give up the mission, but soon they realized a terrible situation. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Xinhua members have taken over Yifeng's mission. Ding! System prompts. Do you want to give up the task of killing the golden boss? If you give up or fail, the level will drop by 1 level. Holy crap. What's going on? I gave up the mission and lost 1 level. After saying this, many players followed suit. Sure enough, they were going to drop a level, and the time limit was to complete it within 1 day. Otherwise they would fail and be demoted. Just when they wanted to find Yifeng to reason, Yifeng had long since disappeared, and the hundreds of people looking everywhere could not find Yifeng at all. They shouted to the sky and the earth, and some people even came back from the wild to pick up Yifeng's mission. The result turned out to be a level drop. Who can accept this? After giving Xinhua's people an appetizer, Yifeng felt a lot more balanced and began to continue leveling up. With this swipe, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. A sudden system prompt made Yifeng feel inexplicably excited. Ding! System prompt. Your pet egg's incubation time has ended and a pet is being born. Please wait. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting a god-level pet dragon. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to name your pet? Yifeng looked at the pet interface that opened automatically. A lazy baby dragon was lying in the pet space. At first glance, I thought this guy was a puppy. Except for his longer tail. He looked exactly like a puppy. He was curled up in the pet space, sleeping soundly. You've already hatched and you're still so lazy. So I'll name you Piggy. Suddenly the young dragon raised its head, stood upright, and made a dissatisfied sound to Yifeng. Looking at the cute expression, Yifeng became more and more amused as he looked at it. Sure enough, it was made of data. And it turned out to be so cute. Well, if you don't like it, call it Pig Lungs. Looking at the murderous look in the young dragon's eyes, Yifeng said, okay, Pig's Feet will do. Well, yes, you are Pig's Feet. Ding! System prompts, named successfully. Pig's Feet. The young dragon glared at Yifeng, turned his head, and pointed his butt towards Yifeng, not looking at Yifeng, indicating that he did not like the name. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your pet Pig's Foot. It has topped the pet rankings. Do you want to show the owner? Do not show. Pig's Feet. Level 1 Young Dragon Level 1. Physical Attack Power, 100. Magic Attack Power, 100. Defense, 100. HP, 1000. Skill, Breathing Fire. Legend has it that the Dragon Knight is the most powerful existence on the continent. Unfortunately, since the Dragon King sealed the Dragon Valley, there is no real Dragon Knight in the continent. Once the giant dragon appears, who can compete with the Needle, the Dawn Dragon Knight, and be respected in the world, Yifeng directly asked Pig's Feet to fight. But the first thing this guy did when he came out was that he sprayed himself to death with a mouthful of salt soda without saying a word. Wrong. It was a mouthful of fire, which directly hit Yifeng, although it did not harm him. Yifeng's symbol sex is smoking all over. Damn it. Why do you care so much about just a name? The Pig's Feet squealed. I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, he was floating in front of Yifeng with an unhappy look on his face. Yifeng pointed at the wild monster in front of him and said, Go and kill a monster for me to see. Ouch. The Pig's Feet looked up to the sky and screamed, then ignored Yifeng at all, but lay on Yifeng's shoulder with a lazy look. Yifeng pushed the Pig's Foot with his hand and said, Hey, Pig's Foot, what are you doing? Fighting monsters. Pigfoot raised his head and glanced at Yifeng, turned around, and faced Yifeng with his butt again, not obeying Yifeng's command at all. Yifeng's face was dark at the moment. Is this a pet? Is this a pet? He's an old man. And he's an old man who doesn't do anything, seemingly being pushed impatiently by Yifeng. Another mouthful of flame spurted out, causing Yifeng's face to be filled with black smoke. Hack. What the hell is this? It's a mythical beast. I don't want it anymore. Ding. System prompt. This pet has been bound to you and cannot be discarded or released. Puff. What kind of luck is this? Why can't I delete my account or lose my pet? Why the I do you still get 20% of my experience? Yifeng felt like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Others had raised a fighting spirit, but he had raised an uncle himself. Yifeng started to clear monsters. He could get 700 experience points originally. After this uncle came, Yifeng only had more than 500 experience points, which was almost the same as a normal person. If it weren't for the extra experience of Yong Yu and the ultimate peach blossom stuffing, Yifeng would probably be leveling up much slower. Fortunately, this guy was not slow to level up. Yifeng hit the second monster, and the Pig's Foot was upgraded to 1 level. After Yifeng brushed wild monsters for an hour, Pig's Knuckle reached level 10. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your pet Pig's Feet reaching level 10. You need a pet level breakthrough book to reach level 11. Looking at that message, Yifeng had the urge to strangle the Pig's Feet. He didn't do any work at all and wanted this and that. He really didn't know what he was doing. Yifeng casually crushed the scroll to return to the city, and came to the pet store. Commander Yi. Welcome. May I ask what you need? Yifeng said. Is there a pet level breakthrough book? The waiter said yes. 10 gold coins each. Yifeng suddenly wanted to slap the sleeping Pig's Feet on his shoulder to death. If he didn't help, he would forget it. The breakthrough actually cost 10 gold coins, which was a lot of money. Yifeng asked, Can't you use it? The store waiter explained, Of course not. As long as the pet's level is gold or above, a pet level breakthrough certificate is required. Yifeng looked at the Pig's Feet with a look of hatred. This guy didn't do anything. But he had to spend money to support him. He still had some gold coins. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Do I need one for every 10 levels? Yifeng asked. The waiter shook his head and said, Of course not. Yifeng took a bite and said, That's good. Then give me a copy. Yifeng paid 10 gold coins and received a pet level breakthrough book. With a clap of his hands, the pig's foot was successfully upgraded to level 11. Yifeng clapped his hands and said, It's done. Thank you then. The waiter said with a smile, You're welcome. You are welcome to come back next time. Yifeng muttered, I won't come here to trick people with such an expensive thing. The waiter at the store said, Commander Yi, don't say that. Your pet will need 2 pet level breakthrough books when it reaches level 20, 3 at level 30, and so on. You will come again. Yifeng, who had just walked to the door, felt weak in his legs and almost fell down. It's so cheating. He doesn't do it once every time, and the quantity increases every time. I'm going to go bankrupt. Commander Yi, are you okay? The waiter said while supporting Yifeng. Yifeng finally stood up and said, Can I give this guy to you? You are a high-level pet and cannot be traded. I'm sorry, Commander Yi. Chapter 121 Pig's Feet You Can't Afford to Raise. Looking at the unsatisfactory pig's feet, Yifeng gritted his teeth angrily. No. He absolutely couldn't let himself pay this money, because Yifeng could hardly afford it himself. Unknowingly, Yifeng arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Yifeng looked up and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Old housekeeper, is the city lord here? Yifeng asked. Commander Yi. What are you talking about? I told you this morning that the city lord is waiting for you. Yifeng said somewhat speechlessly. Why is this guy always waiting for me? The old housekeeper said, That's because the city lord treats you as a friend. Come in quickly. Let's go! When Yifeng came to the city lord's study, this guy was so good that he actually had wine waiting for him. Yifeng immediately backed away and said, City lord, what are you doing? The lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, Of course I'm waiting for you. Yifeng still remembered the time when he got drunk in the game. So of course, he didn't want to drink again, in case something happened. Yifeng shook his head quickly and said, No. You made me drunk last time. I don't even know what we said that day. And you also gave me the profession of law enforcer. I didn't know it until several days. That's because you can't drink enough. Let's drink less this time, and come quickly. Yifeng said, No. I want to discuss something with you. The lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, No. No drinking. No talking about anything. Yifeng's face was dark. Is Mercury retrograde today? Why is everything not going well? Damn it. Yifeng sat down opposite the Xuanwu City lord and said, As promised, drink less. I can't drink enough. Okay. Come and have a drink. You can talk about anything after drinking. As he raised the wine jar and wanted to bang it with Yifeng, Yifeng showed no sign of weakness. Although he was afraid of drinking too much, he could still drink when it was time to drink. Brother City Lord, let me tell you something. After drinking for 3 rounds, Yifeng said with a red face. The Lord of Xuanwu City stretched out his hand and said, Let me start by saying, I originally wanted to give you an orange pet egg, but now it seems that you already have a good pet. And this little guy is not simple. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at the pig's trotters eating and drinking next to Yifeng. This guy was very lazy and would either sleep or eat. And he ate a lot. Yifeng kicked the pig's foot next to him and said, Don't mention it to me. It's uncomfortable. If I guess correctly, it can be said that you are the first person to have a dragon as a pet in hundreds of years. And you should have returned to Xuanwu City from Dragon Valley some time ago. Yifeng nodded and said, How do you know? I guess. Your pet looks a bit like the legendary baby dragon. And now it seems like it must be. Yifeng said, Don't think about how powerful it is. It's very lazy. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I don't know how blessed I am when I'm blessed. Here. This is the orange pet that the pet store gave me. You can keep it first. Yifeng took the orange pet egg and said, For this thing, you still want 1,000 gold coins from me. It's too expensive. What a pity. He doesn't know our relationship. I gave it to you. I don't need this kind of thing. By the way, you said you wanted to tell me something. What did you say? Yifeng rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassedly, Can the pet store give me 100 pet level breakthrough books? This thing is a bit expensive. The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, I thought it was a big deal. Butler, Go get it for Commander Yi. Clear. Yi Feng looked back, but did not see the figure of the housekeeper. This guy was able to restore the Lord of Xuanwu City somewhere. Seeing Yi Feng's curious expression, the Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Don't underestimate him. He is my father's personal bodyguard, and his ability is not weak." Yi Feng nodded. It seemed that Xuanwu City was really a place of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and he didn't know how many hidden masters there were. In the Xuanwu City pet store, the butler appeared at the door. "Old housekeeper, you are here. What can I do?" The old housekeeper said with a majestic look. "What's the matter? Did Commander Yi come here just now?" The waiter nodded and said, "That's true. I bought a pet-level breakthrough book here." "Well," Commander Yi said, "I'm giving him 100 pet-level breakthrough books." The waiter was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, "This is against the rules. Where's the shopkeeper?" With a thumping sound, a pot-bellied shopkeeper ran down the stairs. It turns out that he is the steward of the city lord. He sometimes fails to welcome you from afar, but sometimes he fails to welcome you from afar. "I don't know what happened to the steward," the housekeeper said. "Give me 100 pet-level breakthrough books." The shopkeeper said with a frown on his face, "This is a bit difficult. After all, it's not just 1 or 2 books. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Isn't this bad? After all, our pet store is not under your control." "You," the butler shouted, "if you don't want to drive here, get out." The shopkeeper looked shocked and said quickly, "I will ask my superiors." Not long after, 100 pet-level breakthrough books were placed in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the housekeeper in surprise. This is too much. He was just talking casually, but this guy took it seriously. "If you take a few copies, I will shamelessly accept them." Hundreds of copies. This Yi Feng wants more. Thick skin. Yi Feng touched his face and said, "Brother, am I thick-skinned enough?" The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yi Feng and said, "Well, it's not bad. It's thick enough." Yi Feng shyly took all the pet-level breakthrough books into his arms and said, "Then I took them all? Take it. You only need it here. There's no point in giving it to us." Yi Feng said, "This will not offend the pet store." The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his hand and said, "Don't worry about them. They are just a group of pet vendors. If you are in a good mood, give them a place to set up a stall. If you are in a bad mood, tell them to get out." Yi Feng rolled his eyes. "That's all you can say. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be beaten to death. That's too arrogant." Not long after, Yi Feng stood up unsteadily and said, "No, it's okay. Something will happen if I drink. I have to go and go back to sleep." "Haha. You have to practice with me more in the future. How can you not drink enough? Come back next time." Yi Feng felt that this was something only a ruffian could say. If he hadn't fainted yet, he would have thought that this guy was not a serious city lord. After getting offline, Yi Feng hurried to the bathroom. He was so dizzy that he didn't even look to see if there was anyone in the bathroom. He turned on the shower head and rushed down. On the toilet next to Yi Feng, Yin Yu looked at Yi Feng blankly, and the water began to hit Yin Yu's body. "You got water on me." Yi Feng looked at the noise around him in confusion, thinking he was hallucinating. But there was a female voice next to him. Chapter 122. I didn't mean it. When Yi Feng looked back again, he found Yin Yu looking at him with blinking eyes. Only then did Yi Feng realize that this was not an illusion, but real. Yi Feng covered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I thought there was no one inside. So I'm going out right now." As he spoke, Yi Feng covered his eyes and wanted to go out. Unexpectedly, he bumped into the bathroom door. Yi Feng fell down with a big swelling on his forehead. Seeing this, Yin Yu stood up without even lifting his pants, trying to help Yi Feng up. Yi Feng watched helplessly as Yin Yu appeared in front of him, and the nosebleeds spurted out as if they were being fired. Yi Feng's eyes widened, perhaps due to the influence of alcohol. Yi Feng fainted directly. Yi Feng. Yi Feng. What's wrong with you?" Seeing Yi Feng fainted, Yin Yu picked up his pants, opened the bathroom door, and shouted, "Xiao Su." Yi Feng fainted. Maybe everyone was still playing, and no one heard him. Seeing Yi Feng lying on the ground, Yin Yu shook his head. He must not be able to move this guy. So he left Yi Feng and called Zisu out of the game. Zisu looked at the pool of blood lying on the ground and thought something had happened to Yi Feng, which scared Zisu to tears. In the end, Yin Yu told the story, and Zisu was so angry that she wanted to step on Yi Feng's feet. It turned out to be a nosebleed. She was really hopeless. Humph. That's not fair. I'll let him look at me next time. Yin Yu said speechlessly, I was careless. And you committed a crime. Okay? Don't be ashamed at all. Zissou put her hands on her hips and said, Huh? He is my boyfriend. I have nothing to be ashamed of. We can just sleep together. Yin Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, Then let him sleep with you tonight? Zissou said quickly, No. Yin Yu rolled his eyes at Zissou and said, Are you considering pulling him out? Zissou glanced at Yifeng on the ground and the strong smell of alcohol, and said, Why did he drink again? But I didn't find any alcohol at home. Yin Yu nodded strangely, as if he really didn't see it. Why was this guy in a drunken state? Finally, the two of them dragged Yifeng out. A big man of 1.8 meters was dragged out of the bathroom by his feet by two girls. There was a small step less than 2 meters away from the door of the bathroom. He could clearly hear a clucking sound. A sound. You two girls. You look at me. I look at you. And then you look at Yifeng's head. Fortunately, it's not injured. After finally getting Yifeng to go to bed, they took off all Yifeng's clothes except for his underwear. The two women shamelessly pointed out Yifeng's figure. Look! This guy is just tall and has no muscles. Zissou said. Yin Yu nodded and said, Well, it's indeed not strong enough. Even if you touch this arm, it's not strong enough either. I saw Zissou touching Yifeng unceremoniously and saying, Why do I like him? I don't understand. Yin Yu on the side took the opportunity to say, Okay. Give it to me. I like it. No. This is mine. After saying that, Zissou lay directly on Yifeng's body. Anyway, Yifeng didn't wake up yet. Yin Yu sighed and shook his head and said, Okay. It's time to go to bed. Alright. After saying that, Zissou covered Yifeng with a quilt and took off his clothes. After all, Yifeng was all wet, and it was impossible for Yifeng to sleep in wet clothes. Zissou ran away shyly. Yin Yu shook his head. This guy is real. Early next morning, a ray of sunlight outside the window shone on Yifeng's face. Yifeng's eyes were dazzled by the glare. He pulled the quilt and buried his head in the quilt. The next moment, Yifeng sat up in horror because he found that he was not wearing any clothes. Lifting up the quilt and looking at his naked body, Yifeng felt turbulent in his heart. Was he being raped? Echoing the scene in the bathroom last night, Yifeng immediately responded. The embarrassed Yifeng looked around the bed and saw his messy clothes. It's over. My reputation has been ruined. It's over. I've been exposed. And without my knowledge, I really drank and made a mistake. This is a big deal. Yifeng quickly found a set of clean clothes and put them on. He secretly opened the door and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no one in the living room. When he passed the bathroom door opened unexpectedly, and Yin Yu walked out of it. After seeing the smoke, Yifeng subconsciously thought of the scene last night. His eyes began to dodge, and his body began to react again. Yin Yu pinched Yifeng's arm and said, What are you thinking about? You're so sexy. Yifeng grinned and said, No, I didn't think about anything. What did I do last night? After all, he was naked, so it was impossible that nothing happened. Yin Yu looked at Yifeng with interest and said, You really want to know? Yifeng nodded and said, Of course. Then let's make breakfast. Go now. Half an hour later, a burst of fragrance came from the kitchen, and Zissou, wearing pajamas, walked out with narrowed eyes. He licked his mouth and said, It smells so good. It smells so good. Yifeng looked at Zissou's appearance, walked out of the kitchen, and said, Go. Wash your face and brush your teeth first. Hey, Sister Yin Yu, what are you looking at? At this moment, Yin Yu was reading the forum of Fantasy World with a tablet computer. Seeing that Yin Yu was looking at it so seriously, Zissou asked, I didn't expect that after 12 o'clock last night, a domineering person actually killed a level 50 golden boss. Zissou said in surprise, Holy crap. It's true. Aren't they only around level 30 now? Are they cheating? Yin Yu shook his head and said, Of course not. There can be no cheats in Huanshe. They use the human C tactic. I heard that some people drop 2 to 3 levels. Yifeng's voice came from the kitchen. What was the final result? Yin Yu said, The result is very sad. No gang token was released. But 2 pieces of level 50 golden equipment were released, which is considered a loss. Yifeng nodded and said, Of course it's a loss. At this stage, if you fight a level 50 gold boss, as long as you don't get a guild token or gold or above equipment, it's a loss. At this moment, Zissou came out of the bathroom, patted the table and said, "Hurry up. I'm going to starve to death. Come on. Come on." I saw Yifeng walking out of the kitchen carrying a large bowl of lean meat porridge. And he immediately felt hungry. Soon Xiaobai and Cici also came out. And everyone gathered together to have breakfast. When he was halfway through eating, Yifeng said, "Well, I got an orange pet egg yesterday. Who wants it?" Everyone wants a Tamagotchi. Let alone an orange Tamagotchi. Which is definitely the best Tamagotchi available. Chapter 123 Little Color Dragon. Xiaobai and Cici immediately said, "Don't ask us. We definitely won't want it." Of course Zissou wanted it very much and said, "Just one." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. Just such a pet egg made me drunk with the Lord of Xuanwu City again." Yin Yu frowned and said, "So, you got drunk while drinking in the game?" "Yes. I think I said that last time. But the feeling in the game can only be felt in the game. And it won't change when you return to reality," Yin Yu said in confusion. Yifeng shook his head and said, "No matter what. It's okay anyway. Which one of you wants the pet egg? You don't need it yourself? The orange pet should be very powerful." Although Zissou wanted it, he still had to distinguish between priorities. Yifeng shook his head and said, "No. I have something better." Cici on the side said, "Better? Pig's feet. The #1 mythical beast in the game now. Wouldn't be your pet." Yifeng said, "Loki? Loki. Don't say that. Master. I have to say that your taste is really unique. Forget about using your real name for the game name. And name your mythical animal pet Pig's Foot. This taste is unique in the whole server." Cici gave Yifeng a thumbs up. Yin Yu said, "We were talking yesterday about who was so stupid to give such a name to a mythical beast. I didn't expect it to be you. But it's really your style." Yifeng said sheepishly, "Loki? Loki?" Zissou pouted and said, "Huh? That's it. Give me the orange pet egg." Yifeng said, "Don't you ask your sister Yin Yu what she means?" Zissou looked at Yin Yu with a flattering look on her face. And said coquettishly, "Sister Yin Yu, look at you as a master. Give me this pet egg first." "Okay. Here it is. Give it to you first. I'm not in a hurry. Yeah. I finally have a pet. I want to make them jealous of me." Hee hee. It was obvious at a glance that Zissou was going to show off in the Beehive Pavilion. Yifeng shook his head and said, "Okay. I'll give it to you online. I also have a lot of pet level breakthrough books here. So I'll give them to you together." "Great." After waiting for Xiaobai and Cici to return to the room, Yifeng asked Yin Yu what happened last night. Hee hee. Just think about it slowly. Goodbye. After saying that, he ran back to the room with a smile, leaving Yifeng alone to think about it. It can be seen that Yifeng wanted to know what happened last night. The helpless Yifeng had no choice but to go online. As soon as he went online, he received a fierce attack from Zissou, asking for an orange pet egg. "Where are you?" Zissou said, "Suzaka City. We are waiting to go to level up. How about you?" "Okay. I'm here. Let's level up with you today." When Yifeng came to Suzaka City, Zissou couldn't wait to come to Yifeng, eager to get his own orange pet egg. But when she saw the pig's feet on Yifeng's shoulders, Zissou took the pig's feet into her arms without saying a word and kept rubbing them on her chest. Wow. So cute. Yin Yu was also happily stroking Pigfoot's head. And Pigfoot looked like he was enjoying it so much that he simply forgot whose pet he was. Yifeng said, "Pig's feet. Come back here." Pig's foot glared at Yifeng and ignored Yifeng, which made Yifeng, the owner, quite embarrassed. Yifeng stretched out his hand to grab the pig's foot. The pig's foot didn't want to talk to Yifeng, so he threw a ball of fire to Yifeng. And Yifeng started to smoke again. "Haha. Are you always bullying it? It doesn't even like you." Yifeng was furious and said, "Little Selong, wait for me. I will kill you." Pig's foot showed an expression of contempt, completely ignoring Yifeng's threat. "Haha. It's so cute. Why has it become your pet? Can you give it to me?" Yifeng rubbed his head and said, "I would have given it to you if I could. This thing is bound." "Damn it. Such a cute guy. You don't want it. Even I want it." As Yin Yu said that, she hugged the pig's feet into her arms. The guy rubbed Yin Yu's chest twice and actually fell down. "Go up. I'll go. I can't bear it anymore." Seeing Yifeng coming to snatch it, Yin Yu knocked Yifeng's hand off and said, "You are leveling up with us today. So give this guy to us to play with." Yifeng stared at the pig's feet, as if to say, "Just wait for me." Pig's foot returned Yifeng's look. as if to say, "Come on. I'm waiting for you." Looking at Yifeng and the pig's feet, it makes people laugh to death. Yifeng traded orange pet eggs to Zissou, and also gave Zissou 10 pet level breakthrough books. Yifeng didn't have enough to give, and he had more anyway. It actually takes 5 hours to incubate. I thought I would know what kind of pet it is right away. I am so excited, Zissou said, a little disappointed. Yin Yu took Zissou's hand and said, "Okay, I'll give you the pig's feet to play with. It's time for us to level up. The level 35 dungeon is our goal." Yifeng said, "Yes. We must seize the time to reach level 35 and win the first kill chance." Yin Yu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." 3 people upgraded at about the same speed as Yifeng alone. That's because Yin Yu is a master and mainly attacks archers. Single-point attacks are explosive. Although Yifeng is also an archer, Yifeng is mostly used to break armor and defense. Compared with professional archers like Yin Yu, it's far behind. But what makes Yifeng more angry is that the pig's foot actually listens to Yin Yu and Zissou, and can help them fight monsters. Poor its real owner. Even though he is exhausted, the pig's foot doesn't even look at it. "Damn. You're a little perverted dragon." They say that dragons are greedy for money and sex. It's true. After having an egg, Mum started to be greedy for beauty when she was older. For almost a whole day, Yifeng and the others were farming in the wild. But a big event happened today. Dingtian organized people to go to Xuanwu City to fight the level 50 boss. But the entire army was wiped out. Because of improper command? This time it was considered a serious loss. Of course, during this period, Yifeng and the others met a person. A priest named Xiaosheng. Yifeng and the others were originally upgraded in this place. This priest named Xiaosheng was being hunted down, and happened to be bumped into by Yifeng and the others. "Hey! You guys! How long did it take you to hunt down a priest, and feel a sense of accomplishment?" Zissou pointed at the people behind the priest and said, "You bitches! Stop meddling in your own business, or I'll kill you too!" A soldier shouted. Yifeng and others frowned. In Xuanwu City, there are still people who are so arrogant. Do they really think that Yifeng is just showing up? Yifeng said, "You guys are not from Xuanwu City. TCH. This is a place where birds don't poop. If I hadn't been chasing this kid, I wouldn't have come. Don't block the way. Otherwise I won't be polite." The priest made a request to Yifeng and said, "Brother, I just accidentally picked up a pet egg in the wilds of the holy city. And it was blue. As soon as they came up, they said they dropped it and asked me to hand it over. Otherwise chase me all over the server. I accidentally found a blue pet egg. I don't know which unlucky person dropped it. After all, blue pet eggs are now valuable. And the other party seems to be jealous." Yifeng crossed his arms and said, "Why do you say that this blue pet egg belongs to you? Even if it has your name on it, it is still the egg you laid." Ha ha. Yin Yu and Zissou couldn't help laughing. This Yifeng can really talk. Can they lay eggs? They are not female. The humiliated people said angrily, "Damn it. If I don't show you some color today, I really think you started this illusory world. So kill them." Yifeng shook his head. It was obvious at a glance that these guys bullied players all the time. It was time to teach them a lesson. The earth's flames explode. Pig's feet. Come on. The extremely high damage was incomparable to the guys in front of me. In less than 2 minutes, the corpses of 6 players were lying on the ground. The student couldn't help but ask, "Brother, who are you and why are you so powerful?" "Just call me Yifeng. It's not easy for you as a priest. Be careful next time." "Wow. It turns out you are Yifeng. No wonder I always feel familiar. It turns out it's you." "Uh-huh. Okay. I've solved it for you. Be careful next time." Xiaosheng said, "Well, my name is Xiaosheng, and I am a full-time priest. If you, Lord Yifeng, need me for anything, you can come to me at any time." Yifeng thought for a while and said, "It's really possible that you need it. Okay. I'll find you. Thank you, Master Yifeng." After a little interlude, Yifeng and the others continued to level up. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Pig's Knuckle finally reached level 20, using up 2 of Yifeng's pet level breakthrough books. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your pet pig's trotter successfully entering the 2nd level baby dragon stage. Please keep up the good work. Pig's feet. Level 2 young dragon level 20. Physical attack power, 200. Magic attack power, 200. Defense, 500. HP, 10,000. Skill, breathing fire. Wind wings. Legend has it that the Dragon Knight is the most powerful existence on the continent. Unfortunately, since the Dragon King sealed the Dragon Valley, there is no real Dragon Knight in the continent. Once the giant dragon appears, who can compete with the Needle, the Dawn Dragon Knight, and be respected in the world, the level 20 Pig's Foot skill has an extra wind wing. Its blood volume has reached 10,000, and its attack is more powerful. Is this the benefit of the Divine Beast? On the other hand, Zisu's pet bunny is a cute rabbit. It is now level 12. Its attack power is only 100 points, and its health is only 1,000 points. It is completely incomparable to Yifeng's. Chapter 124 Countermeasures. Today is when Xinhua is preparing to fight the boss. Yifeng and the others have already reached level 34. Pig's Knuckle is already level 25. And even Yingdu has reached level 28. Because today was Xinhua's fight against the boss of Xuanwu City. Yifeng did nothing today, and gathered all his people together. Those present were Zisu, Yin Yu, Xiao He, Xiao Yi, and of course Arrogant Brother. This guy really admired Yifeng. Yifeng was always on call. Apart from being a little arrogant, he was really a good little brother. Boss, I'm not saying it's frustrating. We can't defeat them at all, Arrogant Brother said. Xiao He said angrily, Brother Arrogant, what about your bad temper? Aren't you very embarrassed? Why are you backing down at this time? Arrogant Brother shouted, Xiao He, don't provoke me. Don't think that because the boss is protecting you, I won't dare to beat you. Xiao He was not someone to be trifled with, and said angrily, come if you can. But I can't. I can't beat you. And I can't even skin you. Yifeng pushed the two of them away directly and shouted, what are you arguing about? We are discussing serious matters. Besides, we are our own people. Don't embarrass me by fighting among us. Huh? Brother Arrogant and Xiao He glared at each other. Yin Yu said, it is not impossible to snatch their boss. They will start fighting at 10 o'clock tonight. We must ambush in advance. Otherwise it will be impossible to even get in. Yifeng nodded. That's where the difficulty lies. Let's say it's a bit difficult to ambush for a day. After all, it's not comfortable to stay there for a day. Xiao He said, boss, why don't you let the world go, and let the scattered people come to rob it? Or tell the people in Lanchi Valley. They are hostile anyway. Yifeng shook his head and said, no. Lanchi Valley will definitely not go to war with Xinhua at this stage. After all, they also need to fight for gang tokens. They are causing trouble for Xinhua. And Xinhua is making trouble for them. There is no benefit to either side. And Sanren doesn't want to at this time. It's even more impossible to lose experience and level if you die. Then what should we do? Xiao He muttered. Yifeng said, I have told you the location. If you don't go, I will go alone. Yin Yu and Zisu said almost at the same time, I'll go. It's necessary. If the boss goes, I will go too. Xiao He's brother said, well, I'll go too. Humph. My arrogant brother is not a person who is afraid of death. How can such a big excitement include me? Although Arrogant Brother said something tough, he still wanted to follow Yifeng. Xiao He glanced at Brother Arrogant and said, Arrogant, after I found out you were here, why did I feel like something was wrong with you? Bullshit. I'm right about everything. I've always been like this. Brother Arrogant shouted. TCH. Yin Yu is our sister-in-law. Don't think I don't know what you are looking at. Xiao He said, being exposed by Xiao He. Brother Arrogant said angrily, you. Xiao He immediately hid behind Yin Yu and said, sister-in-law, save me. As a goddess-level female player, Yin Yu is of course the dream lover of many male players. An arrogant brother happens to be one of them. He has been secretly in love with Yin Yu for a long time, and he has finally mastered his skills to this level. Unexpectedly, Yin Yu actually has a boyfriend. At that time, I was almost furious, but it turned out that the man in Yin Yu seemed to be Yifeng. So Arrogant Brother came to trouble Yifeng. But in the end, he couldn't beat Yifeng. And in the end, he could only become Yifeng's younger brother. Seeing Brother Arrogant's expression, Yin Yu shook her head helplessly and said, don't be stressed. Just be normal, and just treat me as your boss's woman. I am no longer the Dingtian Yin Yu I used to be. The Arrogant Brother began to become shy when facing the goddess. And he didn't know what to say. Zisu on the side said, oh, I see you are so big and thick. But you can't even speak when you see my sister Yin Yu. I thought you would compete with Xiao Zizi for sister Yin Yu. It's boring. Yifeng glared at Zisu from the side. But the guy was not afraid of Yifeng at all, and just stared back. Arrogant brother said, okay. No matter whose woman you are, I will always be your fan. Zissou pointed at Yifeng again and said, see, I'm looking at you. Yifeng was speechless. He didn't say anything. It was a bit too much to lie down. Xiaohei now took advantage of Brother Arrogant and said cheerfully, Brother Arrogant, if you are bullying me, I will report to my sister-in-law every day. Arrogant brother looked at Xiaohei angrily and hatefully, and finally just didn't bother to pay attention to him. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was finally peace in the team. In this way, at 10 o'clock tonight, there will be an NPC outside the city gate who will issue an escort mission. After completing the mission, you can go directly to the place we agreed on before. I will wait for you there. Yifeng said. Boss, how did you know there would be an escort mission? Xiaohei said in confusion. Yifeng secretly thought, I don't know about the mission I issued. But do you know about it? Don't worry about that. Just do it. Yifeng said. Good. Yifeng said, come on. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Come on. After that, Yifeng contacted Ying as a hidden force. Yifeng did not intend to be exposed. What Yifeng needed Ying to do was very simple. If the boss did not grab it, then he must grab the gang token. If there is no token, then this time the organization is a test for them. If it doesn't work this time, it will be next time. At night, Yifeng returned to his NPC position and stood outside the city gate, waiting for their members to gather. According to the prescribed time, everyone came. But Brother Arrogant's group of younger brothers did not come. For fear of spies appearing, they did not tell Brother Arrogant's younger brothers. Seeing everyone there, Yifeng directly issued the task. Ding! Whether to issue an escort mission. Yes. The NPC who was beside them just now suddenly issued a mission. Just as Yifeng said. Several people looked at each other and accepted the mission. However, this mission was also seen by other players, and they all wanted to come over and take over the mission. Hey, what's going on? Mission acceptance failed. That's right. What's going on? But at this time, Yifeng had already started to move around. The exclamation mark on his head was gone, and he was no longer providing tasks. After all, Yifeng was an NPC, and he had all his strength to prevent others from accepting tasks. Yin Yu and the others understood that this might be the NPC that Yifeng had specially found for him. They heard that he was very familiar with the Lord of Xuanwu City, and wanted to ask the Lord of Xuanwu City for help. What they didn't know was that the person in front of them was Yifeng, and Yifeng took them step by step to their destination. In the team channel, Yifeng didn't dare to speak, as he would be exposed as soon as he spoke. Instead, he used typing to communicate with Yin Yu and the others. Of course, one of them, Yifeng, is inconvenient to talk now, because Yifeng said that he would ambush there in advance and wait for them to come. Whoever is in front of you, please stop. Our Shenhua has reserved the venue here. If you want to level up, please go away. Chapter 125, Robbery. Whoever is in front of you, please stop. Our Shenhua has reserved the venue here. If you want to level up, please go away. Brother Arrogant took the lead and shouted, I'm here to escort you on a mission. Don't get in the way. It's Brother Arrogant. What should I do? There is an NPC beside them, and it seems that they are really doing a mission. How do I know? The president said not to let anyone in, seeing that there was no movement from the people in front of him. Brother Arrogant shouted, go away quickly. If I fail the mission, I will kill you. Many people know how awesome Brother Arrogant is. And who doesn't know the guy who is number 1 on the ranking list? Brother Arrogant? Wait a minute. I'll go ask for instructions. Altian, the leader of Shenhua, was directing the team to fight the boss. At this time, he received a message from his subordinates, saying that Brother Arrogant was escorting and was passing by, asking if he wanted to let him go. Forged swords. What do you think? At this juncture, Zhu Jian did not dare to be too big, and said, Brother Arrogant is indeed a good talent, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with wooing him. But I heard that he is now Yifeng's younger brother. I don't know if it is true. If so, it's troublesome. You mean Yifeng plans to rob the boss? Zhu Jin nodded and said, it's not impossible. This is Yifeng's territory. We will definitely feel unhappy if we come to his territory to defeat his boss. But now they are bringing NPC here for escort mission. Is this a coincidence? Zhu Jian shook his head and said, I don't know. NPCs are always controlled by the system. It's true that they come here to do tasks. We don't know whether they can rob the boss or not. Then don't let them in. Then I'm afraid he will directly kill the members outside. Zhu Jian nodded and said, I'll go watch them. Don't worry, President. They want to grab the boss unless they step on my body. Alfian nodded heavily and said, Okay, I still trust you very much. Go ahead. Not long after, Zhu Jian led a group of people out of it and came to the opposite side of Arrogant Brother and others. When he saw the NPC, he confirmed that they were actually doing the task. At this time, Yi Feng received Ying's message that the boss had lost half of its health. Brother Arrogant, you guys. Hey, Yin Yu, why are you here? Zhu Jian said in surprise when he saw Yin Yu behind Brother Arrogant. Yin Yu said coldly, do the task. Brother Arrogant said, Hey, I'm on an escort mission. Get out of the way. Zhu Jian knew after seeing Yin Yu that Yi Feng and the others might really want to come and grab the boss. But why didn't they see Yi Feng? Seeing that Zhu Jian had been silent, Yi Feng had an idea and said, Players, please note that there are still 10 minutes until the mission is accepted. Otherwise, the mission will fail and everyone's level will be reduced by 1 level. It actually dropped 1 level. Not only did they hear the words of smoke, but they also heard it when they made swords. Arrogant Brother became anxious and said, I'll count to 3. If you don't give in, I'm not polite. Yin Yu shouted coldly, Zhu Jian, I don't care what your Xinhua is doing. Get out of here. Sword forging is also at a bit of a dilemma at this time. If you fail a normal mission, you will fail. They are probably some kind of hidden mission. If you fail, you will lose 1 level. Do you want to let go if you fall to the ground? What if they really want to grab the boss? After thinking about it, Zhu Jian gritted his teeth and said, Let it go. Arrogant Brother put a big sword directly on his shoulder and led people through the crowd of Xinhua in a swagger. Zhu Jian whispered, Follow me. Several people followed the NPC. But Zhu Jian and the others kept following. So it was not easy to start. Yi Feng typed, Arrogant. Cut me off. Yes. Arrogant stopped. And the others continued to move forward. Arrogant turned around, standing with a big sword in front of him, and shouted, Have you followed enough? I'm warning you about Xinhua. This is a hidden mission with rich rewards. Are you trying to rob it? Right. Zhu Jian stepped forward and said, Of course not. We have important activities here. So please don't take offense. He raised his eyebrows arrogantly and said, Humph. I don't believe it. You and your Xinhua people are not in the Imperial City. So why are you coming to my Xuanwu City? Zhu Jian said with a smile, Xuanwu City is a city without an owner. There is nothing wrong with us coming here to do tasks. Uh-huh. It's a joke. Everyone in Huanshe doesn't know that Xuanwu City is our territory. Don't tell me you don't know. Zhu Jian said mockingly, You? Only a few of you dare to say that Xuanwu City is your territory. Do you really think you are invincible? I respect you because you are a rare master. Not because I am a mythical person. Afraid of you. Brother Arrogant directly turned on the fighting mode. The blood-crazed warrior was not as simple as he said. Brother Arrogant's whole body instantly ignited, and his momentum completely suppressed the opponent. I can take this as a provocation. Seeing Brother Arrogant turn on the mode, Zhu Jian immediately made a defensive move and shouted, Arrogant. You have to think carefully. You are alone now. Brother Arrogant sneered, I am a human being. If you dare to take action today, you people in Xinhua will be miserable in the future. Those who are barefoot and don't wear shoes. Brother Arrogant is so domineering now. I am alone. Even if I am in trouble today, I will come to settle accounts with you one by one in the future. And it is Xinhua who will lose the most. At this moment, the boss's blood volume has reached less than 1/3. Although it has not reached the warning line, the people in Xinhua are starting to get nervous. Zhu Jian has received the message, and Yi Feng also told the team about the current situation of the boss. Except for Arrogant Brother, everyone else has arrived at their destination. The NPC played by Yi Feng said, The mission is over. It's time for me to leave. After saying that, he left alone. Not long after, Yi Feng finally appeared in front of everyone. Arrogant. Are you okay? Yi Feng said. Arrogant Brother said, It's okay. I have stopped Zhu Jian and the others. They don't dare to attack me. Very good. Stop them and wait for the opportunity. Clear. Yi Feng whispered, Everyone. Follow me. The boss is over there. As he spoke, Yi Feng crouched, leading Yin Yu and others towards the location of the boss. Looking up, The boss has appeared in the field of vision of Yifeng and others. Now the boss's health is about to reach the warning line. Xiao He becomes invisible and prepares. Clear. Zissou and Yin Yu. You aim at the boss's abdomen. That's the weak point. Clear. Xiaoya. Take advantage of the chaos and take action. Clear. After distributing the tasks, Yifeng hit aside and said, listen to my command. Watch my hand fall. And attack. Everyone nodded. When the boss Golden Toad's blood volume began to fall below the warning line, he became violent. The Shenhua members around the boss began to suffer large-scale casualties. The closer it gets to this last moment, the more worried the president of Shenhua, Altian, becomes. Just when the boss was crying and screaming, Yifeng's hand suddenly fell down, and several people started to attack. The sudden attack shocked Shenhua's people. They didn't expect that someone actually came to rob it. On the other side, Arrogant Brother received the order and ran towards the location of the boss. Chapter 126 Grab. Rob. Rob. Of course Altian and Zhu Jian would not agree if they wanted to grab the boss. Altian shouted, attack the boss with all your strength. You must grab the boss. For a time, the boss was overwhelmed by the ocean of skills, and the boss's health bottomed out. Boom! The boss kicked his legs, turned his whole body over, and died completely. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Maple team for successfully killing the level 50 golden boss Golden Toad, gaining 100,000 experience points and 10,000 reputation points. At this moment, Altian's face was full of anger, and he said, grab the equipment. No. Snatch the gang token. Not only Altian saw the gang token under the boss, Yifeng and others also saw it and ran towards the gang token. Altian took the lead and rushed forward. But just when he thought the gang token was his, a delicate hand appeared, directly scooped up everything on the ground, and disappeared in front of everyone the next moment. Yifeng shouted at the team level, quickly retreat. Everyone returns to Xuanwu City. Although I don't know why Yifeng said this. Seeing that the equipment under the boss had disappeared, Yin Yu and others began to retreat. Xiao He in the dark directly crushed the scroll to return to the city, and was the first to leave. Yifeng and others crushed the scroll to return to the city, and returned to Xuanwu City. Only Brother Arrogant was left. This guy was in a fighting state, because the sword was holding him back. Brother Arrogant kicked a warrior player away and said, it's over. Isn't it? Zhu Jian already knew everything about the situation. Even if the boss was robbed, the most important thing is that this time, the gang token was really exploded and robbed. Zhu Jian said angrily, it's over. Then you are going to die. Arrogant Brother said, really? Then I will also pull some backers. Kill them! A group of people surrounded Brother Arrogant and fought. Unfortunately, Brother Arrogant was just one person. Even though Brother Arrogant had a hidden profession and was so powerful, he couldn't stand up to the crowd. In the end, he was killed by a forged sword. Fortunately, nothing was exploded. I just lost 10% of my experience, which is not a big loss. When Brother Arrogant was resurrected and returned to Xuanwu City, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed when he saw Yifeng and others waiting for him at the resurrection point. Arrogant, you did a good job today. Brother Arrogant said out of shame, well, I was held back and couldn't get away. But I killed more than a dozen. So it's not a loss. Xiao He patted Brother Arrogant on the shoulder and said, Brother Arrogant, you are a man. This is not called a loss, but a win. But before Yifeng and others could be happy, many people appeared at the resurrection point. The people from Shenhua returned to the city. Altian and Zhu Jian stared at Yifeng and others, wishing to tear them apart one by one. Altian's gloomy face said in a hoarse voice, Yifeng, you are looking for death. Please hand over your gang token. Yifeng shrugged and said, did you see that I took it? Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. Otherwise you won't be able to get out of the safe zone. Zhu Jian threatened. Brother Arrogant shouted, forge a sword and challenge me to a duel. I'm giving you one hand. If it weren't for holding you back, I would have killed you long ago. He was a threat to Zhu Jian. He wanted to step forward to argue, but was blocked by Altian. Altian said, Yifeng, I know you are very capable, but don't forget, you cannot compete with the power of my myth. Yifeng laughed and said, haha. Shenhua is amazing. Ask the brothers and sisters behind me if they are afraid. Don't be afraid. Altian had a sullen face. There were only a few of them. But there were 3 masters. It shouldn't be 4. There was also an assassin hiding nearby. That assassin was definitely a master. Just the 4. And they could join any guild. It can greatly increase its strength. Especially Lanchi Valley. Yifeng. Forget it if you rob the boss. You can take the equipment as long as you have it. Please return the gang token to me. How could Yifeng return it to them? Yifeng knew that even if the person who returned Xinhua to them had already blacklisted them. Seeing more and more Xuanwu City players gathering here, Yifeng pointed to the ground and said, "This is Xuanwu City." "So what?" Yifeng shouted coldly. "Kill the boss resources of my Xuanwu City on the territory of my Xuanwu City. And you will have to pay the price." Altian laughed and said, "Haha. Your territory? A few scattered people dare to claim kingship and hegemony here. If it weren't for our guilds tacitly treating this place as a hunting ground. You really think you are the boss here? Tell me, you guys. This is our hunting ground." This sentence was extremely arrogant. Although Yifeng had known it for a long time. If someone really said it, it would really offend the public. A group of powerful people from Xuanwu City began to curse angrily. "Mythical grass mudhorse. What do you mean? We are your prey. Kill them! Damn it. This is why I hate these big guilds. Do it!" As for the number of people in Xinhua, there are at least 5,000 people, and they are not afraid of these people in front of them at all. Yifeng stretched out his hand and shouted, "Stop! Yifeng, have said that Yifeng, have the final say in Xuanwu City. It was before, and it is now. Since you big guilds regard our place as a hunting ground, then we will tell you that this hunting ground will never return. You care. Everyone has it." "Yes." A shout soared into the sky. Almost all the players shouted loudly. Because Yifeng was originally the symbol of Xuanwu City. And Yifeng's order directly ignited everyone's desire to fight. Altian did not expect that the scattered sand in Xuanwu City would be twisted into a rope by Yifeng with just one word. Which was beyond Altian's imagination. "Humph. You can't fight in the safe zone. Otherwise you will be imprisoned. Don't you know? Fighting is not allowed in the safe zone. Fighting skills are dim. But melee combat is possible. However, melee combat in urban areas will be restricted by NPCs. I said. I have the final say in Xuanwu City. I will let you know that confinement works for you. But it doesn't work for us. Give me a fight." The impatient players, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but feel the bad breath in their chests. They rushed forward one after another, and started fighting with each other. Of course, the first time they fought, the NPC guards from Xuanwu City appeared. "Be brave. Fighting is prohibited in Xuanwu City. Arrest them all." Yifeng shouted. "Xuanwu City guards, obey orders." A row of Xuanwu City guards knelt in front of Yifeng, lowered their heads and shouted, "General Mo is here. Arrest all the people in the Imperial City, and wait for punishment." Yes. In Fantasy World. As long as you choose that city for the first time, you will be a resident of that city. Of course, you can also change it. The appearance of the NPC immediately panicked the people in Xinhua. As long as the people in Xuanwu City were in trouble, it was fine even if they fought around the NPC. However, the people in Xinhua were almost caught. Altian's chest was rising and falling. And he was so angry that he spurted blood. "Yifeng. You cheated?" Yifeng said coldly. "I said. I make the decision in Xuanwu City. Have you forgotten? I want to complain to you. You cheated? You cheated?" "Humph." The guards caught him. Yes. A century-old war was broken up by Yifeng himself. In the end, all the Xinhua people were arrested and imprisoned. The people in Xuanwu City applauded and almost praised Yifeng to the sky. Chapter 127 Gang Token. Fantasy World, the forum is extremely popular. Even if it is almost 11 o'clock in the evening. If such a big thing happens, it will definitely keep people gossiping for a long time. In Xuanwu City, the mythical guild is fighting against the level 50 golden boss. Not only has the boss not been captured, but it doesn't even have a piece of equipment. The most important thing is that the guild token is said to have been taken away by Yifeng. Thousands of people from Xinhua came to Xuanwu City to look for Yifeng. But they were all arrested. The most important thing is that Yifeng can actually command NPCs. I knew that Yifeng had some military ranks before, but I didn't expect that he could actually command level 60 NPCs. Soldier. That's different. Xinhua lost both his wife and his troops this time. The loss was even greater than that of Dingtian a few days ago. Moreover, the gang token was robbed right in front of them. And now they are still in solitary confinement. It is simply crazy. The forum has become heated with scolding. Especially the people from Xuanwu City and Xinhua. The words are almost flying off the screen. Come on. Come on. I'll wait for you in Xuanwu City. If you don't come, you'll be a dog. Why do you? Xuanwu City. Arrest us for cheating and fighting? You are also players. So why do you want to arrest us? Why? Just because we have the great god Yifeng here. What do you think? If you have the ability to PK in the wild, you are the trash of Xuanwu City. I'm afraid you won't succeed. I'm waiting for you outside Xuanwu City. Come here. It's a pity that many of them have been imprisoned. And they are just talking words at most. If they really start to fight, the people of Xuanwu City will still suffer. After all, they are organized. And they are just a mess. In Xuanwu City, Brother Arrogant said, Boss, did you really get the guild token? Yes. I didn't see any of us grab it, Xiaohei said doubtfully. Others also looked at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled mysteriously and said, Ying, come out. The next moment, Ying appeared in front of everyone. It was because Ying snatched away all the gang tokens and equipment at the last moment. So Yifeng asked them to retreat. Yifeng walked up to Ying and said, Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Ying, a master assassin and our partner. She got everything. While everyone else was surprised that Yifeng still had a hand. Zizou stared at Yifeng. The sudden appearance of the woman put a lot of pressure on herself. It is definitely not easy for someone who can be called a master by Yifeng. And only Yifeng knew the shadow. And she was also a beauty, which posed a great threat to herself. Ying smiled and said, Hello everyone. My name is Ying. As an assassin, Xiaohei didn't realize that there was an assassin around him all the time. Suddenly, he felt a hair in his heart. And he immediately stepped forward to ask, Shadow, how long have you been playing assassin? Your skills are too good. Ying said, It's been many years. Did you always have this name before? Right. Xiaohei asked, With your skills, how can you be ranked first? Why is there no information about you? I'm a relatively low-key person, so of course you can't find me. Yin Yu on the side suddenly said, Then why did you suddenly come to help Yifeng? Zizou beside her nodded desperately, determined to understand the details of this woman. Ying said, Because Yifeng saved my brother. I followed him to repay him and ask for nothing else. Save your brother? When? Yifeng said, Remember a few days ago, we went to the mall for the game update? I saw Ying upstairs and it looked familiar. So I went down and saved his brother by the way. Yin Yu asked in a puzzled tone, What a coincidence. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, This is true. If you don't believe me, just ask Ying. As a result, Yin Yu nodded and said, I believe it. He believed it, which caught Yifeng off guard. He was planning to explain something, but Yin Yu believed it. In order to eliminate the concerns of Yin Yu and others, Ying Jiang took out the gang token and said, This is the gang token. I will give it to Yifeng now. After saying that, he directly handed over the equipment and the gang token to Yifeng. Yifeng held the gang token in his hand. In fact, this thing was just an iron token with a golden token on it. It didn't have much special features. Wow, this is a gang token. Why is it so ordinary? Zizou said with a disappointed look on his face. The first time a gang token was released, everyone came over to take a look and see what it looked like. It turned out to be so simple. Wait a minute. I'll take a photo and go to the forum to show off, Xiaohei said cheerfully. Zizou rolled her eyes at Xiaohei and said, That's all. After Xiaohei took the photo, he said happily, This is all I'm worth. So just show off. Yifeng held the gang token, looked at the people around him and said, What should I do with this thing? In the end, no one spoke. They all looked at Yifeng, waiting for Yifeng's decision. Because all this was due to Yifeng. And of course, it was Yifeng's decision. Fantasy World, the price of the first gang token is probably hard to estimate. If you sell it, it will definitely be a lot of money. Among the people around Yifeng. Except for Zizou, whose family is pretty good. The others are not very good. Yifeng pauper. Ying is a pauper. Xiaohei and Xiaohei brothers are wage earners. But they currently quit their jobs to work full-time as professional players in Fantasy World. Brother Arrogance is not sure. This person doesn't like to talk about his own affairs. And lastly, Yin Yu. I'm afraid there isn't much. Save up. After all, you have too much debt to pay off. Yifeng took a deep breath and said, I have the first token in Fantasy World in my hand. It is likely that I will still have this one for a long time. After all, if you want to explode a lot of gang tokens in the early stage, you can't. Yes, Fantasy World will not allow it. This will speed up the process of the game. Fantasy World cannot let this happen. After all, it is only level 30. So I decided to sell it. As soon as Yifeng said this, several other people breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Arrogant said, "It's good to sell it. It's too early for us to create a guild now. And it's not good for us." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. It's a first shot. And we can't bring out the value of this thing at all. In addition, I took everyone's own situation into consideration. So I decided to buy it. Everyone present has a share. I hope you all I won't leave Fantasy World because I don't have money. I'll make sure you have nothing to worry about." Xiao Hei jumped up excitedly and said, "Great. Great. I finally don't have to eat instant noodles. I want to have a big meal." In fact, Yifeng's decision was right. At this stage, except for mature guilds who can control this gang token, others really can't. In addition to the guild token, there is also a piece of golden level 50 equipment. This equipment will probably be lost in the warehouse for a few days. However, Yifeng was also given a mysterious material. Yifeng didn't know what it was for. Black fire cone, a high-grade material. Yifeng had no idea what it was for. Maybe because of his level. Yifeng threw him directly into the corner. "Okay. Thank you everyone. Please go offline and have a rest. I'll see how to get rid of this thing tomorrow." Chapter 128 Late Night Talk. As soon as Yifeng walked out of his room, he was blocked by Zissou. Staring at Yifeng, he said, "Where did you cheat a girl from? Tell me." Yifeng originally thought it was over in the game, but he didn't expect it to come again in reality. Yifeng raised his hands in surrender and said, "Didn't I say it in the game? It's really like that." "Humph. Stop pretending to me. Are you trying to seduce people because they are beautiful?" Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "You are also very beautiful. I didn't seduce you either. I saw Zissou raising her head arrogantly and saying, 'Huh? You seduced me too.'" Puff. It happened that Zissou came up from behind. And Yin Yu, who was drinking water, spurted out the water and looked at Zissou in disbelief. Said, "How did he seduce you? Tell me." Zissou said confidently, "I said yes. There is no reason." Yifeng was completely defeated and said, "Okay. I'll do whatever you say." "Humph. I'm warning you. Sister Yin Yu and I have already suffered enough for you. If we go out to flirt with women, you will die in an ugly way." Yin Yu on the side said, "That's right." Yifeng looked at Yin Yu in surprise and said, "Didn't you say you believe me?" Yin Yu said softly, "That's why I'm giving you face." Well, as expected, no woman is a fuel-saving lamp. It doesn't seem like much on the surface. But in fact, she has been nailed to the cross in her heart and has been beaten with a whip many times. Yifeng came to the refrigerator, opened it, and was dumbfounded. He said in a dumbfounded voice, "Two beauties. Where are the half-frozen pears I had left for lunch?" Zissou said with a confused look, "What are you talking about? Frozen pears? Do we have such a thing at home? Oops. I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to sleep." Looking at the perilla running back to the room quickly, Yifeng knew that this guy had eaten it secretly. Why was he so greedy? Looking at the empty refrigerator, it seemed that he had to go to the supermarket again. Just forget about one perilla and get it himself. I replied to Yin Yu. I hadn't realized that Yin Yu was also a foodie before. Helpless Yifeng went back to his room and fell asleep. There were more important things tomorrow. This night is destined to be an unforgettable night for some people, such as the mythical guild. The entire guild is now standing on the training ground with great dignity, waiting to be reprimanded by Altian. How many people are there? Tell me how many of us there are. We can't even defend a boss. And we also see our gang tokens being snatched away. Isn't it a shame? Ah! Altian was about to explode with anger. I just called the customer service of Fantasy World, and the other party told me that Yifeng was not cheating and everything was running normally. It was just that Yifeng had obtained a military rank and could command system NPC soldiers. Forge a sword. Zhu Jian shouted, "Here. Have you calculated the losses tonight?" Altian said with a gloomy face. Zhu Jian swallowed his saliva and said, "Forget it, it's figured out." Explain. This time we fought the Golden Toad. Our guild had a total of nearly 4,000 people fighting, except for a few hundred people on the outer defense who were not affected. The rest of them lost at least one level. Explosive loss. Altian shouted. Battle fees. Level drop fees. Potion fees. A total loss of nearly 500,000. Bang! Altian slapped the table fiercely. If a gang token was issued, The 500,000 would be very valuable. But now there is nothing. It was just a gang token for Yi Feng in vain. Damn it. Tell me why Yi Feng stole our boss. Altian is not stupid. He had a domineering attitude before, and defeated a boss in Xuanwu City. Ding Tian defeated one. Although he did not kill him, he still defeated him. But why did Yi Feng ignore the power of his own myth when he defeated the boss? There must be a reason for grabbing the boss. The people below were hesitating, not knowing what to say. Altian looked at the sword making and said, "Sword making? You say it first." Zhu Jian knew very well why Yi Feng came to snatch the boss. It was because he had threatened the other party, and the other party came to show off his power. However, this threat caused Zhu Jian misery. Zhu Jian didn't know what to say. After all, he was the one who caused the disaster. At worst, he would have to pay the 500,000 yuan. Zhu Jian didn't say anything, and Altian wasn't stupid either. So he guessed something. Sighing, "It's not good for you to provoke anyone. If you have to provoke Yi Feng. Have you forgotten what happened to your cousin Huang Xiaoyan?" Zhu Jian lowered his head and said, "President, Zhu Jian, will be responsible for the loss this time. Whatever I caused, I will solve it myself. Forget it. 500,000 is just a small amount for our Xinhua. But you have to know that where you fall, you have to get up there. Now we and Yi Feng are completely enemies, and our Xinhua is not a soft persimmon. If you want to fight, we will fight with him. But you have to remember that our goal is not Yi Feng, but domination. Understand? Understand. Very good. That's it for today. Today's lesson tells us that we must take every opponent seriously. Otherwise we will be like today and miss the mark. Let me reflect on it when we go back." Yes. In the dead of night, Zhu Jian dialed Huang Xiaotian's phone number. "Xiaotian, I lost today." Huang Xiaotian's voice came from the other end of the phone and said, "Understood. I have to do it myself next. I will prove in the game that I don't have to be inferior to Yi Feng." "Why bother? Cousin, you don't understand. This is a grudge between him and me, and only he and I can resolve it. Hey, let me know when you need help and I will do my best." "Thank you, cousin." When Yi Feng entered the game again the next day, it was like a normal day. But this time Yi Feng went straight to the auction house. Every major city has an auction house, and usually better equipment can be auctioned here. But this time is different. Yi Feng needs to auction the first gang token of Fantasy World. "Commander Yi, what do you want?" the owner of the auction house asked with a smile. Yi Feng said, "I want to auction this." The owner of the auction house looked at the gang token in Yi Feng's hand. His eyes lit up, and said, "Good thing. Good thing. I'm afraid this is the only one for now." Yi Feng smiled and said, "Of course. That's it. How much does Commander Yi plan to auction it for? This thing is probably very popular, so I have to put a high price on it." Yi Feng said, "How much is high?" The shopkeeper said, 10,000 gold coins is the base price. What do you think? Yi Feng nodded. The price was similar to what he thought. Nowadays, the price of gold coins has plummeted. One gold coin is now only worth 10 yuan. If it is 10,000 gold coins, it is 100,000 yuan. Which is okay. Yi Feng said, "Okay. Just do as you say." "Okay. I'm getting some good things to auction together. Make it lively. Commander Yi, your things will definitely sell for a good price." "Okay. That's it." Chapter 129, The Sealed Weapon Spirit. Ding! System prompt. The first gang token in the region has appeared at the Xuanwu City auction house. The auction is scheduled to start at 8 p.m. today, and can be settled in cash. Players, please arrange your time properly, and don't miss it. 3 district-wide announcements are so exciting. Everyone in the district knows that Xuanwu City will start shooting for the first gang token at 8 o'clock tonight. Everyone in the top 10 guilds wants to be the first. Let alone the top 10 guilds. Even the top 20 guilds want it. I originally heard yesterday that Xinhua and their boss had released a gang token, but they never saw the gang token and thought it was a fake. Unexpectedly, it actually appeared today, and it's a district-wide announcement. It seems that Huansher is telling them that this is the first one, and they don't know when the second one will be released. Quickly, prepare funds and get this only gang token. This is no longer what a certain guild boss said. Almost all capable guilds began to operate at this moment. Xiao He excitedly sent a message and asked, "Boss, what is the price?" Yi Feng responded, "The base price is 10,000 gold coins. They can auction it however they want." "Yeah. It feels so good." Everyone asked about Yifeng's low price. Even Demo came to ask. Yifeng saw this guy asking him last night. But he didn't respond to him last night, and thought he wasn't looking for him. Brother. What's the matter? Demo said. What else is going on? You guys did something big last night. Yifeng said, actually. It's nothing. I just came to warn Shinhua. What if it's our Lanchi Valley? Dato asked tentatively. Yifeng said seriously, of course not. I will charge a fee. But you should quickly clear out the boss in the Imperial City. Otherwise, I will accept it without mercy. Demo said with a wry smile. You are really loud. By the way, I have an idea of the base price of your gang's tokens. What? You want it too? Of course. The first guild will definitely attract many experts to come. Of course we are happy to do so. Yifeng said, the base price is not much. Just 10,000 gold coins. Only 10,000 gold coins? Then I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope you can grab it. Demo said, if you are willing. I want to trade with you privately. You look at the price. Yifeng said, forget it. Let's just bid and let fate happen. Seeing that he had no other choice. Demo had no choice but to say. Okay. Then I'll go get ready. Yifeng hung up the call into Imo and looked at the level ranking list. Because of killing the boss yesterday, Yifeng was almost at level 35. But the top 50 on the list were already at level 35 and could go to the Peach Blossom Mountain dungeon. Yifeng looked at his experience and saw that he still had 200,000 experience left before he could level up. It seemed that he had to speed up today. Yifeng probably won't be able to get the first kill in the Peach Blossom Mountain dungeon. So let's get the clearance record of the King mode. Find Yin Yu and Zissou. Join their team again. And start today's upgrade journey. During this period, the lowest level Zissou was already level 34. While Yifeng and Yin Yu both reached level 35. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 35. You have a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it? Yes. In front of Yifeng, a loading plate appeared with 10 grids on it. Each grid contained something. Equipment, weapons, skills, props, etc. Yifeng clicked start. And the pointer began to rotate crazily. And slowly the speed of the pointer began to slow down. The pointer passed by equipment, weapons, skills, and props. And stopped at the location of the only mysterious item. Yifeng took a deep breath. He didn't know what he could give himself this time. Just don't give him the 9 turns pill. Which is of little use. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. You have obtained a sealed weapon spirit. Yifeng almost vomited blood. His divine weapon was missing only one weapon spirit. In the end, this gave him hope, but also disappointed him. The sealed weapon spirit, on the surface, must be unsealed. Yin Yu looked at Yifeng's condition and asked, What's wrong with you? Yifeng calmed down and said, It's nothing. I just feel like I want to beat someone up right now. Who the L deserves a beating so much? Seeing Yifeng gnashing his teeth, Yin Yu thought someone was provoking Yifeng. Is everything really okay? Yin Yu asked again. Spray me with pig's feet. Shuju, who was fighting monsters, looked at Yifeng. He didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to seek abuse. So you can't blame me. Huh? Yifeng started to smoke as expected. Zissou glared at Yifeng and said, You don't let pig's feet burn you several times a day. Are you itchy? After being burned, Yifeng felt much better. He didn't expect that the fire of the pig's feet could relieve stress. Yin Yu patted Yifeng's body and said, What's going on? Yifeng said, Do you still remember the materials I asked you to collect? Yin Yu nodded and said, I know. I've collected almost all of them. Well, Sister Yin Yu and I have the same materials. There are only 2 things missing. Yifeng explained, Actually, the things I asked you to collect are used to make weapons because I have extra cores. Zissou stared at Yifeng with wide eyes, looking at Yifeng as if he were a fool. And even circled around Yifeng. Said, You didn't lie to me. Did you? That is a divine weapon. Why didn't I see you use it? Yin Yu was equally curious. After being with Yifeng for so long, he had never seen Yifeng use a magical weapon. Yifeng said, Those are props for making artifacts. Of course, I won't use them casually. So, the materials you asked me to collect are to make me a magical weapon. Show me quickly, Zissou said with excitement. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, It's not that simple. It's just a Grow-type platinum weapon. 1 level lower than an artifact. Regardless of whether it was an artifact or platinum. Zissou said with anticipation, I really want to collect these two materials quickly now. On the contrary, Yin Yu, although he was also excited, was calmer than Zissou after all, and asked, "So did you fail to build the equipment just now?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "No. I just have one last thing to start building. But this thing won't work." "Are you angry?" Yin Yu patted Yifeng's head like a royal sister and said, "Don't be angry. I'll find a solution with you." Chapter 130 Sky High Price Auction. 8 o'clock in the evening was coming soon. Because Yifeng was the auction owner, all Yifeng were arranged in one of the boxes. Because this auction not only contains gang tokens, but also some other things. In addition to being exchanged for gold coins, you can also use cash to trade. Of course, if you don't have enough money in your account and bank card number, you can't make a fuss about it. The system your right to bid will be automatically banned. If you want to enter the auction house, you must first pay 10 gold coins as the entrance fee, which is quite expensive. After all, who can spend 100 yuan to watch an auction? There will also be a live video broadcast on the forum. All those who can get in are either rich people or big bosses from major guilds. It is useless for ordinary people to go in. After all, his money is not as powerful as those rich people and guild bosses. Yifeng sat in the box and looked at the players, who were coming in one after another. They were either big guys or wealthy people. These people came for the gang tokens. "Oh, isn't this the domineering guild leader's madman? Why does your gang want this too?" The madman gave a cold drink and said, "Huh, you Lanchi Valley can come. Why can't we Baki come? By the way, don't you have a good relationship with Yifeng? Why didn't you sell it to you privately? Didn't the money given be enough? These presidents are displeasing to everyone. If they can take action, they will never complain. If they can't take action, they will have the upper hand with their words. Ha ha. I think you guys are very domineering. Didn't you get the gang token?" At this time, one person walked up between the two people and said with a gloomy face, "If you want to fight, go out and fight. Don't block my way." The visitor is none other than Altian, the Shenhua guild leader who lost his gang token. The fanatic sneered, "Why? You seem to have a strong opinion against us?" Altian said gloomily, "I have a problem with everyone. I have a problem with the person who snatched the gang token from me tonight. What can you do to me?" As one of the top 3 guilds in the gaming industry, when they speak, most people don't dare to wipe their mouths. Otherwise, they don't know when trouble will come out of their mouths. The madman laughed and said, "Ha ha. Then I'm going to snatch it from you. What can you do to me?" Altian glanced at the madman and was too lazy to be familiar with him. So he found his own position and carried on. Lan Shi and the madman looked at each other, then found their respective positions and waited for the auction to begin. Before 8 o'clock, the auction house was already full. As soon as the time came, the door of the auction house was closed. People who wanted to come in could not come in. It was easy to go out. They could just click leave. As soon as the auction started, an auction process appeared in front of Yifeng. These were the items being auctioned in today's auction. And the finale was the gang token. There are a total of 20 items, but not many people are probably interested in the first few. There are a few blue level 30 equipment, but they are all at 6 stars, which are rare and top quality. As expected, he would definitely be taken away by the rich. The result was just as Yifeng thought. The bosses of the major guilds didn't even look at it. They closed their eyes the whole time, waiting for the guild token. And those top quality equipment were all auctioned off by local tycoons at high prices. Time passed little by little, and it was now past 9 o'clock, and there were fewer and fewer items for auction. This item is called the Clear Sky Hammer. It has a chance of breaking certain sealed objects. The starting price is 100 gold coins. When Yifeng heard this, he immediately became interested. He had not read the description of the item carefully before, but it was the auctioneer's words that attracted Yifeng's attention. However, few people should want this kind of thing. 100 gold coins is 10,000 yuan, and there is only a chance, but it may not succeed. Yifeng is considering whether to win it, but in the auction hall below, no one had any reason to buy a useless thing. At the current location, I haven't heard of anyone getting any sealed things. This was simply prepared for Yifeng. If no one wants it, this item has been rejected. 3, 2, 105 gold coins. A voice shouted from the box on the second floor, and many people discovered that there were people on the second floor. Many people wanted to see who was on the second floor, but they couldn't see what was going on inside at all. The auctioneer looked at Yifeng's box and said, 105 gold a time. Is there anything higher? Is there any? As a result, no one spoke for a long time. If anyone knew that it was Yifeng inside, I'm afraid Aotian of Shenhua would raise the price to death on Yifeng on the first day. Comparing wealth with Aotian, I'm afraid Yifeng would die miserably. 105 gold once. 105 gold twice. 105 gold 3 times. Deal. The auctioneer made the final decision, and Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would snatch it from him. But the people below didn't think so. It was probably that rich man in the box who bought such useless things. After Yifeng handed over the cash equivalent of 105 gold coins, the Haotian hammer appeared in Yifeng's backpack. Looking at the small hammer, it was hard for Yifeng to imagine that such a thing could break the seal. Clear Sky Hammer, it has a mysterious ability, with a 1% chance of opening sealed objects. Seeing the introduction of the Clear Sky Hammer, Yifeng almost burst into tears. The 1% chance could be ignored at all. Forget it. The money had already been spent. Anyway, the gang token would make his wallet bulge later. After passing through a few more items, we finally came to the final auction items. And the rich people and guild bosses began to get nervous. I saw the auctioneer holding a tray in his hand. There was a small token in the tray, which was the gang token. Everyone, this is the final item of this auction. This is the only guild token. With it, you can go to the city lord's mansion to register your own guild. It is definitely a good thing. Too many introductions. I won't say any more. The base price is 10,000 gold coins. Start now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a wealthy player said, 100,000. Just as the voice fell, before the auctioneer had time to speak, another person said, 200,000. Ha ha. 200,000. Is there anything higher? This is the only one. And the opportunity is rare. 250,000. 300,000. The local tycoons or large guilds all began to increase their prices. But none of the top 10 guilds made any move. They all waited quietly. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. 500,000. 500,000. Is there anything higher? Anything higher? The auction house was quiet for a while. 500,000 was 5 million. This was not small money. Seeing that no one was bidding, Xingtian, the leader of Bihai who was originally ranked 10th, wanted to speak. But someone spoke faster than him. 700,000. I'll go and add 200,000 at once. Are the Shin'an people crazy? Yifeng didn't expect that. Yifeng originally thought that the maximum was 500,000. But Yifeng was overthinking it. He originally thought that 200,000 to 300,000 was the limit. But he didn't expect Aotian to directly say 700,000. The 700,000 yuan suddenly blocked the crowd. And everyone else was secretly wondering whether the price was worth it. But some people didn't think so. Lan Shi, who was beside Aotian, stretched out her hand and said, 800,000. Looking at Lan Shi who looked relaxed, the others realized that the top 3 guilds had too much money and no place to burn it. So why were they so casual? Aotian glanced at Lan Shi and said, 1 million. Wow. Chapter 131 Sky High Price Transaction. Almost everyone looked at Aotian, wondering if this person was crazy. After all, there would be more gang tokens in the future, so they wouldn't spend so much money now. On the official forum, such a game auction will definitely cause huge discussions. They don't care about the money, but they care about who finally gets the gang token and who is the winner in the end. Tell me, how much money can this gang get from tokens? Stop talking about 2 million gold coins. Damn it. These big guys aren't stupid. 2 million is 20 million. It's impossible. I think 1.5 million is as high as the sky. I'm kidding. I heard that Mythology Guild made tens of millions this year just from one endorsement. I don't care about this small amount of money. Damn. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. In the game, the auction hall was filled with prominent figures, and they began to whisper. Lan Shi was stunned for a moment and said, President Aotian, are you trying to raise the price? Aotian said coldly, I said, we have to decide on this gang token, because he is our myth. At this time, the auctioneer said, 1 million. 1 million. This is the highest price I have ever received in an auction. Is there any higher price? Please bid. The madman sitting next to Aotian and Lan Shi remained silent. At this time, he suddenly stretched out his hand and said, 1.1 million. I'll go and add more. Altian said calmly. 1.2 million. Lan Shi lazily stretched out his hand and said, yes. I have 1.4 million. Damn it. Look at Lan Shi's expression. He deserves a beating. As if 1.4 million is not money. As a result, before everyone could recover from the surprise, Altian raised his hand again and said, 1.8 million. Who else among you can grab it from me? This time the people at the auction finally lost their composure. And someone said, I'll go. President Altian, you have so much money. If you fight more bosses, maybe you can get a good gang token. The base price in Lan Shi and Quantu's mind is at most 1.5 million. And at worst, they can add 100,000 to 1.6 million to get it. This price is already about the same. And it would be pointless to go any further. After all, it is just a guild token. Lan Shi looked at the madman, who shrugged his shoulders and said, okay, then I'll leave it to you. Go back. Maybe one day you'll be killed. Lan Shi stood up and said, is the madman guild leader reminding me? Then I will be a 1,000-year-old king and an 80,000-year-old tortoise. Let's go! After saying that, the two of them left the auction house. Altian looked around coldly and said, who else wants to compete with my Shenhua? After feeling bored, the other major guilds all left the auction venue. The auctioneer shouted, 1.8 million. 1.8 million. Is there any higher value? 1.8 million once. 1.8 million twice. 1.8 million 3 times. Deal done. At this moment, Yi Feng was completely frozen. He was not really frozen, but Yi Feng was completely shocked. 1.8 million. This is 18 million. For Yi Feng, this astronomical number is something he has never dreamed of. It will happen. But now it suddenly appears in front of me. It wasn't until the sound of the bank information reminder and seeing an extra 18 million in his account that Yi Feng realized that this was not fake. It was real. Not only Yi Feng, but the two Xiaohei brothers were so excited that they immediately logged off and slapped each other in the face to see if it was true. After their faces were swollen, they realized that this was true. It was true. Really. It can't be true anymore. Brother Zhang, who has always been arrogant, can't believe this is true. For those rich people, this 18 million is really nothing. The market value of the top 3 guilds in the online game industry is tens of billions. And tens of millions are worth to them. It's not much. But for ordinary people, it would probably make them laugh out of their dreams. Yi Feng rubbed his tight cheeks, wondering why all of this was so unreal. It must have been a bit sudden that I went from a young man who only relied on instant noodles to now have a fortune of tens of millions. Yi Feng exited the auction house and walked alone on the streets of Xuanwu City. The noisy noises around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Yi Feng shook his head hard, but found that the world in front of him began to spin. And Yi Feng fell violently. Yi Feng. Yi Feng. It's Yi Feng. Why did Yi Feng suddenly faint? Is something going to happen? The players on the side came around and pointed. Maybe I suddenly got 18 million. And either I fainted from excitement or someone did it to me. After all, it's not a small amount of money. Looking at the way he was walking just now, it didn't look like he was excited. Maybe something happened. Offline, Zhisu and Yin Yu hurried to Yi Feng's room, opened the door anxiously, and found Yi Feng still lying quietly on the bed. But it was the silence that made people extremely panicked. Zhisu slapped Yi Feng's face, hoping that Yi Feng would wake up. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was a reaction from the outside world, it would be felt in the game. But Yi Feng didn't move at all. Zhisu started to get scared and said in fear, what to do? What to do? Sister Yin Yu. What to do? Yin Yu nervously took out his cell phone and said, Don't be anxious. I'll call 120. He'll be fine. Soon the ambulance came, and Yi Feng was carried out. Zhisu and Yin Yu hurriedly followed. In the game, Xiaohei and others came to Yi Feng, because Yi Feng fainted and did not go offline. But they had already discovered that Zhisu and Yin Yu had gone offline, indicating that something had really happened to Yi Feng. What should I do? What should I do? Something seems to have happened to the boss. Xiaohei said nervously. Brother Arrogant shouted, be quiet. Why are you so anxious? We will know what happened when they come online. Xiaohei grabbed Arrogant Brother's clothes and shouted, Arrogant. Something happened to the boss now. You are still not a hacking human being. You are not worried at all. Arrogant Brother grabbed Xiaohei's hand and shouted, I am also very nervous and anxious. But is it useful? Tell me. Is it useful? Xiaohei fell down next to Yi Feng in despair and said, the boss is the first person to accept me. encourage me, and comfort me. How could something happen suddenly? I don't understand. As Xiao Hei's brother, Xiao Yi walked up to Xiao Hei, patted Xiao Hei's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. The boss just fainted, which means he is not dead. If he died, he would not be able to stay here." Brother Arrogant pulled out his big sword, inserted it into the ground with a clang and said, "Have you seen enough? Get out of here." People in Xuanwu City stayed away from them. After all, they were not easy to mess with. As for Yi Feng's accident, it was immediately reported to the heads of the major gangs. Outyan sneered and said, "Haha. Is it so easy to get money? You deserve it." Others did not dare to make any remarks at will. After all, it was just Yi Feng who fell, and they did not have much grudge against Yi Feng. Chapter 132 Unknown Space. Where is this? This was the first thing Yi Feng said when he opened his eyes. Because Yi Feng opened his eyes and saw that he was in a completely different space. There is a blank space all around here, even under Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng seems to be suspended in an unknown space. Me? Am I dead? This was Yi Feng's first reaction. Anyone would think that he was dead. After all, in such a wonderful space, there were no objects, no sounds, no people, nothing, only himself. Yi Feng wanted to touch his face, but found that he couldn't touch it at all. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Feng said with a bitter smile, "He is indeed dead. Hey! I'm sorry. Everyone." Dip dip dip. In the emergency room of the hospital, a doctor looked at the alarm and said, "It's not good. The patient's desire to live is declining." The attending physician said, "Quick! Use electric shock." Zissou outside the rescue room was already crying. How could a good person suddenly become like this? Yin Yu wanted to cry like Zissou. But if he also lost his mind? What if something happened to Yi Feng? Yin Yu consoled him. "It's okay. It's okay. He will be fine." Ding! The door of the emergency room opened. Yin Yu and Zissou thought Yi Feng had woken up and quickly asked, "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor took off his clothes and said, "Which of you is the patient's family member?" "I'm his girlfriend." The two said one after another. The doctor was stunned for a moment and said, "Where are his immediate family members?" This is a critical illness notification form, which needs to be signed by the immediate family members. "Doctor. Zissou. Zissou. Don't scare me. Doctor. Please save her." When she heard the critical illness notice, Zissou fainted in an instant. Fortunately, Yin Yu still had some sense and held Zissou in her arms. Yin Yu, who was busy, finally made arrangements for Zissou, but he fainted due to nervousness. So it was nothing serious. Yin Yu looked at the critical illness notice in her hand and couldn't believe it. Although she signed it, it was telling Yin Yu that Yi Feng could not make it and was about to die. The strong Yin Yu finally shed tears at this time when she was alone. It was fine when Zissou was there just now, but now she is alone outside the rescue room. And Yin Yu feels extra lonely. Time passed by minute, and Yin Yu outside simply didn't know how he survived. In the unknown space, Yi Feng sighed. Why was he already dead? Why didn't Black and White Wu Chang come to find him? "Boy, why did you come here by yourself?" A voice came from the empty space. Yi Feng looked around sharply, but found that there was no one there. No need to look for it. "I am the ring in your hand." Yi Feng stretched out his hand, looked at the ring in his hand, and said in surprise, "Can the ring talk?" "Uh-huh. That's right. I'm curious. How did you get here?" Yi Feng said, "Where is this place? Am I not dead?" "Death? Uh-huh. Of course you're not dead. This is the space in the ring. Logically speaking, you can't enter yet. But you did. What happened before that?" Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. I just felt like the world was spinning. And then when I woke up, I appeared here. It's impossible. You don't have any spiritual power in your body. How could you come in? Is the ring broken? Spiritual power? What is that?" Yi Feng said with a frown. "You don't need to know now. I will tell you later. By the way, there are two girls outside who are very worried about you. Don't you want to go out?" Yi Feng then remembered Yin Yu and Zissou. And then Yi Feng said in despair, "I don't know how I got in, let alone how I got out. What the ring is, and the person who gave me the ring. Who is it? Well, you'll know this later." Yi Feng must have met a fool who didn't know anything when asked. Yi Feng said, "You can always give it to me. I can really do this. Do you want to go out now?" Yi Feng said, "Wait a minute. What if I want to come in again?" "Well, I'd better take you out. Bye. Yifeng only felt his eyes flickering, and pictures were flowing in front of him. Director. The patient's vital signs are recovering. Recovering faster and faster. The chief physician finally let out a nervous breath. No cause of illness was found for this patient, but his vital signs were low. Fortunately, he finally returned to normal. Yifeng moved his fingers, and his eyes slowly opened, from hazy to clear, and then Yifeng realized that he was lying on the first aid table. Huh? Young man, you are really lucky. But you are always fine, the chief doctor said. Yifeng responded with a smile and said, Thank you. It's okay. The nurse is pushing the patient out. Ding! The emergency room door finally opened. Yin Yu looked at the door nervously and fearfully. She was nervous because she hoped Yifeng would get better. But she was afraid because she was afraid that Yifeng would be pushed out covered with a white cloth. Just as Yin Yu thought. Yifeng was pushed out, covered with white cloth. But he came out feet first. In an instant, Yin Yu was about to die because of Yifeng. I only heard the chief doctor say, the little girl is fine. She has woken up. Yin Yu's legs and feet went weak, and she almost lost her balance. She finally relaxed her nervousness and said repeatedly, Thank you. Doctor. Thank you. Yin Yu quickly grabbed Yifeng's hand and said, How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yifeng responded with a smile and said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Where is Zisu? Yin Yu said angrily, You are like this, and you still think about others. I'm angry. Okay. I won't ask anymore. Let's go. At night, Zisu finally woke up after taking the bottle, and finally relaxed after finding that Yifeng was fine. In the game, Yifeng's figure finally disappeared after more than an hour. They didn't know whether it was good or bad, and went offline with complicated emotions. They could only wait for them to bring them good news. Yifeng, who was lying on the hospital bed, said, It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Next to Yifeng, two girls were sitting. Zisu said, You don't know. When I heard the critical illness notice, I fainted from fear. You have to compensate for my mental losses. Yifeng said, Okay. Whatever you say is fine. Yin Yu pointed at Zisu's head and said, Can't you wait until Yifeng is well? Hee. Isn't he getting better? Zisu said happily. Yifeng grabbed Yin Yu and Zisu's hands and said, Thank you. Yin Yu said, It's good to know. You have to treat us well. You know? Yifeng nodded and said, Well, can you rest now? I'm really fine. No. You are just fine. How can you do it without anyone watching? I will watch you for half the night. And Zisu will watch you for the rest of the night. I have to watch you alone. Zisu said, Yes. That's right. You should rest quickly. We don't need you to worry about it. Just worry about yourself. Chapter 133 Dividing the Spoils. The next day, Yifeng said that he didn't want to stay in the hospital at all. Nothing happened to him. But he was pressed on the bed by Yin Yu and Zisu and couldn't get up. Doctor. Tell them quickly. Nothing is wrong with me. I want to go home. Yifeng said. The doctor looked at Zisu and Yin Yu next to Yifeng and said with envy, Young man. Don't be ignorant of your blessings. Enjoy it. But you are really fine when you arrive. If you are fine this afternoon, you can be discharged. As he said that, the doctor turned and left, muttering, It's really strange. Yesterday he was dying, but today he seems to be fine. It's really strange. In the end, Yifeng was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon. And as expected, he still felt different when he returned home. Sitting on the sofa, Yifeng sighed, It's still comfortable here, but I'm really not suitable for a hospital. Yin Yu rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said, It sounds like others are happy to go to the hospital. Yifeng patted the sofa and said, You two sit over here. Outside, they all rushed to sit next to Yifeng. But when they returned home, they all became twisted, looked at Yifeng, and took a few steps back, not daring to get close to Yifeng. Yifeng said helplessly, I want to discuss with you how to divide the money. Oh, there are 7 of us. A total of 18 million. Right. Yifeng said, Well, 18 million is correct. If divided equally, it would be 2.57 million per person. It seems that this number is a bit ugly. Yin Yu said, You give it to the 2 little black brothers first. Arrogance. And the female assassin Yingjian. Yes. You divide it up with outsiders first. And now go online. Others think we took the money and ran away. Yifeng patted his head and said, Oh, Why didn't I think of running away with the money? I saw Yin Yu and Zizou staring at Yifeng before walking towards their room. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and returned to his room. As soon as I went online, I received greetings from them. Yifeng said, everyone come to Xuanwu City and gather at Tianxiang Tower. In less than 30 seconds, everyone arrived at Tianxiang Tower, waiting for Yifeng. Yifeng walked to the door of Tianxiang Tower and said in surprise, damn! You guys are going too fast. I usually ask you to assemble, but no one can be seen in less than 10 minutes. Xiaohei pounced, hugged Yifeng and said, Boss, just be okay. You scared me to death yesterday. Yifeng patted Xiaohei on the shoulder and said, It's okay. It's okay. I suddenly fainted yesterday for some unknown reason. Fortunately, they took me to the hospital. Now I'm fine. Let's go in and talk. Yifeng and the others chose a private room. Each private room is a small space. It is soundproofed inside so that people outside cannot see or hear it. Yifeng was the first to say, I really felt sorry for everyone yesterday. So I immediately went into the game to explain to you. Xiaohei said, Boss, we believe you. Others also nodded. Yifeng originally wanted to say more, but seeing their sincere eyes, Yifeng gave up the idea. Yifeng said, It's great to have you. Yifeng was almost moved. He put away his emotions and said, I just calculated 1,800. Divided it among 7 of us. 2.57 million each. Give me your account number, and I'll call you. 2.57 million is already a lot for the people here. They have never seen so much money. But Xiaohei stood up and said, Boss, my brother and I haven't done much right now. We don't want so much. That's right. I didn't do anything. You arranged all this. Just give us tens of thousands, and most of it will be yours, he said arrogantly. Yifeng shook his head and said, No. I said it's an equal share. It's hard for me to do it without you. All of you are the most important. This. Yin Yu stood up and said, Yifeng said this. Everyone should accept it. We still have a long way to go in the fantasy world. Right? In reality, we will use money in many places. Right? Take it. Don't embarrass Yifeng. Ing, who had been silent until now, said Yifeng. You have done us a great favor by saving my brother. If I want to take your money this time, I will feel bad. Yifeng said, You are worrying too much. You don't need the money. So does your brother. You two sisters are already an embarrassment now. So the money you pay to fight the boss is my reward for you. But, needless to say, everyone has to collect it. You have 1 minute to give me your bank account number. Otherwise you won't recognize me. Yifeng. Under Yifeng's stern voice, everyone began to send bank account numbers to Yifeng. And soon everyone here received a transfer from Yifeng. After completing all this, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, Yifeng received a reminder from the bank. It was Yin Yu who transferred the money to Yifeng. And then it was Zizou who transferred the money to Yifeng and returned the money to Yifeng. Yifeng said, You. Yin Yu shook her head silently and said, We'll talk about it after we go offline. In front of so many people, Yifeng couldn't say anything and could only nod in agreement. After receiving the money, Yifeng said, Go ahead and do whatever you want. Let's spread with all our strength starting tomorrow. Arrogant brother said excitedly, Damn. I've been eyeing a car that costs more than 100,000 yuan for a long time. But I just don't have the money to buy it. I have to buy it today to show off in front of my dad. So he doesn't say I play games all day long. Not doing your job properly. Boss, I'm leaving now. Go. That Yifeng. I'm going to arrange the following for my brother. I won't be online today. Well, go ahead. Boss, we two brothers were single and had nothing to do. Now that we suddenly have so much money, I don't even know what to do. Yifeng said, That's just for leveling. Don't sell the good equipment in the future. Use it all for yourself. Because we are no longer short of money. Do you understand? Understood. Haha. I am also a rich man. By the way, transfer some money to my parents and tell them that we are living a good life. Right? Xiaohei said. Xiuya said, You don't need to tell me. I've already transferred it. I'll go down and make a call. You bastard. You're trying to get ahead of me again. I'll go too. After that, everyone else went offline, leaving only Yifeng and Yin Yu Zizou in the box. Yifeng said, Why did you give me all the money? Do you want me to give it to you in cash? Yin Yu said shyly, Okay. Wouldn't it be better to propose marriage to my house with cash? Yes. Yes. It's so domineering to propose marriage with so much cash. I want it too. Yifeng covered his head and shook his head. He didn't know what they were thinking. Could he marry two people at once? Even if he could, would their parents agree? Really? Chapter 134 Peach Blossom Demon King. In the evening, Yifeng finally brought Zissou to level 35. And now they appeared at the door of the level 35 Teotihuacan dungeon. A lot of players have gathered here. And because Yifeng and the others are relatively late, the record for the fastest clearance of the King mode of Peach Blossom Mountain Dungeon has already appeared. There seems to be no hope for the potion formula that Yifeng wants. Yifeng, Zissou, and Yin Yu formed a team and prepared to enter the dungeon. After Yifeng entered the dungeon, he checked the list of the fastest clearing records in King mode. Unsurprisingly, he was indeed a member of the Domineering Guild. But what surprised Yifeng even more was that Aoyan, who bought Yifeng's gang token, didn't immediately create a gang. This was really strange. I don't know what the other party was thinking. In fact, Yifeng doesn't understand some of the procedures of the big guild. After all, the mythical guild is very big, with more than 100,000 registered members. The real combat power is tens of thousands. And a brand new level 1 guild can only to recruit 10,000 people. Of course they have to select. But it should be done soon. After all, a day has passed. Do you think the three of us can pass the King mode? Yin Yu shook his head and said, It's hard to say. After all, this is a level 35 dungeon. It's still very different from before. Zissou still said blindly, It must be possible. It must be possible. I believe you. Yifeng asked, Yin Yu, how did you read the guide? There are 4 bosses in the level 35 dungeon. The first one is in Peach Blossom Pond. The second one is on Poison Cliff Ridge. The third one is in Guanfeng. And the last one is in Shuiyun Stream. It is also the last boss of level 35 copy. The boss is very difficult to defeat according to the strategy. And this guy can also transform. Yifeng nodded and said, Okay, I'll talk while I'm beating you. It'll be easier this way. No problem. The 3 of them were teleported into the dungeon. When Yifeng saw the surrounding scene for the first time, there were peach blossoms everywhere. It was indeed a peach blossom dungeon. And where Yifeng and the others were standing was in the middle of an empty field. There was an NPC Ruolong standing next to them. You warriors, go and destroy these evil spirits and bring dawn to our Peach Blossom Mountain. Yifeng took out the calming lantern and shouted, Calming lantern! Wake up! With a calming lantern on Yifeng's head. The attributes of Yifeng and the 3 of them have been comprehensively improved. After he was not in good condition, Yifeng said, Let's go! The 2 women nodded and followed Yifeng. First, Yifeng and the others had to walk up a set of stone steps. Above the stone steps was a large flat area, which also attracted the first wave of monsters in the dungeon. In the past, the monsters in the dungeon were described as ugly. But this time, the monsters turned out to be little foxes. 3 level 35 little foxes stood in front of Yifeng and the others. If you want to get past, you must fight them. Yifeng said, You guys pay attention. I'm here to lure the monsters. Okay. Yin Yu and Zissou were both ready to fight. Yifeng waved the staff in his hand, and a ball of black flames appeared under the feet of the 3 foxes, which directly made the 3 little foxes howl and scream. As Yifeng's most powerful group attack, it directly dealt explosive damage. Yifeng shouted, Pig's feet. Come on! The pig's foot is now level 28, and its health is close to 4,000. Yifeng plans to use this guy as a human shield to resist damage. In the end, this guy just flapped his wings twice and used the skill Wind Wings, then stopped moving and just stopped to watch the show. Yifeng directly grabbed this guy's tail and threw him towards the 3 foxes that were rushing towards him. Whoa! The pig's feet will be tortured to death by you, Zissou said. Yifeng said bullyingly, This guy is lazy and lazy all day long. If I don't show him some color, I really think he is my master. Ha ha. Little rabbit, you come up too. Zissou's pet was still obedient, and went up to fight the 3 foxes. Yifeng's pig feet roared dissatisfied at Yifeng, and then began to attack the 3 foxes. Fortunately, Yifeng's pets and Zissou's pets were not ordinary. The 3 foxes could not escape their attacks, and were directly pushed to the ground and beaten by them. The 3 foxes were finished in less than 20 seconds. It can be said that apart from being thicker, there is no difficulty. Yifeng collected the silver coins that the fox had exploded and said, Go and attract the monsters with the pig's feet. Pig's foot glared at Yifeng, sprayed a ball of fire directly on Yifeng, and then reluctantly went to pull the monster. Zissou laughed out loud at the side, and Yin Yu shook her head helplessly. She didn't expect the divine beast to be so difficult to take care of, and had an extremely bad temper. Judging from Yifeng's appearance, he was probably used to being burned by pig's feet. But disobedience is disobedient. The damage of pig's feet is really high. The overall damage is even higher than that of Yifeng. It seems that the mythical beasts are different. The original team of 3 people, plus these 2 pets, is directly equivalent to a team of 5 people. The fox had no attack damage to Yifeng and the others at all. After cleaning up the foxes blocking the way, Yifeng and the others encountered the second copy monster, the Peach Blossom Demon. This kind of Peach Blossom Demon is the same as the Peach Blossom Demon in the wild, but it has one characteristic. Yin Yu said, this Peach Blossom Demon will turn into a fox after death. We need to fight it once. However, after turning into a fox, its damage is extremely high, but it is extremely fragile and easy to kill. The premise is not to let the other party hit us. Yifeng nodded and signaled Pig Knuckle to continue moving forward. Although Pig Knuckle was unwilling, under Yifeng's coercion, he still silently went to attract the monsters. Because there is a guide, it is easy to fight. After killing the 5th wave of Peach Blossom Demons, a pool appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. This is the so-called Peach Blossom Pool. It was much larger than the Peach Blossom Pond that Yifeng had ever seen. And the water in this Peach Blossom Pond was clear, with fish swimming in the water. Unlike the previous Peach Blossom Pond in the wild, which was basically a wine pond. In the Peach Blossom Pond, an extremely beautiful woman stands in the middle of the water. A peach tree blooms behind her, and peach blossoms float down. The scene is extremely beautiful. At this time, Yin Yu said, this is the first boss, the Peach Blossom Demon King. Be careful of the peach blossom behind her. It is aggressive. Yifeng nodded and said, you guys step back first. I will try her first. This time, Yifeng did not let the pet go first. You must know that the pet can only stand and attack monsters. The mobs are okay. After all, the damage is not high. But the boss is different. Their attacks can often kill the pet in one hit. Yifeng waved his hand, and saw a black flame emerging from the water, at the feet of the Peach Blossom Demon King, wrapping it around him. Yifeng's attack directly angered the Peach Blossom Demon King, and he said angrily, how dare you, Fong Xiao Xiao, disturb my peace? Leave your body and be the fertilizer for my peach blossom. A thick peach branch flew towards Yifeng, violently smashing a big hole into the ground beside Yifeng. After Yifeng moved away at high speed, the spell in his hand was not reduced, and a fireball flew out, hitting the Peach Blossom Demon King directly in the face. -400. Chapter 135 Identity. Zissou looked at Yifeng's actions in horror. Wasn't he going to die? How could you, a mage, attack the boss in close combat? Without saying a word, Yin Yu opened the bow in her hand and fiercely attacked the Peach Blossom Demon King, hoping that she would not be cruel to Yifeng. But right in front of them, Yifeng fell from the sky. In midair, the black magic shield on his body gradually dissipated, replaced by a golden aura. The delicate staff suddenly turned into a golden sword, and Yifeng transformed from a mage into a warrior in an instant. Zissou and Yin Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. What on earth happened? Can players have 2 professions? A voice sounded from Yifeng's mouth. Holy light slash. -1000. A high burst of damage was fired, making Zissou and Yin Yu on the side unable to control their hands. Isn't this true? The sword of law enforcement, the Peach Blossom Demon King, was directly suppressed by Yifeng. Why is this? Because Yifeng has long seen that the Peach Blossom Demon King is a demonic force and uses dark magic. Yifeng's law enforcers have a double blow against the Peach Blossom Demon King. All Yifeng directly transformed into law enforcers. Yifeng shouted, attack! This time, not only Yin Yu and Zissou attacked, but even the disobedient pig's feet started to attack. Although Yifeng was curious, it was a good thing that the pig's feet could attack. After all, this guy could do at least 300 plus damage with one skill, which was pretty good. Due to being restrained by Yifeng's attributes, the Peach Blossom Demon King was very aggrieved. But if he wanted to attack Yifeng, Yifeng would use the magic shield to block it again. So there was nothing he could do against Yifeng. Just after the Peach Blossom Demon King's health dropped to only 1/3 of his blood, the Peach Blossom Demon King finally became angry. Damn it. Suffer death. Peach Blossom Flying Sword. Yi Feng calmly looked at the skill activated by the Peach Blossom Demon King. It turned out to be a full-screen skill. The peach blossoms on the screen turned into flying swords and attacked Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng turned around and jumped directly in front of Yin Yu and Zissou. He kept waving the golden sword in his hand. It was the Law Enforcer's first skill. The Law Enforcement Sword. It was a set of sword moves. Yi Feng was fighting for Yin Yu and Zissou. Su blocked the flying sword. Puff. -300. A line of damage floated out from Yi Feng's head. There were too many flying swords, and Yi Feng couldn't catch it 100%. Injuries were inevitable. But fortunately, Yi Feng had rough skin and thick flesh, so he was not impressed at all. After waiting for the flying sword to end, Yi Feng rushed forward again and said, "Attack with all your strength and take him away in one wave." Clear. 1 minute later, the Peach Blossom Demon King lay at Yi Feng's feet and exploded a piece of equipment and some silver coins. Yi Feng picked up the equipment and saw that it was a mage's equipment. And it was also a 5-star blue gauntlet. Yi Feng replaced it directly. "Well, this is my equipment." "No objection," Yi Feng said. Zissou looked like a meditator and said, "No opinion. But you have to tell me. Are you a mage or a warrior?" Yin Yu also nodded and said, "That's right. It shocked us just now. I haven't seen you use it before." Since Yi Feng used his trump card in front of them, he planned to tell them his identity. Yi Feng said, "Actually, I am different from you. Do you still remember the weird NPC number 88? Zissou said, "Of course I know. You came from that novice village. At that time, I thought you would be tricked by the village chief of that novice village." Yi Feng touched Zissou's head and said with a smile, "I am that weird NPC." "What?" Zissou and Yin Yu were shocked. "This is impossible. How could it be like this? Players become players when they enter the game. NPCs are not data. How can they be players?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes. I am different from you. I entered the game and became an NPC. And you became a player. It's just that our roles are different." Only then did Yin Yu understand why the 3 members of Dingtian were treated like that in the 88 How novice village at that time. It turned out to be Yi Feng's fault. "Do you understand?" Yin Yu nodded and said, "I understand. That means the NPC who asked us to escort us to the place where Shenhua fights the boss that day was also you." "Correct answer. But unfortunately, I have nothing to reward you. How about a kiss?" Yi Feng pretended to kiss Yin Yu, but Yin Yu pushed him away. Zissou on the side was still struggling with something and said, "I still don't understand how you can be an NPC." Yi Feng came up with a more direct approach, directly lifting the disguise skill, and Yi Feng changed back to the village chief. In front of them, Yi Feng became an NPC, not a player. "Zissou, don't you believe it yet? Come and take on a mission." Yi Feng directly issued a simple task to Zissou and asked Zissou to give him a silver coin. Yi Feng directly asked her to complete the task. After waiting for the mission to be completed, Zissou finally believed it and took Yi Feng's hand and said, "Then why should we fight monsters? If you issue a mission to us, we won't have to level up so hard." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No. I am the village leader of the novice village. The abilities given to me by the system are only limited to the novice village, so I don't give you much experience. Moreover, a person with me can take on up to 10 tasks a day. Although I can release hidden tasks with high experience and high rewards, the conditions are extremely harsh, and I don't want to harm you." Yin Yu nodded and said, "It scared me to death. I thought Woncher would have such a perverted bug. It turns out that the requirements are so harsh. Let's talk about it later." Zissou said with some disappointment, "Hey, I want to level up while lying down, but it seems I have to work hard again." Yi Feng touched Zissou's hair and said, "Don't be discouraged. Yi Feng will open up more functions in my body in the future. Wouldn't it be better? Okay. Then you have to tell me as soon as possible, and I will forgive you this time," Zissou said with a pout. Yi Feng continued, "I am an NPC, so I can change into 3 professions: warrior, mage, and archer." "What? Such a pervert. He is indeed the man that Zissou likes. But he is different. So awesome." Zissou stood on tiptoes and touched Yi Feng's head and said, seeming very happy. But the next words made Zissou very angry, because Yi Feng actually had 2 hidden professions. Law enforcers and dark mages are both hidden professions, but archers are ordinary professions. Zissou said angrily, "Sister Yin Yu and I are both archers. If you don't give us this last hidden profession, see how I deal with you." Yi Feng's mind is full of dark threads. Is this hidden profession so easy to get? He got it through bad luck. Especially the profession of law enforcer. If others knew about it, they would probably kill Yifeng. But joking aside, Yifeng said, I tell you this because I believe you. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. After all, Yin Yu is not an ordinary person. She still understands the seriousness of the matter very well. She nodded and said, I will supervise Zissou and promise not to tell anyone. Zissou looked at Yifeng and said with a grimace, I know. I'm so envious and jealous. Chapter 136 The First Guild appears. After confessing to them, Yifeng felt a lot more comfortable. He had always kept these things in his heart before. But now he felt a lot more comfortable after speaking out. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Outyin for creating the first gang myth in Fantasy World. Since he is the first to create a gang, the system hereby rewards the gang with 1,000 gold coins in operating funds. And the gang level is directly upgraded to level 2. This is hereby announced. The sudden appearance of the server-wide announcement stunned Yifeng and the others. As expected, Outyin still came and created a gang. However, what they didn't expect was that it turned into a level 2 gang. This was something that no one expected. Even Outyin himself was shocked. The level 2 gang turned out to be a level 2 gang, capable of attracting 20,000 people. He really made a lot of money this time. The bosses of other guilds, especially the people from Baki and Langzigu, were so angry that they slapped their thighs. If they knew that they would be directly upgraded to a level 2 gang, they would definitely do it at all costs. But at this point, they have no choice. The only thing they can do is to speed up the footwork to fight the boss. But every time they fight the boss, they will be very injured. The fastest they can fight is 1 a week. This speed is faster. Don't do it. Lan Shi was so angry that she immediately went offline. She wished that Wuncher could be turned back. She must win the gang token. The fanatic sighed and said, forget it. We must develop quickly, and we must defeat 2 to 3 bosses in a week. President, I can't do that. It only takes a week for a level 50 golden boss to refresh. Looking for it all over the world. There is no holy city. Only other main cities. Do you understand? Clear. If a madman can become the president of the first guild, he definitely has his own merits. This time, he made a mistake. If a level 1 guild wants to upgrade to level 2, not only does it need a lot of gold coins, but it also needs helpers to complete the daily tasks of the gang to increase the prosperity value of the gang. Only after the prosperity value reaches a certain period of time can it be upgraded to level 2. And they, the guild leaders, have already settled down. If a level 1 guild wants to upgrade to a level 2 guild, it will take half a month at the fastest. And they still need to upgrade with all their strength. In other words, when they get the guild token, the Xinhua gang may already be a level 3 gang. If it is a gang war, Xinhua will only win, but not lose. Can the presidents of the big guilds not be anxious? This is why these people are willing to spend so much money to buy the first gang token. Because it is too important. Yifeng said, let's go and continue playing the dungeon. I don't know whether it is a good or bad thing that Xinhua founded the gang. But Yifeng knows that Xinhua will never let him go. Of course, it depends on whether Yifeng is willing to spend time with Xinhua. After all, Yifeng is not short of money now. Yin Yu and Zissou nodded. And Yifeng turned into a mage again, leading the 2 women to the second boss. Before that, they encountered a contaminated peach blossom demon on the road. This contaminated peach blossom demon turned out to be level 36. Yin Yu said, the current situation of the level 35 dungeon is different from other dungeons. The beginning of the dungeon is filled with level 35 monsters. But the further you go, the higher the levels of the monsters are. The last boss is level 38. So this is also one of the difficulties. 1. After all, isn't the level of dungeons generally high? Yifeng nodded and said, I understand. Pig's feet. But what makes Yifeng angry is that this guy looks lazy and doesn't listen to Yifeng at all. It's completely different from just now. What on earth happened? Could it be? Yifeng quickly turned into a law enforcer and said in the same tone, Pig's feet. Get on! The pig's foot was immediately excited and obeyed me. Like Zissou's pet. It worked very hard. It seems that this guy is obedient because of his status as a law enforcer. It turns out that mythical beasts also like the profession of being awesome. By the way, isn't the dark mage also very powerful? However, although he couldn't figure out why the pig's feet were like this, Yifeng finally found a way to deal with the pig's feet. It didn't matter if it was a mob anyway. Yifeng directly used his identity as a law enforcer to fight against the monsters. And the damage was just as high. The second boss is in Duya Ridge. It is on the top of a mountain. Fortunately, there is a road to get there. If he could climb up, Yifeng would rather not fight this boss. But it's really impossible not to defeat this boss. The guide says that if you don't kill the second boss, you can't kill the last boss. And the last boss cannot be triggered. But this mountain road is a bit long. Yifeng said, "Follow me closely. I will pull the monsters." As he said that, Yifeng took the lead and ran ahead, attracting the surrounding monsters. After these monsters were attracted by Yifeng, they immediately followed Yifeng. If someone attacked them, they would stop following Yifeng. If not, they would always follow Yifeng. Yifeng said, "There is a curve ahead. I am stuck. You follow me." Yifeng directly turned into an archer, and his speed suddenly increased. At a corner, the contaminated peach blossom demons were stuck. Yifeng continued running without looking back, just because he was afraid that these polluted peach blossom demons would not be caught. Stuck. This method of blocking monsters is only used when there are a lot of monsters. Generally, there are not many monsters, and the road is not long. You will almost always choose to clear them all the way. After all, there is a risk of blocking monsters. If you are not careful, you may be beaten to death by a group of monsters. Yifeng took the lead and ran directly to the top of the mountain and came to Duya Ridge. However, as soon as there were many contaminated peach blossom demons behind him, Yifeng directly threw an ice net and froze those monsters. Then Yifeng started to attack and glanced at the pig's feet floating beside him. As long as he was not a law enforcer, this guy just didn't want to see him. Yifeng grabbed the pig's foot and flicked it again. The pig's foot was thrown into the middle of the contaminated peach blossom demons. It was immediately entangled by the polluted peach blossom demons. Although he was unhappy with Yifeng, he was even more dissatisfied with the lower creatures in front of him. Angry, he burst out with fire and began to help Yifeng clean up the contaminated peach blossom demon. After waiting for Yifeng to fight halfway, Yin Yu and Zhisu finally came up. Zhisu panted and said, "Yifeng, did you turn on the accelerator? Why are you going so fast?" While attacking the contaminated peach blossom demons, Yifeng said, "Don't archers have an acceleration skill? You haven't learned it." Zhisu said angrily, "You have too many skills. You can choose. We have few skills. You can learn one skill every 10 levels. I only have 4 skills now. Of course, I have to choose the skills that suit me." Yifeng wondered, "Can't you learn a skill every 5 levels? Yin Yu said, "It seems that we are really different. I discovered before that your dark mage has 5 skills. It turns out that we are really different. Speaking of which, I'm already level 35. Why don't I have any new skills?" Zhisu rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said, "Each profession has a total of 5 skills. And there is also a super skill that can only be learned after level 50. Chapter 137 Chinese Cabbage Boss. After solving the monsters in front of them, Yifeng and the 3 of them finally came to the second boss. This guy looked a little strange. The first boss was called Peach Blossom Demon King. And this boss was called Baidu Flower Demon. He looked like a huge cabbage. Very funny. Yifeng said, "It's still the same as fighting the first boss. I'll go up first and wait for my command." As Yifeng moved forward at a high speed. Of course, the Dark Mage's deceleration skill was a must. As soon as the Dark Entanglement came out, the Chinese Cabbage boss moved. Unlike other bosses, this guy actually released poison directly. Yifeng had to retreat to avoid the poisonous gas from the cabbage. But fortunately, the poisonous gas was only temporary and disappeared after a moment. Yifeng said, "No need to wait. This guy uses poison. You attack from a distance. Be careful of his poison." "I know. Please be more careful." Yifeng nodded. And the staff in his hand turned into a golden sword the next moment. And Yifeng became a law enforcer again. Yifeng, who became a law enforcer, could deal double damage to this big boss. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that although this guy was a melee boss, his arms could be stretched very long. Yifeng was attacked without paying attention, causing Yifeng to lose almost 1,000 blood. After all, Yifeng's equipment was a mage type, and could not withstand much damage at all. After Yifeng was attacked, Pig's feet rushed forward angrily, and bit Bite-Size's arm. After all, Bite-Eye was the boss. So he swung the pig's feet away hard. Yifeng drank a bottle of blood-restoring potion, and quickly joined the battle. But Yifeng discovered a problem. The defense of this Chinese cabbage boss was a bit high. Yin Yu. Does the guide say anything about this boss's weaknesses? Yin Yu quickly recalled. There are not many people who can clear the king mode at present. They are all fighting hard at the moment. But this boss will refresh the mobs in the middle to help him fight. Just as Yin Yu spoke, the boss over there spoke, "Damn humans. I will make you pay the price. Come out, my servant." Next to the boss, 5 poisonous mushrooms were refreshed at once. These 5 poisonous mushrooms rushed towards Yifeng in a swarm. Since Yifeng was closest to them, they only attacked Yifeng. Yifeng shouted, "Ice grit." The 5 poisonous mushrooms were directly frozen in ice. Just when Yifeng wanted to kill the 5 monsters, a few arrows missed and directly hit the poisonous mushrooms, killing them with one hit. Yin Yu said, "The poison of the poisonous mushroom is very powerful, but the blood volume is very low. Only 100 points of blood. It is easy to fight, but the prerequisite is not to be poisoned by it. Otherwise the blood-restoring medicine will not be able to replenish the blood." Yifeng nodded and rushed towards the Dabakai boss again. It turned out that this guy was really not that simple. "Damn humans. Let you know that I am powerful and full of poisons." Yin Yu shouted loudly, "Run quickly. This is the boss's group attack skill. It contains poison." Yifeng did not hesitate and jumped back. But the pig's feet and rabbit were not so fast and were poisoned. "Zissou, take back your pet." In an instant, the 2 pets were taken back. In the pet space, even if they lose all their blood, they will not die. However, if they lose all their blood outside, they will die. They will lose experience and loyalty just like the players. It is said that Yifeng's pig feet have no loyalty, because the mythical beast only has one master in its life, and there is no need to worry about their loyalty. But Zissou's pet has loyalty points, with a total of 100 points. If it dies, it will lose 5 points. If you want to recover these 5 points, you need to take him to upgrade for 5 hours, and 1 point of loyalty will be restored in 1 hour. Yifeng retreated to Yin Yu and the others and said, "This won't work. We don't have a priest, so it's not easy to fight." Yes, it is indeed difficult to use the blood potion alone. You must find the opponent's weakness. "What did you find when you got close?" Yin Yu asked. Yifeng said, "It's difficult. This guy's whole body is wrapped like a cabbage, with only one head exposed. That's why his defense is so high." "Yes, a big cabbage is so difficult to break. I want to tear the cabbage with my hands," Zissou said, raising his hands. Yifeng said, "Okay. The boss is here. I'll hack you. It's up to you." Saying that, Yifeng rushed forward again. Yifeng, who was originally a mage, completely turned into a warrior in this copy. Yifeng was planning to get a set of warrior equipment, which might be useful. Fortunately, Yifeng's positioning and skills are already good now, so he can still withstand it. Yifeng is also taking the opportunity to find the boss's weaknesses. This boss is like a cabbage, with no legs at all. When he walks, he seems to be drifting. There is definitely no weakness under his feet, let alone his body, but his head is on top. Yifeng can do the most when standing in front of the boss. It only hits the boss's body. "Don't even think about his head," Yifeng said. "Try the boss's head." Yin Yu shook his head and said, "No. Zissou and I have already tried it, but it doesn't work." "Useless? Does that mean there are no weaknesses? Want to fight hard? It's not impossible to hit hard, but if you have a weak point, the attack will be smoother." Yifeng looked at boss's whole body. Definitely the head. And it was really hard to say about other places. Yifeng called out the pig's trotters and shouted, "Go up and spit fire into the cabbage." Fortunately, the pig's feet can fly. It flew as high as a cabbage and sprayed a mouthful of flame towards the boss's head. Ding! System prompt. The boss 100 poison flower demon received damage in its body, and its defense was reduced by 30%. Duration 1 minute. Yifeng looked at the boss, and saw that there was some redness in the middle of his torso. It seemed that the attack of the pig's feet was effective, which meant that this boss had weaknesses. First, you must have a pet that can fly and breathe fire. With his defense dropped so much, Yifeng's attack damage immediately surged up, and it was finally much easier to fight now. The duration of 1 minute is not short, but Yifeng can easily deal with it once he knows this weakness. He directly opens it with all his strength and throws out the Law Enforcer skill in his hand as if it is free of charge. Moreover, Yifeng is not only a Law Enforcer skill. The same goes for other skills. As long as Yifeng is fast enough, there is absolutely no problem. Zissou looked at Yifeng's changes and said a little dumbfounded, It's too perverted. Is this guy still a human? Yin Yu shook his head and said, it is indeed a bit perverted. But it's a pity that he can't escape from Sisters Wuzishan. Of course, Yi Feng didn't hear a bit of the conversation between the two women. He had no idea that he was already a plaything in the hands of others. If he knew, then there was nothing he could do. Just appoint him. After 5 minutes, the body of the Chinese cabbage boss began to expand, and finally exploded with a bang. And the entire body was finally annihilated. There were 2 general equipment left on the ground, both of which were used by archers. Unfortunately, one was blue, and the other was green. Zisu picked up the green equipment without hesitation and said, I'm not very skilled, so I don't need good equipment. Sister Yin Yu, take the blue one. Thank you. Sister, Yin Yu said with a smile. Yi Feng, who was talking to the side, didn't dare to say a word. What if he gets angry? Being mute at this time is the wisest choice. Chapter 138. Seeing the clear sky hammer again. After the boss died, a cute machine man appeared at the place where the boss had just died. Fellow warriors, I am an agency worker imprisoned by the Baidu Flower Demon. Thank you for rescuing me. I will send you to the foot of the mountain right now. Yi Feng was originally thinking that he would have to travel such a long distance later, but he never expected that this game actually gave players convenience. Yi Feng wanted to give Fantasy World a thumbs up for the first time. Yi Feng saw that the 2 women had divided their equipment, and then said, you can teleport directly here. Come on. Yin Yu and Zisu nodded and followed Yi Feng to the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain was not where Yi Feng and the others came in, but on the other side of the mountain, where the 3rd boss was located. In the machine workshop, demon beasts appeared in front of Yi Feng and others. They were the same as the demon beasts next to the Peach Blossom Mountain camp. However, the ones here looked bigger, and there were still 5 of them together. A total of 5 of them. It's 10, Yin Yu said, the demon beasts, because they are in king mode. One attack by the beasts here will cause 3 damage. In other words, if 5 machine beasts attack one person at the same time, they can probably kill him instantly. Yi Feng looked at the machine beast in front of him and attacked directly without saying anything. Even in the king mode, Yi Feng is not afraid. After all, there are 3 people and 2 pets here, and Yin Yu and Yi Feng are not ordinary people. So Yi Feng is not afraid at all. In less than 5 minutes, 10 demon machine beasts became Yi Feng's experience. After walking down, they came to a place quite far away with various machine parts placed around them. Yi Feng realized that it should be we've arrived at the boss. When Yi Feng saw this boss, he heard the sound of one of the bosses in the Halua secret realm. He was also an old man, and he was also driving a chariot. But the boss in front of him was driving a blood-red chariot. When he saw Yi Feng and others, the boss said gloomily, welcome to my machine shop. There is nothing to entertain you. I just want you to taste the feeling of dying slowly. Ding! System prompt. Your movement speed is reduced by 20%. Yi Feng was startled by the sudden prompt. Unexpectedly, he was hit by the boss's debuff before the fight started. Yin Yu on the side immediately said, Boss, the old man of the machine, as long as you enter his attack range, you will be slowed down. But it is very simple. Just knock out the quicksand bottle at the boss's hand. Following the direction of Yin Yu's finger, Yi Feng saw that the boss indeed had a quicksand bottle on his hand. The quicksand in the bottle was still flowing slowly. It seemed that he had to break the deceleration mechanism first. The staff in Yi Feng's hand was changing, and this time it finally turned into a bow and arrow. Aiming at the elapsed bottle at the boss's hand, he fired it with a whoosh. Bang! Before the arrow reached the quicksand bottle, it was interrupted by a mechanism. It's not that simple. You attack and I sneak attack, Yin Yu said angrily. Yi Feng touched his head awkwardly and rushed forward. However, this time Yi Feng's enforcer cannot deal double damage. Instead, Yi Feng's black flame has good damage. But here comes the problem. Yi Feng needs to keep moving around to fly the kite. So Yin Yu and Zisu are not easy to fight. But then Yi Feng was relieved after seeing Yin Yu's operation. As expected, he was a female war god level player, and he was completely worthy of Yi Feng. However, Zisu was a little confused again, and was even almost attacked by the boss several times. Zisu said with some complaints, Slow down. Slow down. I can't keep up. You two are perverts. As soon as Yi Feng slowed down, the boss followed. Yi Feng was under a lot of pressure. Zisu also noticed it, and tried hard to keep up with Yi Feng and Zisu. Fortunately, This boss's weakness is very obvious. He is very afraid of spell damage. And Yifeng happens to be a dark mage with a super high burst. Yifeng's dark spell has burning damage. On the machine boss, this burning effect is maximized. And one skill is used as two skills, which makes Yifeng extremely happy. It can be said that this is the best boss to fight in Dungeon 35. In less than 10 minutes, Yifeng and 3 others were kited to death. This time the boss didn't explode the equipment, but instead exploded a wooden box. Yin Yu said excitedly, "Wow! It's a lucky box. It is said that it can produce purple or even orange equipment. To be able to produce such good equipment. No wonder Yin Yu was so excited. And Yifeng couldn't wait. Yifeng took the lucky box in his hand, handed it to the 2 women and said, "My hands are smelly, so you should open it." Yin Yu said, "Sister Zissou, let's go. Fighting this boss will make her tired." Zissou said arrogantly, "It's because of my beauty that the boss has a strong impression of me. So I won't be polite." Yifeng nodded and said, "Let's go." Zissou took a deep breath, muttered something in her mouth, and said, "Orange. Orange." The lucky box was opened. A white light flashed, and a hammer appeared in the box. Zissou said with an unhappy look, "Let me go." "What is this?" It turns out to be a prop. When Yifeng saw the hammer, he heard the Halcyon hammer in his backpack. It turned out that this thing was obtained from the lucky treasure box. No wonder no one had ever seen it for sale. Not to mention the clear sky hammer. Even the lucky box rarely comes out. Besides, there are even fewer people who can use the clear sky hammer. Yin Yu hugged Zissou and said, "Don't be discouraged. You can get better ones in the future." Yifeng said, "This thing is just what I can use." Yin Yu and Zissou looked at Yifeng curiously. "You can use this kind of thing. How special are you?" Yifeng took out the sealed weapon spirit and picked up the Halcyon hammer in the treasure box. Like Zissou, he took a deep breath and hammered it down hard. Ding! System prompt. The clear sky hammer disappeared and the seal failed to be cracked. Please collect more clear sky hammers. It failed. As expected, the 1% chance was simply negligible. Looking at Yifeng's expression, Yin Yu said, "Failed?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, come again." As he spoke, Yifeng took out a clear sky hammer from his backpack and stared at the sealed weapon spirit. If he didn't succeed this time, he didn't know how long he would have to wait before he could get the clear sky hammer again. Dang! Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. You successfully cracked the seal and obtained a weapon spirit. The next moment, a white light and shadow appeared in front of Yifeng, flying back and forth in front of Yifeng. Yifeng stretched out his hand, and the white light and shadow stayed in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng directly opened the extra core. The weapon he needed to create was called Wind Injury and Mingye. It was a mage-type artifact. This was also the first time Yin Yu and Zissou saw the appearance of the artifact. Dujia's core emitted colorful light and appeared above Yifeng's palm, constantly changing. Zissou said with an intoxicated look, "Wow! Is this an artifact with extra cores? It's so beautiful." Yifeng said, "Well, that's him. Let me build my weapon first." Yin Yu and Zissou nodded but did not speak, watching Yifeng's movements nervously. Chapter 139 Wind Injury Destruction. Yifeng took a deep breath. His artifact was right in front of him. Yifeng carefully pressed the crafting button. Click! Click! Dujia's core began to rotate violently, and the colorful colors of the artifact shone so brightly that it made people unable to open their eyes. Following the ding, Yifeng looked at the system prompt excitedly. Ding! System prompts. The artifact is born. Auspiciousness descends from the sky. Fantasy World, the first offensive artifact in the mainland arrives. Double experience is enabled for all servers for 1 hour. Players, please seize the opportunity. The world chat channel suddenly became quiet. After a 3-second pause, the world chat channel scrolled directly. It was impossible to see who was saying what and who said what. Hack. 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 It's an artifact. Whoever gets it is a weapon. They are the public enemy of the entire server. Oh my god. Go upgrade. Double experience. You only have 1 hour. What are you doing here? As soon as the artifact came out, it obviously stunned all the players. The previous Dujia core ranked first in the equipment rankings. But it was just a prop. Not an equipment at all. If someone took it, they would take it. But not many people. I care. But the weapons are different. If an ordinary person can directly become a master, if they are a master, they will be invincible. Altian was very high-spirited just now. Because the gang has become level 2. And he is much higher than others. Now he is the biggest in fantasy world. How can he not develop well? But the sudden appearance of the artifact disrupted Altian's plan. Altian's first reaction was to invite the owner of the artifact to the mythical guild. He must. Absolutely must. Not only Altian of Xinhua thinks so, but also people from other guilds. If the gang fails to take the lead, this person will definitely win. Daimo was the first to think of Yifeng. But after looking at Yifeng's position in the dungeon, it seemed that this person was not Yifeng, but someone else. Because the artifact would not explode in the dungeon. It was absolutely impossible. The official had made it clear. Boom! A series of big words appeared above the chat box of the World Channel. My Xinhua sincerely invites this friend, who owns the artifact, to join. And the salary is as you wish. Oh my god! For a server-wide shoutout for 100 gold coins. Xinhua is willing to risk everything. Someone said. Just kidding. If you can capture this guy, whether it's a battle of glory or a gang battle, it will definitely be very useful. It's worth 100 gold coins. Unexpectedly, in the next second, someone used the server-wide shouting function again. Friend, if I am domineering as the #1 guild, I will never let you down. I'm here to join in the fun. My friend, our Launchy Valley is no worse than them. Welcome you. Among the top 3 guilds. The guild actually recruits you. A guy whose name you don't know. This will make everyone in the server jealous to death. Zisu looked at those shoutings and said with some jealousy, Little Yizi, your worth has skyrocketed now. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, Ignore them. Look at this. In front of Yifeng, a shining staff of 7 colors floated quietly. Its beautiful appearance concealed the energy of destroying the world. Zisu's eyes were filled with stars, and she had a strong desire to have this artifact in her hands. Just as Zisu stretched out his hand, before he touched the artifact, a black flame emerged from the staff and headed towards Zisu. Obviously, the artifact has a spirit and cannot be approached unless it is the owner. Zisu was so frightened that he backed away. Yifeng held it in his hand. The moment he took it, Yifeng's whole body seemed to be electrocuted. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the artifact Wind Damage Ming Destruction. Ding! System prompts. Due to your low level, the artifact Wind Wound Annihilation is automatically downgraded to a growth type artifact. Ding! System prompts. Congratulations. Your artifact Wind Damage Annihilation has won the first place in the rankings. Do you want to show the owner? Do not show. Wind Injury Ming Mie. 10-star colorful growth type attack 168 to 198. Intelligence plus 80. Physique plus 100. Critical hit rate plus 15% required character level. Level 35 equipment occupation. Mage only active skill. Ming Mie, when the blood volume is low at 10%. The active skill Annihilation can be triggered, forcibly destroying 10% of the opponent's health, with a cooling time of 1 hour. The only passive skill, Demonization. When the blood volume is less than 5%, the passive skill Demonization can be triggered, transforming into a full-blooded demon. And the dark magic damage is increased by 200%. Wind Wound Ming Mie is a growth-type artifact that increases with the level of its owner. It is said to be the weapon of the demon god and possesses the power of the demon god to destroy the world. Looking at the attributes of the artifact, Yifeng was shocked. Is this an artifact? Look at the level 35 golden weapon second in the rankings. The attack is only just over 100. This one is 200. This gap is too annoying. Quickly, send us the attributes, Zisu said impatiently. Yifeng unleashed the attribute of Wind Injury and Ming Destruction. Zisu and Yin Yu's eyes widened. Compared with the weapons in their hands, they were simply rubbish. The damage was less than 50 points. It's too scary. It's so perverted. How can other people play with it? Zisu said with a look of jealousy. Yifeng touched Zisu's head and said, Little fool. Have you forgotten how many cores I added? As long as the materials are enough, you can also have a magical weapon. Then I want it. I want it too. Yifeng said, First you have to collect a weapon spirit. Yin Yu said, Is it the one you just broke the seal on? That's right. He is the one who is the most difficult to obtain. Humph. Even if it's difficult, I still have to get it. I really like this artifact. Looking at the artifact in his hand that kept changing colors, Yifeng frowned. This was not to let everyone know that he had obtained the artifact himself. Yifeng finally found the function to turn off the color of the artifact in the settings. Fortunately, this thing is available. Otherwise it would be miserable. This would be too pretentious. Hey, why is there no color? Zissou said. I turned off the color flashing. I still like to keep it low-key. Yin Yu nodded and said yes. This is better. Let's go. We still have the last boss. Only then did Yifeng realize that he was still in the dungeon. It seemed that he was completely attracted by the artifact. With the artifact in hand, even though the last boss is already a level 38 boss, Yifeng's damage is simply terrifying. The mobs on the road can't bear Yifeng's set of skills. Just one earth-fire explosion can defeat the mobs. Less than half blood. Chapter 140, the fastest clearance record. After a smooth journey, Yifeng and the others came to the last boss. This boss was a little different. The previous boss was either a human or a demon. But this guy turned out to be in the form of a centaur. The Qinglong Yin Yu sword in his hand was not to mention very domineering. In addition, the boss was relatively tall and looked extremely powerful. And the armor on his upper body shone in the sunlight. Poison Dragon God General, level 38, attack 800. Defense 500. HP 50,000. The largest boss in Peach Blossom Mountain. He is the only boss that can explode 35 plus weapons. The highest color is purple. I'll go. This boss is so powerful. Yin Yu said, yes. It is said that this guy is the most handsome among the bosses at present. But he is not difficult to deal with. He can transform. Transformation? Isn't this the same as Yifeng's artifact? The last 5% S blood volume will mutate. It seems that the demons have their own special skills. Yifeng asked, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Yin Yu shook his head and said, originally, there was, but after you get the artifact, it may be much easier. Yifeng looked at the wind injury and Ming Ye in his hand. And it seemed that he would have to rely on this guy in the future. Dark Entanglement. I saw a line of damage floating out of the head of the Poison Dragon God General. As the skill with the least damage, it can actually deal 500 plus damage, which is already incredible. Roar! After being attacked, the Poison Dragon God General roared angrily and said, humans, how dare you break into my Poison Dragon Valley alone? Leave your flesh and blood as my sacrifice. Boom! The Poison Dragon God General's Yin Yu sword hit the ground directly, creating a big crater. It's a pity that this time he met Yifeng, who had just obtained the artifact. Yifeng's ability directly made the Poison Dragon God General despair. The Earth's flames explode. Minus 1,500. Thousands of injuries were dealt out directly. It can be said that the hatred of the Poison Dragon God General will never leave Yifeng in this life. Zissou and Yin Yu almost didn't need to move. They could just stand and deal damage. However, the Poison Dragon God General couldn't control Yin Yu and Zissou at all. It was too painful for Yifeng to hit him. In less than 1 minute, he only had half of his HP left after directly defeating the boss. Ordinary people would not dare to imagine this kind of horrific damage. Originally, Yifeng's damage was only a few hundred. But this was because of the hidden direct damage bonus. In humans, the damage is estimated to be lower. For example, Zissou and Yin Yu. Because Yin Yu is a master, every attack is skillful. The damage is less than Yifeng, but it still has 300 plus. And the critical hit can reach 500 plus. While Zissou's attack damage is up to 300 plus. Nearly 200 points less damage than Yifeng. But now, because Yifeng has the artifact in hand, the damage directly exceeds 1,000. And one person can support a team. This is simply a killing. Even though the Poison Dragon God General finally transformed, and all his attributes were upgraded to a higher level, he was still beaten by Yifeng and was helpless. Today's 35 books are not easy after Yifeng has the artifact. The Demon Clan, will not let you go. With a scream from the Poison Dragon God General, he finally fell to the ground and died, exploding a weapon. Yifeng picked up the weapon on the ground. But with bad luck, it turned out to be a mage's weapon. Unfortunately, Yifeng could no longer use it. Zissou, you can take this thing and deal with it. Anyway, we don't have a mage here who needs this thing, Yifeng said. Zissou took the staff. It turned out to be a 5-star blue level 35 staff, which was still very valuable at this stage. But Yifeng let him handle it, so Zissou had to accept it. Yin Yu said, now that the dungeon is finished, let's continue to grind. After all, there are still 40 minutes of double experience. The dungeon has high experience. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. Then the three of them came to the king mode again. This time, Yifeng planned to break the record, because the weapons in his hands were absolutely capable. The current record for the fastest clearance is that of the Baki Guild. The market time is 20 minutes, which can be said to be quite fast. It took Yifeng and the others just over half an hour. Facing the level 35 fox again, Yifeng wiped out all his skills. And even Yin Yu and Zissou didn't have a chance to take action when fighting the boss. It was also quite fast, barely taking more than 2 minutes. After adding in the time spent on the road, the entire dungeon was not even a fraction faster than before. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Yifeng, Zissou, and Yin Yu for successfully clearing the Peach Blossom Mountain King mode in 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Let me go! The three of us cleared the King mode, often in 5 minutes less time than the domineering one. How did you do it? The domineering people looked helpless. They had thought that Yifeng might break their record before. Who would have thought that this record only lasted for 1 day? But Yifeng improved it by 5 minutes. Is this kind of pervert a human being? Yifeng and the other three appeared outside the dungeon again. For ordinary people, mastering King mode requires not only the guidance of a master, but also cooperation. It also takes time. At least 30 minutes. Compared to 15 minutes for them. Yifeng said, how about instead of fighting the small monsters, just use monsters to increase the level? Zissou said, everything is up to you. Anyway, boss has a lot of experience, especially when it is doubled. After 2 trips, my experience has increased to 20%. It's too fast. Yin Yu also nodded and said, yes. The mobs have a lot of experience, but the boss has more experience. And we are fast. It is the most cost-effective to farm the boss during double the time. Yifeng nodded and said, that's good. Go! This time, 10 minutes passed, and a system prompt made me burst. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Yifeng, Zissou, and Yin Yu for successfully clearing the Peach Blossom Mountain King mode in 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Hack it. Is this the King mode or the normal mode? This speed shouldn't be too fast. Damn. Is this still a human? Did they find some kind of bug? I seriously doubt that Yifeng has obtained the artifact. As soon as this player said his words, he immediately received the approval of a large number of players. Otherwise this level would be too cruel. But Yifeng didn't care about the round in the world channel at all, but entered the dungeon again. He had to clear the dungeon several more times during the double experience period. And on the 3rd time, Yifeng and Yin Yu upgraded almost at the same time. Although the speed was not as fast as the first time, it only took a little more than 10 minutes at most. This was the envy of others. The last trip and the last double time allowed Zissou to reach level 36. The most important thing was that the last big boss actually revealed a potion formula. Wow! It's the formula. It's the formula! After the sharp-eyed Zissou saw the formula, she screamed happily. She had only obtained her primary blood-restoring potion formula from Yifeng, and she had never gotten such a thing again. After all, this thing was too rare. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to publish a formula in Book 35, but now it is finally out. Intermediate Magic Recovery Potion Formula. After learning, you can make an Intermediate Magic Recovery Potion, which can restore 1680 magic points in 15 seconds. 1680 points is great. Now Yifeng's magic value is as high as 2000 points. He has been using the Intermediate Magic Restoration Potion from the drugstore, but it only restored 600 magic points. It is too little for Yifeng. It is much better to have this. Give the recipe to Zissou, and Zissou learns it without hesitation. As for the production materials, just go to the stalls in major cities and choose them, or buy them in the world. Because of the high demand for this kind of thing, the production volume is also large. The price is of course cheaper. Chapter 141 Going Home. Demo. Do you think that Yifeng will be the master of the artifact? Lan she asked. Because of what the world said. Lan she believed it. After all, who can spend 10 minutes on King mode? This is too abnormal. Unless you use a magic weapon, everything will not be normal. Demo frowned and said, probably not. I have his friends, and I can see his geographical location. When the artifact was released, he was in the 35th copy. You can't produce artifacts in copies. You don't know that? Lan she said with a puzzled expression. But it's a bit incredible that Yifeng and the others cleared the dungeon so quickly. Could it be that they used a BUG? Demo said helplessly. How do I know? I'm not the roundworm in Yifeng's belly. Besides, you didn't let me get in touch with him before. My relationship with him now is not as good as before. Moreover, once the gang token is sold, He's not short of money anymore. Is he? That's true. Why don't you ask him if there is any way to clear the level quickly? Or to equip my members with more equipment? As you know, Shenhua has established a gang. And it's a level 2 gang. We don't have that. Gang people are under a lot of pressure. Demo could only bite the bullet and said, I'll give it a try. But not necessarily. Okay. I'm still very relieved about you. After waiting for Lan Shi to leave, Demo didn't know what to do. He opened his friend's list and found Yifeng on the list. But he didn't know how to speak. In the end, Demo had to bite the bullet and dial Yifeng's voice call. At this time, the double experience happened to be over. Yifeng looked at Demo's call and opened it directly. Brother, what's the matter? Demo originally thought that Yifeng would ignore him or something else. But he didn't expect that Yifeng would still speak so calmly. Demo said, I won't beat around the bush. Do you have any secrets for passing the level? Yifeng thought what was going on and said with a smile, Why? Just don't fight the mobs. Just fight the boss directly. Is it that simple? Demo asked. It's that simple. What else can you do? It's not your president who asked you to ask again. Demo sighed, You are right. I have become his messenger now. Yifeng said, That's not true. You are his employee after all. Besides, aren't we also friends? Whenever you don't want to stay in Lanchi Valley, you can come to my place. Demo was shocked. He seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere. He seemed to have said it to Yifeng. Why did Yifeng say it to him now? This seemed a bit funny. Are you planning to establish a guild? Yifeng said, It's not a guild, but an order. An order in the fantasy world. Order? How loud is this? You dare to talk about establishing order. Unless you dominate the whole server. Don't even think about talking about order. It seems that Yifeng wants to be the king of fantasy world. Demo said without any confidence, Are you inviting me? That's right. Of course I can't give you anything. Just wish. If you can recruit people, you'll be damned. Let me think about it first. I'll see if it's a good deal. Yifeng smiled and said, Tell me after you think about it. After hanging up the call into Imo, Yifeng looked at the two beauties beside him and said, There are still 10 days until the Chinese New Year. You should think about it. As soon as they talked about the New Year, Yin Yu and Zisu's faces suddenly turned red, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Because Yifeng said before that he wanted to take one of them home. But they all wanted to go. But they felt it was not good. So they never replied to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the expressions of the two women and said, Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. In the early morning of the next day, Cici and Xiaobai had packed their things and were ready to go home. After all, the Chinese New Year was coming soon. And people in big cities began to go home one after another. After having breakfast to say goodbye to Cici and Xiaobai, Yifeng and Yin Yu Zisu were the only 3 people left in the house. Yifeng sat on the sofa and looked at Yin Yu and Zisu and said, We discussed it last night. Who is going? Yin Yu said with some reluctance, It's better to let Zisu accompany you. After all, you are boyfriend and girlfriend. Zisu took Yin Yu's hand and said, Sister Yin Yu, didn't you agree that you should go? Why did you become me? Listening to what they meant. This was not negotiated. Yifeng said, Okay. I won't embarrass you. I have also been to Zisu's house. If you don't accompany your parents during the New Year, your parents will be lonely during the New Year. It's better not to go. It's better to go home by yourself. It's no big deal. I've been single for so many years. And it's not embarrassing. Yin Yu looked at Yifeng and said with some forbearance, If you go home like this, your uncle and aunt will actually say that you deceived them. Yifeng said, It's okay. I gave them 500,000 yuan yesterday. I said it was the company's year-end bonus. They are very happy now. They said they wanted to buy me a wedding house. But I rejected it. I really want to take one back. Really? If you want to buy it for me, it's better not to buy it. This money is meant for them. They have been miserable for most of their lives, and they should enjoy it. But, Yifeng said, no need to say anything. That's it. On this day, Yifeng booked a train ticket to meet his family. Yifeng will leave in 3 days. Fortunately, as long as he has the Fantasy World ring, he can play the game anywhere. There is no need to worry about this. They can play the game anyway. We meet every day in the game. Time flew by and 3 days came quickly. In the early morning, Yifeng put on his backpack and took some gifts he bought in the supermarket last night. Yifeng was ready to embark on the journey home. Yin Yu, Zisu, I have to leave. Yifeng shouted towards their room. But for some reason, there was no sound in the room. Yifeng thought they were sad, and didn't want to see him leave. So Yifeng said, "I'm leaving. See you next year." As he spoke, Yifeng put on his backpack, picked up his things, glanced at their door, opened the door gently, and closed it gently. When Yifeng walked out of the house, he breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought there would be some farewell scene, but now it seems that it will be better. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yifeng was sitting in the waiting hall at the city railway station, waiting for his own train. In a corner of the waiting hall, two tightly wrapped women looked carefully in the direction of Yifeng. They were none other than Yin Yu and Zisu. After a night of intense discussion, the two of them prepared to catch up with Yifeng, which was completely beyond Yifeng's expectation. "Sister Yin Yu, what do you think Yifeng will do if he finds out about us? Will he be very happy?" A nervous and exciting expression appeared on Zisu's face. Yin Yu said, "It goes without saying that if he is unhappy, he must not have us in his heart." "Right. Yes. Yes. But now this guy doesn't know that we are following him. It's really fun. It's funny how big you are. Don't get caught. Don't move." He's standing up. Chapter 142 discovered. Yin Yu and Zisu tightened the hats on their heads and wrapped themselves more tightly. As the saying goes, the more disguised, the easier it is to attract others' attention. Yifeng also saw them, but Yifeng only glanced at them and didn't say much. "I thought," bought a bottle of drink and left. Seeing Yifeng leave, Yin Yu and Zisu breathed a sigh of relief. On the high-speed train, Yifeng found his seat and sat down quietly, looking at the passengers getting on the train outside the window. Yifeng sighed in his heart, as if he saw himself in the past. At that time, I was like them, celebrating the new year together. So I started to grab tickets. I finally got the tickets, and I had to rush to get on the train, because I had no money at that time, and my family had no money, so it was impossible to make a train. Yifeng also often bought train tickets. He can find a good seat and return home comfortably. But now Yifeng doesn't have to be like them. There is no station ticket for long-distance trains, so Yifeng can find his own seat very comfortably. But the price is several times that of ordinary trains. In the same carriage as Yifeng, Yin Yu and Zisu sat next to each other. They sat not far behind Yifeng, so they could always look at Yifeng. It takes 6 hours to get to Yifeng's hometown from here. It's noon now, and they will be able to get off the car at 7 o'clock in the evening. It is said that riding a train is very boring if you are not playing with your phone, watching TV, or sleeping. The most regrettable thing is that you cannot play Fantasy World here, because playing Fantasy World is unstable when moving at high speed. So, the official website of Fantasy World also said that when driving at high speed, you cannot connect to the server of Fantasy World. Zisu stared at Yifeng at first, but in the end, she couldn't stand it anymore. "Sister Yin Yu, I'll take a nap first while you watch," Zisu said sleepily. "Okay. You can take a nap and get out of the way." Time passed by, and Yifeng looked at the scenery passing by outside the window, feeling so relaxed that he hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. 3 or 4 o'clock is the time when people are least focused. At this time, people are most likely to get sleepy when they have nothing to do. Yin Yu is now like a chicken pecking at rice. She is already very sleepy. Last night chatting with Zisu until 2 or 3 o'clock. It's strange that I'm not sleepy. After a while, Yin Yu couldn't hold it any longer and fell asleep completely. And Yifeng hadn't been home for several years. And he was a little excited when he came home this time, because this time he was no longer the poor young man, and he didn't have to face the questions from his 7 aunts and 8 aunts. After all, what was he doing now? It can be considered a petty bourgeoisie. After doing this for so long, Yifeng decided to take a walk and do some exercise. "Please give way," Yifeng said politely to the person next to him. Good. Yifeng originally planned to go to the bathroom, but when he was halfway there, Yifeng suddenly stopped. Yifeng smiled helplessly, continued to go to the bathroom, and then returned to his seat as if nothing happened. It always gets dark earlier in winter. It's only 6 o'clock now, and the sky is already dark. Well, why did I fall asleep? Yin Yu opened his eyes, and subconsciously looked at Yifeng's location. Seeing that Yifeng was still there, he felt relieved. Zisu, wake up! Zisu, wake up! Zisu stretched and said drowsily, "Are you at the station?" Yin Yu covered Zisu's mouth and said, "Keep your voice down. We haven't arrived at the station yet, but we will get there soon." Zissou realized this time that she was following Yifeng, and was completely sleepless. She glanced at Yifeng secretly, and was relieved when she saw that Yifeng was not looking here. Half an hour later, the sky was already dark, and we finally arrived at the station. Because it was the terminal station, everyone had to get off the bus. When the two girls saw Yifeng getting out of the car, they rushed to follow him. If they lost track of him, it would be a big loss. After leaving the station, Yifeng stood in front of this familiar station and was filled with emotion. He was finally back. But he still had to travel for an hour to get home. It was probably already 8 o'clock by then. But it was like this every time. Parents. Will wait for myself to have dinner together. After Yifeng stayed for a while, he walked towards the station and was finally home. This guy is still here. He is in a really good mood, Zissou said. Yin Yu looked at this strange city and said, after all, this is Yifeng's hometown. Let's go! There is only one last train to go to your county town, because there is a train at this time. The car will wait here for a while. Yifeng stepped onto his family's minibus. Yin Yu and Zissou, who were standing far away, were a little embarrassed. If they got in, wouldn't they be exposed? How could they complete the surprise? But when they saw the car starting, they didn't care so much and hurriedly ran into the car. The moment they got on the bus, one person opened his hands and looked at them with a smile, as if he had been waiting for them. Yin Yu looked at Yifeng blankly and said, "Are you waiting for us?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Who are you waiting for? Come up quickly. I have already occupied the position for you." Zissou said with an unhappy look, "It's not fun. It's not fun. We were discovered by you." "When did you discover us?" Yifeng said, "On the train. If you hadn't fallen asleep, I really wouldn't have noticed." Zissou looked at Yin Yu, and Yin Yu said with some embarrassment, "Well, I accidentally fell asleep, and I didn't know." Yifeng said, "Okay. Give me the things. Go and sit down over there. The car will have to wait for a while before leaving." "Then why did the car start?" Yin Yu asked. Yifeng smiled and said, "I asked the master to activate it." "Thank you, master." "Haha. You are so polite. We are all old acquaintances. I haven't seen you for several years. Why did you kidnap 2 little girls when I saw you?" Yifeng said, "Uncle Lu, just drive well, and don't talk nonsense." "Haha. I understand. I understand." The 2 girls, Yin Yu and Zissou, blushed when they said this. Fortunately, they wore a lot of clothes, and the lighting was not good. Otherwise they would really be laughed at. The 3 of them were sitting in a row, and Yifeng was sitting by the aisle. Yifeng said, "Why did you suddenly think of following me?" "Humph. I won't tell you," Zissou said with a proud look. Yifeng shrugged and said, "Okay. But you are coming to my house soon. Are you nervous?" Zissou was stunned for a moment, thinking about Yifeng along the way. And suddenly, she was about to see Yifeng's parents. And she suddenly felt like she wanted to hide. Zissou asked weakly, "Can I go home?" Yifeng said domineeringly, "We'll be home soon." At this time, after a few people got on the car started and walked step by step towards Yifeng's small county town. Chapter 143 Two Girlfriends. After a long wait, the car finally drove from the city to the small county town. When the car stopped, Yifeng felt mixed emotions in his heart. He was back. Taking Yin Yu and Zissou, Yifeng pulled the suitcase and walked towards his home. Yifeng's home is on the edge of the county, not far from the station. Behind Yifeng's home is their family's more than 10 acres of farmland. Yifeng's parents are farmers. When he was a child, Yifeng would go to work in the fields every summer vacation. Because his family is poor, Yifeng's grades have always been very good, which is also the pride of his parents. However, after he got to college, the society was completely different from what Yifeng thought. It is not that being good at studying is really useful. That's why Yifeng ended up in that situation. But now Yifeng finally stood up, because he was no longer afraid. On the way to Yifeng's house, Zissou asked nervously, "Are you here? Haven't you arrived yet?" Yifeng took Zissou's hand and said, "Hurry. It's right in front." After walking for 10 minutes, Yifeng finally saw a middle-aged woman looking at Yifeng and the others on the side of the road. Yifeng happily waved to the middle-aged woman and said, "Mom, I'm back. That's my mother." Zissou swallowed her saliva and said, "What should I do? What should I do? Sister Yin Yu, why are you not nervous at all?" Although Yin Yu looked calm on the surface, in fact, his heart was already in turmoil, and he didn't even hear what Zissou was asking him. Yifeng said, don't worry. My parents are very good. You will know it gradually. When Yifeng came to his mother, Ye's mother looked at Yifeng with a smile and said, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. I'll wait for you to eat. Yin Yu and Zisu shouted, hello. Aunt. Mother Yi looked at Yin Yu and Zisu and said with satisfaction, which one of you is Yifeng's girlfriend? I am. Zisu said in unison in the smoke. Yifeng looked at his mother awkwardly and said, Mom, let's talk about it after we go in. It's so cold outside. Mother Yi whispered, what's going on? Kid? There are two of you. Yifeng said, Mom, I will explain to you later. They are all hungry. Let's eat. You kid didn't tell me. There is one more person. I need to prepare more dishes. My bad? My bad? Let's go! Mother Yi shouted into the house. Old Yi. Your son and his girlfriend are here. Wash your hands. It's time to eat. When Yifeng and the others entered the house, they found that Yifeng's father was a simple farmer, and he seemed to be a very honest person at first glance. Hello, Uncle! The two women shouted at the same time. Lao Yi was stunned for a moment and said, which of you is my son's girlfriend? Don't let me get it wrong. Mother Yi offered Lao Yi her hand and said, you come with me to serve the dishes. Yifeng, you can fix the table yourself. Oh! In the kitchen. Ye's mother whispered, they all say that he is Yifeng's girlfriend. Your son is really promising. Lao Yi was stunned for a moment, secretly glanced at the three people in the living room, and said, I am so honest. How can I give birth to a son who is so promising and brings two girlfriends home for the new year at one time? What's the point? What if something happens? Yes, I have to teach that boy a lesson. In the living room, Yin Yu and Zisu looked at Yifeng for help. Yifeng held their hands for the first time and said, it doesn't matter. I'm here. I'll help you wash your hands and eat first. My mother's cooking is better than mine. But I'm still a little nervous. Zisu said nervously. Well, me too, Yin Yu said. Yifeng looked at Yin Yu and said, you are a cold goddess. It's not like you to be nervous. Yin Yu rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said, take me to wash my hands. At the dinner table, Zisu and Yin Yu seemed very reserved. On the contrary, because Yifeng only went home once in several years and had a lot to talk to his parents, Yin Yu and Zisu became spectators. Mom, where is the little sister? Hasn't she come back yet? Yifeng asked. She is Yifeng's only sister. She is 4 years younger than Yifeng and 2 years younger than Zisu. Ye's mother said, I'm angry when I talk about Yinqiu. The mobile phone I just bought this year was stolen before half a year of use. I always use my classmates' phone numbers to call home. Well, I just remembered that my younger sister's cell phone was stolen, and I haven't contacted her for a long time. Because my family's financial situation is not good. A fully functional mobile phone costs at least 1,000 to 2,000. So it is normal for Yi Yinqiu not to buy a mobile phone. When are you coming back? I'll be back tomorrow. By the way, your guild has made a lot of money this year. And it actually gives you such a year-end bonus. Yifeng nodded and said, that's right. Parents, don't be so tired. I'm capable now. Lao Yi said, how can that be done? If you want me to stop working, I don't even know what to do. Unless you give us a grandson to play with. You are now our eldest son. Yifeng said awkwardly, Dad, you are going too far. I want you to work less. And gradually you won't have to work anymore. You kid, don't think that just by making money, you can teach your father a lesson. I know what I should do. In the end, Mother Yi said, come on. Just don't do it if your son tells you not to do it. After working for so many years, my son is now capable. And it's time for us to rest. Okay. Okay. I'll listen to you. Okay. In the hearts of Yin Yu and Zisu, Yifeng's parents are really good people. After dinner, because Yifeng unexpectedly brought two girlfriends, he had to give Yi Yinqiu's room to Yin Yu and Zisu. When Yi Yinqiu comes back, Yifeng will live with Lao Yi, and Yi Yinqiu will live with Ye's mother. For the time being, only this is possible. On the balcony on the second floor, Yifeng and 3 others were chatting. Yin Yu asked, you have a sister. Why didn't you tell us about it? That's right. I thought you were an only child, and you hid it from us. Huh? Zisu said angrily. Yifeng said helplessly, there is no way. I couldn't completely trust them in Dingtian before. So I didn't say anything. Furthermore, I haven't contacted my sister for half a year. And I almost forgot that I have a sister. Okay. Let's play the game. Don't take too much away, Yin Yu said. Yeah. But don't play it too late. After a day, I finally returned to the fantasy world again. As soon as Yi Feng went online, two figures, Yin Yu and Zisu, appeared next to him. Boss, are you home? Why? Hey, my sister-in-law is online too. Aren't you home? How come they are online with you? Xiao He asked as soon as he got online. Yi Feng responded, they went home with me. What happened? Xiao He's eyes widened and he said, the boss is indeed the boss. This is okay. It's so awesome. Go. Let's go. A day has passed. Why are you still at level 37? Why are you so slow? Xiao He suddenly cried and said, Boss, you are not here today. You don't know that the Xinhua gang has sent a group of people to hunt down a few of us. I don't have much time to practice leveling all day. Chapter 144 Provocation from Myth. Because Yi Feng and the others were all in Xuanwu City, Arrogant rushed over with his younger brothers at this time. Said Boss, Xinhua's people are a bit arrogant. It's time to clean up. I have killed more than 10 people. Yi Feng frowned and said, Why? Even you were attacked by Xinhua's people? Brother Arrogant said, That's not true. Aren't they chasing the two brothers Xiao He to fight? I went to help. Xiao He died once and lost some experience. I did everything on the opposite side. By the way, the relationship between Xiao He and Arrogant brother is getting better and better. Xiao He was attacked. An Arrogant brother immediately gathered people to fight back, which prevented Xiao He and the others from being seriously damaged. At this time, Xiao He and Xiao Yi he also trotted over. No one paid attention to Ying until now. After all, she was hiding in the dark at that time and couldn't find her people at all. So she didn't know Ying. Now Ying has worked hard to level up and has reached level 35. Yi Feng and the others are just 3 behind. Class. The highest level is now level 40. Of course, this person is not the Arrogant brother, nor the domineering Chao Ci, but a guy who appears suddenly, named Chu Tianai, who is a boxer and has the same profession as Demo. But it is said that this person is an independent player and has not joined any guild. It is said that many guilds are recruiting him, and only this guy is level 40. There are many other guys who are level 39. Of course, Yi Feng's level 38 is not ranked. If he practices level today, Yi Feng can rise to level 39. Yi Feng said, You guys wait here. I'll come as soon as I go. Soon Yi Feng came to the Imperial City, not going anywhere else, just to find the train. When Yi Feng came to the hotel again, Yi Feng still saw the train sitting in that position, still drinking tea alone. Yi Feng walked up to the train and said, Aren't you tired of being alone? Do you drink tea every time? When he saw it was Yi Feng, he smiled and said, I'm a businessman. I love drinking tea in real life. I can't help but change this habit in the game. Why don't you take a sip too? Yi Feng shook his head and said, The tea tastes bitter and astringent. It is not suitable for energetic young people like us. You should make it yourself. Train said with a smile, Tell me, what do you want from me this time? Do you know that my friend is being hunted by people from Xinhua? Train nodded and said, I've heard of it. What's the matter? Yi Feng said very directly, I want to know if Xinhua is having any activities tonight? Train pondered for a moment and said, They have obtained a gang token. But it is not enough. Because he still has several subordinate gangs that need it. So they are still working hard to defeat the boss. You mean? They want to dominate the fantasy world? Train nodded and said, Everyone thinks so. Not to mention Xinhua, who is now at the top. It is said that this number 1 guild has brought them tens of millions in income. Compared with the money spent to buy your token, they only make a profit and no loss. Yi Feng never expected that a small gang token could make Xinhua earn so much. It seemed that poverty really limited his imagination. Yi Feng said, How much does the information cost? Train said, I don't want your money this time. To be honest, if Xinhua is strong, my news will not be easy to sell. If all the heroes come together, then I can make a lot of money. Of course, I hope someone will stop Xinhua. So this news is given to you for free. Yi Feng said, Okay. You say it. The new year is approaching, and many people are on vacation. And because there are gangs, it is very convenient to move around. So Xinhua gathered a lot of people this time. Tens of thousands of people. And it only took 10 minutes to kill a level 50 golden boss. It was very. The efficiency is high. They no longer have to worry about their attacks being wrong and accidentally hurting their teammates. Because the gang has a gang mode. They can't hit people in their own gang. So you have to be careful. Yifeng nodded and said, thanks for the reminder. It happens to be tonight. And it's about to start. I'll send you the address and coordinates. After Yifeng received the address coordinates, he stood up and said, thank you very much. When Yifeng came to Xuanwu City again, it was already 10 minutes later. Yifeng said, how about grabbing the mythical boss again? Xiao He said excitedly, go. I have to go. I'm so suffocated today. Arrogant brother said, of course I want to go. I really think we are easy to bully. Only Yin Yu frowned and said, how to get there? They have a gang. It's much more difficult than last time. Yifeng said, it doesn't matter. I have obtained the information. Come with me. A group of people followed Yifeng and disappeared directly to the transmission point of Xuanwu City. This time Yifeng came to the Imperial City. And Xinhua's target this time was a level 50 golden boss in the wilds of the Imperial City. Yifeng called back the shadow, who was leveling up. This time, the shadow was the same as last time. A killer in the dark. While the others followed Yifeng to the coordinates given by the train. When Yifeng and the others arrived at this coordinate, a member of the Xinhua appeared here. When the people around Yifeng wanted to kill the player instantly, Yifeng said, don't move. This is one of our own. Because this is the train hidden in the mythical man who has arranged everything. Yifeng said, the king of heaven overshadows the tigers of the earth. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Brother, how are the arrangements? Yifeng asked. Everything is arranged. Go in. The people here will be here soon. Yifeng said, let's go. Less than a minute after Yifeng left, several Xinhua members came here again. It's nothing. The man on the train said, of course not. Not even a fly got in. You really know how to talk. There are flies in the game. Haha. Just kidding. Yifeng and others followed the route given by the man and walked step by step towards the location where Xinhua gathered. They hadn't started fighting yet, but were gathering people. Not long after, Yifeng finally saw the boss. A bull. The bull was sleeping soundly at the moment, and he didn't realize that someone was already trying to take advantage of him. Yifeng said, nearly 2,000 to 3,000 people have gathered. This is the best. Does Xiao He want to be rewarded? Xiao He stood up and said, of course I want to. Boss, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Yifeng sneered, lure the boss and break into their gathering place directly. Of course. The premise is that you may lose some experience. Xiao He said, what are you afraid of? I'll go right away. Just watch. As he said this, Xiao He turned invisible and started walking towards the location of the boss. When Xiao He walked to the boss had already noticed it. After all, he is the golden boss. So what if you are invisible? You can still feel it. However, Xiao He was not afraid. Instead, he sat making a face at the boss and plunged a dagger directly into the boss's big ass. Moo. After Xiao He succeeded, he ran away and ran directly towards the crowd. The reckless bull behind him couldn't spare Xiao He and rushed towards Xiao He. The man from Xinhua looked at Xiao He with wide eyes, looking at the boss behind Xiao He. Chapter 145, Starting a War. Hey, who are you? Go away and go somewhere else. Someone shouted to Xiao He. Xiao He shouted, I am the one who killed your Xinhua. So let me die. From what I heard, this guy is the enemy of Xinhua, and he wants to drag them to death together. Run quickly. The boss is coming. The people of the Xinhua gang suddenly became turbulent. The swordsmith who arranged the manpower behind the crowd frowned. I don't know what happened in front, but people kept retreating. This time the boss fight was led by Zhu Jian. No less than 10 bosses had been defeated. The result was a gang token. But Xinhua was not determined and still had to fight. You must know that after the first gang token came out, it's not easy to get out. Zhu Jian shouted, what's going on? The people in front are running around. Stop it! Someone shouted, Vice President. Someone has angered the boss. And the boss has launched an attack on us. Zhu Jian shouted again, what are you afraid of? Kill that person. Kill the boss. It's a pity that it's too late. It's okay without plastic surgery. People's hearts are divided, and everyone wants to save their lives. Suddenly the boss pounces on them, and directly tramples a large number of people to death. On the other hand, Xiao He, because no one was paying attention, immediately ran away as soon as the stealth skill CD was explained, and ran directly back to where Yifeng and the others were. I was scared to death. I didn't expect people from Xinhua to be a bunch of cowards. I'm not dead, Xiao He said panting. Yi Feng and others watched the boss wreaking havoc among the Xinhua people with joy on their faces. Xiao He was extremely relieved after seeing it, and said fiercely, "Damn! Kill a few more. Kill them all. It's so cool." Seeing the boss raging not far away, Zhu Jian could no longer command him, because the boss had already killed him. Soon, there were large swathes of corpses lying on the ground, counting down the seconds to resurrect. Zhu Jian was lying on the ground at the moment, yelling on the gang channel with an angry look on his face. "Everyone, come back to me. Go back. Those who are left behind will clean up the battlefield and pick up the exploded equipment. Today's event is cancelled." After the boss killed the last person, he roared several times on the battlefield before returning to his home. Yi Feng patted Xiao He on the shoulder and said, "Quick, go pick up the equipment. It's all money." Where could Xiao He wait? He ran away with a cry. As soon as the boss left, Xiao He entered the battlefield. Not only Xiao He, but also the shadow in the dark was already at the edge of the battlefield and had already started to pack up the equipment on the ground. Looking at the equipment that kept disappearing on the ground, someone said in panic, "The vice president is in trouble. Someone is picking up our equipment." Zhu Jian was furious and said, "What do you do for food? Kill him. Kill him. It's a pity that in this chaotic situation, assassins are the easiest to hide." After Xiao He and Shadow's backpacks were full, they started to choose attributes. The bad ones were thrown out again. It wasn't until a large number of people from Xinhua arrived that Xiao He and Ying withdrew from the battlefield. Zhu Jian looked at the remaining equipment on the battlefield. Although there was still a lot of it, his sword was missing. His level 35 golden long sword cost tens of thousands to buy, and it was not picked up by anyone. Zhu Jian hid his face and said, "Tell me, who seduced the boss before?" No one dared to speak due to the expression that was about to burst out from the sword. "Say it. Tell it quickly. Otherwise everyone's bonus for this month will be cleared today." Zhu Jian shouted. It's not okay to clear the bonuses. They exchanged their own levels for bonuses. If they were cleared, they would have fought so many bosses in vain these days. "I know. It's Xiao He, Yi Feng's younger brother. He was killed by our people today." "What? A little brother beat you like this? If you say it's embarrassing or not, wouldn't you kill that little black guy immediately? 2,000 or 3,000 people were tricked by this little brother. Death. Why don't you go eat death?" The weapon-forged sword that was exploded was extremely angry. And the boss's riot was actually caused by Yi Feng's younger brother. "Yi Feng, I will kill you and surrender," Zhu Jian shouted. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Crazy." At this time, the Team Shadow sent out a piece of equipment and said, "This guy is so angry. Probably because of this. I picked it up." The others looked at the attributes and opened their mouths to pretend anyone else would be pissed to death. Yi Feng said, "Brother Arrogant, what kind of weapon do you have?" Brother Arrogant said, "Didn't you give this to me? A level 35 blue weapon." Yi Feng held his forehead and said, "I've forgotten so many things recently. Let's give Xiao Ye's golden weapon to Arrogant Brother first." "How about it?" Xiao Ye said, "No problem. This guy's strength is there. Let him use it first." Brother Arrogant didn't hesitate and said, "Okay. If you have good equipment from now on, it will be yours. I won't compete with my brother." Yi Feng saw that their relationship was getting better and better. They had fought before, but now it was the best. "Okay. Ying, please give the equipment to Brother Arrogant. Do you have any good equipment? We will replace all the equipment that can be replaced. If we can't, we will sell them all. Maybe there will be a lot of money." Xiao He looked at the equipment in his backpack and said with a smile, "I made a fortune today. Let me see if there is anything we can use." On one side, Yi Feng and the others were distributing equipment and spoils, while on the other side, Sword Forging was counting losses. This time, the losses would also have to be given to the players in front of him. If they were not given, they would probably be dissatisfied. Who would be used as cannon fodder for Xinhua? After a calculation, Zhu Jian's face turned purple. He had already lost tens of thousands of yuan before the boss started fighting, and his own weapons were worth more than 100,000 yuan. Yi Feng was really a bumbling star. He must kill that guy. Kick out of Fantasy World. Soon Aodian, who was offline, also received the news. Although he suffered a lot, Aodian still encouraged the gang members. After all, it was only a matter of time before Yi Feng came to make trouble. After all, he ordered to kill the people around him. How could Yi Feng? Maybe you won't respond. Boom! A loudspeaker from all servers said, This time I just teach you Xinhua a small lesson. Next time it won't be so simple. It was Yi Feng who sent these words, directly warning the Xinhua gang, while the other guilds remained silent. After all, Yi Feng and Xinhua had been feuding for a long time, and no one would provoke such a powerful enemy. Although Zhu Jian wanted to reply to Yi Feng, he was stopped by Aoyan. After all, a war of words is really meaningless. If we really want to start a war of words, the only loser will be Xinhua. After all, the mythologist has a great cause, and a war of words will lose his identity. He was so angry that he went straight to the forged sword. But Yi Feng and others were different. They didn't lose anything. Those who watched Xinhua suffered heavy losses, and also made a fortune. This kind of thing would make anyone happy for a while. Ying and Xiaohei just threw the equipment at the auction house. They didn't have time to set up a stall and bargain with others. They were all 10% or 20% lower than the market price. They bought it directly, and still made a few hundred gold coins. Chapter 146, Growing Up. Early the next morning, Yi Feng and Yin Yu were eating breakfast cooked by Yimu downstairs, and a guest was welcomed into their home. This person is Yi Feng's childhood friend Chen Wei. Because he did not do well in the college entrance examination, he did not leave the entire small county and became an apprentice in a local car repair shop. Now he is a car repair master. I heard that Yi Feng was back in the morning, so I rushed to Yi Feng's house without saying a word. The two of them had not seen each other for several years. When Yi Feng was in college, they would get drunk every year when they came home. Think about the scene at that time. Chen Wei couldn't wait to come to Yi Feng. Seeing his little boy Chen Wei, Yi Feng hugged Chen Wei and said, "Long time no see." Chen Wei laughed and said, "Of course it's been a long time no see. Have you almost forgotten me?" Yi Feng punched Chen Wei in the chest and said, "What are you talking about? We grew up playing in the mud together. Do you think I can forget you? Have you had breakfast? If not, go to the kitchen and serve it yourself." Chen Wei said, "I have eaten a long time ago. My car repair shop has been open for a long time. It is not the new year. There are many people driving home, and our place is very busy. This is not to ask you to have dinner together in the evening. I just came here to see you. I heard that you brought your girlfriend. Where is she?" Chen Wei saw Zisu and Yin Yu as soon as he came in, but they all had their backs to Chen Wei. Chen Wei didn't see clearly what they looked like. He heard from Yi Feng's mother that they were very good-looking. Chen Wei's curiosity was aroused. Yi Feng and Chen Wei put their arms around each other and said, "Let me introduce to you. This is my childhood friend. We grew up together here. My name is Chen Wei." When Yi Feng introduced them, Zisu and Yin Yu turned back to look at Chen Wei. Yin Yu said in a relaxed and soft voice, "Hello. I am Yi Feng's girlfriend. My name is... I know who you are. Yu." When Chen Wei saw Yin Yu's delicate face, he suddenly remembered that he had seen her somewhere, but he just couldn't remember his name. Looking at Yin Yu's face, Chen Wei was immediately frightened because he rang, and said in disbelief, "You can't be the goddess Yin Yu in the online game world, right?" Yin Yu smiled and nodded lightly and said, "My name is Yin Yu. As for the goddess, others put it on me." After receiving Yin Yu's response, Chen Wei looked at Yi Feng in shock and looked at Yi Feng with an expression that he couldn't understand at all. Said female star, "Yi Feng, you have deceived the female star. You are brave enough. Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" At this time, Zisu beside him became angry and said, "Hey, you ignored me before I even spoke. Little Yezi. I don't like him. So he's making a fuss." Seeing Zisu looking at him angrily, Chen Wei had no idea how he had offended her. "Who are you?" Chen Wei asked. "Huh? I'm also Yi Feng's girlfriend. Although I'm not a celebrity, I'm no worse than Sister Yin Yu." Zisu puffed up her breasts as she spoke. Chen Wei was completely dumbfounded now. "Two? Are you kidding? I haven't found a girlfriend yet. But Yi Feng only has 2 girlfriends, and he took them both home. What is he doing?" Yi Feng looked at Yin Yu and Zisu helplessly and said, "Okay, you go on eating. We have to pick up my little sister later." "Wait a minute. Can you take a photo with Yi Feng's celebrity girlfriend and sign her autograph?" Chen Wei said, a little embarrassed. Yin Yu looked at Yi Feng and asked Yi Feng if it was okay. Yi Feng said, "Didn't you realize that you were also chasing stars?" Chen Wei said, "What do you know? When can ordinary people like us get to see celebrities at such a close distance? I'm trying to show off in my moments. By the way, have you blocked my moments? You've never seen them. Until you reply to me." Yi Feng took out his mobile phone and said, "Can this thing of mine view moments?" looking at the senior phone in Yifeng's hand. It would be damned if this thing could see moments. Damn. It's really eye-catching. You can deceive celebrities with their faces. You don't even have a better mobile phone. I won't tell you anymore. Okay? Yifeng nodded helplessly. And Yin Yu took a photo with Chen Wei and signed an autograph for her. Yin Yu often did this kind of thing in the past. But now, he is much more low-key. After getting the front and photo taken, Chen Wei walked out of Yifeng's house with a silly smile on his face, and happened to see Ye's mother coming back from shopping for groceries. Away. Please have breakfast before leaving. Haha. Photos taken with celebrities. Autographs signed by celebrities. Haha. Hey. Is this kid stupid? Yifeng. What's wrong with All Wei? He's so nagging. Ye's mother came into the room and asked. Yifeng said, who knows? Hasn't he always been like this? Auntie. Let me help you, she said in Yin Yu, and wanted to take the food from Ye's mother's hand. Zissou on the side quickly ran over and said, I'm here to help too. One of these two girls looks noble, and the other looks delicate. It is estimated that neither of them can do it. It would be better if they don't do themselves a disservice. Mother Yi said, no. No. You go and play. Xifeng. Take them out for a walk and pick up Yinqiu by the way. Yifeng said, oh. I know. Of course. After going out, Yin Yu habitually puts on a mask. After all, she doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to Yifeng. Of course, Zissou doesn't need it. However, in order to make Yin Yu less unconventional, Zissou also wears a mask. It's a pity. After a while, Zissou took it off and said it was uncomfortable to breathe. Yifeng could only shake his head. This morning, Yifeng took his two girls to his elementary school, middle school, and high school. They walked away from all three places. After many years, high-rise buildings have been built in the elementary school, and the middle school has also changed greatly. However, the high school is still the same. That high school is just the entrance. The door was replaced with a new one, but the inside was still the same. Looking at Yifeng, he felt nostalgic. Wow, this is your high school. Compared with our high school, your place looks much more comfortable, Zissou said happily. How to say? Our high school is full of college buildings. There are not many trees in this building and that building. It is nowhere like your place. It is so spacious. Yifeng said, in big cities, there are many people and expensive housing prices. And schools are no exception. It's different here, so it can't be compared. By the way, Yin Yu said with a smile, I am similar to Yifeng. We are also from a small county, and the high schools are similar. Humph. Sister Yin Yu, are you attacking me again? I'm the only one from a big city. I also want to come to a small place. But it's a pity that my parents don't go. Yifeng stroked Zissou's little head soothingly and said, Don't be angry. I'm here. Zissou suddenly hummed shyly. And Yifeng was a little confused. What was this guy so shy about? Yin Yu shook her head helplessly and said, It's getting late. I guess Yinqiu will be back soon. Yes. Let's go to the station quickly, Yifeng said. Chapter 147 Yinqiu. At the county bus station, where Yifeng and the others got off last night. Yifeng and the others had been waiting here for 10 minutes. But Yinqiu's car hadn't arrived yet. It was a pity that Yinqiu didn't have a mobile phone. Otherwise she could ask where she was, and they would have time to pick her up. Fortunately, there was a milk tea shop next to the station, and the three of them sat inside waiting for Yinqiu. After half a whisper, the shuttle bus came slowly and finally stopped at the entrance of the station. And people got off the bus one after another. A girl about 20 years old got out of the car, holding a white suitcase and looking around. Hey, where is my brother? Didn't he come to pick me up? Where is he? Just when the girl couldn't find anyone, a voice sounded from not far behind the girl. Yinqiu. When the girl turned around, she saw Yifeng standing at the door of the milk tea shop with a smile on his face. Yinqiu waved to Yifeng with the same smile and said, Brother, I want to drink milk tea. As he spoke, Yinqiu walked quickly towards Yifeng with his suitcase in hand. But at this time, two women appeared behind Yifeng, Perilla and Smoke. Yinqiu came to Yifeng, looked at the two girls beside Yifeng, and said, Which one is my sister-in-law? Yifeng put his arm around Yinqiu's shoulders and said, Guess. There will be a prize for your correct guess. Yinqiu hummed for a long time, looked at Yifeng, then at Yin Yu and Zissou, and said, How do I guess? I guess too. It's all. It's not wrong anyway. Zissou said in surprise. Wow. How can you be so powerful? You guessed it right. My name is Zissou. Yin Yu said with a smile. My name is Yin Yu. Lo Yi Yinchio. This time it was Yi Yinchio's turn to be surprised. Two? Both. Is this still my brother? Is my brother so powerful? Yi Feng said. Okay. I'll give you a reward if you guess correctly. And I'll take you to buy a mobile phone. Yi Yinchio whispered. Do your parents know? I know. What's wrong? Brother. I'm causing trouble to one person. But you're causing trouble to two people. You're really awesome. Yi Feng said awkwardly. I am the victim. Yi Yinchio snorted and said. Who would believe it? But then again, women are just having fun with women. And within a few minutes, the three of them were already chatting. Sister-in-law Yin Yu. Why are you wearing a mask? There is no smog here. You don't have to worry. Yi Yinchio said. Zissou on the side said jokingly, if your sister-in-law Yin Yu takes off her mask, your brother won't be able to protect her. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Zissou. Was too lazy to argue with Zissou. And followed them quietly. Yin Yu said angrily, don't listen to Zissou's nonsense. I'm just used to it. Can you let me see what you look like? Yi Yinchio asked curiously. Yi Feng said, let's go home and watch. There are many people on the street. Yi Yinchio waited for Yi Feng and said, you are really afraid that your wife will be robbed. You are not a celebrity. Let's see. You will not lose a piece of meat. Why haven't I seen you for several years? I found out why you have become stingy. Brother. Woolen cloth. Yi Feng looked at Yi Yinchio. This was his only sister. She got along with Zissou so quickly. It was really in vain that she had loved her before. Yin Yu said, is it okay to wait until we get to the mobile phone store to take a look? Uh-huh. There are still quite a few mobile phone stores in the county. I haven't been back for a few years. But there have been a lot of changes. The store decoration is the same as that of many places in big cities. Obviously, people's living standards have improved in recent years. And they have begun to know how to enjoy themselves. Brother. This is the one we have. This is the biggest mobile phone store here. Yi Feng nodded. And the four of them walked to the mobile phone store. There were not many people in the store. Because there were several mobile phone stores nearby. So the customers were scattered. Besides, mobile phones are all the same now. If you choose a brand, it will be the same no matter which store you go to. Do you guys want to buy a mobile phone? Yi Feng said, well, 2 mobile phones. Zissou said, bring us 2 of Huawei's latest models of mobile phones. Yi Yinchio, which color do you like? Yi Yinchio originally thought that his brother was going to buy him a random mobile phone. Who knew it was a Huawei mobile phone? And the latest model seemed to cost 5,000 to 6,000. Yi Yinchio said, don't use Huawei's. It's too expensive. Just use something cheaper. Zissou said, your brother is rich. Don't worry. Don't save money for him. Really? Yi Yinchio asked a confused question. In Yi Yinchio's impression, Yi Feng's salary had always been between 2,000 and 3,000. How could he be willing to buy something so expensive? But pretending to be wealthy was not Yi Feng's style. Yi Feng said, it's quite purple. Choose the one you like. With Yi Feng's permission, Yi Yinchio placed a much larger order. He originally planned to go home and use the money he earned from his part-time job to buy a mobile phone. But now it seems that the money he earned from his part-time job can be used to pay for the next semester's tuition. Soon Yi Feng and Yi Yinchio both made their choices. While waiting for the waiter to pack the bags, Yi Yinchio pulled the cigarette and said, show me quickly. I'm so curious. I want to know what kind of face is under the mask. Yin Yu shook her head with a smile, gently took off the mask, and quickly put it on after a few seconds. At this moment, the mask? The waiter said, hey, why do you look so familiar to me? Yi Yinchio said doubtfully, she looks familiar. Do you know my sister-in-law? The waiter shook his head and said, I don't know him. But I seem to have seen him somewhere. The waiter lowered his head to put away Yi Feng's mobile phones, and happened to see the spokesperson on the mobile phone looking at the smoke in disbelief. He said in surprise, you can't be Yin Yu, right? Yi Feng immediately said, you recognize the wrong person. Take me to pay. As he spoke, Yi Feng took the server to the front desk to pay, leaving a confused Yi Yinchio. Yi Yinchio, like Yi Feng before, had good academic performance in college, but because of his poor family background, he would not think of playing games. After all, games cost time and money. When Yi Feng came to them and said, let's go. Everything is done. Here is your mobile phone. Yi Yinchio happily took the mobile phone box and looked at his new mobile phone happily. He finally saw the spokesperson on it. Yin Yu was shocked. Why did this person look so familiar? He really seemed to have seen it somewhere. He looked up at Yin Yu. Yin Yu smiled at Yin Yu. Yin Yu was looking at the spokesperson on the phone box and the signature. It was Yin Yu. No wonder the waiter said that he had seen his sister-in-law. He saw her every day. Why? Had you ever seen it? Yin Yu looked at Yin Yu in a daze and said, "Are you a star?" Yin Yu said with a smile, "It used to be true. But not now. My photos will no longer appear on this phone in the future." Yin Yu quickly touched Yin Yu's body and said with a puzzled look on his face, "It turns out that celebrities are no different from me." Yifeng said angrily, "What do you think?" "Okay. Brother. You are backing me up. When did you hook up with sister-in-law Yin Yu?" "She is a celebrity." Yifeng said helplessly, "You have to ask Yin Yu about this. I don't know anything. I despise you for not telling me such a big thing. A celebrity. I actually met a celebrity. And she is my sister-in-law. I wonder if my roommates will be jealous of me. Come on. I want to take a photo with my sister-in-law." Yifeng said contemptuously, "Why do you have the same moral character as Chen Wei?" Chapter 148 Trouble comes to the door. During the Chinese New Year, you always need to buy some new clothes. So hurry up and buy them while you have time now. But Yin Yu doesn't care so much. During the Chinese New Year, he usually goes to street stalls and buys bargains online. Yin Yu and Yifeng are the same as Yin Yu. They don't ask for something too good. They just want to be decent. In a famous brand store, Yin Yu felt a little heartbroken when he looked at the prices of clothes. They were at least several hundred and even thousands. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to think about it if it weren't for his brother. "Hey! Could it be that my brother really posted it wrongly?" Yin Yu pulled Yin Yu's clothes and said, "Is my brother the pretty boy you raised?" "My brother doesn't have much money. He is a pauper." Yin Yu said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your brother is not short of money. Zissou and I have spent a lot of his time in vain." "Impossible. Doesn't my brother only earn a few thousand yuan a month?" Yin Yu asked curiously. Seeing Zissou choosing clothes for Yifeng, Yin Yu said with a smile, "Do you know Fantasy World?" "Of course I know about Fantasy World. It's said to be fun. A few of my roommates are playing it. And I want to play it too. Unfortunately, the ring is too expensive and I can't afford it." Yin Yu said, "Look at the three of us. We all have rings on our hands. This is the ring of the Fantasy World. And your brother is a big shot in the Fantasy World." Yin Yu said in disbelief, "My brother is not really Yifeng in the Fantasy World. I heard something from my roommate that there is a great god named Yifeng in the game. And they were all fascinated." "That's right. He's your brother. Do you still think your brother is a freeloader?" "It shouldn't be. When will my brother have the money to buy such an expensive ring?" Yin Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know for sure. But I know that your brother was taken in by Zissou. Otherwise, he would starve to death on the streets. There's also this matter. It seems that my brother is quite lucky. By the way, since you are a star, why haven't I seen you? Are you a singer or a movie star?" Yin Yu said, "I'm just a professional player. Not a star." Yin Yu nodded and said, "Oh, let me tell you. I have listened to so many songs and watched so many movies. How could I not recognize you? It turns out that I don't play games. So of course I don't recognize you." "Uh-huh. Hurry up and choose clothes. Choose whatever you want. Even if you buy this store, your brother won't be short of money." "Well, my brother is like a rich man. But I like this feeling. I don't have to wrong myself anymore. It's great. Sister-in-law, I want to choose this one." "Okay. Go try it." It wasn't until lunchtime when Ye's mother called to remind them that Yifeng and the four of them returned home carrying large and small bags of things. Before I even entered, I saw a large number of young men and women who were not full. And there were also people holding signs and banners. Yifeng and others were stunned. These were all fans of Yin Yu. Why did they come to Yifeng's house? The only ones who knew that Yin Yu was here were just a few of them and Chen Wei. Thinking of Chen Wei, Yifeng immediately took out his cell phone and said, "Chen Wei, your brother. You bastard. What good things have you done?" Chen Wei knew that he had made a mistake and said weakly, "Didn't I just post it on Moments? As you know, many people have never seen big stars. Besides, how could I know that your star is so influential? Big. It has affected our small county." Yifeng said, "I'll give you 10 minutes to make them leave. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Brother, please spare me." I don't want to die yet. Yifeng said sharply, Are you going or not? Chen Wei said in an aggrieved voice, Why don't I go? I'll be at your house, and I'll do it right now. Yifeng took the 3 girls to spare away and took the back door of his home. It was obviously his own home, and he couldn't even enter the front door. Fortunately, Chen Wei didn't bring it with him at home for nothing. After a while, he dared those fans to leave, saying that Yin Yu was somewhere. Chen Wei breathed a sigh of relief and just turned around to enter the house. When Yifeng kicked him out and said, Get out of here, Chen Wei stumbled and almost fell down. But he was not angry, but said seriously, Andy asked me to stay for dinner. I won't leave. Are you leaving? Chen Wei directly hugged the door of Yifeng's house and said, I won't leave even if you kill me. At this time, Yimu came out of the kitchen and said, I asked All Wei to stay for dinner. Who were those people just now? They looked weird. And they were still calling Yin Yu's name. Yifeng's parents are ordinary people and work in the fields. Of course, they don't understand what celebrities are and what is not. Yifeng said, It's not All Wei's fault. Please apologize to my mother. You scared my mother. Chen Wei said with a look of remorse, Auntie. I was wrong. Let me stay for dinner. It's okay. It's okay. I originally planned to let you come for dinner. Where is Yin Yu? Yifeng said, I'm putting things upstairs. The 3 of them will sleep together tonight. Mother, Yi said, Isn't this possible? The 2 girls agreed. They are on good terms now. Mom, don't worry. I'll call them down for dinner. Okay. Just agree to it. At the dinner table, Yin Yu saw Chen Wei and said with a look of disgust, Hey, isn't this my brother's childhood sweetheart? Why are you here to have dinner at my house today? Or to watch celebrities? Chen Wei said seriously, I'm here to see Yifeng and have a meal. Who do you think I am? Bah. I don't know what kind of virtue you have. When you were a child, you got into trouble. And every time it was my brother who helped you get blamed. You are so embarrassed. Chen Wei blushed and said, Can we change the topic? Yin Yu shook his head and said, No. I have to say. You. As a result, after the meal, it was all about Yifeng and Chen Wei's childhood embarrassments. Which made Yin Yu and Zhisu burst into laughter. Especially Zhisu, who laughed completely regardless of his image. After lunch, Chen Wei continued to work at the car repair shop. Yifeng originally planned to take Yin Yu to buy a Fantasy World ring. But at this time, the door to his home was kicked open. Boom! Several people who were sitting together chatting were startled. Yifeng frowned and looked back. A bald man stood at the door and looked inside. When he saw the smoke, the bald man said happily to the outside boss, He is really here. I heard a voice from outside saying, Why don't you invite her out? The bald man said yes again and again, walked into the room and said, Miss Yin Yu, our boss invites you to go out and play. Yifeng frowned and shouted, Please get out. The bald man pointed at Yifeng with a fierce expression and said, Get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Yifeng said again coldly, I'm counting to 3. If you don't leave, you'll just lie down and go out. 1. You are so brave. Believe it or not. 2. Damn it. I'll kill you. As he said that, the bald man raised his fist and hit Yifeng on the door. Snapped. One hand firmly grasped the bald man's fist. And Yifeng said expressionlessly, 3. Chapter 149 Where are the people? At this moment, Yifeng has completed the virtual reality transformation. The strength in his hands has strengthened a bit. And the sound of broken bones can be clearly heard. Ah! The bald man knelt down in an instant, shivering in pain. Yifeng punched the bald man in the abdomen, causing the guy to lose his voice. Except for Zhisu and Yin Yu in the room. Yifeng's family members were all surprised. This person was obviously a gangster. Yifeng actually hit someone. Wasn't he looking for death? Yifeng turned his head and said, I'm going out for a while. Saying that, Yifeng led the guy directly to the door with one hand. In the house, Yifeng's family was very nervous. Yin Yu comforted him, It's okay. You believe him. In front of the door, Yifeng led the bald man out and threw it directly to the ground with one hand. In front of Yifeng, there was a luxury car. The moment several gangsters saw their bald heads being pulled out, they knew they were in trouble. A young man stepped out of the luxury car, looking carefree and looking at the miserable bald head on the ground. He said with a smile on his face, You are Yin Yu's bodyguard. Go talk to Miss Yin Yu and play with me for a day. How about 1 million? Yifeng frowned and said, Please leave. You are not welcome here. Uh-huh. Don't be like this. If it's not enough. How about 2 million? Yi Feng warned again. My patience has its limit. Hurry up and get out. Brother. Don't be like this. We are all men. Otherwise, I will give you 500,000. And you go and invite Miss Yin Yu out. Yi Feng said with a gloomy face. Get out. At this time, the young man's face finally changed. And he said angrily, I'm shameless for you. Don't you? Catch this guy and teach him a lesson. I'll go and treat him myself. Yi Feng couldn't allow this guy to be so presumptuous in front of him. He kicked the young man directly and flew him away. Bang! It hit the car directly. Westbrook. Westbrook. Are you okay? The young man named Westbrook held his stomach and said angrily, Cut him. Several gangsters took out several machetes from the car and rushed towards Yi Feng. How could Yi Feng, who had the same skills as Fantasy World, be afraid of such a little guy? In order not to hurt anyone, Yi Feng didn't even use weapons. With only his own hands, he shuttled back and forth among several gangsters. The gangsters' knives could not touch the corners of Yi Feng's clothes. In less than 10 seconds, several gangsters were already lying on the ground and screaming. The young man named Wei Xiao was a little scared and said, Don't come over. Don't come over. My dad is the gang boss here. If you touch me, my dad won't let you go. Yi Feng squatted in front of Westbrook and said, I'll crush you to death. No different from an ant. Do you think your dad has this ability? I'm warning you again. Don't leave until you get out. The young man was so frightened that he wet his pants on the spot, climbed up, left his followers on the ground, and drove away. Yi Feng stared at the gangsters coldly and said, Why don't you leave yet? Stay for dinner? Those gangsters dared to stay no matter where they were. They had to crawl away despite the pain. Although they left, they still attracted many neighbors to watch. Yi Feng returned to the house and said, It's okay. They left. Son, are you not hurt? Ershing Qianli's mother was worried. Not to mention the situation just now. Ye's mother was even more worried. Yi Feng said with a smile, It's okay. It's all Chen Wei's fault. I really want to teach him a lesson later. Yin Yu blamed herself a little. It's all my fault for causing you trouble. Mother Yi shook her head and said, It's none of your business. You are so beautiful. It's his ability to like my Yi Feng. So he should protect you. Yes. My brother was very majestic just now. Yi Feng said, It's okay. By the way, parents, we have to buy some things in the afternoon. We will go there later. You can rest at home. We will buy this year's New Year's goods. Okay. Okay. My son is finally sensible. So we won't do anything today. Not long after, Yi Feng took Yin Yu and the three of them to the streets to buy New Year's goods, such as Spring Festival couplets, calendars, and anything related to the new year. They also bought a lot of new clothes for their parents. Of course, the most important thing is I bought Yi Yinqiu a virtual exchange ring from Fantasy World. But Yi Yinqiu was so happy that she kept pulling Yin Yu and Zisu, asking them to explain to her how to play this game. When Yi Feng and others returned home, the house was empty, and her parents were not at home. However, it was almost 5 o'clock, so it stands to reason that Ye's mother should start cooking. Soon Yi Feng realized the seriousness of the problem. That is, Westbrook probably came again and took Yi Feng's parents away. Yi Yinqiu said with red eyes. My parents will be okay. Yi Feng took a deep breath and said, It's best if nothing happens. Otherwise, I won't let them have an easy time. Yi Feng wanted to save his parents, but was afraid that the place would be robbed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Come out! Pig's foot was forcefully pulled out of the pet space by Yi Feng. The pig's foot that had just come out looked around in confusion. Yi Feng said, Protect the three of them. Do you understand? Pigfoot seemed a little unhappy, but was quickly frightened by Yi Feng's sharp eyes. He nodded desperately. And then Yi Feng said, You guys wait for me here. I'll go out first. Yi Feng left after saying that, while Yin Yu, Zisu, and Yi Yinqiu were already stunned in place. Isn't this thing floating in front of them the mythical beast pig's feet that Yi Feng had in Fantasy World? How could it appear in reality? Wow! This is incredible. Pig's foot looked at Yin Yu and Zisu. The two were acquaintances. Pig's foot stopped on Yin Yu's shoulder and crawled quietly. Sister-in-law. What is this? Yin Yu said a little confused. It seems to be your brother's pet. Called Pig's foot. Zisu on the side said, Well, it's just a pig's foot. But why does it appear here? I'm not sure either. Yin Yu said, shaking her head. After Yi Feng went out, A neighbor told Yifeng that Yifeng's parents had been taken to the Paradise KTV and asked Yifeng to take them there. After thanking the man, Yifeng opened the map on his phone, found the location, and ran directly towards that location. It originally took 10 minutes to drive, but Yifeng arrived there in 5 minutes by foot. Standing at the door of Paradise KTV, Yifeng looked up at the sign and made sure it was correct before walking in. "Welcome to Paradise KTV. How many of you are there?" a waiter said to Yifeng. Yifeng said, "I'm here to find someone." "Where is box 1034? When he heard about box 1034, the waiter looked at Yifeng a few times and said, "Follow me." Then he whispered, "Be careful. They are not easy to mess with." Yifeng nodded and said, "Thank you." When Yifeng came to the door of private room 1034, there were deafening sounds. Yifeng opened the door and found that there were at least 20 or 30 people inside. This was a super large private room. Yifeng turned on the light switch on the wall and said coldly, "Where are the people?" Chapter 150 Death Comes. Yifeng turned on the light and said, "Where are the people?" In one sentence, the originally bustling KTV private room became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Yifeng. Yifeng looked at everyone in front of him coldly. His parents were not found here. A middle-aged man was lying on the sofa, looking up and down at Yifeng. "You are the one who injured my son and my men?" Yifeng said, "Yes. It's me. But where are my parents?" "Don't worry. We gangsters still have principles. We won't do anything to your parents. But it's different for you. Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, a young man handed a cigar and lit it for the middle-aged man. Hearing that his parents were okay, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Your son deserves a beating." "Oh, this is the first time I heard someone talk to me like this. Everyone who talked to me like this before is dead." Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Really? But why do I feel that you can't move me?" I, Lao Chuan, have been in the underworld for decades, and there are really few people I can't touch. If you are willing to hand over your celebrity girlfriend, maybe this matter can be forgotten." Yifeng smiled and said, "Do you think I am such a person?" Lao Chuan shook his head and said, "So if you don't give me some color as a tough guy like you, you won't bow your head. Tell them to take action and catch that woman." "Yes, boss." Fortunately, Yifeng left the pig's feet at home. Otherwise something would really happen. However, Yifeng still believed in the ability of the pig's feet. This guy was a giant dragon. There was nothing that the dragon's mouth couldn't handle. If so, then just 2 bites. After a phone call, several Lao Chuan's men walked out near Yifeng's house. Unfortunately, they walked in straight, but they didn't know if they could walk out straight. Yifeng smiled and said, "You can try it." I really can't shed tears until I see the coffin. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you say no again, you won't be able to leave regardless of whether the woman comes or not." Lao Chuan threatened. Yifeng stood at the door of the KTV private room and punched the door. His fist passed through the thick door. He pulled hard and tore the door off. Yifeng pushed the door sideways and used both hands to pull it off. Tore directly in half. Yifeng said, "I'm giving you a warning. This is the last time. If you don't want to die, kneel down." I have to say that Yifeng's hand was particularly intimidating. Some gangsters' hands and feet began to tremble. They were not human beings. They were gods. Lao Chuan was also frightened by Yifeng's move. But Lao Chuan was an experienced slicker. "Brother, are you trying to scare me? I don't know if it's your meat that's harder, or our knives that are harder." At Lao Chuan's signal, the gangsters in the private room took out their machetes one by one, preparing to attack Yifeng. Yifeng sneered and said, "There's nothing to talk about? Where are my parents?" Lao Chuan pointed to a small room in the private room and said, "Inside." "It depends on your ability." Yifeng made a low voice. "I advise you to invite them out. Otherwise, I won't know the severity of what I will do." "How serious?" You young man is really interesting. Go cut off this guy's hand. I want to see how capable you are." Following Lao Chuan's order, several young gangsters who wanted to take credit swung their knives at Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even blink. A long sword appeared in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Yifeng rose and fell. The gangster who had just pounced on him was already lying on the ground, and the hand holding the sword was broken. My hand? My hand?" The long sword dripping with blood and Yifeng's cold expression seemed like a knight appeared in this private room. And this knight was Yifeng. "What are you still doing? Come on! Come on!" Lao Chuan did not expect that such a thing would happen. This young man was a bit scary. Unfortunately, having learned from the past, some of those gangsters did not dare to take action. Instead, Yifeng walked towards Lao Chuan step by step. Yifeng said coldly, "If you still want your hand, kneel down." As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, a row of people knelt down and trembled. Lao Chuan kicked the people around him away and said calmly, "Don't come over. Don't come over. Otherwise I will be rude." Yifeng showed a cruel smile and walked towards Lao Chuan step by step. At this time, Lao Chuan took out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Yifeng, and said ferociously, "You are forcing me to kill you, right?" After taking out the gun, Lao Chuan became bolder. When seeing the boss taking out the gun, some bold gangsters knelt down and stood beside their boss with dignity. What Yifeng didn't expect was that the opponent actually had a gun. This was completely unexpected. But Yifeng was not stupid. A dark magic shield blocked Yifeng's face and wrapped it up, making it look even weirder. Yifeng's voice rang out from the magic shield. "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Otherwise you'll be responsible for the consequences." Yifeng approached Lao Chuan step by step. Lao Chuan tightened his grip on the pistol. Seeing Yifeng getting closer, he finally pulled the trigger. Boom! A bullet shot into the magic shield in front of Yifeng, and then disappeared. But the scene that Lao Chuan imagined did not appear. Yifeng died in the end. Instead, Yifeng's contemptuous voice came. "Is this the power of bullets? It is useless to me." A bullet flew out of the magic shield and shot directly into Lao Chuan's arm. Ah! The pistol was unstable and fell directly to the ground. Lao Chuan couldn't understand why there were people who were not afraid of guns. This was terrifying. But the few gangsters who had just stood up were already upset. They thought that the boss had a chance of winning, and it was not okay to take over the boss now. Yifeng shouted, "Want to live or die?" Several gangsters said quickly, "I want to live. I want to live." Yifeng said jokingly, "Kill him." Lao Chuan stared at Yifeng with wide eyes. He was so cruel. He asked his little brother to kill him. This was a great shame and humiliation. Lao Chuan covered his injured arm and said, "Master, I was wrong. Lao Chuan, look down on others. Whatever compensation you want, I will give it to you now, as long as you let me live." Yifeng sneered, "It's like letting your son go. He complained to you, and you are here to kill me?" Lao Chuan was already sweating profusely, and said with a trembling face, "No, I absolutely won't. I swear, as long as you let me go." Yifeng will never believe him again. This kind of gangster leader has killed countless people here. His parents are still living here. As long as he leaves, his parents will definitely suffer. This is absolutely not allowed. In Yifeng's heart, the person in front of him has been sentenced to death, and no one here can get out no matter what. At the same time, at Yifeng's home, several charred corpses were lying in front of Yin Yu and others. The power of Pig's feet was much stronger than in the game. These people did not resist at all and were directly burned to death. And very quickly. It quickly burned to ashes. His flames were so terrifying. On the other hand, Pig's feet seemed to have done something trivial, yawned, and lay lazily in Yin Yu's arms. Chapter 151. The revenge of killing my father is irreconcilable. In the box, Lao Chuan was standing tall, and those gangsters didn't dare to move. Yifeng's ability could be said to be extremely weird. There was a chance that this guy was not a human being. Yifeng stood up and said, "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. No one will be able to walk out after 10 seconds. Lao Chuan said in horror, "Don't be too happy. My people have captured that woman. If you really dare to touch me, I will kill that woman." Yifeng smiled contemptuously and said, "It's a pity. It's a pity. If I were an ordinary person, maybe you would have one. But in the end it was me who won. If you don't believe me, try it." Lao Chuan quickly dialed his younger brother's phone number, and when he answered it, it showed that the phone was turned off because the phone and the person had been burned. Lao Chuan's cell phone fell to the ground with a clang. Originally, he just wanted to vent his anger on his son and just break any limbs. But now, he was involved in it. Lao Chuan thought of his son and immediately said, "My son was the one who caused the incident. I will hand my son over to you. Please let me go. I didn't do anything." Yifeng said, 10, 9. Those gangsters started to get ready to make a move. Instead of being killed, it would be better to kill Lao Chuan in exchange for a chance of survival. No one wanted to die, and everyone wanted to live. 8. Kill. A younger brother picked up a machete and chopped it down. Lao Chuan picked up a pistol and shot him. Lao Chuan, who looked ferocious, said, "You want to kill me? But you are not qualified enough." It's a pity that Lao Chuan only had a gun and a machete flying towards Lao Chuan. Lao Chuan wanted to avoid it, but found that a man had already approached him and wanted to take the gun from him. Lao Chuan fired angrily and killed the opponent directly. But by this time, others had already arrived. In less than 10 seconds, Lao Chuan, who was still alive and kicking just now, was already bloody and lying in a pool of blood. He would have to pay back sooner or later. But Lao Chuan did not expect to die at the hands of his younger brother. In the end, Lao Chuan died with his eyes closed. And Yifeng sighed and said, "Only one person can get out of this room alive. You just have to do what you want." For a moment, terrifying screams broke out in the box. Until finally, a relatively strong guy stood in front of Yifeng, lowered his head and said, "They are all dead." Although this guy had many knife marks on his body, he still stood upright in front of Yifeng. In fact, Yifeng had noticed this guy for a long time. This guy had good skills. Yifeng said, "Who are you?" "The person who killed Lao Chuan." "Oh, from your tone, you seem to have a lot of opinions about this Lao Chuan. Let's talk about it. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable." "Very good. If you want to solve the trouble, his son must be killed and eradicated. Can you do it?" Yifeng said. "I understand. Even if it weren't for you, their family wouldn't be able to survive their 30s this year." "Okay. Go ahead." The man knelt down to Yifeng and chose to leave the private room this time. Yifeng walked into the private room, looked at his parents lying on the bed, and felt his breath. Fortunately, he just fainted. Then Yifeng carried his parents into the taxi and chose to go home. The next day, Lao Chuan's family and more than 20 of his men died in the Paradise KTV. And this KTV was Lao Chuan's own. Lao Chuan died so suddenly, and the underworld became a mess. But this had nothing to do with Yifeng and the others. What does it matter? In the early morning, at the door of Yifeng's house, Qin Wei was kneeling at the door. After he learned what happened, he realized how much trouble he had caused. However, in the end, there was no danger. But all this was caused by his own talk. Qin Wei cried and said, "Uncle and aunt, it's me. Wei. Who is at fault? You should punish me. It was me who caused you to be captured by the underworld. You can beat me." Mother Yi pulled Qin Wei and said, "You silly kid. Aren't we fine? We just went to chat with others. It's not a big deal. But those people from the Black Society died last night. If someone hadn't saved you, I would have blamed myself for the rest of my life." Mother Yi was shocked and said, "What? They're all dead? Weren't they still fine yesterday?" At this time, Yifeng came out and said, "Mom, those gangsters will die if they die. Wei really deserves to be beaten. I have to ask him to kneel here for a day to calm me down." Qin Wei said with a sad face, "How did I know that something like this would happen? I swear that I will never find a celebrity as my girlfriend in this life. I want to live for a few more years." "Bah! It's just you. Even Suehua in the village doesn't like you. And you're a celebrity. You think you are my brother," Yi Yinqiu said angrily. Qin Wei murmured in a low voice, "I've always been your brother. Haven't I?" I saw Yi Yinqiu put his hands on his hips and said, "Not now. I wanted to strangle you to death yesterday." In the end, Ye's mother was kind and helped Qin Wei up and said, "Okay. Please be careful what you say in the future. Yi Feng's girlfriend is a bit prettier, so don't be too jealous." "Auntie!" "I'm not jealous. Yi Feng stretched out his hand to interrupt Qin Wei and said, "Come on. My mother has forgiven you. So stop being so nagging here and go home quickly." He took Qin Wei and hugged the door of Yi Feng's house tightly and said, "No. I have already asked for leave today. I have to serve my aunt and uncle for the whole day. Get out. You won't leave even if you kill me. I'll just stay here today." Yi Feng had a dark look on his face. Why did he meet such a scoundrel? And he was his own child. How could he be so shameless? How could he have such a shameless child? Under Ye's mother's persuasion, Qin Wei gave up the idea of staying with Yi Feng's family. But before leaving, Yi Feng pulled Qin Wei aside and secretly gave Qin Wei a ring. "Take care of yourself. This is the ring of Fantasy World. I gave it to you. It's up to you whether you can get up. I'm still called Yi Feng in there. You can come to me." When Qin Wei saw the ring, he was so excited that he wanted to hold Yi Feng and kiss him. He said excitedly, "Great. This thing is too expensive. I can't bear to buy it." Qin Wei, have done such a stupid thing in my life. And I almost killed my uncle and aunt. I will definitely become your right-hand man in the game. Yes. You wait. As he spoke, Chinwei picked up the ring and walked towards his home with excitement on his face. Chapter 152 New Year's Activities. Today is the New Year's Eve, and Yifeng's family is very busy, making dumplings and pasting Spring Festival couplets. But for Zisu, who has not been home to celebrate the New Year for the first time, that is a kind of suffering. He looked out the door with a frustrated look, thinking about his parents who were far away. Yifeng was pasting Spring Festival couplets and said, "Give me the tape." After taking it and stretching it for a long time, I didn't see where the tape was. When I lowered my head, I realized that Zisu was in a daze. Yifeng sighed, shook his head and said, "I told you not to come, but you insist on coming. You must be homesick now." Zisu said with red eyes, "Every year at this time, I accompany my dad to post Spring Festival couplets. This year I am not at home, so I don't know what happened to them." Yifeng said, "If you miss them, just give them a call." Saying that, Zisu ran back to the room, took out her cell phone, and dialed her parents' number. I saw Zisu crying and telling something, but soon Zisu's tears disappeared and were replaced by a smile on her face. Not long after, Zisu handed the phone to Yifeng and said, "My mother wants to talk to you." "Oh, Happy New Year, Auntie. I'm Xiaoya." Zisu's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone, saying, "Well, okay. It's the first time Zisu didn't go home for the New Year. As a man, you have to coax her." Yifeng said, Definitely. Don't worry. Zisu will have food and shelter here. I will never treat her badly. I will raise her until she is white and fat. After the Chinese New Year, I will go there as soon as possible. Visit your home." "Don't worry. Just play around." "Oops. I'm making soup. Stop talking and I'm dead." As he said it, he seemed to really want to make soup, so he hung up in a hurry. Zisu blew her nose and glared and said, "You heard me. Please be nice to me." Yifeng said, "I've already said that I want to raise you to be fat and white. I don't want to be choked. I don't want to get fat. Go and put up Spring Festival couplets." "Okay. Let's go." After Zisu finished the phone call, not long after, Yin Yu also called home, including Yifeng. Yi Yinqiu on the side leaned against his mother and said, "Mom, look at my brother. He is really busy. Are you going to visit your parents-in-law during the Chinese New Year? You little girl, don't make blind guesses. Let your brother handle it by himself. You must pay your romantic debts yourself." "Hee. I think I can't pay it back. Go. Don't talk nonsense. Come with me to make dumplings." It was the first time in several years that Yifeng went home to celebrate the New Year. This meal made Yifeng feel like he had gone back in time. The whole family was having a good time, which was great, but they don't plan to keep the New Year's Eve tonight. After all, there are not many young people who keep the New Year's Eve. However, in Fantasy World, there are New Year's activities for the new year. The whole server has a New Year's Eve activity together, as long as it's past 12 o'clock. New Year beasts will be refreshed around the major cities. Buy firecrackers from specific NPCs, and use firecrackers to challenge the New Year beasts. The more beasts you have, the richer the rewards you will get. Anyone who participates in the event can get rewards. And a new ranking has been refreshed on the ranking page. The Nian Beast Exorcism ranking. The person ranked first will get a purple gold treasure chest. There is a 100% chance of getting purple equipment when opened, a 10% chance of getting orange equipment, and a mid-level gem with random attributes. The person ranked second will get a gold treasure chest. When opened, there is a 100% chance of getting gold equipment, a 50% chance of getting purple equipment, a 5% chance of getting orange equipment, and a mid-level gem with random attributes. The person ranked third will get a blue treasure chest. There is a 100% chance of getting blue equipment, a 50% chance of getting gold equipment, a 20% chance of getting purple equipment, and a 1% chance of getting orange equipment. You must get an intermediate level 1. Gems. Attributes are random. People ranked 4th to 100th will get a lucky treasure box. When you open it, you can get mysterious props or equipment. You will get a primary gem with random attributes. After ranking 100, you will get a comfort treasure box. When you open it, you will get a primary gem with random attributes. The first place is simply giving away equipment. Even the second place is very good. The third place is just a little worse. If you are unlucky, you can only get blue equipment. If you are lucky, you can't get gold equipment. If you are unlucky, maybe it is don't even think about the purple or orange ones. But Yi Feng was a little confused when he looked at the gym. What was this? It seemed that he had never heard of the gym coming out. Yin Yu. What is this primary gym? And what are the intermediate gyms? Yin Yu explained, there are several types of gyms. Some for attack, some for defense, and some for chi and blood. How do you know? Is there information on the official website? Yin Yu said angrily, I've told you this a long time ago, but it hasn't been released yet. But I heard that the system will be upgraded after the year, and the gym system will be completely opened. If attack stones are added to the weapon, your attack will be greatly strengthened. Yi Feng nodded. There is such an operation. It seems that in the future, equipment will not only increase combat effectiveness, but gyms will also be one of them. This way, players will have more fun while playing, and will not stop at pursuing equipment. How do we divide up tonight? This is a driving number, and it is for individuals. I don't know how to calculate it in a team, but according to other previous games, this kind of activity cannot be done in a team, and is calculated as a single person. Yin Yu said, it depends on the situation. If Yi Yanchio's level is not high, just do whatever you want. Yi Feng, try to get first place. Yi Feng said with some embarrassment, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Look at those guild bosses. They will definitely sacrifice their subordinates to lure monsters to themselves. Their large number gives them a huge advantage. Yin Yu nodded, but he had forgotten about this. Every time there was such an event, the three of them didn't show up at all, and they were all taken down by those big guilds. Go and try it yourself. We can just take each show around for a while. You won't be able to move up the rankings anyway. If you can do it, the top 100 would be the best. Okay, let me try. Yi Yanchio is a priest in the game, because for those who have just played the game, priest is the easiest, but it is more difficult to become a top priest. However, for Yi Chio, priest is quite suitable for her. However, Yi Yanchio's game is called Yechuanchio, which is quite girlish. At this time, the two brothers Xiaohe and Arrogance also came online one after another, and more people gathered in Xuanwu City. Fortunately, there are NPCs who buy firecrackers at the 3 gates of Xuanwu City. Otherwise, if there was only one place, they would be squeezed into meat pies. As time goes by, the New Year's bell is about to ring. Ding! System prompts. The activity of driving away Nian beasts is about to start. New Year beasts will be spawned near major cities. Each Nian beast will be spawned after 1 minute after being driven away. Fantasy World wishes all players a happy new year. Chapter 153, Driving the Nian Beast Away. As the event started, Yi Feng followed the surging crowd and headed outside Xuanwu City. Outside Xuanwu City, a new wild monster has been spawned. Its name is Nian Beast. Its level is not high, only level 10. Because this is a national event, anyone who has just come out of Novice Village can participate. If it's too high, it won't be worth being bitten to death by the Nian Beast. Yi Feng saw a player pull the fuse of a firecracker in his hand and throw it towards the Nian Beast. The Nian Beast held its head and ran around screaming, and finally disappeared slowly. This proved that you had successfully driven away a Nian Beast. But there are really too many players in front of us. On the night of New Year's Eve, it can be said that Fantasy World has the largest flow of people. There are too many players who usually can't see them. As soon as a Nian Beast was spawned, it was thrown firecrackers by more than a dozen or 20 people. Who owned it in the end depended on how the system divided it. Yi Feng is not stupid. It is impossible to really grab the Nian Beast here. He must go deep into the wild monster area. However, there are many people who have the same idea as Yi Feng. They all know that there are many people at the gate of Xuanwu City, and they are looking for the Nian Beast in all directions. Yi Feng was relatively familiar with the map of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng went directly to Taohua Village. Of course, there were many young beasts scattered here, but there were also players coming one after another. Now more than 10 minutes have passed, and Yi Feng has only driven away 5 Nian Beasts along the way, which is extremely inefficient. On the ranking list for driving away Nian Beasts, the number 1 person has already driven away nearly 30 animals. This is too exaggerated. Yi Feng had to speed up and pass directly through Peach Blossom Village, arriving at a place he had never been before. The green space here had begun to gradually become less and less, replaced by a vast expanse of white snow. There is snow here. Why haven't you heard anyone else say that? But yes, Xuanwu City is so big. Taohua Village extends in all directions. And the wild monsters here are all level 40. Of course, few people come. After all, the highest level is only level 40 now. And it seems to be a hurdle at the moment. The first place, it's been a long time since I reached level 41 from level 40. There was no one around. And Yifeng had already seen several Yin beasts. The firecrackers had a cooling time. But fortunately it was only a second. And Yifeng quickly eliminated the Yin beasts here. But Yifeng found that this speed was too slow. There were now more than 50 in the first place. And he only had less than 10. Yifeng looked at the firecrackers in his hands. Could he drive away a bunch of Yin beasts at once? With this thought, Yifeng began to search for the Yin beasts in the snow. This time, Yifeng led 10 Yin beasts to follow him. Yifeng pulled the lead and threw the firecrackers directly into the middle of the Yin beasts. There was a crackling sound. And the Yin beasts panicked. All 10 Yin beasts disappeared after 2 seconds. And Yifeng also prompted to drive away 10 Yin beasts. A smile appeared on Yifeng's face. It seemed that the first few did it in the same way. Otherwise they wouldn't be so fast. After finding a way, Yifeng began to attract monsters unscrupulously. 1, 2, 3. Slowly, Yifeng came to the depths of the snow. Behind Yifeng, there were 20 or 30 Yin beasts. And in front of Yifeng, a village appeared. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to Snow Mountain Village. I went. And unknowingly, I discovered a Snow Mountain Village. Looking at the monsters around, they were all level 40 or above. Moreover, Yifeng found a large number of Yin beasts at the entrance of the Snow Mountain Village. Yifeng counted no less than 5. 10 of them made Yifeng jump with joy. Looking at the Yin beasts behind him, Yifeng directly threw firecrackers. But Yifeng discovered that he could only drive away 10 at most at a time. The remaining Yin beasts rushed towards Yifeng. And suddenly Yifeng's head was flying with -1 damage. The level 10 Yin beast could at most inflict a little damage on itself. But it couldn't sustain much damage. All of a sudden, Yifeng lost several hundred points of blood. Yifeng was so scared that he didn't dare to stop. While flattening the Yin beast, throw firecrackers. What hurts is that every time he throws firecrackers, he will force Yifeng to stop. This time, all the Yin beasts near Shueshan village were killed. As soon as Yifeng stopped, he lost thousands of blood points, which frightened Yifeng. Run away by rolling and crawling. I didn't expect these level 10 Yin beasts to be so powerful. Now there are at least hundreds of Yin beasts behind Yifeng. And they are still increasing because Yifeng keeps pulling monsters. Yifeng looked around. He had to find a reasonable position to stop, so that he would not be hurt by the Yin beast. Yifeng looked at Snow Mountain Village. In front of the village gate, there were 2 snowmen. But they were a little small. If they were bigger, Yifeng might not be able to be attacked if he stood on them. If the door doesn't work, then go inside the village. There are many NPCs standing in the village. Maybe Yifeng has not reached level 40. And no NPC has indicated that Yifeng can take the task. Yifeng looked up at the thatched houses in the village. There happened to be a high platform that resembled an altar. Yifeng climbed up without stopping. The Yin beasts following behind saw Yifeng climbing up. And they all jumped up. Unfortunately, they were not as tall as Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the Yin beasts on the ground and said with an evil look on his face, "You are all mine." Yifeng started his own harvesting business. And one piece after another of Yin beasts was harvested by Yifeng. On the ranking list, the top 10 were originally all union bosses. And their data were very close. Anyone could win the first place. After all, this task only lasted 2 hours. And now half an hour has passed. Yifeng, who was ranked outside the 1000th place just now, is rising at a rocket-like speed. With each second refresh, Yifeng's ranking is changing. The first place now has more than 200 people. 1 minute later, Yifeng appeared directly at the first place, suppressing all the guild bosses. "Let me go! This Yifeng is too strong. He's suddenly ranked first. He is too strong." The madman who was ranked second said, "We must not let him take first place. Otherwise our faces will be in vain." After Baki won the first gang token in Xinhua, the gang's number 1 position began to waver. And he urgently needed the top spot this time to consolidate his position. As the first guild myth in this server, currently ranked 3rd, he is obviously even more angry. Altian said, "Where is the Yin beast? Hurry up and get the Yin beast." Yifeng is probably done with it. The number has not changed yet. It is true that there is no Yin beast in front of Yifeng now. A Yin beast has to be refreshed once every minute. and Yifeng must go out and lure it again. As soon as he opened the rankings, Yifeng found that his ranking was falling slowly. It seems that it is a bit difficult to win this first place. Yifeng went straight to the outside of the Snow Mountain village and started his journey of attracting monsters again. But this time Yifeng ran into trouble. Because someone came. And he was not alone, but a group of people. And they had already attracted many Yin beasts. When they saw the Yin beasts behind Yifeng, evil expressions appeared on their faces. Chapter 154 Plunder. Looking at the Yin beasts behind Yifeng, this group of people's eyes widened. There were actually so many Yin beasts. At least 40 or 50. If they captured them, their rankings would probably rise quickly. Yifeng looked at the expressions of the team and frowned. These people obviously had bad intentions. Just as Yifeng was about to avoid them, he saw that one of them had already pulled the lead of the firecracker and threw it directly into the Yin beast army behind Yifeng. In an instant, 10 Yin beasts were driven away, and the man continued, not paying attention to Yifeng at all. Yifeng shouted coldly, "What do you mean?" The guy who drove away the Yin beast seemed to be the boss among them. The others had no intention of throwing firecrackers at all. Only that guy was throwing them. Yifeng looked at the guy's name, and his name was Backstreet Master Qiao. Yifeng directly opened the ranking list of expelling Yin beasts, entered this guy's name, and directly searched for this guy's ranking. Unexpectedly, this guy was already almost 100. It seemed that these people around him were his younger brothers. Mr. Qiao from the back street said, "It's not interesting. I'm driving away the Yin beast." "Then why did you drive me away?" Yifeng shouted. "Uh-huh. The beasts haven't written your name in these years. I can drive them away as much as I want. Can you control them?" Yifeng said in a low voice. "Then it's understandable that I kill you." "Uh-huh. Don't worry. I'm afraid of you just because you are Yifeng. This is not Xuanwu City. And you can't order NPCs? Most people think that the reason why Yifeng is powerful is because Yifeng relies on the power of NPC soldiers. If he really wants to fight in a group, I'm afraid Yifeng really doesn't have much ability." Yifeng looked at the remaining time of the event. There were still 80 minutes left. He looked at his ranking. Now he had dropped to 20th place. He couldn't delay here any longer. Yifeng held out the dim staff in his hand, preparing to kill Mr. Qiao in the backstreet. Looking at Yifeng's dull staff, Backstreet Master Qiao laughed and said, "Haha. Look, this guy's weapon is actually white equipment. It's so funny. He really thinks he is a great god." The corners of Yifeng's mouth raised slightly, and he muttered silently, "The earth's flames explode." I saw black flames erupting at the feet of that group of people and exploding directly. Ah! What surprised Yifeng was that there were critical hits. And there were 2 critical hits at once, directly killing a priest and an archer on the opposite side. The blood volume of others was directly reduced by more than 1,000. Such horrific damage must be too terrible. Although Yifeng was surprised, he quickly recovered. Although this was the first time he used an artifact to PK with someone, the effect was simply not too strong. One skill directly dealt thousands of damage. Apart from human shields, I'm afraid no one can resist Yifeng's 2 attacks. If it gets a critical hit, it will be completely destroyed. 2 people were instantly killed by Yifeng's terrifying damage. The remaining people were either with residual health or half health, and they all retreated desperately. Mr. Qiao in the back street yelled, "Run quickly. This guy is too scary." Yifeng sneered, and with a wave of his staff, a black flame emerged from the ground and directly grabbed Mr. Qiao's feet on the back street, causing his speed to drop by 50%. "Master, please don't kill me. If you have anything to say, please speak up. It's not easy for me to level up. Please let me go. I'll give you everything you want." Yifeng said coldly, "I want your life." As Yifeng finished speaking, a black dragon fell from the sky and directly hit Mr. Qiao on the back street, killing him instantly. How could those Backstreet Master Qiao's followers dare to stay any longer? They ran away in despair. Ding! System prompt. Because you killed the player Backstreet Joe, the PK value increased by 50. The current total PK value is 150 points. And you are currently yellow. Ding! System prompt. Because you killed the player Backstreet Master Qiao, the number of Yin beasts he drove was plundered by you. Currently, the number of Yin beasts you have driven away is 421. Although he has a yellow name. Yifeng laughs happily. This is so cool. He directly added more than 100 Yin beasts. Now Yifeng firmly stands at the top of the Yin beast exorcism list, and is more domineering. There are nearly 50 fanatics. If you go and kill all the big guys at this time, Wouldn't you be the number one? But just think about this idea. If this is true, I'm afraid Yi Feng will be hunted down by the entire server. He wanted to think about it, but Yi Feng still silently started to attract the Yin beast, because there was still more than an hour before the end of the event. Since Mr. Chiao on Backstreet, no one has appeared here again. Of course, a post on the forum directly attracted people's attention. That is, players who kill the Yin beast can directly plunder the opponent's quantity. As soon as this post came out, the originally calm players suddenly began to become irritable and started PK at the slightest disagreement. Those who had tasted the sweetness were no longer able to drive away with peace of mind. Yin beast, but began to look for players ready to compete for each other's number. Of course, what the post said was that Yi Feng killed Backstreet Master Chiao for the sake of the number of Yin beasts in Backstreet Master Chiao. Although I can't beat you, I can go on the forum and disgust you to death. Of course, Yi Feng drove away the Yin beasts quietly and did not read the forum. But this also made some players think that Yi Feng's character was not good, and he actually had to kill people to compete for the number of Yin beasts from the other party to maintain the first place, and felt disdain for Yi Feng's character. Look, someone is falsely accusing my brother on the forum, saying that he killed him. Zissou said, I saw it. I have asked the two brothers Xiaohei to do that guy. He is crazy. This guy must have offended Yi Feng. Otherwise, how could Yi Feng kill him? It's a shame he could write it down. Well, Yi Feng is usually very quiet when playing games. Your brother is disliked by others because he is famous. There is no need to be angry about such small things. Yin Yu comforted him. Yi Yanqiu said bitterly, these guys have no ability at all, and they still dare to talk nonsense here. I will fight against them. Yin Yu shook his head and said, no, your brother won't care about this. Just let him go. If it weren't for the arrogance of this activity and the ranking, I guess that guy would be so arrogant that he wouldn't dare to go online. So arrogant? Regarding the people around Yi Feng, Yi Yanqiu only knew Zissou and Yin Yu the most. As for Yi Feng's younger brothers, because of the Chinese New Year, either one or the other was not here today, and it was difficult for Yi Yanqiu to understand them. Zissou said arrogantly, that's not true. The guy who challenged your brother had the final say in the entire Xuanwu city for a while. But now he has become your brother's little brother. Wow. My brother turns out to be so powerful. As he spoke, Yi Yanqiu's eyes filled with stars. Take a good look. Your brother's ranking is now number 1. I don't know if he can maintain it, but it seems that he has not been pulled away at the moment. Yin Yu said. Chapter 155. Anyone who offends me will die. Xinhua Aotian already knows about the plundering system. It turns out that it can still be like this. So the guy ranked first will have a hard time. Come here. Find Yi Feng's location and kill him. It is best in the last 10 minutes to let him know that a single person is not qualified to compete with me for first place. Clear. Not only the Xinhua gang, but also the Baki gang also sent people to look for Yi Feng. And Yi Feng's location was quickly exposed because young Master Chiao from the backstreet said it directly. Yi Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them. He just knew that he should drive away the Yin beast quietly. As time passed, Yi Feng was still ranked first, and there was always a gap of 50 between the second place and himself. But it never widened. Seeing that there were still 10 minutes left, Yi Feng was relieved. When Yi Feng was attracting a wave of Yin beasts, he suddenly saw a player hiding on a hillside. This made Yi Feng alert. Soon Yi Feng looked around and could vaguely see a lot of things. People. They are all hidden in various locations. The most conspicuous ones are the mythical people, because they have the guild logo and are very easy to recognize. Yi Feng already realized that something was wrong, but Yi Feng still pretended not to know. Slowly approached the Snow Mountain Village, and finally introduced the Yin beast behind him into the Snow Mountain Village. In the Snow Mountain Village, this is a safe zone. Yi Feng can kill the Yin beast in front of him with peace of mind. However, after killing it, Yi Feng has to go out to attract the Yin beast again. Then what awaits him next will be a terrifying blow to himself. Obviously, there are many people who don't want to win the first place. But after he finished driving off the Yin beast, there were still about 5 minutes left. As long as Yi Feng didn't go out, he would definitely be overtaken. Yi Feng came to the outside of Shueshan village again and looked at the scattered Yin beasts. Yi Feng had to lure them one by one. In this way, Yi Feng would be far away from the security personnel, and he would be in great danger. There are definitely a lot of people coming. Even if Yi Feng is powerful, he is only one person. A group of skills can directly kill Yi Feng. But if he doesn't go out, The first place will be given to the people of the Grand Guild in vain. Yi Feng was always paying attention to the surroundings, and started another wave of attracting monsters. This time, just when Yi Feng was about to return to Snow Mountain Village, they finally couldn't help it, and launched an attack on Yi Feng. Seeing the gorgeous special effects of skills all over the sky, Yi Feng had been waiting for a long time and avoided them. Unfortunately, the Yin beasts behind him were killed without those skills. Yi Feng shouted, "Do you really want to fight? Kill!" I saw a person jumping out on the hillside opposite Yi Feng. And then a group of people jumped out. And people jumped out from all directions. They were trying to kill Yi Feng directly. Yi Feng looked around coldly. He was lying if he wasn't nervous. I was afraid that he was really going to die this time. And then his 2 hours of hard work would be in vain. No one knew who it was, but he shot an arrow at Yi Feng, which directly started the battle. Yi Feng directly summoned the pig's feet and shouted, "Get rid of all these guys in front of you." The pig's feet roared, and the whole body began to change. The thing that was originally only as big as a kitten began to slowly grow bigger the next moment, until it finally stopped changing to the size of an elephant. Moreover, the pig's foot is turned into the appearance of a giant dragon. This is the ability of the pig's foot after level 30. The dragon transformation skill, although it is not a complete dragon, has begun to take shape. Faced with the scene in front of him, Pig's foot did not show any pretense and roared out with a dragon roar, causing the people around him to start losing blood. Puff! Puff! Pig's feet waved its wings, rose high, and sprayed a huge fireball towards the players. Ah! These guild players still don't know that this is obviously the pet beast at the top of the rankings. The giant dragon named Pig's Foot is actually Yi Feng's pet. The attack of the pig's feet is already powerful. Otherwise how could it be a mythical beast? Yi Feng shouted, "Pig's feet! Take me up!" Pig's Foot dived and knocked the players on the ground upside down. Yi Feng jumped and landed directly on Pig's Foot's back. One person and one dragon stood in the sky. Yi Feng shouted, "Anyone who offends me will die." For the players below, a level 35 pig's trotter is definitely a boss level existence. And it is super fleshy, because the pig's trotter now has 30,000 health. Even Yi Feng will spend a lot of time. What's more, this guy is still a giant dragon. With the pressure of a giant dragon. It's scary. It's too scary. This is a giant dragon. We are dead. Wherever the giant dragon went, there was no grass growing. Even the thick snow was exposed. Finally, some players couldn't stand it anymore. Their attacks couldn't hurt the dragon at all. And watching the players around them fall down one by one, the players began to retreat one after another. In less than a minute, Yi Feng, who was originally in an absolutely weak position, turned into a god of death. No, that was a dragon knight. After killing many players, Yi Feng's number of yin beasts not only did not stop, but increased rapidly until the moment the system prompted. Ding! System prompts. The activity of driving away yin beasts has ended. According to the number of animals you have driven away, go to the NPCs in major cities to receive rewards. Soon a short video was refreshed on the forum. It was Yi Feng riding a giant dragon in the ice and snow to slaughter players. With a domineering sentence, "Those who offend me will die." It makes people's blood boil. Damn it. The mythical beast. That's the mythical beast dragon. Yi Feng actually got it. This doesn't allow anyone to play with it. That's right. It is invincible in itself. But when this divine beast comes out, it is so domineering. So handsome. So handsome. I swear, I want to be Yi Feng's little brother. My anus has been cleaned. TCH. My bed has been warmed by Yi Feng. Whatever you want me to do, I will definitely serve him comfortably. Damn it. You bitches have no sense of shame at all. I just want to say, if there is still room, take me one. On the other hand, those big guilds felt that they were wrong the moment the Yi Feng divine beast appeared. Currently, there are many orange pets in the Fantasy World server, but there is only one divine beast. Today, Yi Feng let them know that the divine beast is what the HL. The mythical beast is what gives you the confidence to say that whoever offends me will die. It's scary. Why does Yi Feng get all the good things? As the #1 guild in the country, why don't we have such an opportunity? The fanatic looked at the rankings. The first place was still the second place until the last moment. Yi Feng was still the first place. Almost all the people he said were wiped out. President, isn't Chao Ci challenging the secret realm? As long as we succeed, we will have unexpected gains. The madman stared and said, "Keep your voice down and don't even look at where this place is. Be careful in the future." Understand? Chapter 156. Take care of your woman. Looking at the red name above his head. If he handed in a task like this, he would be instantly killed by the red name mechanism of Fantasy World. In Fantasy World, as long as a player with a red name appears in front of the NPC soldier, no matter what, no matter who you are, you will be killed. And Yifeng is no exception. Yeah. That's great. I finally won first place. Come back quickly to receive the award, Zissou said excitedly in the team. Yes. Yes. I also want to know what can be found in that purple treasure box, Yin Yu said happily. Yifeng said helplessly, my PK value is over 1,000. How do you want me to return to the city? Yeah. I forgot about it. But this NPC will disappear in an hour. What should I do? Zissou was a little anxious. At this time Yin Yu said, would you like to change your identity? Change your identity? Yifeng understood immediately, and immediately removed the disguise. Yifeng became a village chief again. And the name above his head finally changed back. Yifeng smiled, crushed the scroll to return to the city, and returned to Xuanwu City. Fortunately, he is an NPC. Now the active NPCs are all players who have handed in tasks. As an NPC, Yifeng is different from ordinary players. Wherever Yifeng passes, the players get out of the way. Yifeng walked directly to the event NPC, handed over the task, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I seem to have seen this NPC somewhere before. Why can't I remember it? The player on the side said, isn't this nonsense? There are so many NPCs in Xuanwu City. Even if you meet them once, it is normal to forget them. Yifeng didn't bother to pay attention to those guys, but walked towards where Yin Yu and the others were, looking at the purple gold treasure chest in the backpack. 100% of people got purple equipment, but only 10% of them got orange equipment. I wonder if I am so lucky. When Yifeng came to Yin Yu and the others, he found that Xiaohei and Arrogant were both there. But except for Yin Yu and Zissou, who knew that Yifeng was the NPC who had come, no one else knew him at all. Yifeng said in a pretentious manner, fellow warriors, I need your help with something small. Are you willing? This sudden NPC made Xiaohei and others stunned. Who knew? Yin Yu said impatiently, go away. I'm waiting for someone. I don't have time to do your mission. Yifeng almost vomited blood. If other players really thought this was a hidden mission, they would probably be polite to him. Yifeng said, does this warrior know the consequences of offending an NPC? I saw Yin Yu looking down at Yifeng and saying, what will happen if I don't take action and I don't scold you? What can you do to me? Yifeng was speechless. Yin Yu said, okay. Let's go with this NPC uncle. Maybe there will be a surprise. Here. Don't wait for my brother. That's right. Can't you wait for the boss? Wait for him to take over this task together. Zissou said, come on. Maybe there will be a surprise. Now I really want to know what the purple gold treasure chest has opened. As an NPC, it was the first time that he did not get the respect of the players. Yifeng sighed. Who are these people? I am an NPC. He led everyone into a tavern and went directly into the box. Xiaohei frowned and said, take a mission and come to the box. What kind of operation is this? That's right. I still have to wait for my brother. Yifeng rolled his eyes, disguised himself as a mage, and said with an unhappy face, you guys treat an NPC like this? I'm very hurt and need comfort. Except for Zissou and Yin Yu. Everyone else's eyes are about to pop out. What kind of operation is this? Is it really not a Biuji? Boss? Xiaohei asked uncertainly. Why? I changed my identity, and I don't recognize him anymore. Yifeng said. And you? Is it easy for us to be NPCs? Is it easy? I don't know how hard I worked. Yifeng pointed at Yin Yu and said. Yin Yu looked at Yifeng blankly, took Zissou's hand and said, is this my brother? Yes. He is your brother. But he is still an NPC in Fantasy World. The legendary village chief of Novice Village number 88. Holy shit. Boss. That village chief is actually you. You're a pervert. You have nothing to eat, and always play tricks on others. Look at the other village chiefs of the Novice Village. They are very peaceful. During the days in the Novice Village, I'm on tenterhooks because I'm afraid that the perverted village chief will cause trouble for me. Xiaohei said with a look of resentment. Yifeng. Why didn't you punish him then, and make him hate you even more? Yifeng said, there is no way. Who calls him my brother? I can't do anything. That's pretty much it. Yichio walked up to Yifeng and asked, What's it like to be an NPC? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, It's uncomfortable. Don't say how uncomfortable it is. He said arrogantly and remained silent. No wonder you are so powerful and have incredible luck. This is probably inseparable from the fact that you are an NPC. That's what I say. But I have achieved all this by myself. There is no pie in the sky. All my achievements have been achieved by my own efforts. Of course, luck accounts for a large part. Boss, will you be discovered by Huancher? Yi Feng said, It's okay. Huancher should know. And their staff talked to me. My role is a village chief. Just like your role as a player. But when assigning it, he became the village chief of the novice village. And you became the players of the novice village. The others nodded, seemingly understanding. Yi Feng said, Don't tell anyone about my identity. Otherwise I will be in trouble. Clear. Zissou said anxiously, I have already explained my identity. Let's take a look at what is inside the purple gold treasure box. Yi Feng slowly took out the purple gold treasure box. The entire treasure box emitted a purple gold light, which was very dazzling and beautiful. Wow! So beautiful! Others also took out their own treasure chests. Compared with Yi Feng's, they were far different, and not on the same level at all. Zissou clasped her hands together and said, It must be orange. Orange. Xiao Hei struck, 10% chance. That's impossible. Zissou glared at Xiao Hei and said, It would be nice to give you a potion for your lucky treasure chest. Xiao Hei opened the treasure chest with a dark face and said, I'm so unlucky. It can't be a potion. Potion. Holy shit. It's really a potion. A bottle of advanced blood-restoring potion. Sister-in-law. You are poisonous. Zissou raised her head proudly and said, Look. My prediction was accurate. So this must be orange equipment. Yi Feng shook his head. Anything could come out of the lucky treasure chest. But it wouldn't be anything good. It would usually be stuff sold on the street. Yi Feng opened the lock of the purple gold treasure chest, and heard a click, as the purple gold treasure chest was opened. A purple light emanated from the treasure chest. Unfortunately, it was a purple piece of equipment. Zissou on the side said, It's all because of you. Xiao Hei. That caused my luck to run out. Xiao Hei said innocently, Boss. You take care of your woman. You are none of my business. No. You have to compensate, and be my thug for free for 1 day. I will decide the time. Chapter 157 finally reached level 40. Fire Dragon Tabard. 7-star purple physical defense 70 to 92 magic defense 50 to 70 intelligence plus 32 constitution plus 50 required character level. 40 equipment profession, mage, fire dragon suit. Collect 2 fire dragon parts to activate. The first suit attributes plus 80 points of intelligence. Collect 4 fire dragon parts to activate. The cooldown of the second set of attribute skills is reduced by 2 seconds. Collect 6 fire dragon parts to activate. The critical hit rate of the third set of attributes is plus 5%. When Yi Feng posted the attributes of the equipment on the team channel, several people sitting there were amazed. Sure enough, it was indeed a purple equipment. And it turned out to be a suit. Anyone who plays games knows that a suit has its own unique features. Not only does it have high equipment attributes, but also the attributes of the suit. Your combat power will definitely be sky high. Especially the skill is shortened by 2 seconds. And the critical hit rate is increased by 5%. This is much more overbearing. At present, Yi Feng's critical hit rate is only 20%, of which 15% is caused by the artifact wind damage annihilation. However, Yi Feng's own critical hit rate is quite outstanding. If the critical hit rate is increased by 5%, then I'm afraid it's really about to take off. Wow. Boss. This is definitely equipment tailor-made for you. It's awesome. Xiao Hei said in a flattering tone. Yi Feng said, The attributes are indeed good. But it requires level 40 to wear it. I am only level 39 now, and still need to upgrade. And we don't know where the other parts of the Fire Dragon suit can be released. Even if they are released, will they be available? It's hard to say whether it will be purple. Yi Feng was right. And the others nodded. Among them, only the arrogant one reached level 40. And the others were almost all at level 39. Of course, Yi Yinqiu was the exception. And this guy was only level 13. Okay, let's go to bed. It's already very late. Everyone nodded. If it weren't for this New Year event, they would probably not play games. They would either fall asleep or watch the annual Spring Festival Gala. This is the fun of the new year. The next day, the first day of the new year, Yi Feng took his younger sister Yi Yinqiu, Zissou and Yin Yu to visit his relatives to pay New Year greetings. He hadn't been back for several years. So he had to go and sit down. I had long heard that Yifeng had brought the girlfriends came back. And they were all very excited. They wanted to see how ugly the 2 girlfriends Yifeng brought were. Or how ugly. After all, in the eyes of normal people, they are either extremely ugly or have brain problems. But when I saw Yifeng's 2 girlfriends, I couldn't say anything. I kept praising Yifeng for his ability. Not only did he make money, but he also kidnapped 2 beautiful girlfriends. He was really promising. After the whole day, Yifeng was very busy. This was also the first time that Yifeng did not play games. Of course, they all accompanied Yifeng. After a few days of the new year, Yifeng found that he was useless. Relatives came to the house every day these days. As the only male in the family, Yifeng had to be present. Yifeng had no time to play games. Everyone else has reached level 40. But Yifeng is still at level 39. However, Yifeng finally knows why. Everyone's levels are rising slowly. It's the first Chinese New Year. Guilds have a holiday. And people at work have a holiday. And they have reached level 40. After leveling up, the experience required to upgrade suddenly becomes tens of millions of levels. Previously, it took up to 3 to 4 million experience to level up. But now it directly requires 20 million to level up. Therefore, among Yifeng and others, arrogant, the fastest level up, is still level 40. But it is more than half the experience. And the top 5 people are finally at level 41. I don't know if Fantasy World deliberately increased the experience due to the Chinese New Year. Or is it because if you want to level up in the future, it will take more than a week or 2. On this day, Yifeng finally reached level 40. And Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 40. Your character needs to go to the Imperial City for scientific examination. Otherwise, the upgrade cannot continue. Yifeng didn't even put on the fire dragon suit. But he looked confused. Science test? What is this? I haven't heard of anyone else needing it. Could it be? Yifeng lifted the disguise skill and returned to his NPC role. Sure enough, he saw a message in his status bar. After your current level reaches level 40, you need to go to the Imperial City to obtain an official position. The level 2 village chief no longer meets your level requirements. Please go to the Imperial City as soon as possible. As expected, my NPC character has not been of much use since it flourished in the novice village. Apart from occasionally using this identity, it is really useless. It turns out that my level is not enough. I looked at the time and saw that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The test shouldn't be difficult. After saying H, Lo to Zisu and Yin Yu, Yifeng returned to Xuanwu City. Of course, Yifeng could not go directly to the Imperial City. He had such a good relationship with the Lord of Xuanwu City. So he might be able to come up with some test questions. Isn't this Commander Yi? You haven't been a guest in our City Lord's mansion for a long time. The housekeeper in front of the door greeted. Yifeng said, Isn't this busy? I'm asked to go to the Imperial City for a scientific examination. I'm thinking about asking the City Lord if he can give me a back door or something. Haha. That's it. Unfortunately, the City Lord has already gone to the Imperial City. It is said that this scientific examination is for the 7 City Lords. And your Majesty is supervising the exam at the same time. You are late. Yifeng said with some disappointment. I came as soon as I received the message. Why am I still late? The old housekeeper said, Commander Yi. Don't worry. The City Lord knows that you will definitely participate in this scientific examination. So let me give you a few words. Yifeng was overjoyed. This City Lord was really reliable, and had saved him a trick. It seemed that he was worried in vain. Yifeng said excitedly, Hurry up and tell me. The old housekeeper said, Just go and take the exam. The City Lord will support you. Yifeng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, This brother is really reliable. The old housekeeper will come to see you another day. I'll leave first. Ha ha. Go. Go. Remember to come to the mansion often. As a result, Yifeng had already disappeared. The old housekeeper shook his head and said, What a strange guy. Hey! Who cares about him? Just be nice to the City Lord. Go, and don't let down the City Lord's kindness to you. Yifeng looked happy and flew directly to the Imperial City without even giving him any money for the teleportation. As soon as he appeared at the transfer point in the Imperial City, he saw a group of golden-armored soldiers asking about something. And many NPCs appeared in front of him. There are book boys, poets, and warriors. Anyway, They are all NPCs. They are all here to conduct scientific examinations. And Yifeng is also one of them. The people at the front were registering their information. And soon it was Yifeng's turn. Name. The golden armored guard in front of him said majestically. Level 2 Novice Village Chief. Yin Yu looked up at Yifeng and said, I said your name, not your title. Yifeng was a little surprised. Didn't he call himself the village chief? Could he call him Yifeng? Yifeng said tentatively, Yifeng? Yin Yu then said, well, Yifeng, the level 2 village head of Novice Village number 88, is currently qualified and can take part in the scientific examination. Here is your number plate. Don't lose it. Otherwise you will be disqualified from the examination. Yifeng nodded and said, understood. Thank you. Yin Yu waved his hand and said, next one. Chapter 158 Assessment. Hey, what are these NPCs doing? Some players saw that there were a lot of NPCs coming to the Imperial City, and the number was still increasing. This aroused heated discussions among many players. After all, some traffic has begun to come back slowly, and the game has begun to slowly return on the right track. Who knows? Maybe the game will open up other functions. But I guess the official will explain it soon. Yifeng slowly walked into the palace as the players watched. This is the second time Yifeng has come to the palace. The first time Yifeng was brought here by the Lord of Xuanwu City. He had no right to speak. He just stayed there for a long time and met the lords and emperors. Unfortunately, he did not get any tasks. When Yifeng walked into the palace, there were guards inside who began to check the number plates in the NPC's hands and write them down one by one. Of course, Yifeng is no exception. After registration, Yifeng was taken to a place by an NPC. There were actually a lot of tables placed here, just like the scene of old friends' scientific research in a TV series and costume film. But this was in public. Down. Looking up, Yifeng saw that there were high platforms all around. There were rows of wine tables on the high platforms, 8 in total, which should be the 7 city lords and an emperor. However, it was not the assessment time, and Yifeng was assigned to his position, which happened to have all of Yifeng's information written on it. If others see Yifeng's identity, I'm afraid the truth will be revealed, and there will definitely be some trouble in Fantasy World. However, since Yifeng has been given this identity, he must have already thought of his excuse. Yifeng, like other NPCs, sat quietly in his seat and waited for an hour. But when Yifeng saw that there were people around him, he must have started, and saw those NPC soldiers starting to close the door. On the high platform, a man wearing a yellow dragon robe walked out, followed by 7 city lords. The emperor said, Lords of the city, please take a seat. Under Yifeng's gaze, the lord of Xuanwu City also saw Yifeng, nodded to Yifeng, and signaled Yifeng not to be anxious. Yifeng also nodded, indicating that he knew. Xuanwu City Master. Do you know that little guy? Qilong City Master, who was walking beside Xuanwu City Master, said. The lord of Xuanwu City said, What? Do you want to take care of this too? Haha. Of course, I can't control it. This scientific examination is different from the past. We must take it seriously. So I want to tell the Lord of Xuanwu City not to show favoritism. The Lord of Xuanwu City frowned and said, Just watch quietly. I don't need you to discipline me. After the Lord of Qilong City was scolded by the Lord of Xuanwu City, he stared at Yifeng and then sat back down in his seat. Yifeng thought to himself, It's over. What does the Lord of Qilong City mean? Is he trying to embarrass himself? But Yifeng thought about it, and there should be no problem with the Lord of Xuanwu City here. Soon the NPC, the chief eunuch beside the emperor, stood up and spoke. We welcome the talented citizens of our country to participate in this scientific examination. In this scientific examination, we will select the top 100 to come to the palace to take up positions. The examination begins now. This is when the emperor said, in the first round of the literary test, write down your views on righteousness on the white paper in front of you. The next moment, a pen and paper appeared on Yifeng's desk. The test question was about the word righteousness. Regarding the idea of righteousness, Yifeng suddenly felt a little unable to write. On the other hand, looking at the NPCs, some frowned and started writing quickly. He and Yifeng's heart gave Yifeng too much emotion. He made Yifeng come to Dingtian Guild. Let Yifeng get to know Yin Yu, and also got to know Huang Xiaoyan thoroughly. In Yifeng's eyes, the meaning of meaning is too complicated. That's why Yifeng can't write. In the stands, the Lord of Xuanwu City frowned when he saw that Yifeng had not taken action yet. even if he could take him all the way up. It seemed difficult to make sense if he handed in a blank paper. But Yi Feng really didn't answer. Instead, he handed in a blank paper without writing a word. Yi Feng, the head of Novice Village number 88. Does it mean that you have turned in a blank test? Or are you planning to give up? As soon as the proctor's words came out, Lord Qinglong laughed loudly and said, Lord Xuanwu, it seems that the little guy you are so optimistic about is not good enough. He actually handed in a blank paper. The Lord of Xuanwu City frowned and did not speak. Instead, he stood up and came to the Emperor's side and said something. The Emperor nodded and said, Yi Feng, can you explain to me? Yi Feng clasped his fists and said, the righteousness is in my heart, but I can't write it down. As for my personal opinion, I can only say one simple sentence. I am willing to go to both sides for my brothers. I am willing to stay with my lover until death. And I am willing to achieve success for your majesty. The Emperor couldn't help but applaud and said, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I like this person. Let him stay. What a man who will persevere until death. What a man withered away after his achievements. It's wonderful. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yi Feng with a smile. This guy really did not disappoint him, and he was worthy of his intercession. Yi Feng, the head of Novice Village number 88, passed the first round of assessment. The invigilator said. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, there was another sentence in his heart, that he was willing to do whatever it took for his enemy. But this was over. Yi Feng looked at the Xuanwu City Lord with a smile, and then stood on the side of the promotion. Next to Yi Feng, a poet smelling of alcohol was lying on the ground with a pot of wine and a sword, reading poems in the air. A poem, a fight of wine, a long song, a sword to the end of the world. Yi Feng's mind was spinning rapidly. Could this person be the legendary poet Immortally Tai Bai or the sword Immortally Bai? He was here too? This is really incredible. Yi Feng squatted next to this man and asked cautiously, Li Bai? The NPC raised his head and glanced at Yi Feng, and said, yes, yes. Undying love is really intoxicating. Obviously this guy already knew that it was him. And he guessed well. This guy was Li Bai. He was a super master of swordsmanship. Otherwise, why would he be called the Sword Immortal? Yi Feng said, Brother Li Bai, why are you taking part in this kind of scientific examination when you are so happy? Li Bai said with a drunken look, who said I came here to take the scientific examination? I came here to have fun. I will go back when I have enough fun. Let me go. Li Bai is Li Bai. He talks like this. Yi Feng asked again, can I ask you a question? I have been holding it in my heart for a long time. Li Bai said, it depends on your mood. What's the relationship between you and Wang Luan? Li Bai spit out a mouthful of wine and looked at Yi Feng awkwardly. What? Did I say the wrong thing? Li Bai blushed and said, drinking buddy. Drinking buddy. How come the world's thoughts are so dirty? Looking at Li Bai's blushing look, Yi Feng probably made a rough guess. And he didn't know for sure. Maybe there would be a time when Li Bai could help him. Or when Li Bai would be needed. After less than half an hour of waiting, everyone's assessment was over. It was estimated that half of the people were eliminated. But Yi Feng and the others quickly entered the second round of assessment. Chapter 159 Li Bai. It's not easy to describe yourself in one sentence. Yi Feng wrote directly on the paper, anyone who offends me will die. And Yi Feng glanced at Li Bai specifically. But he didn't expect this guy to write 2 words directly on the paper. Genius. This is so damn unworthy. But if Li Bai is not a genius, then who is? As expected in this round, Yi Feng and Li Bai both advanced and went directly to the third round. The original desks have been removed and some weapons have been moved in. The Emperor said, my empire is built by fighting. So my people must learn martial arts. So the third martial arts test begins. Yi Feng took over his number plate and opponent row from the little eunuch. When Yi Feng saw the guy he was facing against, he was speechless. This guy turned out to be an old man. He was probably at the same village chief level as Yi Feng. There was no surprise at all. The old village chief did know some martial arts. But compared to Yi Feng, he was much inferior. He was defeated by Yi Feng in just 1 round. The opponent in the second round, Yi Feng shook his head again, turned out to be a weak scholar. This was obviously the intention of the Lord of Xuanwu City, who had already arranged it for Yi Feng. Yi Feng had a smooth journey to the semifinals. At this time, the Lord of Qinglong City on the high platform was a little unhappy. Lord Xuanwu, this is too obvious. His Majesty is right in front of you. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? I saw the Lord of Xuanwu with his eyes closed and sitting motionless, as if he didn't hear Qinglong's words at all. The Lord of Qinglong was simply ignored. You? The Lord of Qinglong City is the overlord of one side. But now he is ignored. How can he bear this anger? The Lord of Suzaku City said quickly, Master of Qinglong City. Calm down. That guy is really good. What does it mean to be good? Take a good look. In the semifinals, Yi Feng faced the opposite NPC with a golden sword. This was the first time Yi Feng used the law enforcer profession, as the city lord and chief law enforcer of the holy city. When he saw Yi Feng using the law enforcement swordsmanship, he was a little surprised and said, We don't seem to have such a person in our law enforcement guild. Why do we have the law enforcement swordsmanship? At this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City said calmly, I am not a member of your law enforcer guild. So why do I know your law enforcer swordsmanship? The chief law enforcer said, So, this person is your disciple? Judging from the situation along the way, it seems a bit like him. Humph. It turns out I'm your disciple. You're cheating a little too much, said the Lord of Qinglong City. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, Disciple? That's really not true. He is my friend. Uh-huh. The high and mighty Lord of Xuanwu City actually made friends with an ant. Have you discovered a new continent, or have you got some new ways to play? The Lord of Xuanwu City said coldly, What? Do you want to spar with me? A huge pressure rushed towards Qinglong City. Yi Feng below suddenly felt huge pressure coming from the stands, as if someone was about to take action. And they were all masters. Qinglong City Lord wanted to lose his temper for a long time. But when Xuanwu City Lord was so irritated, a dragon roar came out of Qinglong City's body. At this time, the Emperor said, Two city lords, you don't want to watch the proper assessment. You have to compete. Calm down your anger. Watch the game. Watch the game. The Emperor personally broke up the fight. But of course they couldn't fight. And each of them put down their momentum. In fact, they were all at the same level. If they really wanted to fight, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Why does Yi Feng use the law enforcer? It's not because the dark mage is incompetent. It's because the law enforcer himself can directly show his backing, which is the Lord of Xuanwu City. Although the guy opposite Yi Feng looked like a scholar, he was actually a mage, and his positioning was extremely tricky. So Yi Feng had to fight hard. It was just an NPC, and its level was about the same as mine. The most important thing was that the opponent didn't have an artifact, but I did. So the result was obvious. Yi Feng won in the end. After Yi Feng won, Li Bai also won. And Li Bai won very easily. Yi Feng knew that if he really met Li Bai at this level, he would definitely be killed instantly. Standing in the finals. If you win, you will be the top pick. If you lose, you will be the second pick. Yi Feng said, Brother Li Bai, please show mercy. Li Bai still looked drunk and said, Just play casually and we'll be in the finals. It's really boring. Let's do something. Yi Feng did not hesitate, and the sword of the law enforcer was approaching Li Bai. But Li Bai's movement was extremely coquettish, and Yi Feng could hardly touch him. It seemed that Li Bai was drunk, but in fact he felt very different from Yi Feng. In the stands, the Lord of Xuanwu City frowned and said, It's not fair. Li Bai is on the same level as us. Why should he be allowed to participate? The Emperor said helplessly, He said he wanted to come and have fun. So let's come and have fun. As long as he is not an enemy. After all, his fighting power is more terrifying than his poems. Then who will be the top pick in the end? Of course, he is the head of Yi Feng village. Will Li Bai want the official position I give him? The Emperor said. The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded. Indeed, this guy may be lazy and looks like a drunkard all day long, but his martial arts skills are extremely high. He might not be able to beat him. Yi Feng was miserable now. He attacked and said, Brother Li Bai, your rank is much higher than mine. I can't be your opponent. Li Bai didn't even draw his sword at this time, but he stared at Yi Feng's sword. Your sword is really good. Yi Feng thought to himself, Isn't this nonsense? It's an artifact. It's the best weapon. Just when Yi Feng was proud of his magical weapon, Li Bai's words made Yi Feng pee in fear. If you are on the same level as me and add this sword, you may be able to beat me. Unfortunately, compared to my sword, you are still a little behind. What does it mean? Doesn't it mean that the opponent's sword is of a higher level than my own artifact? Yi Feng asked. It's impossible. My weapon is already the best. Li Bai said contemptuously, Huh? Frog in the well. Let me show you what a real weapon looks like. Li Bai gently pushed the hilt of the sword. when the blade of the sword was just a little exposed. Yi Feng felt incredible. What kind of sword is this terrifying? I only heard the Lord of Xuanwu City shouting from the high platform, "Sword immortal. Put away your sword. If you draw your sword in this unfair competition, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? Why can't you sit still? Lord Xuanwu? I'm just telling this little guy that there are people outside the world. And there is a sky outside the world. Today is nothing interesting anymore. I'm leaving." Li Bai, who was dressed in white, disappeared outside the city wall after a few ups and downs. Li Bai, who has been chic all his life, is still so chic in the game. Chapter 160. The terrifying village chief has been upgraded. The village chief of novice village number 88, who won the first prize in this scientific examination, is Yi Feng. Following the emperor's announcement, Yi Feng quickly received a message. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your successful promotion to the top pick. Ding! System prompt. Please go to the emperor to receive your official position as soon as possible. Please do it as soon as possible. Yi Feng didn't have time to look at his attributes, but followed the eunuch NPC non-stop to the emperor and other city lords. Although the other party is an NPC, Yi Feng is also an NPC now, so etiquette still needs to be maintained. "See, your majesty, I've met all the city lords." The emperor said, "Well, get up. I am now appointing you as the chief proctor and judge of the Battle of Glory. Do you accept it?" Ding! System prompts. Do you want to accept the new official position? Yi Feng was a little afraid to click. He was going to participate in the Battle of Glory. How could he be the invigilator and judge? How could this be done? However, when the Lord of Xuanwu City saw that Yi Feng was silent, he kept gesturing to Yi Feng to accept it. However, Yi Feng didn't want to. But he couldn't let the Lord of Xuanwu City down. After all, he needed to rely on him. There was no other way. Yi Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully obtaining the new official positions of Chief Proctor and Judge of the Battle of Glory. Commander-in-Chief, after Yi Feng takes office, he will also serve as other NPCs, all of whom are officials of this Battle of Glory. It seems that the Battle of Glory is about to begin. Otherwise, how could the NPC world begin to divide labor? Of course, after winning the first prize, there must be activities. Yi Feng quickly returned to Xuanwu City at the signal of the Xuanwu City Lord. At this time, the Xuanwu City Lord also came back, because Yi Feng took a new official position. His name changed, and even his clothes changed. As he was walking in Xuanwu City on the way to the City Lord's mansion, he could not help but be seen by other players. After seeing Yi Feng's name, many people have realized that the Battle of Glory is about to begin, and even NPCs have appeared. So it must be soon. When Yi Feng walked into the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion, the Xuanwu City Lord laughed and said, "You really didn't disappoint me. Fortunately, Li Bai left in the end. Otherwise your position as the #1 scholar would be really unsafe." Yi Feng said, "This Li Bai is too powerful. I'm afraid he is on the same level as you, brother." Well, that's true. But this person is stubborn by nature and refuses to be a city lord. Otherwise, one of the 7 current city lords might be Li Bai. So that's it. It seems that the world of NPC is not as simple as Yi Feng thought. The previous lord of Qinglong City looked at him, and it was obvious that he had bad intentions. "Brother, what should I do now?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "You can do whatever you want. But in 7 days, the Battle of Glory will begin. You must be prepared. You are the biggest official, and you can be considered a member of my faction." Yi Feng said, "Brother, of course I am on your side. But the Lord of Qinglong City doesn't seem to like me very much." The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled and said, "Of course. His disciple already knew that he lost the moment he faced Li Bai. And of course, he has no good intentions towards you. But now that you are an official in the same court as him, he shouldn't do anything to you. If I really want to take action against you, I won't stand idly by." "Thank you, bro." Of course. After that, the Lord of Xuanwu City had to celebrate Yi Feng. Yi Feng had to drink a few more drinks. When he logged off, Yi Feng looked drunk again. Yin Yu supported Yi Feng and said, "Are you having a drink with the Lord of Xuanwu City again?" Yi Feng said drunkenly, "How is it possible? I went to take the exam to be the #1 scholar and won the crown. Of course I had to celebrate. So I had a few more drinks with him." Yin Yu shook his head and helped Yi Feng to the bed. Tomorrow was the day they went back. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng was drunk at this time. By the time Yi Feng woke up, It was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. But fortunately, he had bought everything he needed to buy. Yifeng walked out with his head covered. Seeing the family chatting in the living room, Yifeng said, "Have you all eaten?" Seeing Yifeng come out, Yin Yu stood up and said, "I'll get you some honey to relieve your hangover." At this time, Mother Yi said, "What's the matter with you, kid? You didn't go anywhere today. Why are you drunk?" It's hard for Yifeng to say that he was drunk while playing games, so he could only let Ye's mother talk about him. Yifeng took the honey water from Yin Yu's hand and drank it in one gulp. Not to mention, it had some effect. Mother Yi said, "I'll go back tomorrow. Remember to take good care of yourself and figure out your own affairs. Do you understand?" Yifeng said, "I know. You have said it 800 times. But look at Dad." He didn't say a word. Mother Yi waited for Yifeng and said, "Your dad forces me to say this every day. I really think your dad is not verbose. Your dad just doesn't want to be verbose and leaves me alone." Okay. I understand. Mom and Dad, if you don't have enough money, ask me to get it. We are not short of money now. Mother Yi said, "What are you talking about? Kid, what do you mean by not being short of money? You don't need money to marry a wife. And you don't need money to buy a house. I heard that a house in a big city costs millions. Do you really think you have a lot of money? He's a rich man." Ye's mother's words left Yifeng speechless. After saying that, Yifeng really didn't have much money. After talking about Yifeng for a long time, he turned around and talked about Yi Yinqiu and said, "And you damn girl. These things your brother bought for you cost a lot of money. Don't lose them again." Yi Yinqiu said, No, I'm precious." Next at the dinner table, Ye's mother and Ye's father talked about it again. Anyway, it was the custom for Yifeng to go out every year. In the evening, Yifeng played the game again. For no other reason than that. Yifeng just wanted to see what changes had happened to his current attributes. Character name, Yifeng. Display name, Chief Invigilator of the Battle of Glory. Official position, Governor. HP, 4000. Attack, 280. Defense, 1000. Skill, Disguise. Taskbar, 1 to 40 tasks. Normal tasks and difficult tasks can be released. Special abilities, the ability to publish hidden tasks and unique tasks. Chief Proctor of the Battle of Glory, the Supreme Commander of the Battle of Glory. He has the ability to disqualify players and change the qualifications of the competition. Skill, sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks and get 5% of the task rewards after completing them. Skill, Disguise, after using this skill, you can change into any profession. The weapons will change with the change of profession, but the equipment will not change in any way. After using the skill again, the disguise state will be released, which is instantaneous. Lucky draw, there is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels, and you can get any item in the game. You can currently use the draw once. When Yifeng saw his attributes, he almost went crazy. This job was much more handsome and terrifying than the previous military commander and village chief. It seemed like Yifeng could do bad things again. Hee hee.